Chapter 1. The Fusion of the Third Generation Raikage. The Calm Belt. Impel down, the great underwater prison. At this moment, in a corner of the second level, Jiang Liufeng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling the waves of pain coursing through his body, utterly speechless. As an exceptionally unfortunate young man with no particular skills or background, he believed his life had already been tragically dismal. Little did he expect that even upon traversing into the world of One Piece, he would remain shackled by his own misfortune. Recalling a few days prior, when he had just arrived in this new realm, he had hoped to ascend to greatness like the protagonists of novels, shining brightly in this alternate universe. But who could have imagined that the very place he would arrive at was a pirate ship recently seized by the Navy? Being aboard a pirate ship felt akin to jumping into the Yellow River. There was no way to clear his name. Soon after, he found himself mercilessly tossed into this cold, unforgiving prison known as Impel down. Fortunately, the pirate ship was merely a trivial one. He had been thrown into the second level. Otherwise, as an ordinary person without any means of defense, he would have likely been killed by the other inmates. Yet even in the second level, he was still subject to beatings and abuse from both guards and fellow prisoners. After several days, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Damn it, you wretched heavens. If you're going to drag me here, at least grant me a system. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to wind chimes, suddenly resonated in Jiang Liufeng's mind. System installation in progress. Please wait. Huh, is this for real? Initially, Jiang Liufeng thought he was hallucinating, but the tangible voice and the vivid interface of the system in his mind compelled him to believe that this was indeed reality. Ding. Strongest check-in system installation successful. A beginner's gift package has been awarded. Would you like to claim it? At these words, Jiang Liufeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Claim it." As soon as he uttered those words, a card appeared in his mind. The card depicted a muscular old man with dark skin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a card for the inheritance of the third generation Raikage. You may inherit all of the character's abilities. Would you like to fuse? The third generation Raikage. Jiang Liufeng swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In his previous life as a seasoned anime fan, aside from One Piece, Naruto was undoubtedly one of his favorite series. He was no stranger to the third generation Raikage, a super resilient physique capable of withstanding the Ninja Alliance's assaults, the strongest spear that could sever a horn from the eight tails, and unparalleled speed that ranked among the best in the ninja world. This was a top-tier powerhouse in the Naruto universe. He had to admit, the system was incredibly generous. Fuse. System, hurry and fuse for me. At his command, Jiang Liufeng, whose body was already battered and bruised, suddenly felt a surge of blue lightning erupt from within him. In an instant, a torrent of electricity enveloped every inch of his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. He instinctively sensed that his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing rate. His physique gradually became robust, with previously flabby limbs and a protruding belly transforming into well-defined muscles. Furthermore, the vast chakra of the third generation Raikage, rivaling that of a tailed beast, continuously poured into him. Simultaneously, a flood of memories surged into his mind. These were the memories of all the ninjutsu techniques mastered throughout the life of the third generation Raikage. In that moment, Jiang Liufeng felt as though he had personally experienced every single technique and battle strategy. 1 minute later, the electric aura dissipated. His previously frail body had been reshaped into a perfectly proportioned figure, strong, yet aesthetically pleasing. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense power within him, he nodded in satisfaction. At last, I possess the means to protect myself in this world. The ups and downs of life were akin to a roller coaster, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. The host has officially activated the check-in system. By reaching the designated check-in location, various random rewards will be granted. The check-in task has been updated. Location: 6th level of Impel down. A series of notifications flooded in, leaving Jiang Liufeng momentarily stunned. He clearly intended to escape from prison, So why was the check-in point located on the 6th level? Furrowing his brow slightly, Jiang Liufeng did not dwell on it further. Perhaps gathering a few allies wouldn't be such a bad idea. 6th level it is. He was no longer the same person, feared no one, not even Magellan, since he was determined to carve out his own path in this chaotic world. Let the storm come with greater ferocity, it would surely be thrilling. With excitement bubbling within him, he approached the iron door of his cell, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted his leg, enveloped in lightning. Everything would commence with this single step. A smirk crept upon his lips as he unleashed years of pent-up frustration and rage against the prison gate. Alarm! Alarm! In the control room, red lights flashed while the main surveillance phone emitted piercing alarms. A guard seated before the monitors stared in disbelief at the incredible scene, his face drenched in beads of sweat. After gathering his composure, he hastily reached for the phone, his hand trembling. "Hello, this is Magellan." A calm voice responded. "Director, there's a situation. A prisoner is escaping from the 2nd level." "What? How dare someone attempt to escape from my prison?" "Yes, and he has defeated the guards, taken the keys, and is currently freeing all the inmates from the 2nd and 3rd levels. He's heading towards the 4th level." "What? I understand." Sitting on the toilet, Magellan's expression darkened. How could someone dare to escape under his watch? He felt his authority was being challenged. Most importantly, that person was heading directly towards him. This was an outright disregard for his power. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the restroom, ordering the senior staff to assemble. He was eager to see what this audacious individual looked like. However, just as he reached the entrance to the 4th level, a massive rhinoceros, a guard beast, came barreling towards him. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the rhinoceros fell before him. Amidst the smoke at the entrance, a figure crackling with occasional lightning began to emerge. Over 100 guards stood ready, raising their weapons in unison, prepared to turn the intruder into Swiss cheese at Magellan's command. As the dust settled, what came into view was a handsome young man with a perfect physique and purple hair. It was Jiang Liufeng. Well, he's quite handsome. I'd love to tie him up and interrogate him thoroughly. The first to react was Sudi. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng's flawless appearance, her twisted desires stirred once more. Magellan rolled his eyes, ignoring her, and directly addressed the audacious prisoner before him. "You got some nerve, kid. How dare you attempt to escape under my watch?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, activating the full power of his poison fruit. His entire body transformed into a purple liquid, prepared to let Jiang Liufeng experience its effects. Yet Jiang Liufeng paid him no mind, instead beckoning him with a finger. "Why waste your breath? If you have the ability, just make your move." Chapter 2. Defeating Magellan. Seeing the disdain in Jiang Liufeng's it is estimated that in the next second, he will be poisoned to death by the deadly toxin. The warden is magnificent. The warden is indeed formidable. Yet, at the very moment the toxic pufferfish made contact with his body, he moved, staying still like a mountain, moving like thunder. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, as Jiang Liufeng's form became indistinct. Amidst what appeared to be a relentless and indiscriminate assault, his figure flickered back and forth. They could hardly discern his true position. All that was visible was the continuous flicker of lightning as he weaved through the toxic pufferfish. When he returned to his original spot, the toxic pufferfish had already embedded itself in the wall behind him, and not a single drop of venom had touched him. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around, as the onlookers' mouths formed in O shape, unable to believe that what they witnessed was real. So fast, incredibly fast, to the point of disbelief. Even the perpetrator, Magellan himself, could not maintain his composure. My goodness, how can this kid be so terrifyingly swift? As the renowned warden of Impel down, Magellan possessed more than just the power of his fruit. He certainly had the ability of observation Haki. Yet, when Jiang Liufeng had moved just now, even his observation Haki could not catch a glimpse of his figure, let alone those relying solely on their eyesight. At that moment, he could no longer underestimate this youth, whose age bore no correlation to his prowess. Toxic behemoth. Magellan unleashed his full power, towering to a height of 10 meters, the venom surrounding him shifting from purple to a deep crimson, indicating a far more potent toxicity, with even the floor showing signs of decay. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted. He too did not dare to be careless. After all, this was a skill he had just recently comprehended, and he was uncertain whether he could withstand such a corrosive toxin. He immediately channeled all his chakra, pouring it into his lightning shield and the strongest spear. Lightning enveloped his body, reaching a state of saturation, dazzling brilliantly, nearly blinding the onlookers. Jiang Liufeng raised his head and charged directly at the toxic behemoth. However, to the spectators, this act seemed tantamount to courting death. Who would dare to confront the toxic behemoth heathen? This kid is far too arrogant. Even the strongest cannot withstand the warden's deadly poison. If he seeks his own demise, it saves us a great deal of effort, haha. Many guards lowered their weapons, feeling assured that the end was near. Yet, in the next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Strongest spear. Break for me. Toxic dragon. Zzzzee. Fully enveloped in lightning, Jiang Liufeng extended an arm, propelled by an unstoppable force, heading straight for the toxic dragon with even greater speed than before. Wherever he passed, he left a long arc of electricity crackling in the air, lingering for some time. The toxic dragon was sliced apart upon contact with the lightning spear, Jiang Liufeng's momentum unyielding, the dragon utterly incapable of halting him. With a surge of energy, he tore through the toxic dragon, driving his spear into the belly of the transformed Magellan. When he reappeared, he was standing behind Magellan, fusing with the third Raikage, indeed terrifying. To be honest, even he was startled by this power. This encounter allowed him to understand his own strength even more. Even in the face of such a highly corrosive toxin, the lightning shield remained entirely unscathed, suggesting there was little that could withstand him. What would happen against Haki, he wondered. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng instead began to anticipate his next encounter. My apologies, Warden, but Jiang shall take his leave now. With that parting remark, Jiang Liufeng dashed towards the 6th level without a backward glance. Although he now possessed formidable strength, creating such a commotion could attract the attention of a high-ranking officer. The immediate priority was to activate the card. As they watched his figure gradually fade away, the guards remained in a state of shock. The only sound on the 4th floor of the prison, apart from the crackling around Magellan, was the silence that seemed to envelop even their heartbeats. Phew! What kind of terrifying existence was this? As one person exclaimed in astonishment, the others snapped back to reality. What on earth did I just witness? A monster. Simply a monster. He pierced right through the warden, transformed into a toxic behemoth. Wow. The warden's fearsome poison couldn't harm him in the slightest. As they spoke, they turned their gazes back to Magellan, who was now reverting to his usual form clad in a black trench coat. However, at this moment, Magellan was clutching his abdomen in agony, a gruesome hole torn through his belly, lightning surging wildly, continuing to ravage his wound. Hiss! Upon seeing Magellan's dire state, another round of gasps filled the air. Some of the more timid guards were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, with an unknown liquid seeping from between their legs. As the crowd panicked, an overwhelming sense of dread towards Jiang Liufeng settled in. He has triumphantly ascended to the luminous pillar of the 6th floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the 6th level of the Advancement City. The system rewards the host with Roger's 3-color Haki skill. May I inquire whether the host wishes to learn it? Oh my. Chapter 3. Roger's 3-color Haki. Even with the amalgamation of the 3rd-generation Raikage, Jiang Liufeng, who had experienced a comprehensive enhancement in both strength and temperament, could not help but exclaim upon hearing the term Roger's 3-color Haki. This system is extraordinarily formidable. With his current prowess, he could likely sweep through any adversaries before entering the new world, and coupled with this 3-color Haki, his power would undergo a qualitative transformation. If he were to engage in a battle with Magellan now, it would undoubtedly result in a swift victory. Merge. Merge. Quickly. Ding. The host has successfully merged Roger's 3-color Haki. The check-in task has been updated. The next check-in location is Water 7. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of energy within his body, as countless memories of Roger's Haki techniques flooded his mind. At that moment, he paid no heed to the system's announcements. He was entirely immersed in the influx of techniques related to the three-color Haki. Boom. He tentatively activated the Conqueror's Haki, unleashing a wave of sovereign pressure that engulfed the entire 6th floor. Even the ferocious pirates within that level were taken aback by the sudden onslaught of pressure, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. With a mere thought, he unleashed the full force of the armament Haki. His entire body became enveloped in black ripples, transforming his skin into an iron-like darkness, resembling a steel giant. Jiang Liufeng was ecstatic, fervently waving his arms in the air, reveling in the overwhelming metallic sensation of the Conqueror's Haki coursing through him. He envisioned himself reigning supreme over the vast ocean. Even those wielding natural abilities would crumble before my might. Jiang Liufeng clenched his fists, filled with confidence as he marveled at the recent sensation. What caliber of Conqueror's Haki was that? How could it be so terrifying? The notorious pirate known as the Tyrant King muttered in shock. It wasn't merely the fearsome Conqueror's Haki. Look at the sheen on that lad. His armament Haki is remarkably advanced. Valdo fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Liufeng. Cackling, the enchanting Katarina Dupont called out, "Hey there, young man. You're quite impressive. Come release me, and I shall grant you the opportunity to be my little lover." Huh. Jiang Liufeng, still caught in his elation, was momentarily distracted, his brow furrowing as he turned to the speaker. A wave of nausea surged within him, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. "Ugh, please spare me your grotesque advances, you hideous creature." "What did you say?" Dupont's expression darkened, her teeth gritting in anger. "I said you are an eyesore. A toad aspiring to court a swan? I shall kill you. Come forth, and I shall stand here for you to strike me. I won't even bat an eyelash. Come on." Jiang Liufeng taunted with a mocking grin. Dupont, once a formidable figure in her own right, was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of this nameless youth, nearly fainting from indignation. "Ha ha ha. This lad possesses remarkable courage. I admire that," Valdo exclaimed, laughing heartily. Jiang Liufeng was aware of Valdo's reputation. He was compelled to become a pirate to protect his brother, known for his loyalty and formidable strength, having once commanded a bounty of 500 million berries before being captured. On the path where Jiang Liufeng arrived, he had already contemplated the individuals chosen by Blackbeard, finding none of them appealing. However, he was keen on recruiting Waldo, the Red Count, and Crocodile. Regrettably, the Golden Lion had already made his escape. Otherwise, he would have been an excellent choice as well. Time was of the essence, so he promptly approached Waldo's cell and earnestly proclaimed, "If you are willing to follow me and become my companion, I shall set you free." Waldo's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of arrogance. "Little brat, waging war at sea is no child's play. Although you possess Conqueror's Haki, it is abundant in the Grand Line. I suggest you return to your cell and hide, lest Magellan arrives and you face dire consequences." "He cannot come for the moment. I have incapacitated him," Jiang Liufeng replied casually. Upon hearing this, Waldo's pupils constricted. Even the formidable figures who had remained unresponsive in the corner slightly narrowed their eyes, now fixating on Jiang Liufeng. After a brief moment of astonishment, Waldo erupted into laughter. "Ah, I say, little brat, perhaps you could impress someone on the 5th floor, but boasting in front of us would yield little effect." "What are you doing?" Waldo exclaimed, just as Jiang Liufeng approached him silently. He raised his left hand, which instantly darkened like iron, his arm entwined with crackling lightning. Arriving at the cell door, he delivered a single, decisive punch. With a resounding crash, the cell door, constructed from the hardest sea stone in the world of pirates, was obliterated by his strike. The assembled powerful figures witnessed this spectacle, and their perception of Jiang Liufeng underwent a dramatic transformation. There was no surprise, no fear, only boundless hope. They finally believed Jiang Liufeng's words. He undeniably possessed that capability. If he took a liking to them, today could very well mark their rebirth. "Little brother, free me. I am willing to be your subordinate. Just release me, and I shall support you in becoming the Pirate King. I am a man who has battled against the 4 emperors." Amidst the flattery and persuasive words of these ruffians, Jiang Liufeng remained unmoved. He understood that their words were insincere. The moment he set them free, they might turn against him. He was unafraid of their potential trouble. He simply did not wish to squander any more time. The world before him was vibrant and full of promise. He was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. Every location, Every significant event, every prominent individual would now be his stage. He intended to traverse the prepared platforms and compose a remarkable life narrative. Therefore, he paid no heed to them. Meanwhile, Waldo swallowed hard, his gaze filled with conflict. Did he desire freedom? Certainly. Yet he would not easily submit to another. And being a man of his word, he would honor any promise he made. As Jiang Liufeng beheld the hesitation reflected in his eyes, an unexpected joy welled within him. He was acutely aware that Valdo was a man of his word. Once he made a decision, there was no turning back. It was precisely this indecision and struggle that Jiang Liufeng found appealing. Without delay, he strode forward, and with a sweeping gesture, he shattered the sea-stone handcuffs that bound Valdo's limbs into pieces. The power of lightning made the task of severing hard materials effortlessly simple. Valdo, taken aback, raised his hands in astonishment. Before he could revel in the joy of his newfound freedom, he heard Jiang Liufeng's voice echoing softly. Fight me, if you win. You may leave at your discretion, but if you lose, you shall become my companion. Chapter 4. Heart-wrenching, my friend. Confronted by Jiang Liufeng's sincere gaze, the flickering flame of determination within Valdo reignited fervently. Very well. In that case, it is better to obey than hesitate. He was not one to linger in indecision. Thus, he immediately assumed a stance, ready to engage in battle. Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, his lightning shield already activated. I stood still, confident that if you could harm me, then you would have truly won. While I appreciated the life-saving grace of my opponent, it did not warrant the trampling of my dignity. Upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's audacious words, Valdo wasted no time and launched his assault. Valdo possessed the Momo fruit, which could amplify the speed of objects by 1 to 100 times, depending on the development of the skill. Currently, Valdo could enhance speed by up to 20 times. Although he had only developed 1/5 of the potential, his terrifying prowess was not to be underestimated. He shot forward with explosive speed, matching Jiang Liufeng's full throttle. Valdo unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks towards Jiang Liufeng, the velocity of his strikes leaving onlookers in awe. Even seasoned masters watching could not help but applaud. Valdo was indeed formidable, capable of dominating even in the New World. Engaging him in close combat was undoubtedly unwise. Oh, you may not know this yet, but close-range combat is merely Valdo's half-strength. His true might lies in long-range assaults. Oh, how so? Just think about it. If one were to be struck by cannonballs infused with Haki, accelerating at 20 times the speed, one can easily imagine the dire consequences. The crowd suddenly understood. This was indeed impressive. The outside world was filled with exclamations of admiration for Valdo, yet he alone bore the burden of his struggles. His heart echoed the words. What a day this has been. It was utterly preposterous, unfathomable, terrifying. Indeed, these words encapsulated his feelings. Damn it. He unleashed his full firepower for what felt like an eternity, yet he couldn't even land a single blow on his opponent. Ultimately, even his Haki-infused attacks were effortlessly deflected by Jiang Liufeng's own Haki. His adversary remained entirely unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng was testing the limits of his lightning shield. Indeed, facing Haki was somewhat challenging. Although the lightning shield had not been shattered by Valdo's Haki attacks, it had begun to warp significantly. It would likely falter against someone with the ferocity of a red-haired individual. He needed to find a way to bolster the power of the lightning shield. As he pondered, waves of defeat washed over Valdo, causing his attacks to slow and diminish in strength. Finally, in despair, he ceased his onslaught. Enough is enough. Damn, this is too disheartening. My friend. As the dust settled, Valdo's words resonated, revealing two figures before the crowd, one serene and the other dejected. Oh wow. All present were masters in their own right, and they could easily discern Valdo's full-throttle efforts. Even amidst the chaos, they recognized that Jiang Liufeng had remained completely motionless. After a full 10 minutes of relentless assault, Jiang Liufeng was truly unscathed. Even those accustomed to grand spectacles were taken aback. None of them possessed the confidence to withstand such an onslaught from Valdo without flinching. Jiang Liufeng, with an air of arrogance, dusted off his clothing and smiled, saying, "You possess quite the strength. So what do you say? Are you willing to accept defeat?" Huh, what the hell? Quite the strength? The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, thinking, "You are the one who is utterly absurd." Valdo steadied his spirit, his gaze now resolute. "I am Valdo, willing to follow the captain." Wow, the surroundings erupted in excitement. Valdo had truly pledged allegiance to that young man. It was no surprise. That young man was so powerful, even I felt tempted. He indeed possessed remarkable strength. Following this, a chorus of flattery erupted, each hoping Jiang Liufeng would release them as well. To this, Jiang Liufeng cast a dismissive glance. He happily helped Valdo to his feet, exchanging compliments before approaching the silent figure of the Red Count. Jiang Liufeng had fortuitously learned about the Red Count prior to his journey. He was a character with slightly sinister fruit abilities but possessed no ill will. Most notably, the Red Count's observation Haki was exceptional. He awakened it at the tender age of 6, and its potency grew with age. In simple terms, the older he became, the more valuable he was. Coupled with his extraordinary fruit abilities, he could regain his youth after absorbing others' blood, returning to his prime. This setup was a remarkable complement of strengths, bordering on the monstrous. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. His formidable observation Haki allowed him to witness the world's ugliness early on, leading him to shun the company of others, fostering a peculiar and reclusive personality. As one who naturally possessed the gift of foresight, Jiang Liufeng understood through the theatrical narrative that the Red Count was not unwilling to associate with others. Rather, he chose not to mingle with the morally corrupt of his time. Moreover, he did not currently possess the vampire fruit. Thus, winning him over appeared challenging, yet in truth, it was remarkably simple. All that was required was to present genuine sincerity, showcasing his noble character and utilizing the enticing allure of the vampire fruit. Alongside showcasing his previously demonstrated strength, Jiang Liufeng felt quite confident in his chances of recruiting the Red Count. The Red Count, who had maintained his aloofness, though his eyes were tightly shut, was undoubtedly aware of Jiang Liufeng's approach. Out of curiosity towards this young man, he could not resist activating his observation Haki, subtly probing Jiang Liufeng. With a blend of the finest 3 forms of Haki, Jiang Liufeng's perception was equally acute. He sensed the Red Count's movement immediately. A smile crept across his face, thinking, I was afraid you wouldn't reach out. Once the Red Count took the initiative, the subsequent matters would be far easier to navigate. He cast aside all distractions, revealing his most sincere self and his unguarded nature. He sensed a slight reaction in the Red Count's emotions. The moment Jiang Liufeng laid eyes on the situation, he sensed the potential for drama. Without hesitation, he prepared to serve the main course. Swiftly, he freed the Red Count and addressed him with gravity. Have you made up your mind? Are you willing to follow me? The Red Count paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. If you believe that a mere act of kindness can sway a man like me, who has traversed life in solitude, to become your follower, then you underestimate me, Barolik Liedfield. As soon as the words left his lips, a formidable aura of conqueror's Haki surged forth, aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng let out a light chuckle, casually waving his hand amidst the gentle clouds and breezes as he unleashed his conqueror's Haki, clashing with the overwhelming aura of Red Earl. Roger S. Conqueror's Haki, indeed. The title of Pirate King is not merely a jest. Even a master of Red Earl's caliber cannot withstand its might. Jiang Liufeng showed no intention of yielding, his imposing presence overwhelming the room. With a resounding crash, 2 formidable forces were dispelled. While the 2 individuals remained relatively unscathed, the onlookers were caught off guard, staggering back several steps in shock. Goodness, such dominance. It even outshone the Red Count, exclaimed the astonished Tyrant King. What an injustice of fate. How is it that a mere youth possesses such extraordinary prowess? What are we, the so-called strong, to do? The great drunkard finally could no longer contain himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng merely shrugged, wearing an air of inscrutable wisdom, though internally he was jubilant. With the abilities of the 3rd generation of Raikage combined with Roger's overwhelming presence, it is indeed unparalleled. The Red Count paused for a moment. Then, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, as someone who has one foot in the grave, I fear I am of little help to you. You would be better off seeking assistance elsewhere. As Jiang Liufeng listened, he felt an opportunity arise. Chapter 5, Coercion and Temptation. With a mysterious smile, he leaned close to Count Red's ear and whispered, I have a way to help you obtain the Illusion Beast's vampire fruit. Upon hearing this, Count Red's body trembled, and he looked up at Jiang Liufeng in astonishment. Is what you say true? Of course, Jiang Liufeng replied resolutely, knowing very well that he was merely teasing. Aware of Count Red's desires, he would indeed find a way to procure it for him, but it all depended on fate. Noticing Count Red's fluctuating expression, Jiang Liufeng's heart raced. Could he not manage this? Then he would have to resort to some training. In truth, Count Red was simply not adept at social interaction. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. Very well, go and take your chances. It has been a long time since I have enjoyed the feeling of freedom. His gaze became distant, seemingly lost in memories. With Count Red's agreement, Jiang Liufeng sighed in relief. With this, his objectives on the 6th level were nearly complete. He then approached Crocodile with a mischievous grin. Crocodile, already standing before his cell, had initially hoped Jiang Liufeng would free him, but upon seeing his expression, his heart sank. What is going on? What kind of look is that? Under Jiang Liufeng's aggressive gaze, Crocodile's expression darkened. What do you want? I will not become your subordinate. So give up. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I mean partner, not subordinate. It's the same. I will never be anyone's subordinate. Is that so? Jiang Liufeng remarked with a knowing smile, his gaze appraising Crocodile's form. A chill ran down Crocodile's spine, and he felt an involuntary shiver. What the hell? Is this guy looking to pick up soap? Hey? You little brat. Are you looking for a secret that little Ivan told me? I wonder if you want to hear it? Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng interrupted. I don't care about your secret. Crocodile, realizing the gravity of the situation, found himself frozen in place, his expression shifting from anger to a grimace of helplessness. I will not be anyone's subordinate, he insisted, suppressing the imminent eruption of his fury. I said partner, Jiang Liufeng asserted. The two locked eyes for what felt like an eternity until a fleeting glint of malice vanished from Crocodile's gaze. Fine, I agree. Let me out. All right, Jiang Liufeng scoffed, unfastening the handcuffs and smiling enigmatically before turning to leave. As he watched Jiang Liufeng's retreating figure, Crocodile could no longer contain his murderous intent. Desert Blade. Instantly, a whirlwind of sand surrounded Crocodile, forming a magnificent blade that struck down toward Jiang Liufeng. Seeing this, Warlord intended to assist, but the speed was too swift. It was too late for rescue. Thud. The desert blade struck Jiang Liufeng's back with a resounding impact. Just as Crocodile was about to burst into laughter, he suddenly froze. As the sand settled, they clearly saw Jiang Liufeng's back, now entirely blackened. The crowd gasped, armament Haki. Turning back, Jiang Liufeng resembled a vengeful deity. His gaze locked onto Crocodile with an intensity that sent shivers down the latter's spine. Just a mere lock of eyes sent waves of terror through Crocodile's heart. It was utterly terrifying. Could he be a demon? As a former warlord, Crocodile had fought countless battles and possessed immense experience. At this moment, he realized his only escape lay in eliminating the man before him, for if the latter remained alive, it would be his end. He regretted his impulsive attack. Yet, once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Without hesitation, Crocodile unleashed the full extent of his powers, launching a barrage of attacks at Jiang Liufeng. Alas, to no avail. Jiang Liufeng displayed no combat finesse. Relying solely on his overwhelming armament Haki, he dismantled Crocodile's attacks with primal ferocity, advancing step by step. Crocodile felt a surge of panic, his body drenched in sweat. When Jiang Liufeng finally tore through his last assault, he grasped Crocodile by the throat, lifting him off the ground, and the sensation of suffocation jolted Crocodile back to reality. In that moment, the once fierce Crocodile revealed a rare expression of fear. The primal terror emanating from him conveyed a peculiar nuance, an unsettling feeling. Jiang Liufeng paused slightly, and his murderous intent lessened as he wore a playful smile. I will give you one last chance. If you act recklessly again, I won't hesitate to expose your secret before I kill you. Or perhaps I could showcase it to everyone. Crocodile, unable to voice his bitterness, felt as if he was about to lose consciousness. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and nod in reluctant agreement. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the circumstances, he had effectively secured Crocodile's allegiance. As for cultivating loyalty, that could come later. After all, Crocodile believed he held leverage over Jiang Liufeng, until Crocodile surpassed him in strength. He had no fear of a potential upheaval. The notion of surpassing Jiang Liufeng was utterly ludicrous. However, Jiang Liufeng was oblivious to what that secret entailed. He was merely bluffing. Now, with matters on the 6th level nearly resolved, the pressing question remained, how to escape the underwater prison. As for how Luffy would manage without Crocodile's assistance, that was beyond his concern. From this day forward, Jiang Liufeng would be the protagonist of this world. For the four of them, breaking out of prison was as simple as eating or drinking, trivial at best. Scanning the area, he lamented the absence of Ace and Jinbei. With the three in tow, he prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners were in a frenzy. Brother, don't go. I'm strong too. Yeah, brother. I'm even stronger than Warlord. Take me with you. Brother. Jiang Liufeng ignored their pleas, showing no interest in those with ulterior motives. As the four passed by Dazbone's cell, the latter glared at Jiang Liufeng, snarling through clenched teeth, "You little bastard. If I ever get out, I will tear you apart with my own hands." Jiang Liufeng halted his steps, coldly staring at Daipeng. That day will come soon, and I hope you won't wet yourself upon seeing me. Observing the seemingly harmless expression on his opponent's face while hearing such nonsensical words, Daipeng was baffled. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly noticed a shift in Jiang Liufeng's gaze. An unprecedented and terrifying pressure engulfed him entirely. Daipeng struggled for merely a second before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, unconscious. Chapter 6. Give me 10 seconds. Hiss what formidable conquerors Haki. And it is under complete control. It was just directed at Daipeng. If even someone of Daipeng's caliber could be incapacitated, then that means this young man's Haki has at least reached the level of the 4 emperors. The group of fierce pirates stared in awe at the retreating figure of the young man, exclaiming in unison. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Liufeng, was unaware of how astonished and existentially challenged the former sea tyrants of the 6th level were. His immediate concern was to swiftly depart from this cursed place, lest the night grow long and dreams multiply. He replicated his earlier actions, releasing all prisoners from the 4th and 5th levels, in addition to those from the 2nd and 3rd levels. The ensuing chaos was already substantial enough. Escaping should be a breeze. The reason he refrained from releasing the 6th level prisoners was that his goal was to create chaos and flee the prison, not to invite trouble upon himself. The inmates on the 6th level were not to be trifled with, and he had no intention of complicating his situation. As for the prisoners above the 5th level, their strength was manageable. The Navy would surely be capable of suppressing them, and he could use them as a shield. Once everything was settled, he blended into the crowd with 2 companions, drifting along with the throng towards the prison's main gate. Meanwhile, Magellan, who had been taught a lesson by Jiang Liufeng on the 4th level, finally regained his composure, repelling the merciless rampage of lightning, and managed to close his body. This incident marked a significant blemish on his career. He had been bested on his own turf, a fact that would surely be humiliating if revealed. However, as the prison warden, he was not one to act impulsively and kept the greater picture in mind. He immediately ordered all guards to abandon their posts and concentrate their forces at the rooftop gate, while swiftly establishing contact with headquarters to request reinforcements. Hello, this is Sengoku. What is it, Magellan? Admiral, there's a grave crisis at Impel Down. An extraordinarily powerful inmate has escaped. He has released all the prisoners from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, including Red Count, Waldo, and Crocodile. I am currently doing my utmost to secure the prison gate, but I fear I cannot hold out for long. I have also sustained severe injuries. I am truly ashamed. Sengoku, who had been leisurely sipping tea and enjoying dorayaki, nearly bit his own tongue in shock. What? Crocodile? Waldo? Red Count? Magellan is seriously injured. Sengoku's expression darkened, almost causing him to faint. No, the Red Count cannot escape. If he does, he'll instantly become the 5th emperor. Reinforcements are on the way. You must hold on. Understood. With a click, Sengoku's composure shattered, and he bellowed for Kazuru to rush to Impel Down. Don't ask why. Hurry. Don't delay, be swift. The naval colonel dozing at the entrance was startled by Sengoku's furious shout and tumbled from his chair. He scrambled to his feet, acknowledged the command, and dashed out. Who else is at headquarters? The sentinel trembled and replied weakly, returning to the admiral. Aside from Admiral Kazuru, there are 5 vice admirals, including Vice Admiral Garp. Bring Garp to see me. The other 4 vice admirals must hasten to Impel Down for support. Yes, the sentinel replied and swiftly vanished from sight. Sengoku, infuriated, fumed and wondered who possessed the audacity to wreak havoc at Impel Down. Given Magellan's description, it seemed this individual was quite formidable. Calming himself, Sengoku's keen intellect kicked in, and his pupils narrowed in realization. This is bad. Someone, quickly send Vice Admiral Garp to Impel Down. A sense of unease welled within him, as if a monstrous entity was about to emerge. Magellan. That was Magellan. Driven to desperation, even the admirals found him a challenge. Such a humble plea for assistance, coupled with his severe injuries, underscored the overwhelming strength of the adversary. Without a doubt, this was not an ordinary foe. At this moment, in the midst of the crowd, Jiang Liufeng and his companions had already reached the 3rd level, having sprinted alongside the escapees. Just as he noted the absence of guards suppressing the riot, a sense of unease crept over him. Suddenly, the fleeing prisoners ahead slowed their pace. As confusion swept through the crowd, a chilling wail echoed from the front. Shiryu, I command you to return and guard the main gate. Magellan, it is precisely your incompetence that has led to this situation. You guard your own post. I shall slaughter all these oblivious escapees and show the world that no one escapes from Impel down. Shiryu, our mission is to suppress and reform these prisoners, not to massacre them. Your actions are no different from those of a ruthless pirate. With a scoff, Shiryu of the Rain slowly inhaled from his cigar, then unsheathed his blade while discarding his earpiece, crushing it beneath his foot. Reform? Educate? That's utterly laughable. To those who defy us, death. His eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and a chilling intent of slaughter swept across the entire third level of the prison. The prisoners facing him felt an instinctive chill, perceiving not a man before them, but a bloodthirsty behemoth. Instinctively, they swallowed hard, their legs trembling as they retreated step by step. Shiryu advanced, slowly raising his weapon. Criminals of this wicked era, death shall be your only salvation. Embrace your demise. With a furious roar, Shiryu vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the crowd, where he unleashed a torrent of violence. Blood sprayed with each strike, heads rolled, and the entire third level transformed into a hell's cape, saturated with the stench of blood. Ah, don't kill me. I won't run anymore. I swear. Ah, my hand. Help. Ah, I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. What is happening? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows slightly as he observed the terrified prisoner fleeing in panic. He quickly unleashed his observation Haki to investigate the situation. Upon taking a closer look, the gruesome scene of slaughter lay bare before him. Meeting the gaze of the Red Count, they simultaneously declared, Yuji Shiryu, I shall deal with him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Valdo stepped forward with bravado, thumping his chest. However, he was immediately halted by Jiang Liufeng. Our foremost priority is to escape. We cannot squander precious time on this inconsequential individual. Allow me to handle it. The Red Count nodded in agreement. Valdo, bewildered, thought to himself, inconsequential? Yuji Shiryu is inconsequential? Good heavens, are these two maniacs serious? He glanced at Jiang Liufeng, who appeared unfazed, and then at the Red Count, whose expression confirmed his sentiments. Finally, he caught sight of Crocodile, who wore an expression of indifference. In that moment, Valdo felt as if he had unwittingly boarded a nightmarish ship of horrors. Jiang Liufeng flashed him a grin. Give me 10 seconds. Chapter 7. The slaying of Rain Shiryu. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a long streak of crackling electricity. Haha. Embrace the baptism of blood, foolish scoundrels. At this moment, Shiryu's face twisted with malevolence as he wielded his thunderous blade, reveling in the carnage, when suddenly, he sensed an ominous force approaching. His gaze turned icy, and he swiftly retaliated with a slash of his sword, sending a crimson wave of energy spiraling toward Jiang Liufeng's direction, claiming the lives of numerous criminals along its path. The sword aura was peculiar. It mercilessly cut down many offenders, yet it showed no signs of abating. Instead, after absorbing the blood of the slain, its power only intensified. The criminals, witnessing the impending doom of the sword aura, were paralyzed with terror, resigning themselves to fate as they closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable demise that the relentless energy would bring. Just when despair reached its zenith, a blinding figure appeared before them. Akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, the brilliance of the lightning was overwhelming. Boom. In an instant, the crimson sword aura collided with the newcomer. The prisoners, who were prepared to lament Jiang Liufeng's noble sacrifice, were now rendered speechless. What in the world was happening? That was Shiryu's strike. How could it have been effortlessly blocked? In disbelief, they observed the radiant figure barreling into the sword energy without even raising a hand, effortlessly dispersing it. The astonishing scene caused the prisoners to halt in their tracks, gazing in awe as their fear seemed to dissipate in the presence of this blinding light. They forgot to flee, standing frozen, their eyes drawn towards Shiryu. Rain Shiryu was indeed less impressive in person than in reputation. Was this the extent of his power? How dare he commit such atrocities here? Shiryu's pupils constricted, his expression shifting slightly. Although he had executed that strike casually, using less than half his strength, it was certainly not something that could be so easily nullified. This individual was formidable. Sheathing his disdain, Shiryu demanded, State your name, intruder. The one who will slay you is Jiang Liufeng. Arrogance. Shiryu was taken aback. He could not recall the last time someone had treated him with such contempt. In an instant, he vanished, his blade gleaming ominously as he approached Jiang Liufeng, ready to deliver a lethal blow from above. Yet, Jiang Liufeng merely smiled contemptuously, making no move to evade. The onlookers gasped, realizing he was courting death. This young man was far too reckless. An older pirate shook his head in dismay. Indeed, a sword aura and a direct strike are entirely different matters. Besides, Shiryu wields the thunderous blade, rumored to be one of the supreme greatswords. The crowd collectively sighed, anticipating the imminent spectacle of Jiang Liufeng's severed head. However, just as the blade was about to graze his hair, Jiang Liufeng finally made his move. He extended a hand, dark as iron and enveloped in lightning, and slowly grasped the descending thunderous blade. The motion appeared leisurely but unfolded in the blink of an eye. Is that all? What? Shiryu gasped, swiftly followed by the astonished cries of the other prisoners. Catching the blade with one hand? My goodness! How can he disregard the great sword so casually? Even if it is merely rumored to be one of the supreme great swords, it should not be so easily caught. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Ha ha ha, the shield of the third-generation Thunder Shadow combined with the armament Haki of the Pirate King is truly formidable. This is extraordinary. Impossible. How could you catch my strike with your bare hands? This cannot be. Even with armament Haki, it should be impossible to accomplish this so effortlessly. In Shiryu's eyes, a figure materialized, one who could possess such incredible physical prowess. In his mind, there could only be one person, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. You. Shiryu's mouth hung open in shock, his cigar slowly dropping to the ground, as if foretelling an impending calamity. Disaster was imminent. Jiang Liufeng grasped Lei firmly and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Is it my turn now?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, bolts of lightning surged into Lei's being. Shiryu, caught completely off guard, was overwhelmed by this high-pressure current, causing smoke to billow from his head as his flesh and bones convulsed violently. In a short span, he was reduced to a state of twitching, frothing at the mouth, and his eyes rolled back on the verge of losing consciousness. Jiang Liufeng's smile faded, revealing a chilling indifference. How could such a murderous fiend be allowed to persist in this world? This time, Jiang Liufeng was determined not to spare the individual before him. Rather than allowing the likes of Blackbeard to wreak havoc upon the innocent, it would be far better to eliminate him at once. The blade is commendable, and I shall accept it. With a swift motion, he seized the thunderstorm from the feeble grasp of Shiryu. In the next moment, the thunderous energy intertwined with the armed color of Haki, forming a dual cyclone above the thunderstorm. With a swift stroke, he aimed directly for Shiryu's head. Jiang Liufeng approached this strike with lethal intent, entirely unwilling to grant Shiryu any opportunity for resistance. As anticipated, Shiryu had no time to react. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. When he opened his eyes again, the world spun around him, leaving him with an expression of disbelief at the moment of his demise. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a head rolling to the ground echoed ominously. All surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire third level, devoid of even the slightest noise. The prisoners appeared as though ensnared in a kaleidoscope of bewilderment. After all, it was Shiryu of the Rain. Who among them was not aware of his fearsome reputation? In the infamous Impel Down, it was said that Magellan held the highest authority, yet it was indeed Shiryu who was the true terror. He was the quintessential harbinger of death, with exceptional strength and ruthlessness that instilled fear in all who heard his name. And yet, this unassuming youth, not yet 20, had dispatched him in a single blow? This was utterly inconceivable. The narrative had not been scripted this way. Who was this divine figure that had intruded upon their tale? The speed at which he struck was beyond perception. His physique was as formidable as a wall of iron. His decisiveness in action was unparalleled. The brutality of his methods left the prisoners at a loss for words of admiration, gazing at the figure of this man, who appeared as though descended from the heavens. Their eyes were blinded by disbelief. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, surrounded by crackling lightning, as if a celestial weapon had descended. The Thunder God. At that moment, they could only encapsulate their astonishment with this singular title, the Thunder God. Unbeknownst to them, an excited voice rang out. Thunder God! Thunder God! Thunder God! Soon after, the crowd snapped back to reality, echoing the chant fervently. Even though the prison doors had been flung open, they had harbored little hope of escape. But now, everything had changed. With this godlike figure leading the charge, their previously self-deceptive thoughts ignited into a blazing inferno of hope. There truly existed a chance to flee. Though they were merely uttering 3 words, it was evident that their cries were imbued with a wealth of emotions beyond mere excitement. Jiang Liufeng gradually quelled the trembling thunderstorm. Astonishingly, even the demonic blade feared him. Chapter 8. The General reports. The Thunder God, perhaps? Quite commendable. A charming smile graced his lips, evidently pleased with this appellation. The Red Count and Valdo approached him, their expressions a blend of disbelief, excitement, and exhilaration. Even the notoriously irritable Lao Sha could not help but be awed by Jiang Liufeng's formidable prowess. Jiang Liufeng naturally understood the situation. Not only did others realize it, but even he found himself to be quite terrifying. He slightly pressed his hands together, and the cheers gradually subsided. Those wishing to escape could follow in our wake. Whether they could succeed depended on their own efforts. With that, he wasted no time and charged ahead. Wait, did I just see correctly? Following the flying thunder god, it appeared to be Waldo and Crocodile. And that was the Red Count. A perceptive prisoner exclaimed. Yes, indeed. I recognized them as well. Good heavens. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and catch up. Such a combination for a prison break is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes. If we don't seize this chance, we may never escape again. Upon witnessing this, the crowd quickly tucked away the exhilarating sight from moments before. The immediate priority was to keep pace with the great ones, for that would offer a glimmer of hope. The crowd surged forward, pushing and shoving, racing ahead. Losing at the starting line was akin to losing everything. No one wished to lag behind, even for a mere second. In the surveillance room, Magellan pressed against his still bleeding wound, watching in trepidation. This was simply too outrageous. He had taken down Shiryu with a single strike? Fear gripped him. He was genuinely afraid. A sense of terror, which had not surfaced for decades, now arose before a lad not yet 20. Admiral, dispatch the vice admirals at once. In his panic, he grasped the phone and hastily dialed Sengoku. What? Shiryu was cut down? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly accept that it was truly Magellan on the line. Even the Red Count couldn't have dispatched Shiryu with a single blow. It's over. How could such a monster exist in this world? Damn. Why doesn't our Navy have such a prodigy? After hanging up, Sengoku muttered a curse. It was rare to see the usually composed man lose his cool like this. Clearly, a nationwide recruitment was urgently needed. The Navy's strength must be replenished. He gazed into the distance, his expression deepening. A heavy sense of worry suddenly sprouted a few silver strands among his dark, lustrous hair. Frankly, he had begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Even if the yellow ape were dispatched, it might not suffice to detain the enemy. One Red Count was already formidable enough, compounded by an existence that seemed to surpass him, along with the assistance of powerful individuals like Waldo and Crocodile. He feared that this time, the Navy might truly suffer a grave loss. In the end, he could only shout outside, urging Akiji to cut his vacation short and calling for a Kainu, or rather, the Red Dog, to return immediately from the New World. At the entrance of Impel Down, Jiang Liufeng led 1,000 prisoners, charging forth. Magellan looked at the fallen guards and the numerous wailing prison officers and marines, sweating profusely, his gaze shifting to the 4 figures who had joined the fray, revealing a hint of trepidation. Yet, what he feared came to pass. No one dared to approach Jiang Liufeng. Amidst the chaos of battle, he strode leisurely, as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, smiling as he approached. The guards, having gleaned his prowess through surveillance and his conversation with Sengoku, recognized the formidable trio of Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count by his side, who would dare to seek death. Thus, they tacitly ignored him and focused their efforts on the remaining prisoners. I am not slacking off. There are simply too many prisoners to manage. Magellan comprehended the situation, feeling both amused and exasperated. If I weren't the warden, I would also prefer to pretend not to see this monster. Warden, long time no see. Is your health still well? Jiang Liufeng's teasing words made Magellan wish to find a hole to hide in. Yet, duty called. He was determined not to be negligent or merely a figurehead. Steeling himself, he prepared to confront the 4, even if it cost him his life. Capturing at least one of them would not be in vain. However, at that moment, the deputy warden Domino stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Magellan. Halt your arrogance. Evil can never triumph over justice. Beside her, Hannibal covered his eyes, disappointment etched on his face. Ah, what a splendid opportunity. Why are you stopping him? Once Magellan is gone, I can rise to power. Oops, did I just let that slip? Instantly, the sounds of battle ceased. We all heard that. The deafening roar made Hannibal's mouth twitch. Did it have to be so exaggerated? At that moment, the gates of the sea slowly opened, and 4 majestic warships sailed in. Seeing this, Magellan and the prison guards revealed expressions of joy. Reinforcements had arrived. Upon closer inspection, the 4 vice admirals, Ghost Spider, Daigaku, Bastille, and Fire Mountain, stood boldly at the bow of their ships, cloaks emblazoned with the word justice billowing in the wind, while the deck was lined with armed Navy elites, presenting a formidable sight. With a slight smirk at the corner of Jiang Liufeng's mouth, he pondered, is there a problem? In an instant, 3 figures aligned behind him in a row. No problem. As soon as the words left his lips, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Valdo, Crocodile, and the Red Count phone could hardly contain their eagerness as they shot forth, each targeting a vice admiral to engage in battle. Jiang Liufeng shrugged and muttered to himself. Is running fast truly beneficial? It is the speed of resolution that truly matters. With a smirk, he set his sights directly on the remaining mid-ranking general. Seizing the opportunity while the four formidable warriors departed, the prison guards hurriedly carried Magellan away to tend to his injuries. Frankly speaking, Magellan was already at the end of his tether. His current ability to stand was solely due to his extraordinary willpower, and it was utterly impossible for him to continue fighting. Meanwhile, the four mid-ranking generals aboard the warship were still posing, utterly taken aback by the ferocity of these prisoners who, rather than fleeing, were counterattacking. They appeared quite astonished. What was happening? Were prisoners this fierce nowadays? Did they dare to charge at the generals upon their arrival? Were we capturing them, or were they capturing us? For a moment, they were utterly confused. Bastille and Fire Mountain exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 9. I am ready to strike. The Phantom Spider rolled his eyes and exclaimed, Can you all take this seriously? Are you playing around? The Mighty waved his hand dismissively, saying, What is there to be serious about? They're just a bunch of small fry. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he recognized the newcomers. What the? Crocodile? Waldo? The Red Count? Upon hearing this, the remaining four were also taken aback. Among them, the Mighty had the sharpest eyesight, and if he said so, it was highly likely to be true. The four figures, 3 in front and 1 behind, charged fiercely towards the dock where they had anchored, and who else could it be but Jiang Liufeng and his companions? Count, it's all yours, Jiang Liufeng said, generously tossing the thunderstorm to the Red Count, knowing that he was a master swordsman, while he himself lacked any swordsmanship skills. Preferring to facilitate a worthy endeavor. Thunderstorm, you say? It feels rather promising. The Red Count smiled slightly, sensing the waves of demonic energy emanating from the thunderstorm, which suited him quite well. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending a fierce crimson sword aura soaring directly towards the four warships. With a resounding slash, the immense warships were cleaved in half. The vessels tilted, and the Navy personnel aboard tumbled chaotically into the water, utterly disheveled. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with surprise. This old man truly possessed remarkable skills. The four major generals wore expressions of utter dismay. Damn it! Why didn't the Warring States clarify? Such a terrifying combination ought to warrant the dispatch of a formidable general for suppression, even if they could subdue the rest. Who could stand against the Red Count? They hastily abandoned their ship and leaped onto the dock. The Ghost Spider seized a flustered major by the collar and urgently instructed him to contact headquarters for reinforcements. Yes, the major replied, quickly searching for a telephone bug. With little time to prepare, the four adversaries had already closed in. Without uttering a word, the Red Count charged at the Ghost Spider with his blade drawn. Being seasoned major generals, the Ghost Spider momentarily hesitated but quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, his hair began to writhe, transforming into 8 tentacles, resembling a spider indeed. Each tentacle wielded a knife, and alongside the one in his hand, he unleashed the 9-sword style to engage the Red Count in battle. Old Shah, without hesitation, confronted the Bastille, and the clash commenced. Old Shah unleashed his full abilities, and the Bastille's armed color Haki was formidable, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched duel. Meanwhile, Waldo faced off against the canine fruit user, Barley Town. Not only was Barley Town a powerful user, but he was also exceptionally skilled in the Navy 6 styles, making him a solid opponent for Waldo. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. At that moment, the one appearing most at ease was the seemingly harmless Fire Mountain, gazing at the unknown youngster before him with disinterest. Regrettably, with all the worthy opponents snatched away, he could only resort to bullying the weaker ones. All right, little brat, I have no desire to torment you. Just lie down and cover your head to spare yourself further pain, he declared. The surrounding Navy personnel erupted in laughter. Haha, has the little rascal yet to sprout hair and is trying to escape prison? And he foolishly charges towards the esteemed Major General? Haha, is this the legendary saying? When heaven has a path, you refuse to tread, but when hell has no door, you insist on entering? Just surrender, little one, lest the Major General beat you so hard you soil yourself. However, Jiang Liufeng could only shake his head and sigh at the Navy's utter incompetence. His seemingly nonsensical remark rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Fire Mountain, still grinning, inquired, Little brat, what do you mean? Jiang Liufeng gazed at him in disbelief. Did your headquarters send you out without even providing basic intelligence? For instance, who was the foremost among these escapees? Huanshan paused briefly, surveying the group of Navy personnel, and then burst into laughter along with everyone else. Ha ha ha, little brat, you don't actually think you are stronger than those maritime overlords, do you? He wiped away tears of mirth while pointing towards the Red Count and his companions. To his astonishment, Jiang Liufeng solemnly nodded, which only fueled Huanshan's amusement further. Ha ha. I say, with death staring you in the face, you still choose to feign bravado. I truly wonder where you draw your confidence from. At these words, Jiang Liufeng's expression turned icy. Are you threatening to kill me? Surrendering or resisting to the bitter end, there is no mercy for either. In an instant, Jiang Liufeng vanished from sight, reappearing before Huanshan. With a smirk, he unleashed his most formidable strike, the strongest spear, piercing through with 4 fingers. Huanshan, however, was no mere pretender. He was a model figure among the Navy, a standout in the ranks of the Vice Admirals. As the sensation of crisis washed over him, he instinctively reacted, crossing his arms in front of his chest, enveloped in the armor of Haki. Just as he completed his defense, an immense force struck him. Bang! The strongest spear collided forcefully with his arm. Even with the protection of Haki, he could not avert the terrifying impact, which sent waves of pain coursing through him. The residual force propelled him over 10 meters away before he finally came to a halt. A look of shock was evident in Huanshan's eyes. So powerful. The Navy personnel who had mocked Jiang Liufeng fell silent, retracting their necks in realization. How foolish they had been to deride such a formidable opponent. The incoming Navy were all elite members of the headquarters, possessing enough discernment to recognize Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary prowess. After all, he had just sent a Vice Admiral, who had activated Haki, flying with a single strike, without even using Haki himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng regarded his opponent with newfound respect. A Vice Admiral truly possessed exceptional qualities. He had unleashed his full speed and delivered his strongest spear attack, taking advantage of his opponent's underestimation. Yet, even so, Huanshan had instinctively managed to react and counterattack. This revealed much about his strength and combat experience. Huanshan took a deep breath, forcing down the numbness and pain in his chest. With a serious expression, he drew his sword, shedding any semblance of underestimating Jiang Liufeng. Seeing his opponent become serious, Jiang Liufeng was taken aback. Had he truly been underestimated? He scoffed. Do you really think you can fight me? Huanshan's expression darkened. That was merely my oversight. If it comes to a real fight. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand to interrupt, asserting that should a confrontation ensue, he could easily bring them to their knees in a matter of moments. Such arrogance. Indeed. After ambushing our Major General, did he truly believe he possessed the capability to act with such impunity? When the Major General became serious, it was no trifling matter. Before Huaxiaoshan could utter a word, the assembled Navy personnel had already grown indignant, unable to tolerate Jiang Liufeng's blatant disregard for authority. Jiang Liufeng shook his head ambiguously. Dismissing the matter. What do you mean by dismissed? Huaxiaoshan inquired, furrowing his brow. It's nothing, Jiang Liufeng replied, and in an instant, he found himself before Huaxiaoshan once more. Allow me to forewarn you. I am about to take action. Chapter 10, The Defeat of the 4 Generals. Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a sly smile. As black and white spirals of energy entwined around his form, the formidable power of lightning surged, ready for action. Huaxiaoshan's pupils constricted. He dared not be negligent. Unleashing his own full-body armed Haki, he struck first. A spear of fingers. Whoosh, 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 his left hand darted forward, aiming for Jiang Liufeng's vital points with relentless precision. Jiang Liufeng clasped his hands before his chest, refraining from making a move, relying solely on his keen observation through observation Haki to deftly evade the onslaught. He shook his head in mockery, taunting, Is that all you've got, Fire Mountain? You need to be faster. Yes, faster. Fire Mountain's expression darkened. As a dignified Vice Admiral of the Navy, how could he endure being toyed with? Even the surrounding naval officers began to sense that something was amiss. It seemed as though it was not the Vice Admiral overpowering his opponent, but rather, being ridiculed? Could it be that the disparity in strength was so vast that one could effortlessly mock the other? This was nothing short of a nightmare. How could such a terrifying figure exist? Jiang Liufeng appeared to be scarcely 20. The thought of his future growth sent shivers down the spines of the Navy. What formidable adversary would they face in due time? He could easily rise to become another Emperor of the Seas. Despair etched itself onto their faces. It seemed that Jiang Liufeng had grown weary of the game. He intercepted Fire Mountain's attack, gripping the hand that wielded the finger gun with an ironclad hold. With a sudden exertion of strength, a sickening crack echoed as bones splintered. Fire Mountain recoiled in pain, desperately attempting to kick out. "Storm kick," he shouted. The impact was futile. His retaliatory kick was caught firmly in Jiang Liufeng's grip, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of peril. "Paper escape," he hastily invoked, trying to slip away. Yet, facing a Jiang Liufeng who had decided to conclude the encounter, escape was a mere fantasy. Spear of the strongest. Jiang Liufeng's finger, empowered with Haki, pierced through with lethal intent, leaving no room for reprieve. Steel block. Fire Mountain attempted to defend himself, but the moment of impact was swift and merciless. Bang. Splurt. The last words he uttered faded into silence. Even with the fortification of armament Haki and the strongest defensive technique of the Navy, Fire Mountain's defenses crumbled under Jiang Liufeng's assault. As the dust settled, Jiang Liufeng withdrew his arm, revealing a gaping wound in Fire Mountain's chest. As the ominous energy crackled around him, the naval officers, witnessing this confrontation that lasted mere minutes, stood aghast at the sight of a vice admiral gravely injured. His fate uncertain. Many could not bear the weight of their fear, collapsing to the ground, their mouths agape, trembling in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. The dread that Jiang Liufeng instilled, and the unfathomable extent of his strength, was a realization known only to them. The sheer abruptness of the event was unfathomable, prompting them to wonder if they were caught in a dream. How could this be? This was impossible. Surely, they were dreaming. He was merely a boy. How could he possess such terrifying power? They had gravely underestimated him. His claims were true. It was highly likely that he was the strongest here. The naval officers collectively reacted, exclaiming in unison, "I told you so from the beginning. If you refuse to believe, what could I do?" Jiang Liufeng shrugged, exuding an air of indifference. The Navy gulped nervously, instinctively creating distance from him, retreating in fear. "Have you dealt with your issues yet? Are you even capable of handling this slowly? I must state beforehand, my ship does not accommodate the weak." With an air of impatience, Jiang Liufeng called out to the Red Count. The six engaged in battle suddenly turned their attention toward him. Upon witnessing the scene, they were nearly struck dumb. What was happening? They had only just begun fighting, and it was already over? The Red Count and his allies were somewhat unfazed, having previously witnessed Jiang Liufeng's formidable prowess. However, for the likes of Ghost Spider, this was utterly terrifying. In a single glance, Jiang Liufeng appeared unscathed, while Fire Mountain lay on the ground, charred and bloodied, his life in jeopardy. This was a clear indication that Fire Mountain had been utterly crushed, vanquished in an instant. The implications were staggering. Although one could argue that underestimating Jiang Liufeng might have led to this outcome, the fact remained that Fire Mountain was a vice admiral of the Navy, a formidable force in his own right. Even an admiral would find it challenging to eliminate him so easily. Thus, it became evident that this was no mere boy, but rather a devil with potentially greater strength than they had imagined. In the midst of their shock, the three were caught off guard, allowing the Red Count and his comrades to strike with decisive blows. The most unfortunate was the Black Spider, who was already at a disadvantage and was struck by a powerful wave of sword energy, leaving him severely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, it was merely sword energy, and his mastery of armament Haki spared him from a more gruesome fate. The other two also suffered significant injuries, while they remained conscious. Their capacity to continue fighting was severely hampered. Whether from afar or up close, the naval officers and fugitives alike were shaken by the sight of two vice admirals incapacitated. A tempest of emotion surged within them. These four were truly formidable. Navy, let us see if you can still act tough now. Prepare to meet your end. The cheers of the fugitives echoed in triumph. Flying Thunder God is incredible. Amazing. Flying Thunder God is truly remarkable. The Red Count is magnificent. Crocodile is exceptional. Waldo is phenomenal. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the fugitives soaring in morale while the Navy faltered in spirit. Just as the situation seemed overwhelmingly in favor of the fugitives, two voices rang out simultaneously, one filled with fury and the other with nonchalance. "Prison Gate. Do not be reckless. Carp is here. Oh, it seems I've arrived a bit late." From behind the Great Sea Gate, another military vessel emerged, and from the sky, a streak of golden light approached with blinding speed. It was none other than the true representatives of the Navy's might, the bulwark of their forces, Carp, the naval hero, and Kizaru, one of the three admirals. Chapter 11. Just acting foolishly, the previously fervent factions suddenly swapped emotions. The exultant fugitives wilted instantly, while the demoralized Navy erupted in cheers. Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. Just when one calamity had settled, another loomed on the horizon. To be honest, he found these two to be the most troublesome within the Navy, and now both had shown up simultaneously. He had no desire to waste any more time. Since he had made his appearance, it was best to vacate. The world beyond awaited him, filled with endless opportunities. And he wondered if defeating these two would only herald the arrival of the other admirals, Sengoku, or even the Five Elders. After all, this place is too close to the naval headquarters, and support arrives swiftly. Ultimately, one would be the one to suffer. With a calculated thought, he snapped his fingers decisively. Retreat. Thus, he fled with 3 companions. The tardy Kizaru, witnessing the mastermind's escape, would not let him go so easily. He had to maintain appearances. 8-foot mirror. With a single move, he executed a light-speed teleportation, appearing directly before the group. Amaterasu's cloud sword. With a sweeping motion, a gleaming golden sword appeared in his grasp, aimed directly at the leading Jiang Liufeng. Come on, Jiang Liufeng shouted, his hand waving as lightning surged forth. His armed color Haki fully unleashed. He engaged in battle with Kizaru. Kizaru, taken slightly aback, thought to himself, this kid has some merit. The clash of fist and sword resonated, igniting a dazzling aura that nearly blinded onlookers. Is this for real? They exclaimed. To think that a single strike could result in a stalemate against an admiral. A prodigy, indeed. A rarity seldom seen in a millennium. As the two unparalleled warriors clashed, no one dared to miss the spectacle. Halting their own skirmishes to admire this extraordinary scene, the two exchanged blows in the air, battling fiercely for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Jiang Liufeng, relying solely on his arms to conquer, gazed at Kizaru's striking Amaterasu's cloud sword and felt a slight stir within. It seemed he truly needed a suitable weapon. It must be said, the caliber of an admiral was indeed on another level. This was a worthy opponent. Could it be that an admiral is considered a rival? Why not ascend to the heavens instead? Yet, others truly possessed such strength. There was no denying it. With just his arms, he managed to hold his ground against Kizaru. The latter, accustomed to relying on his fruit abilities, found himself at a disadvantage against Jiang Liufeng's sheer brute force and domineering Haki. As Jiang Liufeng observed the approaching warship, on it stood the heroic Carp, his hair tinged with gray, exuding an air of righteousness, his physique upright like a standard. Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but feel the situation was becoming precarious. After all, this was their territory. He was confident he could overcome these two, but it would undoubtedly take considerable time. Reinforcements would continue to arrive, each stronger than the last. Prolonging this battle would be unwise. After a fierce exchange, Jiang Liufeng, not wishing to linger, unleashed his might and armed color, executing his most powerful spear technique, which sent Kizaru staggering back. Without hesitation, he dashed towards a nearby warship. With a swift strike, he severed the mast in 2. Up we go. The Red Count and his companions reacted swiftly, as soon as the words left his mouth. They leaped onto the severed mast. Jiang Liufeng exerted all his strength to deliver a kick, sending the straight pole flying like a javelin into the air. The Yellow Ape General, with a promise of future encounters, propelled himself upward with a powerful thrust of his legs, effortlessly catching up to the swiftly advancing pole. Bewildered, the Yellow Ape wondered how it had suddenly vanished from sight. However, he had no intention of letting them escape so easily. After all, a performance must be complete. In the sky, twinkling stars emerged, swiftly shooting towards Jiang Liufeng and his companions. Their speed far surpassed that of the pole. It seemed imminent that they would be overwhelmed, turning them into a chaotic mess. Waldo, Jiang Liufeng shouted. Waldo understood the cue and instantly activated a 20-fold acceleration, slapping his palm against the pole, which surged forward at incredible speed, disappearing from view with a whoosh. Run. They really ran away, murmured the onlooking prisoners in astonishment. The legendary figure had truly managed to escape from Impel down. It was as if a dragon had entered the sea or a tiger had returned to the mountains. The new world was set to become exhilarating. Flying Thunder God, Flying Thunder God. The group of escapees cheered with exhilaration, feeling as though they too had found their freedom. Wow, they're so fast, we can't catch up. Yet, the Yellow Ape responded lazily, showing no desire to pursue. Instead, it was the elderly Carp who arrived at a sluggish pace on his ship. Carp rolled his eyes in frustration, exclaiming, "You young rascal. Sengoku clearly instructed you to notify us first. Why did you arrive so late? My 4 vice-admirals were injured because of you." The Yellow Ape, unfazed, quipped, "Oh, I must have misheard. I thought the Marshal wanted me at Judiciary Island." Carp nearly stumbled, exasperated. Surely it couldn't take you this long, even if you went to the wrong place. With your abilities, you could have reached Judiciary Island and back in no time. Oh, what can I say? I waited at Judiciary Island for quite a while without noticing anything amiss. The transponder snail kept ringing, but no one spoke. Replied the yellow ape, nodding seriously. Carp's face twisted in disbelief. You didn't spend all that time shouting into the black transponder snail, did you? With a serious nod from the yellow ape, Carp was left utterly speechless. You're just trying to be lazy, aren't you? Who doesn't know that? Ask any reader, they'll tell you. Stop pretending to be clueless. Frustrated, Carp's muscles tensed, his fist clenched, and the air around him crackled with impending fury. As if he were about to unleash a cataclysmic force. His gaze turned towards the direction the four had fled, his rage soaring. You little pirates. I will make you face justice. Just you wait. At this point, all he could do was vent his frustrations, while the four escapees were long gone. However, he had others to deal with. His attention shifted to the group of prisoners nearby. Good heavens! The escapees shuddered, realizing their predicament. Staring at the direction the four had vanished, they had momentarily forgotten their own status as fugitives. Under Carp's fierce glare, those with weaker resolve nearly lost control of their bladders. Hey, everyone, I think we've had enough fresh air. Let us return and reflect on our actions. And reform sincerely, one quick-thinking prisoner suggested, attempting to flee back towards Impel down. Get back here. I'll make you pay, Carp roared, directing his fury at the hapless prisoners. His iron fist swung, threatening to bring down a metaphorical skyscraper upon them. The Navy personnel shared in his humiliation. Today was a disgrace, a blemish on their honor. They too turned their ire towards the innocent prisoners. The cries of terror filled Impel down, echoing from the main entrance to the 5th floor as prisoners scrambled in every direction. What did we do to deserve this? I'm done playing a minor role in this chaos. This is unbearable. Chapter 12. What does this kid mean? That evening, in Water 7. Get on the train, Robin. I never imagined you, having fled for most of your life, would face a day of despair, a voice chuckled. Robin remained silent, her face reflecting unwavering resolve. If my death can ensure the safety of my companions, then perhaps it is the least I can do in my life to contribute to others. With this thought, Robin's expression hardened. The notion of sacrificing oneself for something dear is not unlike a generous farewell, a final act to protect that which is invaluable. Stepping onto what felt like a train to hell, she was filled with determination. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. His expression one of urgency. Where is everyone? Why haven't they arrived yet? Chopper, have you notified everyone? At that moment, four figures approached slowly, a burly man with horns and a slender, sharply featured youth, carrying two others on their shoulders, making their way towards the sea train. They were the CP9 team, returning with Frankie and Usopp in custody. Looking at his watch, Lucci urged the others, pick up the pace. We've been instructed that the sea gods will arrive early. We need to depart immediately to avoid being trapped on the island. Nodding in agreement, the group hastened their steps. The dock was bustling with world government personnel and Navy officers, nearly filling the entire area. Just as CP9 prepared to depart, an incongruous voice rang out, finally arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Water 7. Reward, 1 trunk from the World Tree. The next check-in location, Judiciary Island. At last, they had arrived. The four had traversed the journey, each showcasing their unique skills along the way. Jiang Liufeng is capable of running across the water's surface, which is hardly remarkable for someone equipped with the 3 generations of the Raikage panel. Lao Sha, with his abilities fully unleashed, can soar at low altitudes, albeit awkwardly burdened by the presence of Valdo behind him. Nevertheless, this arrangement is somewhat acceptable. The most unfortunate of the lot is the Red Count, who, at his advanced age, musters the strength to swim through the sea with his aging limbs. Initially, Jiang Liufeng contemplated carrying this old man, for Lao Sha's aerial prowess is not genuine flight, but rather a clever manipulation of sand's tendency to be lifted by the wind. Carrying the imposing Valdo is already quite a challenge, leaving Jiang Liufeng with no choice but to let the Red Count fend for himself. Yet, this stubborn elder insists on relying solely on his own strength, leading to the current scene of him swimming. As for this eccentric old man, Jiang Liufeng finds it difficult to form an opinion. With a bit of leisure time on his hands, he decides it would be more fruitful to delve into his backpack and examine the state of the World Tree's trunk. Upon clicking to inspect the World Tree within his bag, his eyes suddenly gleamed with newfound intrigue. Jiang Liufeng had initially perceived the trunk of the World Tree merely as a material for shipbuilding. However, He was unaware of the existence of something known as a tree spirit. The trunk of the world tree, a wondrous entity from another realm, is endowed with a tree spirit that possesses autonomous control and repair capabilities over anything crafted from it. The tree spirit operates solely according to the will of its binder. This revelation alleviates the burdens of both the shipwright and the helmsman. It was as if he had inadvertently acquired a remarkably potent ally. Just as he was lost in thought, Valdo beside him tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Boss, don't daydream. We have a situation." Jiang Liufeng could not help but raise his head, surveying his surroundings. Upon doing so, he furrowed his brow. For the entire dock was teeming with the world government's agents and Navy personnel, all regarding the four of them with grave expressions. What could these individuals be plotting? Strangely, they seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, could it be Crocodile, Waldo, the Red Count? The Navy personnel, realizing the identities of their adversaries, were struck with a shiver of fear and gasped. However, they remained oblivious to the presence of the young Jiang Liufeng. Conversely, the CP9, affiliated with a special department, possessed far more intelligence than these lackluster operatives. The moment the news broke from the Navy headquarters, Lucci had already acquired the basic details regarding Jiang Liufeng. Just 3 days prior, he had wreaked havoc in Impel down, single-handedly liberating all prisoners from levels 2 through 5, even releasing Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count. He had defeated Magellan, slain Shiryu of the Rain, gravely injured Vice Admiral Akainu, and escaped unscathed from Admiral Kazara's grasp. Now, for the first time, he faced a bounty, preliminarily set at an astounding 250 million berries. The fugitive, flying thunder god Jiang Liufeng. At this moment, he held the document in hand and read it aloud to his companions, his expression growing increasingly grave. While he had received this information early on, he had never anticipated such a fortuitous encounter with this remarkably powerful group at such a critical juncture. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Was it truly a coincidence? Or were they deliberately pursuing this matter? Simultaneously, as Jiang Liufeng examined the scene around him, he came to a realization. CP9, Water City Dock. The gods of the sea, this was the very moment when Robin had been taken away. Yet, these individuals and events held little significance for him. Their primary objective was to construct their own warship, and the immediate priority was to locate Ace Buck. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Liufeng signaled to his companions that it was time to depart. Lucci frowned, observing the ostentatiously approaching group. "Indeed, they have come to cause chaos," he exclaimed, promptly instructing the representative of the world government to summon the train conductor to depart immediately. The world government representative, sensing the danger emanating from the four, did not dare to hesitate and swiftly dispatched someone to notify the conductor to set off. As Jiang Liufeng witnessed the Navy and world government members hastily boarding the train, he frowned, contemplating, "I have no time to waste on these insignificant characters. I hope they refrain from seeking trouble." Escaped convict Jiang Liufeng, Crocodile, Waldo, and the Red Count. "You are quite audacious, aren't you? Instead of slinking away like frightened rats, you dare to roam freely?" Lucci was the first to strike, addressing the individuals who were about to pass by them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. How audacious of CP9 to dare challenge them. He smiled thoughtfully and asked, "What do you intend to do? Since fate has brought us together, it is only natural that I shall capture you all. Do you believe you possess the capability for that? You shall find out shortly." In response, Lucci instructed his companions to line up, preparing for a one-on-one confrontation. As the battle loomed ominously, unlike Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, Lucci's expression was far from pleasant, for the individuals before him truly posed a formidable challenge. "Release Frankie and Usopp," Lucci commanded, as his four comrades tensed, not daring to underestimate their opponents, for these individuals were indeed exceptional fighters. "Kaku, I assign the Red Count to you. Do not think of defeating him, merely restrain him. Bruno, take on Valdo. Your task is to withstand his assault. Califa, you confront Crocodile. I will swiftly deal with this newcomer and then assist you, taking them down one by one." Lucci glared at Jiang Liufeng and Jifeng's smiling faces, filled with irritation. What was this brat's intention? Chapter 13. A reluctant retreat possessing the three types of Haki like Roger. Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki was exceptionally potent. At that moment, Lucci's thoughts were not lost on him. He could sense the urgency in Lucci's desire to swiftly subdue him and take down his companions one by one. Jiang Liufeng could not help but burst into laughter for a moment. "Heh, you really think too highly of yourself, don't you?" He raised an eyebrow, addressing Lucci directly. "What do you mean? A fugitive dares to act so arrogantly before CP9? Shouldn't you surrender?" Surrender? He chuckled. You think you can make me submit? Enough with the nonsense. Let us get to it. With the declaration made, tensions escalated as both sides stood poised for battle, ready to ignite conflict at any moment. The sea breeze blew coldly. And not far away, waves crashed violently against the dock, surging upwards like towering giants. It seemed to serve as a catalyst for the impending clash. The 8 adversaries, locked in a standoff, finally sprang into action. Attack! Lucci shouted, charging directly at Jiang Liufeng. Simultaneously, the 3 companions behind him launched themselves forward, each executing their assigned strategy, targeting their respective foes. In contrast, Jiang Liufeng remained considerably more relaxed. Apart from himself, the 3 were seasoned warriors, accustomed to the harsh realities of combat, unyielding in the face of death. To them, these so-called CP9 members were merely younglings, hardly worth their concern. With a playful smile adorning his face, Jiang Liufeng contemplated how best to toy with them, finding amusement in the encounter. However, now armed with strength, he lacked their level of patience. Yearning to engage with these once revered figures, he disregarded the 3, charging ahead, thinking to resolve it all on his own if they remained hesitant. Yet, ironically, the CP9 members paid him no mind, brushing past him to confront the 3 behind. Only Lucci remained to face him. What? You underestimate me? Jiang Liufeng's expression soured. Even more frustrating was Lucci's blatant disrespect. He approached with what appeared to be a formidable kick aimed at Jiang Liufeng's face, seemingly confident that a single blow would bring him to his knees. Jiang Liufeng stood his ground, not even utilizing his formidable aura or the lightning shield. Merely relying on the formidable physical attributes of the 3rd-generation Raikage, he withstood a powerful kick. Bang! How could this be? Lucci was taken aback. The onlookers from the Navy world, who had yet to board the ship, were equally astonished. They were acutely aware of Lucci's strength. Yet this young lad was able to absorb Lucci's immense power with sheer intensity, which was truly astonishing. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, rubbed his head, and turned his neck, questioning, is that all there is to it? Goodness, must one be so pretentious? Upon hearing this, the crowd rolled their eyes. Commander Lucci was a master of the Navy's 6 forms. How could he claim that this was merely it? Yet, observing the young man's demeanor, it seemed he was not feigning at all. Could it be? Was he truly unharmed? The implications were chilling. Initially, the spectators were merely surprised, but upon further reflection, their faces turned pale with fear. Lucci, seething with rage, felt as though he had been publicly humiliated. A mere escapee daring to show off in my presence. You shall perish. Shave. Huh. As Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with realization, he recognized the formidable power of the razor, far surpassing that of the shave and gale techniques. When Lucci delivered a kick, even the sound of the air being cut was evident, indicating the sheer strength behind it. This time, Jiang Liufeng summoned a lightning barrier, effortlessly deflecting the strike. Moreover, the might of the lightning surged through Lucci's kick, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a thud, he fell to the ground, shaking his head in confusion. What was happening? Was he facing an ability user? The initial announcement had only targeted Jiang Liufeng without providing detailed insights into his prowess, leaving even a specialized department like CP9 in the dark regarding the extent of his strength and abilities. This was where Lucci faltered, initially dismissing the mere escapee as inconsequential. He was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming capabilities Jiang Liufeng displayed, which exceeded his wildest expectations. Glimpsing at his 3 companions, it was evident they could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were being toyed with by the 3 super-strong adversaries. Though he had his own tactics, his allies were already at their wits' end, and any further delay could jeopardize their mission. As he gazed at the train pulling away, a sense of retreat began to brew within Lucci. Bruno! Lucci shouted, exerting all his strength to create distance from Jiang Liufeng with a shave. Years of collaboration had forged a deep understanding among the group, and Bruno immediately grasped Lucci's intent. He summoned an iron block to withstand the bombarding attacks from Valdo, then utilized his ability to vanish from sight. The remaining 2 also unleashed their techniques to buy some precious time before regrouping. When Bruno reappeared, he had opened a portal behind the 3, and they hurriedly entered, escaping in disarray. Ah, the door fruit. I almost forgot about that trick, Jiang Liufeng shrugged nonchalantly. After all, Bruno had been in the shadows, his appearance unremarkable, and his abilities rather mediocre. Jiang Liufeng had nearly overlooked his rather impressive fruit power. Nevertheless, the next destination was Judicial Island, where he intended to eliminate this group altogether, which was of no concern. You 3 useless fools. How could you let them escape? Jiang Liufeng rolled his eyes, unaware that those three had not even exerted their full strength. The Red Count scoffed at this, while Crocodile treated it as mere background noise. Only Waldo sighed with resignation, shrugging his shoulders and stating, "Boss, what can we do? These guys are just too weak. They lack both abilities and even Haki. If we really went all out, a mere puddle could drown them." Jiang Liufeng contemplated for a moment and decided to let bygones be bygones. He resolved to go directly to Judicial Island to confront them. Once there, they would indeed become somewhat stronger, which would add a touch of intrigue to the encounter. Jiang Liufeng crossed his arms before his chest and spoke quietly. He would not spare anyone who dared to challenge him. After all, he believed in eradicating threats entirely. For if one does not remove the roots, they may sprout anew with the spring breeze. Moreover, he intended to check in at Judicial Island. The three individuals present were taken aback by his words, yet Jiang Liufeng had no desire to elaborate. He decided to first discuss shipbuilding with Icebagu. The others had no objections. After all, the shipbuilding craftsmanship of Water 7 was unparalleled, making such a visit entirely reasonable. Of course, they were unaware that Jiang Liufeng possessed the necessary materials, assuming instead that he sought to extort someone. What other course of action could there be? Despite being a formidable team, they were lacking in funds. Chapter 14. The Might of a Single Fist. After the battle concluded, Sanji, hidden in the corner, was drenched in sweat, even dropping his cigarette due to his gaping mouth. What kind of monster had emerged? Was that not Crocodile? The other figures present appeared even more formidable. Questions surged through his mind, and the spectacle before him made him forget about catching the train. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed only the unconscious Usopp. Even Frankie had been taken away. Steadying himself, he realized that pondering would yield no results. The immediate priority was to locate his companions. He hurriedly took Usopp and departed. "So, Iceberg, is everything all right?" Jiang Liufeng arrived at Icebagu's office with ease, his precognitive abilities allowing him to discern everyone's whereabouts. Upon entering the disheveled office and seeing the injured Icebagu, Jiang Liufeng was well aware of the recent events. "Who are you?" Icebagu exclaimed, perplexed as another wave of chaos arrived just as the previous one had receded. "Do not misunderstand. I am not a harbinger of turmoil," Jiang Liufeng replied with a smile. "I am here to discuss shipbuilding." Icebagu's expression darkened immediately. Surely, this individual was here to cause trouble, given the current state of affairs. "I'm afraid we will not be taking on any new projects for the time being. You should seek another shipyard." As soon as he finished speaking, Icebagu's pupils dilated as he noticed Crocodile and Waldo standing behind Jiang Liufeng, filling him with confusion. How could the 7 warlords be in the presence of this violent individual? Although he did not recognize Jiang Liufeng or the Count of Red from a different era, he was well aware of Crocodile and Waldo, both of whom had once stirred the waters of the world, especially as the mayor of Water 7. Jiang Liufeng, having grasped the current situation of the 7 cities of water, spoke up, "We shall not let you toil in vain. I can grant you one request, and I assure you it will be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, the Ice Mountain was momentarily taken aback. "I have no requests. I ask you to leave," he replied. "Do not conceal anything from me. I am aware of all your dealings, including your relationship with Frankie." Jiang Liufeng, unwilling to waste time, stated bluntly. The Ice Mountain, startled by these words, exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you intend to do? You need not know that. You simply need to understand that our terms are as follows. I will grant you one request in exchange for your assistance in shipbuilding. It is that simple." The Ice Mountain's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve as he glanced at the silent Crocodile and Waldo, powerful individuals who seemed to defer to the young man before them. Barely past 20. Finally, as if reaching a decision, he seemed prepared to gamble. "Very well. I shall build your ships, provided you help me rescue Frankie. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly," Jiang Liufeng replied with an air of nonchalance, having anticipated Icebagu's request, and thus feeling no surprise. Icebagu regarded Jiang Liufeng with newfound respect, realizing that he was aware of the complexities at hand yet remained so composed. However, looking at this seemingly youthful man and the formidable figures behind him, he felt a twinge of disbelief at their audacity. Yet, he sensed that they indeed possessed the power they projected. With a heavy sigh, Icebagu gestured for Jiang Liufeng and his companions to follow him to a dilapidated factory that had stood abandoned for over a decade. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of a rundown, dust-laden factory. Without hesitation, Icebagu approached a long-neglected sea train named the Recruitment and began to work with his tools. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng's companions were left speechless at their captain's decision. What kind of captain have we followed? Running towards trouble instead of away from it. Why not simply extort or threaten? They muttered among themselves, unaware that Jiang Liufeng scorned such tactics. To him, these so-called troubles were trivial, mere trifles, especially since he was already en route to Judicial Island. Soon enough, as Jiang Liufeng had anticipated, Granny Mermaid arrived with the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng and his group, the Straw Hats displayed a mix of astonishment. The moment they stepped inside, Zoro sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the cursed sword. Indeed, as they entered, he spotted the infamous Red Earl wielding Thunderstorm, his instincts warning him that this man and his weapon were formidable adversaries. Then there was Crocodile, whom Luffy and his crew recognized all too well. Crocodile, weren't you captured? How are you here? Luffy exclaimed, his expression grave. Crocodile, upon seeing Luffy and the others, felt a surge of unbridled rage, but, as a seasoned veteran, understood the importance of restraint. Until the captain spoke, he would not act, suppressing his trembling hands. However, his restraint did not pacify the impulsive Luffy, who charged at him without hesitation. Jet Rocket, he shouted, aiming to strike Crocodile. Jiang Liufeng, witnessing this audacity, felt a flicker of anger. How dare they act so recklessly in his presence? In an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, with a resounding crash, Luffy found himself propelled into the tumultuous sea outside, splashing down with a thud. The Straw Hats stood in shock. Despite Luffy's often unreliable demeanor, he was a fierce fighter. To see him dispatched so easily was astonishing. Zoro, the first to react, dove into the water, struggling for what felt like an eternity before rescuing a half-drowned Luffy. Once Luffy regained his composure, the Straw Hats took a defensive stance, eyeing Jiang Liufeng and his companions warily. Crocodile, unable to contain himself any longer, unleashed his powers, ready to retaliate. Yet, Jiang Liufeng swiftly intervened. Enough. We have more pressing matters at hand. He regarded the Straw Hats with little concern, deeming them unworthy of his full strength. Even without resorting to his formidable lightning powers, his robust physique alone was sufficient to intimidate them. Chapter 15. Soared against the giant wave. Crocodile, filled with resentment, turned away, muttering coldly, "Yes, Captain." The revelation that the former warlord of the sea referred to this purple-haired youth as Captain sent shockwaves through the Straw Hats and Frankie's crew, leaving them agape. What kind of extraordinary person could command such a fearsome figure? Yet, recalling the sheer power behind that punch, they gradually came to terms with the reality that anyone capable of defeating Luffy with a single blow was indeed extraordinary. After a moment of astonishment, the Straw Hats hesitated to provoke Jiang Liufeng and his crew, acknowledging the vast chasm in strength between them. Once the brief interlude concluded, both parties boarded the Rocketman, maintaining a cordial distance, avoiding further conflict. However, while Jiang Liufeng and his companions exuded calm confidence, the Straw Hats remained tense, the impact of Jiang Liufeng's display weighing heavily on their minds. They had never witnessed such overwhelming power before, and Luffy's pained expression was a clear indication of the severity of the situation. As their thoughts swirled, the train bound for Judicial Island officially set off. Under Granny Mermaid's adept driving, the Rocketman swiftly navigated the tumultuous waves, finding its path. The journey, however, was fraught with peril as they faced the wrath of the sea gods. Shortly after their departure, a colossal wave loomed, casting an ominous shadow over the Rocketman, sending the passengers into a state of panic. Goodness, that wave is enormous. It must be 100 meters high. What do we do? Are we truly destined to perish before we even begin? It is over. It is over. Boss, we can no longer save you. We are truly sorry, boss. As they beheld the enormous wave approaching like a ferocious beast with its gaping maw, the Frankie family felt a sense of despair, as if they were about to be consumed by this insurmountable surge at any moment. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was stirred by the cacophony beside him. He frowned slightly and opened his eyes. Upon surveying the scene, he realized that the colossal wave was now perilously close. He waved his hand and instructed, "Count, take care of it." Upon hearing this, the Red Count nodded slightly, uttering no further words, and promptly drew his sword. Making his way to the front of the vehicle, he addressed the Mermaid Elder at the wheel, commanding her to continue forward without panic. These 8 concise words might have seemed like a jest to others, but the Mermaid Elder, having seen much of the world, understood the true terror of formidable power. Gazing at the elderly man before her, who, despite his age, exuded an imposing and domineering aura, she felt a sense of a peerless warrior standing before her. She gritted her teeth and complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro, bracing themselves to confront the wave, also sensed a powerful presence and instinctively took a couple of steps back, allowing room for the Red Count. He stood alone at the front of the vehicle, A figure that, under normal circumstances, would appear minuscule against the backdrop of the towering wave. Strangely, however, he began to seem increasingly majestic. As the crowd blinked and looked again, they could not fathom why that aged figure now appeared so vastly imposing. His aura seemed to rival even the monstrous waves themselves, perhaps even surpassing them in terror. The monstrous wave drew near. Yet, the Red Count merely stood there, sword in hand, with no intention of striking. The hearts of everyone tightened as they gazed at his silhouette, bewildered. Was he truly formidable or merely posturing? Come on, old man, can you handle this? If not, hurry and let someone else take over. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, for no one was foolish enough to voice them aloud. At that moment, the wave was upon them. Just as it was about to collide with the train, the Red Count sprang into action. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. His blade, Thunderstorm, was drawn with a speed akin to lightning, and the crowd could scarcely discern how many strikes he had delivered. It felt as though the blade had returned to its sheath the moment it was unsheathed. Even the chilling gleam of the blade escaped their notice. Among the crowd, Zoro was the most astonished. With his innate talent for swordsmanship, he could perceive a flicker of the Red Countess' movements. In the blink of an eye, he sensed 8 sword shadows flash by. Though it was hard to see clearly, he could confirm that 8 strikes had indeed been executed. The speed was astonishing, and the mastery of the sword was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. It seemed to be even more extraordinary than that of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. How utterly outrageous. What kind of monsters are these? Zoro's pupils constricted as he glanced at the group again. Could it be that Crocodile was the weakest among them? This old man's swordsmanship was so terrifying, and he was not even the captain. What then could be said of the seemingly indifferent young man with purple hair? Before he could ponder further, the shocking scene unfolded once more. The towering wave suddenly appeared as if it had been cleaved in two, splitting into 8 sections. Then, a horizontal cut bisected the middle, resulting in 16 distinct pieces. The monstrous wave had been sliced into cube-like fragments, suspended in the air. The cuts were so precise that one could hardly associate them with flowing seawater. Was it due to the speed of the strike that the water could not react in time? No one could say, until those 16 uniform cubes of seawater drifted past their train and crashed heavily onto the sea behind, stirring up a magnificent swell. The crowd remained frozen in disbelief. As if petrified, their thoughts and consciousness suspended in emptiness. Barilek, the Red Count, a man who, during the era of the Pirate King, stood shoulder to shoulder with the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, renowned as the Red Count. His true strength was unrivaled, as everyone remained deeply ensnared in their astonishment. Simultaneously, within the naval headquarters, the door to the conference room where Magellan was delivering his report was suddenly pushed open. "Marshal, you have a call." A rear admiral rushed in, clutching a transponder snail. Sengoku furrowed his brow. The rear admiral's frantic demeanor indicated something of great importance. He promptly halted the report and answered the call. "This is Sengoku. Who is this?" "I am CP9's Lucci." "CP9? Sengoku's expression turned puzzled. Was he that a special department under the world government? Why were they contacting him? "Sengoku, we encountered escapees from Impel down during our mission. We engaged in combat. The enemy is extraordinarily powerful. We request the Navy's assistance, as this mission involves the ancient weapon, Pluton." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed, taken aback. He had never anticipated that these escapees would not seek refuge but instead wreak havoc. "In this meeting for now, the target has reappeared. Kizaru, Akaino. You will lead the Navy in 2 separate groups to swiftly head to Water 7 and Eni's lobby for support." "Yes." In the early morning in the windless zone. Outside Eni's lobby, several Sea Kings of varying sizes floated haphazardly. On the speeding rocketman, Jiang Liufeng's dark, iron-like Haki and crackling lightning energy gradually dissipated amidst the astonishment of the Straw Hat crew and the Frankie family. The masked Snipe King trembled as he embraced several leaders of the Frankie family. What kind of prodigy is this? Remembering how Jiang Liufeng single-handedly dispatched dozens of Sea Kings in the blink of an eye sent chills down their spines, their hair standing on end. How absurdly powerful! Unlike Luffy, who was starry-eyed and continuously praising Jiang Liufeng's dazzling moves, Zoro, Sanji, and others maintained a much more rational demeanor. The sheer strength of this enigmatic individual filled them with a grave sense of foreboding. Green Algae Head, this person is unbelievably strong. Thankfully, he is currently an ally. Zoro nodded affirmatively. Sanji, puffing on a cigarette, lamented, "I hope we don't end up as enemies in the future." Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng had no time to indulge them. His entire focus was on reaching the checkpoint. What marvelous treasures might await him? He was truly looking forward to it. A charming smile graced his lips, clearly in high spirits. As the train gradually approached the gates of Eni's lobby, Jiang Liufeng waved his hand, signaling for his team to proceed ahead. Jiang Liufeng boldly leaped from the train, exuberantly treading upon the waves. This audacious act startled the onlookers profoundly. Isn't he an extraordinary individual? Why does he not fear the ocean's depths? How can he run upon the water's surface? This must be a jest. Surely, I am ensnared in a dream. This defies all rationality. My worldview is on the verge of collapse. Equally restless was Luffy, who, the very moment Jiang Liufeng departed, utilized his own abilities to soar through the air, effortlessly vaulting over the gates of Justice Island. Observing the approaching train and the group led by Jiang Liufeng arriving at the entrance, the expressions of the station Navy and world government personnel grew grave. What is your purpose here? They inquired. We are merely here to collect someone. Jiang Liufeng nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing their concerns. Begone, swiftly. Do you comprehend where you are? Dismissing the words of these insignificant figures, Jiang Liufeng proceeded with his companions towards the entrance. Hurry. Close the gates. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The guards, witnessing the group's intent to breach, sprang into action, raising their weapons and unleashing a barrage of gunfire without hesitation. As Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy, he unleashed his full power before the bewildered naval officers. He deflected all incoming bullets with a thunderous force, while the other three, equally unfazed, skillfully parried the projectiles. Since you chose to strike first, do not blame me for the consequences. As Jiang Liufeng's figure flickered, he was the first to strike, swiftly followed by the three behind him. The so-called gatekeepers were utterly oblivious to his presence. All that could be seen in his wake were the fallen naval soldiers, accompanied by the sounds of their anguished cries. Truly, as the saying goes, one step, one life taken, 1,000 miles traveled without leaving a trace. Such is the essence of his prowess. Jiang Liufeng arrived before the first grand gate, reminiscent of a decaying relic, with no one left standing behind him. Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Goodness, this is utterly extravagant. How could a mere mortal accomplish such a feat? It's nothing short of divine. It's terrifying. We seem entirely superfluous. Are we merely here to escort this deity? The members of Frankie's family, embracing him, echoed their trepidation. Had Jiang Liufeng heard their murmurs, he would undoubtedly concur. Just as the crowd pondered in awe, he unleashed his most formidable spear technique, shattering the seemingly impregnable gate. The guards behind the door immediately launched their assault upon them. The river of Maple, like a colossal beast from the primordial wilderness, surged forth, indiscriminately slaughtering anyone who dared to approach. It mattered not who stood in his path. Those who ventured near were swiftly sent back to their origins. To his comrades, the spectacle was exhilarating, yet to the Navy and the members of the world government, it was sheer terror incarnate. Anyone who approached this harbinger of death met with a grim fate. Those fortunate enough returned with grievous injuries, while the unfortunate ones faced a swift demise, their lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. Who could withstand such overwhelming force? The scene was nothing short of harrowing. Within a mere quarter of an hour, what was once Justice Island had transformed into a veritable hellscape. The ground was strewn with the fallen. Navy personnel and world government members alike lay scattered in disarray. Even the three giant guards were dispatched in a single blow. Though they still drew breath, their days were numbered, struggling for air amidst the chaos. The inhabitants of Justice Island were utterly petrified. They, who prided themselves on their lofty ideals and embodiment of justice, had never witnessed such carnage. As they beheld the four figures of the River of Maple, akin to reapers of souls, unleashing a myriad of terrifying techniques, they could only tremble in fear. In no time, not a single soul dared to approach them. Upon sighting these formidable beings, they scurried into corners, shivering uncontrollably, scarcely daring to steal a glance. This scene left the Straw Hat crew and the Frankie family, who had just endured the arduous ascent to the island, utterly astonished. Having been brimming with bravado and ready for a grand showdown, they were rendered speechless upon entry. Good heavens! This deity of destruction was indeed terrifying. Just moments before, they had observed the guards at the entrance standing down, and with fewer than 100 foes, they felt it manageable. Yet now, nearly 500 lay prostrate within Justice Island, with those still on their feet, either cowering in corners or oscillating between laughter and tears, their minds unraveling. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly shocking, an experience that could not be fully grasped without being present to witness the sheer terror. Meanwhile, the orchestrators of this chaos, led by the River of Maple, strolled leisurely towards their designated checkpoint, their destination clear, the building housing CP9. With no one daring to confront them, they relished the tranquility. They had intended to avoid entanglement with these minor players, but their persistence necessitated a demonstration of force. At last, They were free from interruption. However, tranquility was short-lived, as yet another foolhardy individual approached. Chapter 17. Successful Check-In. As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he suddenly sensed flickering shadows at the street corners, moving with notable swiftness. With a sweep of his perceptive gaze, he pondered, creatures with 4 legs? Could they be the canine enforcers? Just as he surmised, the lurking shadows converged, forming an encircling formation, revealing themselves to be the canine enforcers dispatched by the Chief Justice. Apologies, but your journey ends here, declared the leader, his nostrils flaring arrogantly. Receiving no reply, he lowered his gaze toward Jiang Liufeng and his companions, and in an instant, fury ignited within him. To his astonishment, Jiang Liufeng and his party seemed utterly unfazed, proceeding forward as if the enforcers were mere phantoms. "You 4 intruders! Halt at once!" he bellowed in indignation. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Is there something amiss?" "What do you mean, is there something amiss? You are the invaders, aren't you? We are here to capture you." The group of law enforcement cavalry stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the audacity of this young man. "Brothers, charge. Show this ignorant fool what we are here for." With that command, the dozens of cavalrymen sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of weapons, flying knives, chains, blood-dripping projectiles, and sea stone nets upon the 4 individuals. "I'll handle those with sea stones. You deal with the rest." Jiang Liufeng succinctly assigned tasks, and the others immediately complied. It must be said that the speed of the law enforcement unit was impressive. If they were facing ordinary pirates, they would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, Jiang Liufeng's group was renowned for their swiftness, and even the slowest among them, Crocodile, far surpassed the law enforcement unit's capabilities. Before long, the air was filled with the sounds of wails and cries. It was truly a scene of humans crying out in despair, while the dogs lamented in anguish. What was deemed an elite law enforcement unit by others was utterly ineffectual against the 4. They could not impede their advance in the slightest. Seeing the once mighty law enforcement unit faltering at the hands of these individuals, the trembling stragglers in the corner were filled with dread. "Thank goodness I had the sense not to charge in. Otherwise, I would have met my demise," they thought. "This is terrifying. How can such formidable beings exist outside the New World? Forget it. Let us play dead, or we'll end up just like those lying on the ground, unobstructed." The 4 swiftly made their way to the courthouse. Jiang Liufeng raised his head slightly to observe the ceiling and murmured, "Is the checkpoint up there?" He prepared to ascend to the roof. "Intruders, you have too little regard for me," the presiding judge shouted in fury as he leaped forward, brandishing his great sword. "If you wish to pass, you must first get past me." Sensing the checkpoint was near, Jiang Liufeng had no time to waste on these insignificant pests. "Old Shah, it's up to you. We're heading up." Old Shah nodded slightly. Though he was displeased with Jiang Liufeng's commanding tone, he nonetheless advanced to confront the judge. "Desert Blade, we shall proceed," Jiang Liufeng declared as he led the other 2 upstairs. Before long, they reached the rooftop, gazing down at the bottomless chasm between the outer and inner islands. Jiang Liufeng lamented his oversight in forgetting to deploy the drawbridge. Had he known, he would have sent Old Shah to do it. As he brooded over this miscalculation, the members of CP9 in the main building caught sight of them. "This bastard actually followed us here," Lucci said gravely. The CP9 commander, Spandam, oblivious to the situation, leisurely inquired, "Who is it?" "Those who have come to rescue Robin and Frankie." "Oh, someone is brave enough to come here to save them? What are you all waiting for? Go take care of them." Kaku rolled his eyes and retorted, "You make it sound easy. Why don't you go?" "Don't worry, we'll handle it," Lucci declared, his eyes hardening with determination. "Kaku, Khalifa, how are your devil fruit abilities coming along? I already know how to utilize them." "That's good. In our previous encounter, we were too cautious and let them get a bit too confident. This time, let us show them what true strength is." "Yes, sir. You take the prisoners to the gates of justice. Leave the rest to us." Observing his motivated subordinates, Spandam lazily rose, saying, "Indeed, my subordinates are reliable. The rest no hurry. Let me enjoy the show a little longer." As he spoke, he approached Robin and Frankie, delivering several harsh kicks to them and mocking them before dragging them to the window, eager to see who dared to come and seek their doom. Jiang Liufeng, with his domineering observation Haki, easily detected the presence of CP9. However, he chose not to engage them urgently, as he had identified the checkpoint directly above on the opposite rooftop. Adhering to his usual strategy, he delivered a powerful kick, shattering a section of the wall and propelling himself towards the opposite roof, where the 3 of them leaped onto the massive broken wall, soaring across. A resounding crash startled everyone. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had arrived nearby. peering through the large hole in the courthouse roof. They spotted CP9 on the other side. There they are. Friends, let us go, Luffy shouted. The rest of the crew hurriedly joined the rooftop where Jiang Liufeng had been. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Robin, battered and pitiful. Anger surged within them. Robin, I want to hear you say it, that you want to live. Seeing her companions come to rescue her, Robin wept profusely, her final defenses crumbling. Never before had she felt such a desperate desire to live. If I could choose. I want to live. Luffy, take me back to the sea with you. Ha ha, how touching. Do you understand what you'll face to save her? Spandam scoffed mockingly. I know now. Sniper King, shoot that flag. Luffy declared resolutely. Understood. Usopp was about to display his new slingshot when, suddenly, a figure appeared beside the world government's flagpole. Shattering the emotional atmosphere, the purple-haired youth nonchalantly approached the flagpole and, with a single punch, sent the pole, bearing the world government flag, flying away. The flag itself disintegrating into nothingness under the onslaught of his lightning-infused strength. Who else could it be but Jiang Liufeng? It turned out that the checkpoint on Judicial Island was indeed located at the flagpole. Such an inconvenience, he muttered, his actions accompanied by an exasperated tone. Finally, the check-in is successful. Chapter 18, The Omniscient Recorder Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Judicial Island. Reward, 1 Omniscient Recorder. The next check-in point is Sabaody Archipelago. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the newfound treasure nestled within his backpack. The Omniscient Recorder, a remarkable device that catalogs the locations and landscapes of various islands within the realm of One Piece, while also vividly revealing potential perils along the maritime routes, as well as offering climate crisis alerts. With the assistance of a sprite, it can unlock advanced features, allowing for precise location tracking. After a designated cooldown period, it can pinpoint the exact whereabouts of individuals or objects with remarkable accuracy. This is splendid. Jiang Liufeng could hardly contain his joy. This seemingly ordinary recorder was, in truth, extraordinarily powerful. One must recognize that a formidable pirate crew navigating the world of One Piece relies on what? While fierce firepower is certainly advantageous, the paramount asset is an experienced navigator. Without an exceptional navigator, especially in the latter half of the Grand Line in the New World, one would be at the mercy of the capricious seas. Where climatic conditions are ever-changing and information is fluid, it is likely that before even encountering an adversary, they might be swept back home by the bizarre weather or peculiar terrain conjured by nature's forces. Now, equipped with this device, not only can they perceive the entirety of the One Piece world with clarity, but they can travel wherever they desire without the need for memory pointers. Furthermore, they need not fret over the myriad complications posed by intricate weather patterns and treacherous landscapes. Even a fool aboard their vessel could traverse the oceans with eyes closed. Coupled with advanced features and precise positioning, how fortuitous that his world tree is home to a tree spirit. This auxiliary support is undeniably conspicuous, akin to receiving a pillow when one is sleepy. The Red Count's Animal Zoan Vampire fruit embodies this notion, reflecting on the series of fortunate events about to unfold. Jiang Liufeng was overwhelmed with glee, utterly enchanted by the sheer brilliance of the system. Are you not a divine being? Your demeanor is so aloof and composed. Can you not exhibit a hint of modesty? Jiang Liufeng stood there, lost in his own amusement, completely oblivious to the horrified gazes of those around him. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's nonchalance toward the world government S-banner, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Spandam, in particular, was so taken aback that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Who is this fool? Does he not comprehend the ramifications of such actions? In contrast to Spandam's bewilderment, Lucci and others who had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's prowess remained remarkably composed. He is, after all, our adversary. I shall ensure he pays for his deeds shortly. Opposite them, Usopp, holding his slingshot, looked utterly bewildered. Damn it. The spotlight has been stolen by this grand figure. Humph, never mind. With my 8,000 subordinates, I shall not stoop to engage with a freak like you. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes, casting wary glances at Jiang Liufeng, fearful that the latter might take offense. Unbeknownst to him, in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, he held no merit worthy of causing trouble. Enough. The necessary tasks are accomplished. Now, it is time to escort Frankie and the others away. Regaining his composure, Jiang Liufeng calmly addressed Count Red and Waldo. What? The necessary tasks are done? You can't possibly be deliberately challenging the authority of the world government, can you? The two, perplexed, could only roll their eyes. Their captain was truly not a source of ease. How difficult it is for his subordinates. Resigned. The two could only shake their heads and follow Jiang Liufeng as he departed. Soon, they arrived at the room occupied by CP9. The group stood in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Liufeng found himself at a loss for words, as he preferred not to indulge in idle banter. Nor did he intend to stir up trouble. However, it was undeniable that these individuals had previously sought him out, and as the saying goes, a gentleman may take a day to seek revenge, but he will not delay indefinitely. Thus today, Jiang Liufeng was resolute in his intent to address the issue at hand. On the other side, CP9, having witnessed the formidable abilities of their adversaries, felt an immediate sense of foreboding, leaving them with little to say. Unlike them, Jiang Liufeng's attention was primarily focused on Frankie and his companion, seemingly dismissive of the so-called CP9 members. Spandam, who was fixated on the two, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was not foolish and recognized that his subordinates were on high alert, indicating that the opposing group was indeed formidable. He promptly resolved to make his exit. Lucci, we must prioritize the mission. Escort me out of here at once. Spandam gulped nervously. Lucci's brow furrowed slightly. He had already allowed Spandam to leave earlier, yet now he demanded an escort, proving to be more of a hindrance than a help. Owl, Bruno. You two are responsible for blocking the individuals outside. Wiper, Kaku, Gabra, Khalifa, let us unite our efforts to escort our superior and the prisoner to safety. Understood. With the command issued, CP9 sprang into action. Bruno opened a portal, and without a moment's hesitation, he and Al stepped through to intercept the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the remaining members formed a defensive formation, shielding Spandam and the two soldiers carrying Frankie as they gradually made their way towards the passage leading to the gates of justice. Engage. With a single command from Jiang Liufeng, the three of them simultaneously launched their attacks. The CP9, on high alert, reacted the moment Jiang Liufeng and his companions made their move. The duo of Wei Qi and Kaku faced off against the Red Count, while Khalifa engaged Valdo, and Gabra confronted Jiang Liufeng. Lucci, somewhat helpless, was assigned to escort Chief Spandam away first. The opponents unleashed their full powers right from the start, with Gabra and Kaku transforming into their giraffe and wolf forms, respectively. Now, let you experience our true strength, Kaku declared, his eyes narrowing as he planted one foot on the ground, swiftly spinning his elongated neck and body. As the rotation reached its peak, he shouted, Raging Foot. Surround slash. With a whoosh, a fierce slash emanated from him, swift as the wind and powerful as thunder. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Even the other CP9 members were taken aback, hastily dodging to avoid such a domineering strike, for they had no confidence in withstanding it. Kaku, you bastard. Do you intend to kill us too? Gabra, in his wolf form, protested with dissatisfaction. There's no helping it. My strength is simply this formidable. If you wish to survive, find somewhere else to fight and do not hinder me. It was quite amusing to hear Kaku, who appeared barely in his 20s, refer to himself as old man. You. Gabra huffed, visibly displeased, but with a formidable enemy at hand, he could only grit his teeth and endure. In stark contrast to the panic of CP9, Jiang Liufeng and his companions remained remarkably composed. Jiang Liufeng did not even move. He merely summoned a lightning shield to protect himself. The might of the surround slash barely grazed the barrier before dissipating into thin air. Meanwhile, the Red Count, with a swift motion, unleashed a sword strike that cleaved a path, leaving him unscathed. Chapter 19. The fierce battle Valdo, wielding the Momo fruit, moved with astonishing speed. The ferocity of the slash seemed remarkable, yet when compared to Valdo, it appeared trivial. He simply vanished in a flash. This prompted a grim expression from the opposing team, for it was evident who held the upper hand in both evasion and response. Although the surround slash failed to connect with anyone, it struck the main building with a resounding clang. The solid structure was cleaved in two, the upper part slowly tilting downward, a testament to the extraordinary nature of the strike. Unfortunately, they were up against formidable opponents. Undeterred by the lack of success, the combatants pressed on. Gabra, now in wolf form, charged directly at Jiang Liufeng. Shave. Iron Block Fist. Heavy Wolf Fist. He launched himself forward with a brutish attack. His face twisted in a vicious snarl, revealing the ugly visage of a ravenous wolf. His assault was indeed fierce, propelled by the rapid speed of his shave. He nearly vanished from view, channeling all his strength into the strike, the inertia combined with the ferocity of a beast making his blow all the more impactful. Jiang Liufeng, however, merely smiled disdainfully. It looks impressive, but alas, an ant is still an ant. With a mere thought, his armament Haki surged, instantly coating his left hand in a dark, iron-like sheen. He did not employ any special techniques. Instead, he casually swung his fist, meeting the heavy wolf fist head-on. Bang! Crack! The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused the entire building to tremble. A thunderous roar erupted in the air, the residual force of the clash causing the clothing of those present to flutter. The next moment, a sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. A scream pierced the heavens as a massive form was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall beside the entrance. It was none other than Gabra. I'll go rescue him. You two, hurry up and don't dawdle, Jiang Liufeng said calmly, as though nothing had transpired. Why is this happening? What kind of monster is this? He actually sent Gabra. In wolf form, flying with a single punch? The CP9 members were stunned, their expressions paling as they looked at Jiang Liufeng, as if they had seen a ghost. They stood by, dumbfounded, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. Just as he vanished from sight, Kaku was the first to regain his senses. You stop right there. How can we let him escape so easily? They were CP9, after all. They had their pride and dignity. How could they be so easily intimidated by a criminal? With that, he raised his leg to pursue. Suddenly, a sense of danger enveloped him, prompting an instinctive shave that propelled him several meters away. The spot he had just occupied was cleaved open. Looking up, he saw the Red Count, wielding Thunderstorm, standing before him. Your opponent is me, the Red Count said coldly. His gaze fixed on Kaku as if he were merely a lifeless corpse. A mere glance into the Red Count's eyes sent a shiver down Kaku's spine. Weichi, assist me. Kaku called out urgently, needing to rally his teammate. Life return. Lion's gun. Without needing his words, Weichi had already taken action. His lion-like hair seemed to come alive, twisting together as if extending fingers. The deadly attack surged forth, dozens of twisted strands darting toward the Red Count. The Red Count did not even turn his head. His observation Haki had informed him of the impending threat. He moved with grace amidst the flurry of Lion's guns, effortlessly evading them as though they were rife with openings. After an entire round of attacks, not even the hem of the Red Count's garment was grazed. This left Weichi both astonished and furious, yet he refused to concede. He swiftly retracted his hair and immediately transformed his approach, launching another assault. Lion's perch. He spun the iron rod in his hand, flames igniting at its tip, morphing into a massive fireball hurled toward the Red Count. The Red Count turned and, with a swift motion, unleashed a sword strike that cleaved the fireball in two. Yet, in the air, Weichi had vanished. When he reappeared, it was beside the Red Count, aiming a strike at his vulnerable flank. Lion's gun cue. It had all been a feint. This was the true, deadly strike, showcasing Weichi's extensive battle experience. CP9, after all, was akin to a killer organization wielded by the world's righteous authority, specifically designed for an array of formidable naval tasks, or perhaps nefarious dealings conducted in secrecy. Not everyone possesses the capability to become a member of such an elite group. Only those of exceptional skill qualify. Should an individual of lesser prowess attempt to engage, they would inevitably fall victim in an instant. Alas, their opponent is none other than the illustrious Red Count, whose perception is as sharp as an awakened observation Haki. To him, the antics of these brash youngsters are merely child's play. In an instant, he unsheathes his blade, effortlessly sending the iron rod wielded by Weichi soaring through the air. The moment their weapons clash, Weichi is engulfed by an overwhelming force that leaves his entire frame trembling. And the pain is so intense that he relinquishes his grip on the iron rod. However, the renowned Red Count is well aware that such feats are not easily achieved. This exchange is merely a tactic to close the distance between them. Life return. Hair binding. With the agility of a striking serpent, Weichi's hair lashes out, ensnaring the Red Count and binding his limbs. At last, the moment has arrived. Kaku, poised not far away, is ready to unleash his attack. Giraffe cannon. Unbeknownst to them, Kaku's signature elongated neck has already contracted, and with a thunderous roar, he releases a tremendous force aimed directly at the Red Count's head. The Red Count's expression shifts slightly, a fleeting glimmer of approval flashing across his face. He muses internally, astonished at how the younger generation has grown increasingly intriguing over the years. Faced with Kaku's wealth of combat experience and nearly flawless teamwork, the Red Count reveals a hint of battle intent. Yet, even the most seasoned experience pales in comparison to the prowess of the Red Count, who has reigned supreme upon the seas for decades. In a split second, with a deft twist of his wrist, the Red Count easily severs the hair that binds him. With a swift horizontal motion of his blade, he effortlessly deflects the unexpected assault. Weichi is well aware that his skill cannot contain the Red Count for long. He is merely seizing a fleeting opportunity. However, he never anticipated the Red Count's reaction would be so swift. Chapter 20. The fierce battle to the realization of their predicament terrifies the duo. They knew the Red Count was stronger, But the extent of that strength was not truly comprehended until now. Fear grips them as they finally perceive the vast chasm of disparity. Each of their attacks seems to be anticipated and rendered utterly ineffective in the eyes of their formidable opponent. A sense of overwhelming helplessness washes over them, akin to a child foolishly challenging an adult to a fight. Once such trepidation takes root, defeat becomes inevitable. As expected, their offensive momentum soon dwindles to a feeble state. The Red Count senses their waning resolve. The flicker of battle spirit he had just felt begins to dissipate, and his gaze returns to an icy indifference. Given the circumstances, it is time to demonstrate his prowess. With a flick of his wrist, he wields the Thunderstorm Blade, performing a dazzling flourish. The air shimmers with the ethereal glow of sword light, exuding a chilling aura that suggests death awaits those who dare to cross its path. His previously narrowed eyes widen suddenly. A fierce energy surges forth, enveloping the two combatants in a menacing aura that sends shivers down their spines. Beads of sweat cascade down their foreheads, and the sensation that rises within them is no longer one of mere danger or fear, but the palpable sin of death. Being under such an oppressive atmosphere is indeed unbearable. Instinctively, they take a few steps back, unwilling to meet their demise. In the face of life and death, their survival instincts rekindle an indomitable fighting spirit. Weiqi declares, "Whether I live or die, I shall fight with this old man. Even if I do not perish, I shall make him pay dearly. What is there to fear? I, Weiqi, have seen my share of grand spectacles. Today, I shall engage him in a battle to the death." The Red Count's dark aura gradually envelopes the Thunderstorm Blade. Armament Haki. The two opponents fix their gaze, understanding that if they do not act now, they may never have another chance. Shave. Whoosh. Two piercing sounds of slicing air resonate. Weiqi and Kaku split their approach, one to the left and one to the right, charging towards the Red Count. Kaku initiates the offensive with Gale Foot. Chaos. His legs move like lightning, unleashing a flurry of kicks that rain down upon the Red Count. The Red Count deftly blocks and dodges, effortlessly neutralizing this overwhelming assault. However, in that moment, the Red Count prepares for his final strike. The only opportunity left as his strength wanes and new energy has yet to manifest, which Weiqi seizes. Life Return. Hair Binding. Instantly, the writhing strands of hair ensnare the Red Count once more. This time, the timing is impeccable. The hair wraps around him completely, rendering him momentarily immobile. Meanwhile, Kaku has transformed into his giraffe form, charging in with no holds barred. Bamboo Grove. He channels his strength, raising his long and powerful neck to deliver a devastating blow upon the Red Count. The force of this attack far surpasses the previous attempts. Firstly, Weiqi did not fully bind the Red Count last time. Secondly, Kaku had previously held back to avoid harming Weiqi, merely targeting the head. Now, not only has Weiqi unleashed his full potential, successfully ensnaring the Red Count, but Kaku also casts aside any concern for Weiqi's safety, attacking with everything he has in a relentless barrage of strikes. This is a desperate gamble. Observing Kaku's reckless determination, Weiqi feels no dismay. He understands that without such measures, victory over the Red Count would remain an impossible dream. Iron Block. Without further ado, he braces himself to withstand the onslaught raining down upon him. Yet, the power bestowed by the Zoan fruit is formidable. Even the strength of iron cannot endure its might. Before long, Weiqi finds himself dazed, teetering on the brink of consciousness. Simultaneously, Kaku's assault reaches its climax. He has expended every ounce of strength, his legs unable to support his frame any longer. With a thud, he reverts to his human form, collapsing to the ground. The room is engulfed in a cloud of dust, reminiscent of a storm sweeping through, obscuring all visibility. After what feels like an eternity, the swirling dust gradually settles, the air clearing once more. Kaku sits up, squinting through the haze to reveal a large crater marked by spiderweb-like fissures. Peering into the depths of the crevice, he catches a glimpse of two figures emerging from the lingering dust. One stands, the other lies. Have they succeeded? Kaku furrows his brow, sensing that events have unfolded perhaps too smoothly. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, a figure stirs amidst the haze. Clutched in their hand, a glint of cold light flashes, standing out starkly in the still dim room. The silhouette is slender, wielding a katana. Who but the Red Count could it be? Kaku's pupils dilate in disbelief. How could this be possible? As the Count of Red drew near, he finally discerned the reality before him. At that moment, the Count's countenance was composed, his form cloaked in an obsidian hue, wielding the blade of thunderstorm like the harbinger of death, advancing with lethal intent. How could this be? Why was he utterly unscathed? This was inconceivable. Kaku, gazing at the unconscious Weiqi sprawled on the ground, felt his mind unravel. He could hardly fathom how one could possess such overwhelming strength. He distinctly sensed that his previous assault had indeed struck the Count. Yet now, he witnessed the Count approaching him, impervious to harm. The despair he felt was palpable. Nevertheless, the primal instinct for survival compelled him to make one final stand. Iron block. No blind spots. He contracted his square form, metamorphosing into a cube reminiscent of a Rubik's Cube, an appearance both absurd and desperate. He clung to the hope that this, his most formidable defensive posture, might afford him a chance at survival. Alas, it was but a futile endeavor. The Count's fierce strike, imbued with overwhelming might, could scarcely be thwarted by a mere iron block. Not even aluminum alloy could withstand such force. The Count closed in on Kaku, delivering a strike devoid of embellishment. A simple yet terrifying blow. To Kaku's eyes, this seemingly mundane attack appeared dreadfully ominous. It felt as though the very space around him had been locked, time itself frozen, and all light had vanished, leaving only boundless darkness. Was this the end? Kaku's expression transformed. Fear, panic, and despair dissipated as he beheld the approaching blade. He felt an unexpected sense of liberation, even a faint, serene smile gracing his lips. The Count's figure flashed past. From the blade of his weapon, droplets of clear water began to flow, washing away the acrid sin of blood, leaving it pristine once more. As he sheathed his sword, the Count departed the room, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. In his twilight years, his silhouette remained majestic, his power undiminished. Thus concluded the battle on Judicial Island, with the two formidable CP9 generals, Kaku and Weiqi, facing defeat. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle 3. In contrast to the Count, the clash between Valdo and Khalifa proved to be far more entertaining. The two had initially battled within the same room, but Valdo's ferocity shattered the floor itself. Consequently, they descended into the room below. Gazing at Khalifa lounging in the bathtub, Valdo found himself at a loss. Having fallen into the bathroom below, Khalifa unexpectedly requested a moment to bathe. This bewildered Valdo. What was happening? As he stood there in confusion, Khalifa casually disrobed and slipped into the tub, luxuriating in the warm water. Valdo's expression twitched. Being a battle-hungry brute, he felt somewhat flustered by the sensual scene before him. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The foam in the tub swelled and thickened, gradually inching toward him. Just as Valdo pondered this strange occurrence, the foam seemed to come alive, surging toward him with intent. Relaxing foam, Khalifa exclaimed, her attack unleashed. Valdo, now acutely aware of the impending onslaught, reacted swiftly. With a burst of speed, he evaded the approaching bubbles. Khalifa furrowed her brow, finding Valdo's agility and reflexes quite troublesome. Her meticulously crafted plan of seduction followed by ambush had been thwarted. This was intolerable. Was there such a vast disparity in their abilities? A nagging doubt crept into her mind. Fortunately, her mission was merely to delay Valdo with her skills. She should be able to manage that, right? Despite her thoughts, uncertainty lingered within her. Valdo, now realizing the situation, seethed with rage. You wretched woman, attempting to ambush me? You seek death. He charged at her, fury fueling his assault. Soap sheep, Khalifa cried out, hastily employing her powers to defend herself. Just as she completed her maneuver, Valdo's fist crashed down upon the soap sheep. A dull thud echoed. Valdo's punch landed but felt akin to striking cotton. The force dissipated significantly. His entire arm sank into the foam, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon Khalifa. Valdo frowned, intrigued by this peculiar ability. Before Khalifa could counterattack, Valdo had already retreated, creating distance between them. They exchanged glances, neither able to gain the upper hand. In that moment, Khalifa's confidence soared. With a mocking tone, she taunted Valdo, it seems that a pirate worth 500 million is not all that impressive. Valdo's expression darkened. He appeared both unwilling and powerless to accept this insult. Just as Khalifa was poised to deliver her next quip, Valdo's demeanor shifted abruptly as he burst into laughter. What? Khalifa was taken aback, wondering if he had lost his sanity. After his fit of laughter, Valdo turned towards the wall and, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of punches against it. Khalifa stood in stunned silence, perplexed. Was he venting his frustration? As she contemplated this, Valdo suddenly turned back, grinning ominously. A shiver ran down Khalifa's spine. What is happening? Why do I feel so uneasy? Woman, your gravest error was your arrogance. Valdo sat down, tossing the rubble in his hand with interest. Your theatrics do not intimidate me. Ignoring her, he continued, it seems the commotion from the Count's side has subsided, so it is time for this encounter to conclude. What? Khalifa struggled to understand, instinctively inquiring. Nothing. This ends here. What are you? Before Khalifa could finish her sentence, a sound sliced through the air. Whoosh. She heard a sharp sound but could not discern its source. As she sensed danger, she instinctively tilted her head to evade the elusive strike. Nonetheless, she felt a sharp pain across her face. In disbelief, she touched the wound, and upon seeing the crimson stain, she was forced to accept that something had indeed transpired. The speed had been so swift that she could barely register it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before she could comprehend the situation, a series of piercing sounds erupted. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the enormous soap sheep was riddled with holes, and Khalifa herself was knocked back with a muffled groan. She never anticipated that Waldo possessed the ability to launch projectiles from a distance. Furthermore, the originally gray stones were enveloped in an aura of armament, transforming them into a pitch-black hue reminiscent of iron, enabling them to penetrate her defenses and strike at her very essence. This maneuver caught her utterly off guard. Despite her mastery of the 6 styles, which would typically allow her to evade, she now resembled a living target, enduring the full brunt of Waldo's assault. She was knocked to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Waldo slowly opened the door, casting a glance back at the alluring figure on the brink of collapse, and smiled broadly. Thank you for the hospitality. With a resounding bang, the door closed, leaving Khalifa in a tumult of emotions, shame, anger, and resentment as she reluctantly closed her eyes. Thus concluded the battle at Eni's lobby, with Khalifa, the sole female officer of CP9, facing defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, who had just kicked Gabra out the door, casually strolled outside with his hands in his pockets. With an innate sense of foreshadowing, he was well aware of the path Spandam intended to take. Harboring no fear that he could escape his grasp, he sauntered out with ease, knowing that the road to justice lay through an underwater tunnel. However, as a practitioner of advanced ninjutsu, he scorned the conventional route. Upon exiting the building, he prepared to ride the waves toward the exit near Justice Bridge. Eagerly anticipating Spandam's entrapment, he imagined the expression on both Rob Lucci and Spandam's faces when they beheld his sudden appearance. It would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Coincidentally, as he stepped outside, he encountered Gabra, who had been sent flying by his kick and had penetrated the entire building, landing on the precipice outside. Gabra was just struggling to regain his footing when he was startled to see Jiang Liufeng reappear before him, his expression more wretched than one who had tasted excrement. Believing Jiang Liufeng was pursuing him, he felt a surge of terror but knew he had to strike first. Fully aware of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength, he was 99% certain he stood no chance. If there was even a 1% possibility, it lay in launching an all-out offensive from the outset, disregarding any particular technique, and attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Jiang Liufeng in a desperate gamble. This, he realized, might be his only opportunity, for he understood that should Jiang Liufeng initiate the confrontation, he would possess no chance of survival. As Jiang Liufeng stepped out of the building, he was met with an overwhelming display of ferocity. A colossal werewolf lunged at him with wild abandon, reminiscent of a reckless warrior. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, choosing instead to lie on the ground and feign death. Was he not appealing enough? Alas. Chapter 22. Fierce battle. For as the beast drew closer, Gabra felt a flicker of joy upon noticing Jiang Liufeng's inaction. It seemed his gamble had paid off. This fellow appeared to be momentarily stunned. With renewed vigor, he quickened his pace, determined to seize him in a flash, as swift as a thief in the night. What was thief in the night? Never mind, the objective remained the same: capture him. Just as he relished this thought, a sudden blur obscured his vision. Where had Jiang Liufeng gone? What was happening? Where was that lad? Amid his confusion, an overwhelming sensation of dread enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, his heart racing, blood surging. It was as if his brain was deliberately reminding him that he was still alive in that moment. The mightiest spear, piercing through. A chilling sensation coursed through him, emanating from his back. In agony, he twisted around, only to see Jiang Liufeng behind him, a dark finger having already penetrated his spine. Meeting Gabra's incredulous gaze, Jiang Liufeng offered a serene smile. Thunder strikes, he murmured softly. Gabra's pupils constricted. It felt as if his heart was being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants. His body convulsing uncontrollably. His bodily functions began to fade, his flesh nearly cooked from the electric torment, and he could even smell the scent of roasting meat. He was paralyzed by fear. The seemingly harmless youth before him resembled a demon. His extraordinary power was nothing short of legendary, akin to the mythical tales whispered among the populace. Such a monstrous being should not exist in reality. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he desperately pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I am Robin's brother. I wish to save her too. That year, we were by the sea." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng exerted pressure with his finger once more, obliterating Gabra's heart. In that moment, Gabra was irrevocably dead. Descend into the depths of hell and relay your tale to the king of hell, Jiang Liufeng remarked dismissively, retracting his finger with indifference. "I believe you not, you treacherous mustached fiend." Thus, the battle at Judicial Island concluded with the defeat of CP9's warrior, Gabra. Having dispatched Gabra, Jiang Liufeng wasted no time, proceeding as per the original plan. Robin, where are you? We have come to rescue you." At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had successfully dealt with the obstructive owl and stormed into the building. Searching for Robin's presence, they scoured the premises, yet naturally found no trace of Robin, who had long been taken away. However, the remnants of the battlefield, littered with the broken bodies of CP9 members, left them dumbfounded. What in the world? What is happening? In scarcely a quarter of an hour, the formidable CP9 had been vanquished? This was utterly preposterous. They were well aware of CP9's tenacity, even if they could not win. Their mastery of the 6 styles, including Shave and Moonwalk, allowed for swift escapes. Just moments ago, they had exerted tremendous effort to subdue the Owl and Bruno. How could 3 individuals so effortlessly incapacitate 4 CP9 members? This was beyond exaggeration. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of the action. As they turned their gazes toward Redcount and Wald, they found only discontent etched on their faces, displeased that their opponents had been snatched away by the Straw Hat crew. The remaining members swallowed hard, stepping back, wishing to distance themselves from these monstrous beings. Were it not for the rescue of Robin, they would have preferred to flee from this group. The trio of Redcount was equally innocent. They had no intention of causing trouble for the Straw Hats. They had simply exited the building to find their captain heading towards the Gate of Justice. They lacked the ability to pursue him. Soon after, Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew arrived, having just defeated the Chief Justice. Upon learning that there was a secret passage leading to the Gate of Justice, they reluctantly followed the Straw Hats to regroup with their captain. With no other choice, the Straw Hat crew pressed on, taking the Redcount and his companions along, hastening towards the undersea tunnel, heading towards their next battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng remained blissfully unaware of the shock reverberating through the Straw Hat crew, nor the helplessness of his own teammates. He was leisurely seated at the exit of the Bridge of Justice, awaiting Spandam's arrival. Before long, he heard a familiar sound. "Haha, Robin. Do you still believe your so-called companions can rescue you? Such naive delusions. Haha." As Jiang Liufeng turned his gaze toward the audacious voice, he was met with the familiar and infuriating visage of Spandam. With a slight crinkle of his nose, Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming disdain for this arrogant individual. Emerging from the dark corridor, Spandam and his entourage were momentarily blinded by the light, squinting slightly and raising their hands to shield themselves from the sun's brilliance. Upon fully opening his eyes, Spandam found himself questioning his own senses, believing he was caught in an illusion. He stared incredulously at Jiang Liufeng, struggling to articulate his disbelief. In contrast to his astonishment, Frankie and his companion were equally bewildered, while Lucci's expression remained ominously dark. The presence of Jiang Liufeng here signifies that his CP9 members are in grave danger. He is acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength, although only the final stretch remains. The obstacle before him is indeed formidable. "Commander, immediately request reinforcements from headquarters." Upon hearing Lucci's grave tone, Spandam recognized the seriousness of the situation and swiftly reached for the Den Mushi to make the call. You, Commander." Spandam was taken aback by the astonished expressions of those around him. "What is the matter? The call has even gone through yet? Why the anxiety?" Oh. Upon glancing at the golden Den Mushi in his hand, Spandam was instantly petrified. "Oh no, I picked the wrong one. I inadvertently activated the demon-slaying order." His complexion darkened, for invoking the demon-slaying order meant that the entire Judicial Island would be subjected to a comprehensive bombardment by the Navy. The island would cease to exist. With the press of a button, he had essentially condemned the entire Judicial Island to destruction. But what of it? As long as I can capture all you pirates in one fell swoop, headquarters will still reward me. Truly despicable. Jiang Liufeng shook his head, speaking with disdain. Receiving a contemptuous glare from Jiang Liufeng, Spandam remained unfazed. "What do you know, you scoundrel? Lucci, dispose of him quickly. Do not let him hinder my reward." Lucci, filled with frustration at his superior's incompetence, could only look on helplessly. Chapter 23. Fierce Battle 5, while one might tolerate a lack of strength. The absence of sound judgment is truly beyond redemption. Jiang Liufeng managed to arrive here ahead of the elite members of CP9, despite their obstruction. Throughout this encounter, Lucci could not fathom how his adversaries had reached this location, given that there was but a singular secret passage. This serves to illustrate the formidable strength and extraordinary tactics possessed by Jiang Liufeng. In this manner, Spandam naively believed he could effortlessly deal with his opponent. Is he not simply foolish? Jiang Liufeng regarded Spandam with utter disdain, recognizing him as nothing more than a mere buffoon. Without a second thought, he dismissed him entirely and turned to Lucci, urging him to reveal his leopard form. Lucci trembled at Jiang Liufeng's teasing smile, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. How could this be? I have never showcased my abilities before him. How could he possibly know? Could it be that the Straw Hat crew informed him? Shaking his head vigorously to regain his composure, he pondered the futility of such knowledge. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. Thus, he coldly declared, in that case, allow me to demonstrate my true power. With a primal roar, Lucci's physique began to swell, transforming from his previously lean stature into a towering beast over 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged, exuding an aura of explosive strength, while his skin morphed into a vibrant coat of yellow adorned with black spots. His visage lost all semblance of humanity, resembling nothing less than a standing leopard. Positioning himself not far from Jiang Liufeng, he surveyed him from his elevated stance, seeking to discern a glimmer of shock or fear in his opponent's eyes, only to find his hopes dashed. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng maintained an expression of serene indifference, as if the formidable humanoid beast before him was merely an insignificant insect. The sensation of being underestimated was indeed unpleasant. Lucci clenched his fists, veins bulging, determined that if his adversary chose to belittle him so brazenly, he would make him regret his folly through suffering. Manchu. Kybird. With a swift motion, Lucci propelled himself forward, vanishing from Jiang Liufeng's sight, only to reappear at his flank, launching a powerful Kybird strike. Thunder Shield. Jiang Liufeng responded simultaneously, enveloped in a radiant tempest of lightning, transforming into an impregnable shield of unparalleled strength that absorbed the force of the strike. It must be acknowledged that with the augmentation provided by the Zoan-type Devil Fruit, the explosive power of this attack from Cairo was indeed astonishing, managing to dent the lightning shield. However, undeterred by his initial failure, Lucci swiftly employed the technique of Saru, continuously shifting his position around Jiang Liufeng in search of a vulnerable spot to exploit. As the captain of CP9, Lucci's mastery of the 6 powers was exceptionally refined, and his speed in executing Saru reached an almost unimaginable peak, rendering him seemingly invisible amidst the air. Were it not for the sharp sound generated by the rapid movement through the surrounding atmosphere, one might easily assume that Jiang Liufeng stood alone on the battlefield. Despite the seemingly impressive display of agility, Lucci felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness within. Jiang Liufeng casually stood there, appearing to be riddled with flaws. Yet, there was no apparent weakness to exploit. The more Lucci observed, the more alarmed he became. He realized he had to take action. Continuing in this manner would only affect his mental state. Thus, he circled behind Jiang Liufeng, launching a deadly strike. Stormfoot. Leopard Tail. This was an upgraded version of Stormfoot, characterized by even greater speed and power. Unfortunately, it proved equally ineffective, failing to penetrate Jiang Liufeng's electric barrier and inflict any substantial damage. Seeing his ranged attack yield no results, Lucci swiftly dashed forward, arriving directly in front of Jiang Liufeng. 6 Styles Secret Art. 6 King Spear. With both fists clenched and infused with all his strength, he unleashed a terrifying assault. Between his fists, an invisible force swirled, so potent that it distorted the very air around them. The strongest spear, piercing through with 4 fingers. In a split second, Jiang Liufeng raised his hand to counter with his own strongest spear. Bang! As fist met palm, a gust of wind erupted, sending waves crashing in both directions. While the 6 King Spear, a culmination of the Navy's 6 styles, was indeed formidable, the might of the 3rd generation Thunder Shadow's strongest spear was even more brutal. Even without employing Haki, it was beyond Lucci's capacity to withstand. The 2 forces clashed, but it was not long before Lucci succumbed. The 6 King Spear was shattered by the strongest spear. The ensuing electrical surge left Lucci's arms numb, and despite the enhancements of his Zoan-type abilities, he could scarcely endure the blow. He was sent flying, his arms dislocated. In a single strike, the victor was unmistakable. In the distance, Spandam, initially relishing the spectacle, suddenly came to a sobering realization. This monster was extraordinarily powerful. To him, Lucci had already seemed monstrous, yet he was utterly overwhelmed by this mere 20-year-old youth. He finally understood what Lucci had been so apprehensive about on their journey. Such a monstrous figure could easily rank among the overlords of the New World. How could they possibly withstand such a presence? Tossing and turning in his thoughts, he felt fortunate to have activated the demon-slaying order snail. All he could do now was pray for the Navy to dispatch warships and reinforcements swiftly. Unlike Spandam, Frankie and Robin, having witnessed Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary prowess, were equally astonished, but filled with joy. Hope blossomed within them. This bridge, once a symbol of justice leading into endless darkness, seemed to flicker with a glimmer of light since this man's arrival. And now, that faint star-like light had transformed into a radiant brilliance. It felt as though a luminous door had opened in the midst of eternal night. As Jiang Liufeng approached, Spandam's emotions stood in stark contrast to those of Frankie and Robin. The once promising narrative of steady promotion, a luxurious life, and ultimate fame was abruptly halted by this deathly figure, extinguishing his beautiful dreams. He was consumed with rage. His teeth clenched, his body trembled. He loathed this man before him for his overwhelming strength. He despised his subordinates for their ineptitude. He resented the heavens for not favoring him. He cursed the Navy headquarters for their delayed reinforcements. Yet, he never blamed himself, nor did he harbor any regret for his actions. What use was there for a man so shameless? Jiang Liufeng has discerned the irredeemable villain through the echoes of his own heart. He is no soft-hearted individual. When confronted with such scum, he believes in the necessity of swift execution. As he strides forward, arcs of thunderous light begin to emanate from his being, crackling and gradually enveloping him entirely. The dazzling radiance renders him nearly unobservable, as if he were transformed into a towering deity, before whom all beings can only worship, bereft of even the privilege to gaze upon him. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Jiang Liufeng, Spandam's heart sank, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat, a sensation he had never experienced since his birth. The looming specter of death was so suffocatingly terrifying that it defied description. Chapter 24. The Fierce Battle 6. He was terrified. Truly terrified. He lamented his decision not to flee more swiftly, questioning why he had squandered precious time meandering along the way. He yearned to slap himself twice, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. For Jiang Liufeng had unleashed his conqueror's Haki, locking onto him with unwavering focus. At that moment, Spandam's capacity for thought came to a standstill. He could not fathom the extent of strength required for a mere glance to nearly induce a fatal cardiac episode. Overwhelmed by the terror emanating from Jiang Liufeng's gaze and the suffocating pressure of his presence, thud, summoning every ounce of strength, Spandam collapsed to the ground, crying out in desperation for mercy. "Robin, Frankie, you can take me away. Please, I beg you, don't kill me." In that instant, he was stripped of all semblance of dignity, reduced to a quivering wreck, with his terror painting him as the true victim in this scenario. Yet, despite his utter surrender and willingness to kneel, all he received in return was Jiang Liufeng's indifferent shake of the head. "You must die." Jiang Liufeng's eyes suddenly snapped open, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. With a single footfall upon the bridge's surface, it shattered beneath him, debris soaring into the air. Yet his palpable presence seemed to suspend it in a void, as if gravitational pull had ceased to exist. Seeing that Jiang Liufeng had no intention of sparing him, Spandam felt a chilling despair envelop him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even the instinct to defend himself. He could only stare, wide-eyed, as Jiang Liufeng unleashed a cataclysmic kick towards him. Was this how it would end? Resigned, Spandam closed his eyes, acutely aware of his insignificance before this man. To him, ending his life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. As the lethal kick approached, the rush of wind grazed his face. Yet, unexpectedly, Lucci, who had been sent flying by Jiang Liufeng, surged back into the fray. Life restored. Paper-drawn martial arts. This was one of Lucci's original techniques, allowing him, in his beastly form, to manipulate his body, fur, and organs freely, contracting his form to relinquish power and maximize his speed. Iron block. Hollow wood. Boom. Bang. Ah. Just in time, he managed to execute his move. However, the sheer ferocity of Jiang Liufeng's strike far exceeded what Lucci could withstand, rendering the rebound futile. Nevertheless, he managed to dissipate some of the force. Though the kick landed heavily upon him, it subsequently struck Spandam as well, propelling both men away. Yet the force was insufficient to be fatal, merely leaving them battered. Jiang Liufeng had not anticipated such a counter and was momentarily caught off guard, staggering back several steps from the returned force. Intriguing. A chilling smile crept across Jiang Liufeng's face. This was the first time since acquiring his powers that he had been repelled, and astonishingly, it was due to Lucci's self-invented technique. This underscored the opponent's remarkable combat talent. Yet, Jiang Liufeng was determined to ensure that Lucci would not witness the dawn of another day. He immediately reinitiated his devastating kick, intent on delivering a final blow. Humph. Just moments ago, I managed to withstand your attack in haste. Now, prepared, do you think you can succeed again? Having just risen from the ground, Lucci, upon seeing Jiang Liufeng charge at him once more, let out a cold laugh. Officer, take the prisoner first. This one is mine. With a mighty shout, he prepared to confront Jiang Liufeng's impending strike once again. Jiang Liufeng, with a playful grin at the corner of his mouth, swiftly approached Lucci. In an unexpected twist, he executed a stunning kick, abruptly halting before Lucci, and nonchalantly inquired, "Have you played 97? What on earth are you talking about?" Lucci found himself perplexed by Jiang Liufeng's erratic thoughts, his mind swirling in confusion. Just as he was grappling with the absurdity, Jiang Liufeng reached out with both hands and seized his head, unleashing a surge of electrifying energy between his palms. "Your hairstyle is quite nice. Let me give you a wash." Jiang Liufeng's mischievous smirk sent a wave of dread through Lucci. Unfortunately, the speed of his attack left no room for Lucci to react. Zzz la la la. Aga. In the next instant, a terrifying jolt of high-voltage electricity surged into Lucci's temples, enveloping his entire head, threatening to shatter his mind. The immense shock blackened his face, producing billows of smoke, and an oddly tantalizing scent of scorched flesh wafted through the air, reminiscent of a barbecue party. As Jiang Liufeng released his grip, Lucci collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood streaming from his orifices, his body convulsing, rendered nearly lifeless by the electric onslaught. What a waste of medicine, even if he were to be healed. Jiang Liufeng remarked dismissively, rolling his eyes. Sensing that Lucci had likely lost consciousness, he proceeded towards Spandam with an unhurried demeanor. "Be careful." Suddenly, Robin cried out in alarm. As Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, he sensed an ominous presence behind him, similarly felt by the color of Haki. In a flash, he turned around, unleashing a full-powered punch infused with armament Haki. The might of the Great Wheel 6 King's gun was unleashed. It must be said, this Lucci is indeed a battle maniac. His body bore the brunt of countless blows, leaving him with not a single unscathed place, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Yet, he remained unyielding, launching his final and most formidable strike towards Jiang Liufeng. Bang! The two fists collided. The air around them distorted violently, and the heavy stone bridge beneath their feet fractured, unable to withstand their overwhelming power, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, Lucci was ultimately but a mere vessel. To challenge the peak prowess of Jiang Liufeng was nothing more than a delusional fantasy, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. In the next instant, Lucci was utterly exhausted, his body sent flying high into the air. The force was so great that he would not descend for hundreds of meters. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed in the distance as Lucci's form crashed onto a massive warship. Indeed, unbeknownst to all, nearly 20 warships had suddenly appeared beyond the Gate of Justice, unnoticed even by the focused Jiang Liufeng, who was preoccupied with confronting Lucci. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Spandam was so elated he could nearly leap for joy. His situation had been dire. These individuals were more terrifying than demons, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. If help did not arrive soon, he feared he would not require Jiang Liufeng's intervention to be scared to death by these formidable foes. This wretched brat was exceedingly powerful. His strength was beyond anything he had ever heard or seen. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that such a prodigious figure existed in the first half of the Grand Line. The illustrious CP9 captain, Lucci, found himself utterly lacking the means to retaliate against this person. In his exuberance, Spandam forgot that a god of death stood between him and the warships. After reveling for a while, he finally registered Jiang Liufeng's derisive gaze, causing his heart to drop and begin racing anew. Oh no, in my bliss, I nearly forgot about this brat. He let me pass. You seem quite pleased, Jiang Liufeng inquired with a grim expression. Chapter 25. The eccentric trio Spandam swallowed hard. You cannot kill me. The Navy has arrived. I am the highest officer of CP9. If you dare to kill me in front of the Navy, there will be nowhere for you to hide in this vast world, and you will face the most terrifying pursuit. Oh, Upon perceiving Jiang Liufeng's momentary hesitation, Spandam secretly rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to plead, "Let me go. I promise you." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng had already approached him, wearing an innocuous expression as he replied, "That suits me well." Spandam's pupils constricted as he glimpsed the last flicker of light in this world, only to feel his body lighten, as if he were being liberated from earthly confines. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the head soaring high into the sky, only to plummet heavily to the ground, and mockingly remarked, "Do you still hope that those people can save you? You should seek the divine and pray fervently for your life to be spared." Jiang Liufeng approached the lifeless body of Spandam, gently picking up the elephant sword that had remained untouched until now, and stowed it away. As the saying goes, why not seize an opportunity when it presents itself? Indeed, a fine treasure must be claimed. However, at this moment, time was not on his side. For the real trouble was only just beginning. As the adage states, it is easy to ascend a mountain, but descending is fraught with difficulty. Their arrival had been effortless. But leaving now proved to be a considerable challenge. 20 warships lined up opposite them, and although they were all part of the Navy, the intentions of this formidable fleet were evidently distinct. Clearly, they consisted of two separate contingents. One group, comprising 10 ships, seemed uninterested in the events unfolding on the bridge and sailed straight toward Judicial Island. The other group, also 10 ships strong, was encircling them, evidently intent on causing trouble. Who could it be? While Jiang Liufeng untied the two captives, he pondered how best to respond to the impending threat. Little did he know that in the act of freeing Robin, his every movement was stirring her heart. Confronted with the breathtaking visage before her, Robin felt a blush creep across her cheeks. It is said that a man's intensity can wield immense power over a woman, and at this moment, Jiang Liufeng was deeply engrossed in contemplating their next steps. To Robin, this earnest demeanor only intensified his masculinity, especially as he had heroically rescued her from the grips of nightmares. Such feelings intertwined in her heart, leading to an unspoken admiration for him. Yet, with danger looming, Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to Robin's subtle shifts in emotion. After freeing the two, he turned his attention to the encroaching warships. His spirit ignited for battle. He knew they were no ordinary foes, but rather the pillars of the Navy. Fortunately, just before the enemy vessels closed in, reinforcements arrived. Luffy emerged from the underwater tunnel, leading the Straw Hat crew along with Count Red. "Robin, do not fear. I have come to rescue you," Luffy exclaimed, raising his hands in passionate indignation. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was rendered speechless. What is going on? Is it already over? One by one, as the Straw Hat crew emerged, they squinted against the brilliant sunlight, similarly struck dumb by the situation. They glanced at Spandam's dismembered form on the ground, and then at the liberated Frankie and his companions, their expressions akin to having tasted something foul. After all their efforts, had they merely been bystanders? From the front entrance to this very moment, their group had only collaborated to deal with the Owl and Bruno, without encountering a single minor adversary. Was it truly necessary for them to steal the spotlight so brazenly? The four individuals had swept through the entirety of Judicial Island's challenges. While it was one thing for them to claim the boss, could they not leave a few minions for others to vanquish? With resentful glances directed at the four, the crew momentarily forgot the joy of Robin's rescue. However, the four were too preoccupied to notice their dissatisfaction, as Jiang Liufeng and Count Red sensed three formidable presences approaching. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Jiang Liufeng calculated aloud. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? He mused, but it mattered not, for at that moment, they had already discerned the identities of the three figures emerging from the first approaching warship. It was none other than the naval hero, Admiral Monkey D. Garp, along with Admirals Kizaru and Aokiji. Yet, at this moment, they did not present an imposing sight. It appeared Garp was giving the two admirals a thorough dressing down. Under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the plan had been to split into 3 teams. Garp was to head to Water 7. Kizaru was to intercept the train on the sea, and Aokiji was to lie in wait at Judicial Island. However, the two admirals, using various flimsy excuses about protecting Garp, had decided to board his ship instead. Thus, the trio had traversed from Water 7 to the sea train route, ultimately arriving at Judicial Island, only to find themselves chasing shadows. Garp was furious, and in a fit of rage, he was currently reprimanding the two indolent admirals. Strangely, neither seemed bothered by being scolded by a vice admiral. One was lounging under the warm sunlight, hands behind his head, enjoying a nap, while the other was intently studying a black snail phone, tapping away. Garp, rendered speechless, felt a vein throbbing on his forehead as he prepared to deliver a few well-deserved punches to the pair when suddenly, a loud snore erupted from him, punctuated by a large bubble escaping his nose. The Navy personnel and Jiang Liufeng's group were left bewildered. Is this truly the representation of naval combat power? They wondered, utterly incredulous. Only Jiang Liufeng remained unfazed. Well-versed in the narrative, he understood that underestimating the strength of these three due to their peculiar behavior would be a grave mistake. As anticipated, the bizarre conduct of the trio led to a significant reduction in the Straw Hat crew's wariness. Why does the Navy seem so incompetent? I feel like I could take them all on myself. Usopp, wearing a mask, boasted. Do not underestimate them. Their ranks suggest they possess considerable strength, Sanji cautioned subtly. But why does that one resemble my Luffy began to say, but was interrupted by an army of Navy personnel bursting forth from the gates of justice. As the gates swung open, a throng of Navy soldiers surged forward, and upon seeing the three figures on the warship, they were horrified. Look, aren't those the Admirals? Indeed, it's the two Admirals alongside Vice Admiral Garp. With two Admirals and Vice Admiral Garp here, the assailants at Judicial Island 1T stand a chance. The assailants? How dare they attack Judicial Island? With our Admirals present, they should surrender immediately. What? Admirals? Chapter 26, Testing the Admiral's Strength. Hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was left dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that these seemingly unreliable Navy personnel were, in fact, Admirals? Usopp, who had been boasting moments ago, had already scurried behind Zoro, trembling. Wait, did I just hear them mention Vice Admiral Garp? Could it be that legendary naval hero? Nami pondered aloud. Boom. Her words struck like thunder in their ears. The name of the naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, resonated powerfully. 38 years earlier, he had single-handedly thwarted the assault of the Rocks pirates at God Valley, and alongside Roger, had annihilated them. He had repeatedly driven the pirate king, Roger, to the brink of defeat, who was unaware of his exploits. At the mention of Garp, the crew's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Even Luffy, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "Oh no, it's my grandfather. We need to run. Yes, let us flee." Usopp quickly echoed, something seems amiss. The onlookers, having overheard the conversation between the two, furrowed their brows, sensing an anomaly, yet unable to recall the specifics. Luffy, repeat what you just said. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke as he spoke. I said, Grandpa is here. Run. If we delay any longer, we want to escape. A profound silence enveloped the scene. After a lengthy pause, a thunderous uproar erupted. Grandpa. Oh right, Garp is my grandfather. What's wrong with that? Usopp received a sharp slap to the back of his head. You're a pirate. Your grandfather is a naval hero. Don't you find that peculiar? Sanji bellowed in frustration. It was then that everyone finally reacted, glancing around and strategizing their escape. Suddenly, a warship approached, and the bubbles in Garp's nose burst, jolting him back to reality. Oh no, I accidentally dozed off. He hurriedly looked towards the bridge and saw Jiang Liufeng, arms crossed, gazing at him with a calm demeanor, which relieved him momentarily. Phew. Thankfully, they haven't fled yet. However, his casual glance unexpectedly landed on his grandson and his companions, causing his heart to lurch. He roared in anger, Luffy, you little rascal, why are you here? It's over. Grandpa has spotted us, run. Luffy exclaimed, dashing towards the tunnel. His companions, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. Yet, amidst the chaos, Robin glanced back, her gaze lingering on Jiang Liufeng with a depth of emotion, as if she wished to etch the silhouette of this man into her heart. Thus, the Straw Hat crew's excursion to Judicial Island reached a splendid conclusion. Damn it, you think you can just run without even acknowledging your old man? Garp glared furiously at Luffy's retreating figure, then turned his attention to Jiang Liufeng and the others. Addressing the two admirals beside him, he commanded, These individuals are in your hands. I'll pursue the Straw Hat crew first. With that, he leaped off the ship, chasing after Luffy's group, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Liufeng as he passed, before continuing on without pause. Jiang Liufeng spread his hands and did not intervene. The group from the Straw Hat was not merely a bystander on this journey to Judicial Island. At the very least, they helped him share the burden of dealing with the formidable Garp. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of cannon fire erupted from Judicial Island, signaling the commencement of the demon-slaying order. The entire island was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing as buildings crumbled, reduced to ruins. The cannon fire jolted two generals aboard the ship awake. Aokiji removed his eye mask, slowly rising to stretch, then leaped off the warship, hands in his pockets. standing opposite Jiang Liufeng. Kizaru likewise put away his troublesome black snail, golden light flashing around him as he appeared beside Akiji. At this moment, the two generals, both with hands in their pockets, exuded an aura so powerful that they seemed like entirely different beings. Even Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count, as well as formidable figures like Crocodile and Waldo, felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Suddenly, several figures appeared behind Akiji and Kizaru, and upon closer inspection, they were all vice admirals of the Navy. It was the five of them: Mongoose, Sabaody, Doberman, Dalmatian, and Bastille. These five vice admirals had come to execute the demon-slaying order. Originally, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider were supposed to accompany them, but they were severely injured by Jiang Liufeng and Impel down, hence replaced by the already recovered Dalmatian and Bastille. The demon-slaying order involved indiscriminate bombardment of designated islands by warships, requiring no landing by the Navy, which allowed the vice admirals to remain behind to deal with the four of them while the bombardment was commanded by a rear admiral. This shift in circumstances resulted in a sudden 4-against-7 situation, plunging Jiang Liufeng into the most perilous predicament since his debut, despite it being merely 4 days since he stepped into the world. Nevertheless, the adversaries he encountered along the way were all well-known figures. Confronted with such powerful opponents now invigorated Jiang Liufeng, his eyes gleaming with eager excitement. Observing Jiang Liufeng's continued composure, Akiji furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this young man. How could he remain unfazed in the face of such a formidable naval presence? Was it sheer arrogance or genuine strength capable of contending with them? To be honest, it was hard to believe Magellan's report without witnessing it firsthand. The notion that a mere youth possessed such formidable prowess seemed incredulous. Akiji had previously thought Magellan exaggerated the truth to mask his own oversight, attributing the youth's exceptional skills to a mere myth to deflect responsibility. However, now that he beheld Jiang Liufeng in person, a faint realization dawned upon him that Magellan's claims might indeed hold merit. Setting aside his disdain, Akiji instructed Bastille, Dalmatian, and Mongoose, "You three handle Crocodile and Waldo. Kizaru, you take on the Red Count while I deal with this young man. Sabaody and Doberman, you two provide support." Kizaru and the vice admirals nodded in agreement. Likewise, Jiang Liufeng had made his arrangements. "Count and General, you and I will handle one each, while the remaining 5 vice admirals will be kept busy by Old Sand and Waldo. Boss, this is the Navy's territory. Their reinforcements will be swift. If we engage them head-on, we will suffer significant losses," Waldo cautioned. While neither the Red Count nor Old Sand voiced their thoughts, they clearly concurred with Waldo's assessment. Turning their gazes toward him, "Rest assured, we won't engage in a direct confrontation. A ship will arrive shortly to take us away. You just need to hold them off and allow me the opportunity to test the strength of a general." Chapter 27. Battle with Akiji. Although they were puzzled by his claim of an arriving ship, after several days, the three had grown to trust Jiang Liufeng, their captain. With the matter laid bare, they set their concerns aside, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Noticing the adversary's eagerness for combat, Akiji was momentarily taken aback. He pointed towards the gate of justice behind him and remarked, "Do you see that? There is a saying, fallen leaves return to their roots. Therefore, you shall return whence you came." Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that behind that imposing door lay the passage to the advancing city. With a scoff, he retorted to Admiral Akiji, "If you possess such strength, then spare us the words and come forth to claim your 4 shares of merit." Arrogance! This young man is woefully unaware of the vastness of the world. Doberman, who had yet to witness the prowess of Jiang Liufeng and his companions, proclaimed with haughty disdain, "What are you even worth to dare speak so boldly to me?" The captain? Valdo's temper flared upon hearing this, his face contorted in mockery. "You." Akiji interjected with a sweeping gesture, cutting off Doberman's words. "There is no need for further discourse. Let us demonstrate our true abilities." Akiji's assertion rang true. The space seemed rather confined. "What say you, Admiral Akiji? Shall I provide a larger arena for our clash?" "With the utmost pleasure." Akiji's pupils constricted, and his expression hardened. He leapt into action, his hands sweeping outward, an aura of icy coldness emanating forth, as if the very seasons had shifted. Though it was the height of summer, an unsettling chill enveloped the air, akin to the depths of winter. "Ice Age," Akiji growled, and immediately the surrounding sea echoed with the crackling sounds of freezing water. In mere moments, the expanse of ocean transformed into a colossal glacier, a sight of breathtaking grandeur. This maneuver not only served to establish the battlefield, but also heralded the commencement of an epic confrontation. "Goodness, retreat," Valdo exclaimed, glancing down to see the Justice Bridge, standing tall over the sea, now adorned with a layer of frost. He hastily dodged, narrowly escaping Akiji's concealed lethal strike, for had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been ensnared by the frost, rendered into a mere popsicle. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count effortlessly evaded the attack, yet old Sha, slightly slower, found his ankles frozen. However, endowed with the powers of the natural fruit, he remained unfazed by the icy effect. Instantly, he transformed into a swirling cloud of sand, reappearing in a different location to solidify his form once more. With a resounding impact from Akiji's formidable strike, the formation on Jiang Liufeng's side was momentarily disrupted. As soon as he landed, he was swiftly surrounded by the poised naval forces. Valdo and Old Sha found themselves encircled by 3 vice admirals, who launched a fierce assault. The Red Count faced off against Kizaru, while Jiang Liufeng engaged Akiji, effectively segmenting the battlefield into 3 distinct areas. The remaining 2 vice admirals positioned themselves centrally to oversee the unfolding dynamics of the 3-way conflict. Their dual purpose was to provide immediate support should their side falter, or to join the fray if the enemy displayed signs of weakness. Furthermore, they ensured the preservation of the 3-way standoff, ready to thwart any attempts by the adversary to consolidate their forces. It is undeniable that the naval forces exhibited a level of combat proficiency markedly superior to the previous, less competent fighters. This simple yet effective arrangement demonstrated their extensive combat experience, yielding immediate results. Old Sha and Valdo were caught off guard, despite being formidable fruit users. They struggled to regain their composure under the relentless assault, with Valdo's remarkable speed and Old Sha's full utilization of his natural abilities proving insufficient for counterattack, leaving them only to evade. Conversely, the Red Count and Jiang Liufeng remained composed from the outset, their Kenbunchika Haki alerting them to Akiji's moves, as well as the pursuits of the 2 admirals. As Kizaru unsheathed his light sword, the Red Count's Raijin was already drawn. Clang! Kizaru's sweeping strike was effortlessly parried by the Red Count. "Oh my, you are indeed a formidable opponent," Kizaru remarked. Simultaneously, Akiji's dual spear thrust was shattered by Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. "As Magellan stated, your shield is quite impressive," Jiang Liufeng mused. After several exchanges of offense and defense, the 4 found themselves evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. "To engage in battle with you is truly an honor," exclaimed the Red Count. Kizaru, delivering a light-speed slash, advanced towards him. The Red Count parried with his blade and, filled with vigor, remarked, "You, my young friend, are far more interesting than those previous weaklings." As soon as he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of 8 lightning-fast strikes, transforming from defense to offense, targeting Kizaru with precision. Kizaru's gaze sharpened, revealing a rare seriousness. "Your speed is indeed terrifying," he acknowledged, yet he too responded with 8 rapid strikes, adeptly blocking the onslaught. With a flash of movement, he vanished, appearing behind the Red Count, launching a silent, lightning-quick kick aimed at his ribs. The Red Count turned to see Kizaru's astonishing display, reigniting the battle fervor that had waned within him. Bang! Jiang Liufeng effortlessly shattered yet another lethal strike from Admiral Akiji with a single punch, casually remarking, "Is that all the strength of an admiral?" Akiji, gazing at Jiang Liufeng's iron-black arm, gravely inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why does someone with such overwhelming prowess exist in the first half of the Grand Line?" With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Liufeng graciously accepted the praise. The strongest spear. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, dark as iron. His arm was enveloped by a formidable surge of lightning energy, charging menacingly towards Akiji. Akiji, sensing the impending threat, did not hesitate, although he wielded the powers of nature. He understood that even in elemental form, he could still be struck by the overwhelming force of Haki. A chill surged up his right arm, forming ice. Ice block. Ice drill. A massive ice phoenix materialized, soaring toward Jiang Liufeng's most powerful spear. Bang. Crack. The might of the 3rd generation of Raikage spear was indeed formidable. Especially with Jiang Liufeng infusing it with his armed Haki, it shattered the ice phoenix into countless pieces. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Liufeng sensed something amiss. Akiji's attack could not be so easily thwarted. Observing the flurry of ice shards cascading through the air, he resolutely abandoned his offensive, quickly conjuring a lightning shield and retreating swiftly. As anticipated, the next moment, the seemingly obliterated shards of ice suddenly veered back, launching a relentless assault on his previous position. It was as if the heavens had unleashed a torrential rain of ice blades, creating a profound crater in the once solid icy surface. Aokiji stood momentarily stunned. This young man presented an unexpectedly formidable challenge. He realized that if he failed to eliminate him now, Jiang Liufeng would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. Chapter 28. The ship approaches. Although Jiang Liufeng possesses formidable strength, such prowess does not necessarily signify superiority, for in this era, the mightiest warriors abound like yaks. Yet not all can ascend to the pinnacle. However, the awe that Jiang Liufeng instills goes beyond mere physical power. His mental acuity equally terrifies Qingji. Just moments ago, through a calculated offense and retreat, it became evident that Jiang Liufeng embodies the fervor of youth while simultaneously exhibiting the composure of a seasoned veteran. How could a youth, brimming with strength and confidence, forfeit a prime opportunity for attack due to an uncertain threat? Yet, Jiang Liufeng did precisely that. Qingji firmly believed that the recent shift in tactics was beyond Jiang Liufeng's prior knowledge, as he relinquished his assault and withdrew before initiating his strike. This indicates that this youth, not yet 20 years of age, unhesitatingly abandoned his offensive due to a fleeting doubt. What does this reveal? It illustrates that this passionate young man possesses a mental fortitude that far surpasses that of his peers. Typically, spirited youths, upon acquiring extraordinary combat abilities, tend to look down upon many matters, individuals, and techniques, often leading to reckless decisions that exact a grave toll, ranging from injuries to fatalities or capture. Jiang Liufeng's retreat signifies his clarity of mind during battle. This apparent withdrawal demonstrates his commitment to only act when he possesses absolute certainty of success. This alone is sufficient for Qingji to perceive an increase in the potential danger posed by Jiang Liufeng. At that moment, while Qingji was momentarily taken aback, Jiang Liufeng remained vigilant, his observation Haki finally responding to the events unfolding beyond the ice age on the sea. "Mira, I am here to rescue you." A melodious voice, ethereal in quality, echoed within Jiang Liufeng's mind through his observation Haki. Simultaneously, Kizaru's swift kick struck directly against the Red Count's blade, which was raised to block the torrential assault. Boom. Though this strike did not inflict any substantial harm upon the Red Count, the sheer force of Kizaru's kick was astonishing. The Red Count was propelled away, vanishing from his position and hurtling towards Lao Sha and his companions. Coincidentally, the Red Count's unexpected arrival coincided with the 5 Vice Admirals who were executing a lethal maneuver against Lao Sha and his companions. Indeed, the 2 Vice Admirals who had been providing support swiftly joined the fray as they perceived Lao Sha's precarious situation. This development undoubtedly exacerbated the plight of Lao Sha and Walder, who were pressed closely together, struggling to endure, just as they seemed on the verge of collapse. The Red Count burst forth like a sudden hero. Clang. Utilizing the momentum from Kizaru's kick, the Red Count unleashed 5 swift slashes, effectively halting the Vice Admiral's assault. The sudden appearance of the Red Count caught the Vice Admirals off guard. While they were not injured, they appeared quite disheveled. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up upon witnessing the successful convergence of his 3 allies. Without hesitation, he exerted force beneath him, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick imbued with Haki against the ice. Boom. A massive chunk of ice was sent hurtling towards Qingji. Regaining his composure, Qingji swiftly elementalized his form, allowing the ice block to collide with him. Bang. After the impact, Qingji reformed his shape, evidently unaffected by such a mundane attack. However, when Qingji glanced again, he found that Jiang Liufeng had already absconded with the Red Count and the others. "Run. The ship is here to retrieve us." Jiang Liufeng charged ahead, racing towards the source of the sound. The remaining 3 stood bewildered. After a few days, they had become accustomed to the eccentricities of their neurotic captain, often performing actions that left them perplexed. Without further ado, they followed closely behind him in retreat. What in the world was happening? Even the 7 Vice Admirals were left in a state of confusion. How could they simply flee in the midst of battle? Were they out of their minds? Surrounded by naval warships, where could they possibly escape? The sailors aboard the nearby vessels, upon witnessing this scene, erupted into cheers. They had distanced their ships as soon as Aokiji had unleashed his Ice Age, only able to catch glimpses of the 11 figures engaged in combat, unable to discern the details of the clash. Now, seeing Jiang Liufeng and his companions in disarray, they mistakenly believed it signified their own overwhelming victory. How could they not be elated? As the 4 fled toward them, an officer aboard one of the 2 warships waved his hand dismissively, his nose held high. "Soldiers, the enemy has been routed by our commander. An opportunity for glory has arrived." Charge. Capture them for great rewards. The sailors, brimming with excitement, envisioned promotions within their grasp. Onward. Kill. Hundreds of Navy personnel leapt from their ships, brandishing an array of weapons as they surged forward. This spectacle made Akiji's eyelids twitch in irritation. How could they possibly think they could stop these formidable foes? Hadn't it been made clear that they were to remain at a distance and not disembark? This was utterly ridiculous. The remaining vice admirals were equally distressed, rushing after them while frantically waving their arms, shouting in exasperation. What on earth are our commanders doing? Isn't it obvious? They are joyously dancing with excitement to lift our spirits. Yes, let us show the commanders our capabilities. Charge. Witnessing this eager group, the 7 vice admirals felt a sense of helplessness. If a confrontation ensued, the Navy would suffer tremendous losses. Aside from Kizaru, who could potentially catch up to these formidable foes, the other 6 could do nothing but fret, unable to keep pace. Yet Kizaru, facing one adversary alone, found himself at a disadvantage. Both the Red Count and Jiang Liufeng were exceptional fighters, and together they were no trifling matter. Additionally, Valdo would occasionally launch surprise attacks using his armament Haki, forcing Kizaru to retreat. At that moment, a throng of minor sailors arrived. Witnessing the scene of Admiral Kizaru in disarray, and they abruptly halted, bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't this the criminal said to be on the verge of defeat? How was he now engaged with their admiral? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. As they observed the fierce demeanor of Jiang Liufeng and his companions, a chill ran down their spines, and they found themselves trembling uncontrollably. They were not seeking glory, they were inviting their own demise. Chapter 29. A stimulating encounter having forced Kizaru back, the Red Count turned, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. A murderous intent swelling within him as he raised Thunderstorm, preparing to unleash havoc upon the hapless sailors. However, at that moment, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened dramatically. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, sweeping over the throng of sailors. This invisible force was so terrifying that even his own companions felt a slight unease, let alone the disorganized crowd before them. As Jiang Liufeng unleashed his conqueror's Haki, the hundreds of sailors froze in place, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this, the distant sailors aboard their ships were paralyzed with fear. What had just transpired? How could he have incapacitated so many in an instant? Many eager young sailors quickly withdrew their feet from the railing, seeking refuge behind their superiors. The vice admirals shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight, while Akiji and Kizaru breathed sighs of relief. They had both gasped in horror at the sight of the Red Count drawing his blade, grateful that Jiang Liufeng had merely used his Haki to incapacitate them. Had it gone otherwise, the losses to their headquarters would have been catastrophic. For a fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Liufeng and his companions widened the gap between them and the vice admirals, approaching the shoreline. Akiji smirked. "I'm curious to see how you power users will escape over the sea." Suddenly, he noticed something on the surface of the water approaching their direction. "What is that?" he exclaimed, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. "A ship? Mira, I have come to save you all." This time, it was not just Jiang Liufeng who heard the voice. Even the Red Count, Valdo, Old Shah, and the 7 vice admirals, all endowed with observation Haki, recognized it. "What is that sound? Could it be the legendary spirit of the ship?" Kizaru remarked in astonishment. Akiji's heart raced as he urged his comrades to pursue, shouting with all his might as he sprinted after Jiang Liufeng. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng and his companions had now clearly discerned the source of the voice. It was none other than the Going Merry. Old Shah was the most astonished, exclaiming, "Isn't that the Straw Hat cruise ship? How did it end up here? And what was that voice? Could it really be the legendary ship spirit?" A surge of incredulous questions flooded his mind. Glancing back at Jiang Liufeng, he found his captain to be an enigma. Each of his actions was capable of leaving others in awe. Following him certainly seemed to promise an extraordinary adventure. As this thought crossed his mind, he was taken aback by his own sentiment. What was happening to him? He had dismissed figures like Shanks and Whitebeard. Yet now he felt a genuine sense of subservience toward this young captain. However, reality offered little time for contemplation as Jiang Liufeng's shout snapped him back to attention. "Hurry aboard." "Yes." The 3 responded, leaping onto the Going Merry, readying the sails and preparing to set off. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng stood at the bow of the ship, staring intensely at her. A large bead of sweat trickled down Mary's forehead. "Who are you? What is happening? Where are my companions?" Mary thought to herself, bewildered. In contrast, Jiang Liufeng was overwhelmed with excitement before his journey. He had witnessed the touching moment when the Going Merry came to retrieve the Straw Hat crew. That individual was truly moving, even someone as unfortunate as him, who has witnessed the capriciousness of life and endured the tribulations of the human experience, found his emotions stirred. Standing before the school store, he wept uncontrollably at the scene unfolding on the television, nearly prompting the police to mistake the shopkeeper for a human trafficker. Having now beheld this remarkably spirited vessel, the Thousand Sunny, it felt as though a wish had been fulfilled. Mermaid, Luffy and the others have already departed. They are likely aboard the sea train heading back. Please assist us in leaving to join them. The Thousand Sunny hesitated, sensing the earnest gaze of Jiang Liufeng, and silently acquiesced, allowing Wardo to steer the ship towards Water 7. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Stay here. Ice Age. Huh. With a crackling sound, the waters surrounding the Thousand Sunny began to freeze at a visible pace, threatening to immobilize her. Just then, a familiar voice of salvation rang out, Yada no Kagami. Clattering echoed through the air as a cascade of light rained down from the heavens, the result of Kizaru's formidable attack. Jiang Liufeng gazed upon the nearly frozen expanse of the sea, when suddenly, the 8-foot Xionggoyu shattered the icy surface, illuminating his surroundings. A splendid opportunity. Valdo, run quickly. Understood. Valdo responded with a vigorous wave of his hand, striking the Golden Mary with a powerful blow, exclaiming, "Twin-fold acceleration." Boom. With a whoosh, the Golden Mary transformed into a wild stallion, soaring forward by several hundred paces, swiftly escaping the range of Qingji's attack. Damn it. You wretched monkey have once again let the pirate slip away. You must be doing this on purpose. Why say once again? At that moment, Qingji cast a suspicious glance at Kizaru, his expression clearly suggesting he considered him a traitor. In response, Kizaru shrugged, seemingly helpless. Well, they didn't sink them. They truly are fortunate. Upon hearing this, Qingji's disdain for him deepened, and he bellowed, "Then why aren't you pursuing them?" With an innocent demeanor, Kizaru replied, "You saw it too. I cannot take on those few monsters alone." Hearing this, Qingji's mouth twitched in frustration, realizing he would likely face a severe reprimand. With Valdo's speed augmenting the Golden Mary, it truly was astonishingly swift. Even the warships struggled to keep pace, and before long, they had evaded the Navy's pursuit, sailing into the resplendent, sunlit ocean, a breathtaking sight to behold. Ah, finally over. That was quite exhilarating. Jiang Liufeng exhaled deeply, seated upon the deck of the melee. Basking in the warm sunlight, he remarked with a sense of contentment. Meanwhile, the Count and his companions regarded him with the astonishment reserved for a peculiar creature. What audacity! To recklessly rampage at the doorstep of another's naval domain, and yet still provoke? What a ludicrous notion. Chapter 30, A Successful Escape. Truly, he had shattered the very banner of the world's justice. Now, it seemed, he had become an adversary to the entire realm. And only he could navigate such tumult with such apparent ease. Jiang Liufeng paid no heed to their thoughts. He understood that these three were merely speaking. When it came to action, they were resolute and unwavering, each more determined than the last. With the acceleration provided by Waldo, the Mary swiftly ascended, soon arriving at the grand ship where a Spug awaited to welcome them. Mary, Luffy, who had already boarded the large vessel, exclaimed with excitement upon spotting the Golden Mary. The members of the Straw Hat crew, hearing his call, turned in astonishment to gaze at the approaching ship. Even a Spug, who had spent his life dealing with ships, was profoundly astonished at this moment. He had meticulously examined this vessel, which had been deemed unseaworthy, yet it had traversed the waters of the sea gods, bringing Jiang Liufeng and the others back. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. As they drew near, Jiang Liufeng and his companions gracefully leaped onto the grand ship, leaving the emotional scene to the Straw Hat crew. Mira, I am truly sorry. I had hoped to take you all on another journey, but I arrived too late. With a creaking sound, the Mary seemed to expend its final ounce of strength. Uttering those words before breaking apart in two, rendered completely inoperative. Seeing this, the Straw Hat crew could no longer contain their emotions. They were already in tears. Mary, we are the ones at fault. We did not cherish you as we should have. Please, forgive us. I am so grateful to have carried you all this way. Thank you. They cried. After a prolonged struggle, Luffy finally bid farewell to the Mary with his own hands. Although the Mary had departed from them, it did not diminish their fighting spirit in the slightest. Jiang Liufeng beheld the live performance, and his heart was profoundly stirred, a fleeting melancholy passing through him. At this moment, what filled his heart more was anticipation. What would his ship be like? Would the camaraderie he shared with his crew evoke similar emotions? What poignant tales would they weave together? Jiang Liufeng stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the vast, tumultuous sea, a realm brimming with wonders. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, the fervor and excitement in his eyes betrayed his profound longing and anticipation. To be reborn in such a vibrant world was truly exhilarating. Thus, the battle at Judicial Island came to a definitive conclusion, culminating in a resounding victory for the pirates and a crushing defeat for the Navy. In this encounter, the leader Jiang Liufeng and his trio vanquished countless naval soldiers, slaying 3 elite members of the world government's CP9, Kaku, Gabra, and the high-ranking Spandam. They severely wounded Lucci and Khalifa, engaging 7 foes with only 4, standing undefeated against 2 admirals and 5 vice-admirals. They destroyed the world government's flag, rescuing the infamous daughter of the devil, Nico Robin, along with Frankie, the possessor of the ancient weapon Pluton's blueprints. This battle was yet another grand spectacle following their escapade in Impel Down, compelling the world government and the Navy to acknowledge their undeniable presence. Indeed, they had made a name for themselves in a single stroke. However, as the saying goes, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of Water 7, the Navy headquarters presented a dismal picture. Sengoku, filled with indignation, glared at the empty-handed officers before him, trembling with rage. This was an unprecedented humiliation for the Navy, one that surpassed even the chaos unleashed by the Golden Lion's escape. The turmoil at Impel Down had resulted in the deaths and injuries of the warden and guards, and even 2 vice-admirals had fallen. Not only had they failed to capture the 2 individuals with significant ties to the ancient weapon Pluton, but they had also suffered a complete annihilation of CP9, while their own stronghold lay in ruins. The enemy? They had slipped away unscathed from the very hands of the Navy's mightiest representatives, 2 admirals and 6 vice-admirals. Not to mention 20 warships. What madness was this? Sengoku's fury intensified as he observed the 2 lackadaisical admirals before him, wishing he could unleash a devastating blow upon them. What on earth happened? Carp, Akiji, Kizaru, what were you 3 doing? How could you let them escape? Carp, unlike the 2 admirals, felt equally frustrated, explaining, I was pursuing the Straw Hat crew. I'm not certain of the specifics of the battle. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Ah, so that's why you, old man. Didn't he put in your full effort? Your precious grandson was involved. With that, he turned to the 2 admirals, demanding an explanation. Ask him. No, ask him. The 2 admirals pointed at each other in unison. Sengoku, suppressing his rising anger, commanded, Akiji, you speak. Akiji, standing up in annoyance, recounted. The vice-admirals were on the verge of capturing Warlord Waldo and Crocodile when this fool kicked Red Count over to them, allowing their escape. I was about to encircle them with Ice Age when this fool shattered my ice with the Yada no Kagami, and Waldo accelerated away, disappearing in an instant. Kizaru, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, Hey, how can you blame me? You're young and strong. Why didn't you capture Red Count yourself? I'm merely trying to survive a battle against such a formidable opponent. Kicking him away was a victory in itself. And when their ship was immobilized by your ice, I had to sink it. What else was I supposed to do? If 4 Devil Fruit users fell into the water, it would be a piece of cake to capture them. Sengoku, listening to the exchange, found their arguments to have some merit. Ultimately, the blame lay with the formidable adversaries who always found a way to escape. Observing the escalating tension between the admirals, Sengoku sighed, resigned to shoulder the responsibility himself. All right, you 2 sit down. You've done your best. Luck was on their side. Particularly with the Moby Dick, which possesses a spirit of the sea. At this point, we must issue bounty notices. You both have faced them. What do you think? They're formidable. Aside from Crocodile, who possesses only observation Haki, that kid and Red Count are both at Admiral level. Waldo is undoubtedly at least a near Admiral level. Akiji replied gravely. More importantly, that group is led by that kid, who commands respect even from Red Count, a man who has never allied with anyone. This likely indicates that the kid is stronger than Red Count. Kizaru added, his usual levity replaced by seriousness. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was once again taken aback. Previously, he had only heard reports about their strength. Now, hearing the 2 admirals speak with such gravity transformed his perception. The implication was clear. These individuals possessed the capacity to confront the Navy headquarters' 3 admirals directly. This was alarming news. If they couldn't handle this crew, they would certainly be ill-equipped to face the titans of the New World. Without hesitation, Sengoku rose and declared a bounty of 500 million on the escapee Jiang Liufeng. restoring the bounties of Crocodile and Waldo to their original amounts. As for Red Count, that matter would have to wait. He was too foolish enough to disclose the news of Red Count's successful escape, as it could inspire an insurmountable wave of ambition among the pirates in the current age of piracy. Just as he was about to adjourn the meeting, a thought struck him. He turned sharply to Carp, saying, "And raise the bounties for the Straw Hat crew as well." Carp's face flushed with embarrassment. That damn kid. He deserves it. As night fell over Water 7, the city, despite the aftermath of battle and the trials of the sea gods, was alive with celebration. The townspeople feasted heartily, sang jubilant songs, and danced with abandon, reveling in their hard-won victory. However, just as Ace was about to toast to Frankie's safe return, a voice shattered the festive atmosphere. "Iceberg, my promise is fulfilled. Now, please settle the bill." Ace turned to face the purple-haired youth, curiosity peaking within him. Who was this young man, and what was the source of his formidable power? Noticing Iceberg's rapt gaze upon him, Jiang Liufeng felt a twinge of annoyance. "What are you staring at? I'm not a woman." Snapped from his thoughts by Jiang Liufeng's impatience, Ace quickly replied, "No problem. You saved my mentor. I would gladly part with everything I own. We'll give you our largest and most luxurious ship from the shipyard." With a grand gesture, the Iceberg declared with magnanimity. The river flowed serenely, yet Jiang Liufeng remained unmoved. "I do not desire what you offer. Rather, I require your craftsmanship." A hint of surprise flickered across the Ice Mountain's countenance as he responded. "Currently, the Seven Waters are in a state of disrepair, and it would be challenging to procure shipbuilding materials in the short term. Let us utilize my resources." At that moment, Frankie approached, interrupting Ice Mountain's discourse. "Let us construct a vessel using the trunk of my atom tree." Witnessing the misinterpretation of his intentions by the two, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of annoyance. With an irritable tone, he retorted, "That wretched tree of yours can serve as your own coffin. I require no materials from you, as I possess my own. Your role shall be merely to forge the vessel." Despite Jiang Liufeng's cutting remarks, the two brothers bore no resentment, primarily due to their inability to contend with him. "Very well, then bring forth your materials, and we shall commence work immediately." Jiang Liufeng regained his usual composure, nodding as he spoke. "Very well. Gather the team and bring the necessary tools to the shipyard to find me. I have already placed the materials there." Although the two individuals harbored doubts, they still acquiesced without further comment. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng instructed his three companions to remain here to enjoy some refreshments while he proceeded to the shipyard. It would be quite a spectacle if he were to extract such a massive tree trunk from the system's inventory. The astonishment it would evoke could be unimaginable. Asparg and his team acted swiftly, soon summoning a dozen individuals equipped with the necessary tools. Upon catching sight of the tree trunk beside Jiang Liufeng, they were utterly taken aback. "Heavens, what a magnificent tree!" they exclaimed. No wonder it overshadowed even the tree of Adam. As the saying goes, a layman marvels at the spectacle, while an expert discerns the intricacies. The renowned shipwrights, the Iceberg brothers, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this timber. Jiang Liufeng had no inclination to enlighten them. After binding with the tree spirit, he instructed it to have these individuals craft a vessel. Subsequently, he confidently strode through the petrified crowd, returning to indulge in some drink. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, awestruck. Such materials were as precious as divine artifacts. As a shipwright, the opportunity to utilize the finest materials to construct a ship was an immense honor, even for a mere assistant. After the initial astonishment, a dozen skilled shipbuilders eagerly rubbed their hands together, zealously gathering around the world tree. Their techniques resembled the tender caress one might bestow upon a beloved. Utterly captivated by the task at hand, though their spirits were high, the renowned shipyard was not to be trifled with. Each craftsman exhibited a commendable level of professionalism, approaching their work with utmost caution and meticulous care. It appeared as if they were not merely constructing a ship, but rather creating an extraordinary masterpiece. Meanwhile, within the festivities, Jiang Liufeng savored his fine wine, content as he witnessed this scene unfold, reassured that his vessel would surely shine brilliantly in this world, just as he did. After a hearty meal and drink, Jiang Liufeng and his companions finally enjoyed a well-deserved, peaceful slumber. The relentless days of travel had left them with little rest. To claim they were not fatigued would be an understatement, particularly for the trio of the Red Count, having been imprisoned for so long. The chance to drift into sleep in this vibrant world was nothing short of a luxury they had once only dreamed of. In the following days, they relished this fleeting tranquility until they were abruptly roused by a frantic knock at their door from a member of the Frankie family. Great deity! Great deity! Your bounty has been announced. Oh, at this revelation, Jiang Liufeng's interest peaked. He had never imagined he would someday be deemed a wanted criminal in the pirate world. Though a fugitive, he felt an unexpected sense of pride. Bring it to me, I wish to see it. He eagerly accepted the bounty notice from the young man. Great deity, I must take my leave. I have to deliver this to the Straw Hats. Very well, go ahead. Jiang Liufeng was too preoccupied to pay him any mind and dismissed him. The young subordinate, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, vanished in an instant. Having witnessed the formidable strength and ruthless tactics of these few aberrant individuals, who would not tremble in fear, he wished to survive for a few more years, after all. Jiang Liufeng presented 3 bounty notices before several individuals, exclaiming, "Let us see how much we are worth." Chapter 32, Truly Worthless. First and foremost was himself, the flying thunder god Jiang Liufeng, with a bounty of 510 million. Jiang Liufeng counted twice and confirmed that the amount was indeed 510 million, which caused him to furrow his brow in dissatisfaction. How could it be so little? Shouldn't it be 5,100,000,000 instead? Upon hearing this, Count Hong and the others rolled their eyes in exasperation. This young captain truly was getting ahead of himself. He had just embarked on his journey. And for his first bounty to be 510 million was already quite substantial. What more could he desire? This is not even the New World. If he were to be offered a bounty of 5,100,000,000, it would surely send the common folk into a frenzy. Who would dare to reside in this maritime domain then? Young man, perhaps a touch of martial ethics would be in order? After brooding for a while, he continued to read on. There was no surprise to be found. The amounts for Lao Sha and Valdo remained unchanged. One at 81 million and the other at 500 million. Jiang Liufeng gazed at old Sha with a playful smirk, as if to say, "You really ought to step up your game. It's rather underwhelming." In response, old Sha merely pursed his lips, dismissing the remark with indifference. "Why isn't there a bounty on the count?" Jiang Liufeng inquired with sudden curiosity. "Boss, you must be joking. Would the Navy dare to release a bounty on the Red Count? That would imply he has escaped. The news of the Red Count's flight would undoubtedly create an unprecedented uproar. The Navy would never take such a risk." Although Valdo was rather simple-minded, he was certainly aware of the implications of such matters. As Jiang Liufeng listened, he chose not to pursue the matter further and, after enjoying breakfast, made his way toward the shipyard. He was genuinely eager to discover what kind of vessel would be constructed. Stepping outside, he strolled leisurely along the bustling streets of Water 7, contemplating various issues concerning his crew. Once the ship was completed, there would indeed be a legitimate pirate crew. However, with only 4 members, despite their formidable strength, they seemed rather sparse. After all, one must have a decent chef, right? Throughout their journey thus far, they had relied on others for sustenance. Once they set sail for real, it would be a different story. Could they truly expect to scrounge meals from others across the vast ocean? Clearly, that was not a feasible plan. While lost in these thoughts, he suddenly heard a commotion at the dock and turned his gaze in that direction. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar figure. His eyes brightened upon seeing a captivating woman with strikingly fiery pink hair. Wasn't that Carmen? Indeed, this was the talented chef who had once competed alongside Sanji in Logtown. A remarkable culinary artist. As Jiang Liufeng's eyes flickered, he ascended and listened for a while, finally grasping the situation. It turned out that after the battle between Carmen and Sanji, she did not succumb to despair. Rather, she became even more dedicated and passionate about the art of cooking. Resolute in her ambition, she decided to embark on a journey across the vast south and north, seeking to encounter the unique ingredients of various maritime regions and to learn the distinctive culinary techniques of each locale, with the aspiration of becoming a remarkable chef. She had heard that the sea train in Water 7 offered the opportunity to witness a myriad of extraordinary sea creatures. For a chef of her limited prowess, these marine delicacies were rare gems. Even if she could not personally prepare them, she yearned to experience the sea train's journey. However, unfortunate circumstances arose when she finally managed to board a vessel to Water 7, only to be informed that the sea train was undergoing maintenance and would not set sail in the near future. This news left her in deep frustration. Given her unwavering dedication to the culinary arts, even a moment's delay was intolerable, prompting her to engage in a heated discussion with the station staff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, a chef has arrived. He then made his way directly towards Miss Carmen. "Hello, Miss Carmen. I am Jiang Liufeng. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." With a gentlemanly demeanor, he extended his hand towards Carmen. As she turned to inquire further, Carmen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's handsome visage, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. He was simply too striking. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, suddenly feeling a bit flustered by the attention of such a dashing figure. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly and remarked, "I hear that Miss Carmen wishes to experience the majesty of the Sea Kings in this windless zone." Carmen cast a discreet glance at Jiang Liufeng and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I can escort you there, and I can also assist you in capturing what you desire. Provided that you agree to my terms." Upon hearing this, Carmen sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. While she was indeed passionate about culinary arts and ingredients, the notion of compromising her integrity was unacceptable, regardless of how handsome he might be. Surely, there should be a semblance of courtship and emotional connection before such propositions were entertained, should there not? What was she even pondering? She pressed her hands against her flushed cheeks, steadied her thoughts, and declared resolutely, "Let us not speak further. I will not barter my dignity." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, "Ah, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Miss Carmen, what I intended to convey was that I would like you to serve as the chef aboard our vessel. We shall traverse the nations, and whatever ingredients you desire, we shall procure for you." Carmen was taken aback, realizing the true nature of his proposition. "Why couldn't you articulate that more clearly? You left my mind filled with all sorts of inappropriate imagery," she retorted. "Do you truly possess such capabilities?" Only then did Carmen take a discerning look at the man before her. Aside from his striking good looks and impressive physique, she found little else that indicated exceptional strength. Others had previously extended invitations to her, yet upon hearing of the journey to the doldrums to hunt for Sea Kings, they all hastily declined. They spoke grandly, but none possessed the requisite skills. Evidently, Carmen was skeptical of Jiang Liufeng as well. Words alone were futile. The proof of his prowess would only be revealed through action. Jiang Liufeng, unwilling to linger on unnecessary pleasantries, spoke plainly. Although doubts lingered in Carmen's mind, her curiosity and determination prevailed. She could hardly contain her excitement, especially now that someone was willing to accompany her. As a woman from the East Sea, she was well versed in culinary arts, yet she had no true understanding of the terror that the Sea Kings embodied. After much contemplation, she decided to nod in agreement. As long as Jiang Liufeng genuinely possessed the ability to hunt the Sea Kings, she had no qualms about serving as their ship's chef. Together, they would explore distant lands and witness the wonders that lay above the ocean. It was settled. Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of joy in his heart at the thought of having a competent chef aboard the ship, sparing everyone from the uncertainty of hunger and satisfaction. He nodded in contentment, took Carmen along, and prepared to borrow a vessel from Ice Bagu. Who is this wild young lad? How dare he speak so audaciously in this place? Miss, do not be deceived by him. Just as the two turned around, an unwelcome voice resonated in the air. Jiang Liufeng, observing a group of individuals disembarking from the recently docked vessel, inquired, "Who are you?" "Humph. We are the Haki pirate crew, and our captain, Haki, is a notorious bounty criminal with a price of 20 million berries." Before the captain could respond, a subordinate, with a haughty demeanor, interjected, "The Haki crew? 20 million? How utterly pathetic." Jiang Liufeng pursed his lips, expressing his disdain as he remarked, "Indeed, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds dare to trouble him." Chapter 33. A renewed invitation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding audience immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them were residents of the Water Seven, and many were unaware of the significant matters Jiang Liufeng was involved in. However, they had certainly heard of the notorious Raikage gang, although they were not particularly high-ranking. This group was known for their brazen acts of plundering and bullying on several nearby islands. Naturally, the common folk were terrified and quickly stepped back, fearing trouble. Observing the crowd's reaction, the pirate known as Haki was quite pleased and smugly declared, "I told you, kid, your skills in deceiving women are quite lacking. You actually claim to take someone to see the Sea Kings all by yourself? This woman must be remarkably foolish to believe such nonsense." Carmen was momentarily taken aback by his words, but upon seeing the sincerity in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, it was evident that he was far more trustworthy than those repugnant individuals. "I believe him, and what concern is it of yours? Let's go." Jiang Liufeng, disdainful of beings as insignificant as ants, merely nodded when he caught Carmen's gaze and said, "Let us proceed." Upon realizing that his words held no sway, Raji's anger flared. "Stop right there. This woman has caught my eye. If you know what's good for you, hand her over. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it today." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng turned his head, and a fierce aura surged from his eyes. "Lie down. These two words, though softly spoken, sent tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. "Oh my, that is terrifying!" exclaimed a passerby, suddenly feeling the oppressive force emitted by Jiang Liufeng, shivering as he wiped the sweat from his brow. In the next moment, a series of thuds echoed as more than a dozen people disembarked from the ship, beginning with Raji, all of whom fell to the ground. Frothing at the mouth and convulsing, their eyes rolling back, gasping in shock, the crowd watching the two depart collectively inhaled sharply. How terrifying! He didn't even lift a finger. Can a gaze truly kill? At that moment, a bird carrying a bounty notice flew overhead, dropping several flyers imprinted with photographs. A keen observer picked one up and, upon seeing it, was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He pointed at Jiang Liufeng's retreating figure and then at the bounty notice in his hand. "Him," he stammered, nearly biting off his own tongue. Curious onlookers gathered around to investigate. Upon seeing the notice, many felt their souls nearly leave their bodies, with several women gasping in shock. Finally, the crowd collectively shouted, 550 million. As the two continued on their way, Carmen's excitement became increasingly difficult to contain. Any doubt she had about Jiang Liufeng had long vanished. Having witnessed his prowess, she believed that her dreams might truly be within reach. Seeing Carmen's thrilled expression brought joy to Jiang Liufeng, for her happiness signified that her position as the ship's cook was becoming more assured. Before long, they borrowed a ship from the industrious Ispegu. Eager to test the newly constructed pirate vessel, one must admit that Ispegu and his crew worked with remarkable efficiency. In just a few days, the ship had taken shape. It stood resplendent and imposing, resembling a fierce dragon poised to soar into the sky, silently lying in wait, ready to astonish the world with a single roar. Jiang Liufeng extolled the virtues of the ship with unrestrained admiration, thoroughly satisfied. In the end, he took Carmen on a tour of the kitchen aboard the vessel. Although it was completely bare, Carmen, being a connoisseur of culinary arts, discerned that the kitchen's layout was remarkably sophisticated. Once completed and fully equipped, it would undoubtedly transform into an opulent culinary haven. For a chef, possessing an exceptional workspace is of paramount importance. Observing Carmen was akin to envisioning his future studio, which filled Jiang Liufeng with joy. He had not anticipated such unexpected rewards from a casual stroll, and it truly brought him delight. After their tour, they bid farewell to the crew and set sail, their spirits lifted. The outcome was assuredly one of mutual satisfaction, with Jiang Liufeng possessing the formidable conqueror's Haki. No sea creature dared approach them within even a stone's throw. Amidst Carmen's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng led her to a sea king's lair, granting them a close-up view of these oceanic behemoths. Following Carmen's wishes, he captured a creature that was neither entirely serpent nor entirely otherwise. According to Carmen, this creature was exceedingly rare and considered a delicacy among sea kings. Though the act seemed straightforward, the astute Carmen recognized its extraordinary nature. The fact that even such a colossal entity feared Jiang Liufeng left her pondering the extent of his prowess. This notion only heightened her interest in his invitation. Upon returning to their lodgings that evening, Carmen initially felt a twinge of trepidation upon encountering the imposing figures of Waldo and his companions. To be in the company of these burly men was, to be frank, somewhat daunting. However, after Waldo and the others experienced Carmen's culinary talents and displayed their blissful expressions, she suddenly realized that as a chef, there was no greater satisfaction than bringing joy to these fearsome individuals. Waldo, naturally, had no shortage of praise. "Sister, your culinary skills are simply exquisite. I've never tasted such delectable dishes. It's truly impressive, haha." Waldo's exclamation nearly caused Jiang Liufeng to choke on his food. Cough, cough. "Can you not speak so foolishly?" Waldo, sensing Jiang Liufeng's piercing gaze, shivered slightly. You all take your time enjoying the meal. I'll deliver some to Iceberg and the others for a midnight snack." With that, he hastily departed, avoiding Jiang Liufeng's eyes. Not just Waldo, but even Crocodile and the Red Count felt compelled to express their admiration. Unfortunately, one was not eloquent, while the other was excessively proud. Nevertheless, from their expressions, Jiang Liufeng discerned their shared desire for Carmen to be their chef. Thus, he turned to Carmen with a sincere invitation. "Miss Carmen, would you be willing to join us as our chef? To embark on a delightful journey across this magnificent sea together?" To be honest, Carmen felt a conflict within her heart. After all, she had previously committed to Jiang Liufeng. Yet the thought of a lone girl mingling with a group of burly men felt somewhat awkward. She found herself at a loss for words, hesitating for what seemed an eternity. This hesitation prompted the Red Count to grow anxious. despite having roamed alone for decades. He had never been so captivated until he tasted Carmen's cooking. It had become an addiction. Chapter 34, Setting Sail. With their formidable strength, this group was destined to traverse the new world with ease. How could they possibly do without a capable chef? A band of unparalleled masters, living on the edge, surviving on meager rations. What a laughable sight that would be. The old man struggled to convey his regret, mustering the courage to say, "Miss Carmen, I possess little of value to offer, but the captain has promised to procure the mythical Zoan vampire fruit for me. I trust he will deliver, if need be. I can pass this fruit on to you." Upon hearing this, both Jiang Liufeng and Carmen's eyes lit up, albeit for different reasons. Carmen, having heard of this remarkable treasure, yearned for it, yet the name vampire filled her with apprehension. Conversely, Jiang Liufeng slapped his thigh, realizing the allure of such a prize. He grinned widely and said, "Indeed. Miss Carmen, should you join us, I promise to help you secure a devil fruit. However, the vampire fruit is a promise I made to the Red Count. I can certainly find you another." Carmen, upon hearing this, found the offer irresistible. She understood that in this ruthless world, to fulfill her aspirations and realize her worth, two conditions were paramount: a formidable ally and her own strength. Though she was a girl, her determination to achieve her dreams rivaled that of any boy. The prospect of enhancing her power and securing her own safety in these perilous waters was, to be frank, a tantalizing temptation. "Really? Indeed, I can assure you of that. Well then, I have one more request. I hope you can find another female companion. It would be rather uncomfortable for a girl to be with a group of men." "That can certainly be arranged. We'll find you a companion, and don't let their fearsome appearances fool you. They're all wonderful individuals, right, old Sand?" Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Lao Sha. Suddenly, the conversation turned to him, and although Lao Sha initially hesitated to engage, he secretly yearned for the delectable meals prepared by Carmen, fearing that any action on his part might startle the young girl. Resigned, he stated, "The captain says so. And so it shall be." Upon encountering these individuals, he found them to be far more agreeable than he had anticipated, particularly the simpleton among them, whose innocence significantly diminished Carmen's previous apprehensions. After a relentless series of coaxing and persuasion, they finally reached an agreement. Thus, Jiang Liufeng's culinary chief was appointed. To secure such a beautiful head chef was undoubtedly the most rewarding achievement Jiang Liufeng had experienced in recent days. After all, what was one mere devil fruit? For someone equipped with a positioning device, it was indeed a trivial matter. With arrangements finalized, the group joyously resumed their revelry. Valdo, returning from a delivery, quickly discerned the cause of their merriment without needing to ask. The mere thought of relishing gourmet meals at every meal filled him with childlike delight. And he joined in the jubilant atmosphere, raising his cup in celebration. The following morning, Icepiga finally sent someone to inform them that the ship was complete and ready for inspection. The group, filled with excitement, packed their belongings and set off for the shipyard. As they strolled through the streets once more, the residents' gazes had transformed significantly. Jiang Liufeng is a notorious pirate valued at 510 million, whose reputation has spread throughout the Water 7. The locals tend to keep their distance, wary of provoking trouble. However, his crew remained largely unfazed by this. Only Carmen appeared somewhat discontented. Sensing her unease, Jiang Liufeng turned to her and remarked, "As long as we act with a clear conscience, that is all that matters." After contemplating his words, Carmen experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, why should one be concerned about the opinions of others? What truly matters is to act with integrity. This minor episode did not hinder their progress, and soon they arrived before their new ship. At that moment, the vessel was draped in crimson cloth by a Sebagu, eagerly awaiting Jiang Liufeng's unveiling. Among those present were the Straw Hat crew, who expressed mild surprise upon seeing Carmen. However, Luffy was notably frustrated, muttering to himself, "Why are they getting a ship first?" Before he could finish, his companions swiftly silenced him. Why not send off these formidable beings instead? Luffy, sensing the intensity of his friend's glares, promptly ceased his remarks. Jiang Liufeng merely smiled at the interaction and said, "Let us name our companion." "Companion?" Carmen inquired, puzzled. Indeed, for those who venture upon the seas, a ship is as vital a partner as any. Through the sincerity reflected in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, Carmen grasped his sentiment. She then bowed to the new ship, stating, "Greetings. I am Carmen. I look forward to our journey together." To her astonishment, the ship seemed to respond, quivering slightly. Though the movement was subtle, nearly everyone noticed it. How extraordinary. Even Carmen herself was taken aback. In that moment, she comprehended Jiang Liufeng's true intention. It was not merely about valuing and caring for the ship as a partner, but rather that this vessel was indeed their true companion. How marvelous. This revelation only deepened her anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. It promised to be an exhilarating journey. Jiang Liufeng smiled ambiguously. Knowing that he alone possessed the knowledge of the presence of a tree spirit, no, a ship spirit, to be precise, making it a true companion. He slowly approached the new ship, grasping the vivid crimson curtain with his hand, closing his eyes as if in contemplation or perhaps in a moment of sensation. After a considerable pause, he gradually opened his eyes and exerted a firm pull. With a swift motion, the curtain on the ship was torn down. Simultaneously, a voice, though not loud, resonated with an air of authority, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, you shall be named the Golden Scales." What are the Golden Scales but mere creatures of the pond? When encountering the Tempest, they transform into dragons. It is believed that in the near future, Jiang Liufeng and the Golden Scales shall undoubtedly achieve renown across the seas, becoming the stuff of legends whispered among the populace. Thus, Jiang Liufeng officially embarked on the era of great piracy, embracing his true identity as a pirate. Their legendary tale was poised to commence at this very moment. After a considerable interval, all preparations were finally complete. With a grand gesture, Jiang Liufeng declared, "Set sail. Our next destination, the Sabaody Archipelago." Aboard the magnificent and luxurious Golden Scales, even the seasoned Red Count, Lao Sha, felt a flutter of excitement within his heart. After wandering for so long, he finally experienced a sense of belonging akin to finding home. This feeling was rather splendid. Upon hearing the captain's command, he instinctively responded, "Aye, Captain Walder. Let us proceed." "Aye, Captain." "Ha ha. This ship is truly impressive. Following you, it seems everything is turning for the better. Everyone, brace yourselves. Off we go." Chapter 35. New Companion. Golden Scales. With a swift motion, Walder pressed a button on the deck, unleashing a 20-fold acceleration. In the blink of an eye, the majestic Golden Scales vanished from the sight of Ace and his companions. As they gazed at the intricately crafted vessel, its golden dragon figurehead appearing almost lifelike, a myriad of emotions swirled within them. Yet one thought resonated unanimously among the group. What remarkable wonders would the purple-haired youth bring to the world? The anticipation was palpable. For the Straw Hat crew, the more formidable the adversary, the more it ignited their desire for triumph. In this moment, they yearned to grow stronger, eager for the day when they could stand against Jiang Liufeng once again. If Jiang Liufeng were to learn of their sentiments, he would likely chuckle and say, "No matter how hard you strive, it shall ultimately be in vain. In this era, I am the protagonist. New world. Sabaody Archipelago. Here I come, Jiang Liufeng." The resplendent Golden Scales glided swiftly across the azure expanse of the sea. Jiang Liufeng summoned several companions, who were curiously scurrying about the ship like inquisitive kittens, to gather by the main helm. As they approached, they were taken aback to discover a peculiar device beside the helm. It resembled an oversized recording pointer. But this crystal sphere was distinctly different from the recording device. This exquisite crystal orb, akin to a display monitor, revealed itself to be a map of the entire world. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a small luminous dot slowly departing from the green section labeled Water 7 and heading towards the area known as the Sabaody Archipelago, composed of a cluster of small green blocks. Instantly, their curiosity piqued. They realized this object was extraordinary. Walder, unable to contain his excitement, promptly inquired, "Captain, what is this remarkable device? It not only displays the world map but also seems to know our location." In response, Jiang Liufeng smiled slightly and explained, "This is called an omniscient recorder. It not only provides a comprehensive view of our world, but also serves as our navigator, allowing us to ascertain our current position and the location of our destination." "How astonishing!" Carmen exclaimed, her curiosity evident as she gently caressed the recorder, appearing rather endearing. "Indeed. It also identifies potential dangers along our route, assesses weather conditions, and selects the optimal path for our journey. However, we will need the cooperation of our new companion to accomplish this." "Huh? Me?" Carmen replied, bewildered, as she was completely unversed in navigational skills and wondered why she was singled out. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Liufeng remarked that he could be even newer than you. A few individuals were left puzzled, questioning the situation. Was it not just a few of them? Where did these newcomers come from? Seeing their confusion, Jiang Liufeng decided not to keep them in suspense and exclaimed, "Come forth, Golden Scale." "Golden Scale?" Valdo was utterly bewildered. Wasn't Golden Scale the name of their ship? What was the captain up to? However, his confusion was short-lived as he gazed at the humanoid light form that suddenly appeared at the entrance, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The others nearby were equally unsettled, and at the sight of this light form, their composure faltered. At that moment, even the dimmest among them could discern that this boy-like light form bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary ship Spirit. The Red Count's eyes sparkled with joy. Could it be the ship Spirit? After decades of navigating the seas, this was indeed his first encounter. Yet, there were distinctions between Golden Scale and the ship Spirit. What were those differences? Jiang Liufeng turned around, a hint of surprise illuminating his gaze as he looked at Lao Sha. This marked the first time Lao Sha had taken the initiative to speak with him, a promising beginning indeed. Meeting Jiang Liufeng's eyes, Lao Sha came to his senses, clearing his throat twice, revealing a touch of embarrassment. However, Jiang Liufeng remained unhurried, understanding that emotions must be nurtured gradually, and he chose not to address the awkwardness directly. The ship's spirit is born from the will of the vessel, yet Jinlin is different. He is a tree spirit inherently connected to the trunk of the world tree from my realm. The others nodded in a semblance of understanding, noticing their bewildered expressions. Jiang Liufeng continued to elucidate. In simple terms, Jinlin can manifest before people, traversing freely upon this vessel created by the world tree. His command over the Jinlin ship surpasses that of any helmsman, and he possesses the ability to repair the ship. In essence, Jinlin serves as our helmsman and shipwright. And in conjunction with the omniscient recorder, he also acts as our navigator. This is truly remarkable. Carmen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized Jinlin. From now on, we shall be companions. Please extend your greetings, Jinlin, Jiang Liufeng encouraged. Hello everyone, I am Jinlin. It is a pleasure to become your companion. I look forward to your guidance, Jinlin said in a youthful voice. The group responded with a chorus of greetings, and before long, they had grown considerably more familiar, gradually accepting the fact that a spirit would be joining their ranks. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng instructed Waldo to present the exquisite wine from the iceberg, pouring each of them a glass. On the deck, the 6 companions formed a circle as Jiang Liufeng raised his glass high and proclaimed, "Our group has escaped the clutches of Impel down, traversing through countless trials and tribulations, and at long last, we have reached the day of our official departure." Reflecting on the events of the past few days, aside from Carmen and Jinlin, the 3 others felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Although their troublesome captain had led them into perilous situations, was this not the very essence of a pirate's life? Beyond the legendary treasure of the Pirate King, it is about defying authority and boldly challenging the world. With formidable strength, they confront the Navy head-on. Unfettered, they roam freely across the vibrant expanse of the sea. Is this not the pinnacle that every pirate dreams of achieving? Observing the radiant expressions of his comrades, Jiang Liufeng felt immense satisfaction and continued. To commemorate the official launch of our crew, I hereby name our pirate group Dawn. From this day forth, the Dawn Pirate Crew is officially established. Here's to a more splendid tomorrow. Cheers. 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 Drink. Haha. Carmen, ever perceptive, presented the meticulously prepared delicacies, and a delightful small party unfolded aboard the ship. Meanwhile, the navigation of the Golden Scale was entrusted to Jinlin, who, as an elf, required no sustenance. While the others celebrated joyously, Jinlin had already taken the helm, steering towards the archipelago of Shamboli, as directed by Jiang Liufeng. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Liufeng briefly assigned tasks. Old Sha was taken by the Red Count to learn the ways of Haki. It is a common flaw among those who wield the natural-type devil fruit powers to overly rely on their abilities while neglecting the study of Haki. Even if they do study, it tends to focus primarily on observation Haki. Therefore, Old Sha's main task was to enhance his Haki skills. Otherwise, in the New World, a place where Haki reigns supreme, he would likely find himself at the mercy of others. Waldo was tasked with designing their pirate flag, which would feature a skull with a pattern of thunder and lightning behind it, quite impressive indeed. After Carmen tidied up the now disordered dining table, Jiang Liufeng escorted her into a room. As he pulled her arm into the chamber, the young girl's cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Chapter 36, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. What is he planning? She pondered. Wasn't it supposed to be a respectful distance? Men truly are incorrigible. Alas, I should never have trusted his words. This time, I fear I am doomed. Her thoughts wandered, and as she stood before the bed, still in a daze, she did not immediately comprehend her surroundings. Carmen, what is wrong with you? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow. noticing Carmen's vacant expression and her flushed cheeks, mistakenly believing she might be unwell. He quickly reached to feel her forehead to assess her condition. It seems we are in need of a doctor. Carmen suddenly felt Jiang Liufeng's touch, as if struck by lightning. Her entire body trembled. "Ah!" she screamed, retreating like a frightened kitten, only to trip over the edge of the bed and lose her balance, falling onto it. In a reflexive motion, her delicate hand, which had been poised to push Jiang Liufeng away, inadvertently grasped at his clothing, pulling him down with her. The two found themselves lying closely together on the bed, their faces mere inches apart, as if a slight tilt would allow them to kiss. They were both momentarily stunned, frozen in an awkward embrace, unsure of how to proceed. "Miss Carmen, what has happened? You need not fear with us here," Jiang Liufeng stammered, his words faltering. Upon hearing Carmen's startled cry, the others, concerned for the talented cook, hurriedly abandoned their tasks and rushed to her room. However, upon entering and witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly taken aback. "What on earth? This is quite scandalous," they exclaimed as the two dared to broadcast their private moment in broad daylight. Recovering from their shock, they sprang up like startled kittens. We. Before Jiang Liufeng could finish, Waldo burst into laughter, saying, We understand. Next time, remember to close the door, Miss Carmen. Your voice is quite loud." Hearing this, the Red Count and Old Shah exchanged knowing looks, their expressions reflecting amusement as they scrutinized the pair. Jiang Liufeng felt a chill run down his spine. "Get out," he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the three of them. Given the difficulty of explaining this misunderstanding, Jiang Liufeng had no desire to linger. The three, instead of being offended, appeared delighted by his outburst. Ultimately, it was Waldo, grinning, who closed the door behind them as they left. Turning back, Carmen buried her face in embarrassment, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple, utterly mortified at the thought of facing anyone again. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Liufeng wore a wry smile, lamenting that this misunderstanding had escalated significantly. He had intended to present Carmen with a modest surprise, but it had backfired spectacularly. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Liufeng swiftly produced the ivory sword he had seized from Spandam and remarked, "Carmen, this is indeed a misunderstanding. I merely intended to gift you this ivory sword." At that moment, Carmen, still lost in her own thoughts and uncertain of the situation, was taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's words. Her gaze shifted to the ivory sword in his hand, and her eyes brightened with intrigue. This revelation considerably eased the tension in the air. As Jiang Liufeng noticed Carmen's shift in focus, he promptly seized the opportunity to introduce her. Carmen, already intrigued by the concept of devil fruits, found her curiosity piqued upon discovering that Xiang Jin possessed the abilities of such a fruit. Jiang Liufeng exhaled in relief, finally alleviating the awkwardness. He immediately employed the formidable overlord's color to assert dominance over the elephant sword. The sword, sensing Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming and tyrannical aura, trembled in fear and swiftly capitulated. Once it recognized Carmen as its master, Jiang Liufeng, relying on his memory, imparted some usage techniques to her and encouraged her to explore her own innovative ideas. Carmen was utterly enchanted by the elephant sword. Being naturally gifted and having experience as a chef wielding knives, she quickly grasped numerous techniques in no time. Observing this, Jiang Liufeng offered a few more instructions before hastily exiting her room, wary of any potential misunderstandings. Yet, this misunderstanding was rather delightful. Although Carmen joyfully toyed with the sword, her heart remained attentive to Jiang Liufeng's every move. Upon witnessing his departure, she felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. When Jiang Liufeng emerged, Valdo initially intended to jest with him, but was swiftly silenced by a piercing glare from Jiang Liufeng. He then approached Jinlin and inquired, "Jinlin, please investigate the current location of the vampire fruit from the phantom beast." Though his voice was soft, it was enough to catch the keen ears of the Red Count, who promptly materialized beside Jiang Liufeng at the mention of the vampire fruit. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly, immediately sensing the old man's anxiety. They had heard of the golden scales paired with a recording device that could activate a positioning function, which piqued their curiosity, prompting them to hasten to the device for observation. "All right," the youthful golden scale responded, proceeding to manipulate the recording instrument. With both hands resting upon the crystal sphere, he chanted softly, and soon, a small yellow dot illuminated upon its surface. The group leaned forward, filled with intrigue. "Ah, it's actually moving." Walder was the first to speak, and upon hearing his words, the others realized that the small yellow dot was indeed traversing the ocean. "Where's this?" Jiang Liufeng inquired. furrowing his brow as he directed his question towards Golden Scale. This is in the waters of the New World, according to the navigation route. Ahead lies a place called Dressrosa. Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened as he spoke in unison with Lao Sha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. How intriguing indeed. A grin spread across Jiang Liufeng's lips. Captain, we have truly discovered the vampire fruit. Count Red is utterly frantic. He wishes he could sprout wings and soar there at this very moment. Jiang Liufeng gently patted the Count's shoulder and assured him, Rest assured, I shall ensure that the fruit is firmly in your grasp. Upon our arrival at the Sabaody Islands. Once we have completed our preparations, we shall promptly set sail for the New World. At the mere mention of the New World, a palpable excitement surged through the crew. It was common knowledge that the most exhilarating part of the vast ocean lay in the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm known as the New World. This was a coveted destination for all seafarers, a domain where strength reigned supreme, and the survival of the fittest was the law. For individuals of their formidable caliber, it was akin to paradise. With such exhilarating news, the crew's morale soared. Waldo, without needing further instruction from Jiang Liufeng, unleashed his full capabilities, propelling the Golden Scale swiftly toward the Sabaody Islands. Throughout the journey, the Red Count lost interest in teaching Lao Sha and Carmen about Haki. For Jiang Liufeng had reassured him that as long as the yellow dot remained visible, the fruit was safe and had not been consumed. Upon hearing this, the Red Count became utterly fixated, abandoning all else to fixate on the small yellow dot on the tracker, fearing that even a momentary lapse would result in its disappearance. Jiang Liufeng, realizing this, resigned himself to let Waldo take over the instruction on Haki. However, Waldo's proficiency paled in comparison to that of the Red Count. Even he recognized the need to learn from the Red Count, thus opting to merely introduce them to the basics, intending to revisit the matter once the Count's concerns were resolved. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng took on the role of a carefree overseer, leisurely seated at the bow of the ship, sipping wine and casting his fishing line. Any peculiar or aesthetically pleasing catch would be placed in the aquarium aboard the Golden Scale, while the succulent fish would be reserved for Carmen's culinary delight. He appeared relaxed and at ease. Before long, a verdant landscape emerged on the horizon, signaling their imminent arrival at the Sabaody Islands. Chapter 37, A Fine Ship as the Golden Scale's voice echoed. Everyone set aside their tasks and gathered at the bow to gaze in awe. Before them lay an archipelago composed of dozens of islands of varying sizes, each crowned with a towering tree, occasionally releasing bubbles that floated skyward. Bathed in sunlight, the entire archipelago radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Naturally, Carmen was the most exhilarated. As a girl, she had an innate fascination with beauty, and the picturesque scene brought her immense joy. Playfully turning to Jiang Liufeng, she extended her hand, asking, Captain, shouldn't we distribute some wages to the crew? The question left Jiang Liufeng momentarily bewildered, and the four of them exchanged glances, suddenly remembering that they had not a single coin to their name. Upon realizing this, Carmen's previously jubilant expression shifted to one of dismay. You mean to say, you have no money? Jiang Liufeng let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. Carmen, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, Could it be? All of you, without exception, are renowned figures, yet you are penniless? Throughout this time, through casual conversations, Carmen had gained considerable insight into the world of pirates, legendary characters, and the 7 warlords of the sea were now well within her understanding. Thus, she was acutely aware of the caliber of individuals aboard her ship. Waldo, with an air of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. We just escaped from Impel down together. After we got out, we followed the captain and have been through quite a bit since. You know how it is. There was no time to make money. As for the Red Count and Old Shah, they cared even less in the past. They simply took what they wanted, never spending a dime. This revelation left Jiang Liufeng with a throbbing headache, epitomizing the adage that even the greatest heroes can be brought low by a lack of funds. Who could have imagined that aboard such a resplendent vessel, so many maritime tyrants could be reduced to such poverty? As the mood sank to its lowest point, an idea sparked in Jiang Liufeng's mind. He quickly summoned his comrades and began to articulate his plan. What? Extorting the celestial dragons? Upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's words, the others were left in stunned silence, bewildered by their captain's penchant for stirring trouble. The question lingered, why pursue such a perilous endeavor? Jiang Liufeng merely remarked, the celestial dragons possess great wealth. 3 years without a penny? We could feast for 3 years. His companions were left speechless, resigned to their fate of having a captain who thrived on chaos. So, Captain, Who will play the role of the one to be sold? Waldo inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Carmen, as if hinting at something. Yet, in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Everyone else had turned their gaze toward him. Oh no, it can't be me. In unison, the four responded, it's you. Waldo, overwhelmed by misfortune, lamented, why does calamity always seem to find me? Upon reflection, it appeared that he was indeed the most suitable candidate. Although Carmen was strikingly beautiful, especially with her fiery hair recently let down, she was ultimately a minor character, unworthy of attracting the attention of celestial dragons. As for Crocodile, his bounty of 81 million seemed insufficient for such an endeavor. There is no need to elaborate on Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. He is certainly not suited for this role. Thus, it is evident that no one is more fitting for the position than this 500 million berry pirate. With a hint of discontent in his eyes, he reluctantly agreed. Once the matter was settled, the mood among the crowd lifted considerably, with the exception of Valdo. The golden scale gradually approached the shore. At the dock of island number 13, a multitude of onlookers eagerly scrutinized the pirate ship as it drew nearer. They were captivated by the resplendent golden scale, which was unlike any vessel they had ever encountered. Although residing in the Sabaody Archipelago, a place teeming with ships, they had never laid eyes on such an imposing pirate ship, nor had they seen the flag that flew from its mast. Curiosity piqued among the crowd about the nature of the individuals who would disembark, given the proximity of these islands to the Navy headquarters and their thriving commerce. Even the celestial dragons occasionally visited, leaving little room for pirates to act recklessly. Consequently, the residents were not particularly fearful of pirates. Among the throng, members of other pirate crews also observed, eager to gauge their future rivals. Naturally, it was Jiang Liufeng who first stepped off the ship. As he landed, he noticed a considerable number of people watching them, causing him to frown slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, as if he were a spectacle. How handsome! Wow, what a striking gentleman! Exclaimed several women in the crowd, covering their mouths in awe. Many married women were promptly pulled away by their husbands. Yet even so, they could not resist glancing back at Jiang Liufeng, eager to steal another look at such an exceptionally handsome man, a rarity indeed. Jiang Liufeng suddenly sensed the palpable hostility emanating from several men around him. Well, it seems that upon his arrival, he had already offended some individuals. Is it a crime to possess good looks? Jiang Liufeng pursed his lips, lost in indifference. After all, it was best if they did not provoke him. He was in dire need of money. As the sound of footsteps echoed once more on the ship's staircase, the crowd looked up again, only to behold a striking young woman with vibrant pink hair descending from the deck. The atmosphere among the onlookers shifted dramatically. Wow, look at that girl. She's stunning. Indeed. It's a pity that such beautiful women are often drawn to less deserving suitors. Why, with my gallant stature, do they favor those pretty boys instead? Turning around, they spotted a portly middle-aged man narcissistically stroking his shiny face. In unison, the crowd remarked, "Are you not referring to yourself as that less deserving suitor?" The man, taken aback and feeling utterly embarrassed, hastily made his exit. As this trivial episode unfolded, the Red Count and his companions gradually disembarked, surveying the picturesque and bustling island. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to signal for everyone to leave, a brash voice interrupted. "Halt, old man. Your ship is quite impressive, and I shall claim it for myself. Also, that young lady shall serve as my maid." The newcomer, unaware of the situation, mistakenly assumed that the eldest among them, the Red Count, was the captain and pointed a finger at him with audacity. The group exchanged glances and erupted in mocking laughter. Furious, the man shouted, "Do you know who I am? It seems you are seeking trouble. Boys, here." With a flurry of movement, dozens of henchmen appeared at his command. "Seize that ship and capture that woman." Yes, the henchmen, with menacing expressions, brandished their weapons and advanced towards Jiang Liufeng. Carmen hurriedly moved closer to Jiang Liufeng, clearly frightened. "Kid, it would be wise to hand that girl over to our captain promptly, or else, kneel." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, sweeping over the group of ruffians. Thud! The henchmen, along with the so-called captain, found themselves unable to lift their heads under the weight of this oppressive force, collapsing to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers were left in shock. What just happened? What did that kid do? I have no idea. He merely spoke a few words, and those fierce-looking pirates fell to their knees. Indeed, he appears harmless, yet exudes such terror. Are you seeking death? How dare you call someone kid? Hurry and leave, or you'll find yourself in a predicament. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man quickly covered his mouth and fled. Jiang Liufeng, with a light and graceful demeanor, approached the captain with measured steps. The sound of his footsteps echoed, a rhythmic tap-tap that appeared to the casual observer as a leisurely stroll. However, for the pirates kneeling in fear, it was a harbinger of dread. Each footfall resonated like the ominous ticking of a clock counting down to their demise, causing their hearts to lurch with each advance. In those fleeting seconds, they felt as though they had lived an entire lifetime. At last, Jiang Liufeng stood before the captain, towering over him with an air of authority. Under Jiang's piercing gaze, the captain was drenched in cold sweat, his garments soaked through with fear. He lacked the courage to even glance up and discern Jiang Liufeng's intentions. Trembling uncontrollably in his torment, Jiang Liufeng smirked disdainfully, retracting his overwhelming presence as he addressed the individual before him. "Watch over my ship closely, should anything go amiss. I will hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the captain felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I understand. I will ensure that no one approaches the esteemed vessel of the Great One. I am grateful for your mercy." However, when he lifted his gaze, he found that Jiang Liufeng and his entourage had already departed. He collapsed onto the ground in a daze. Good heavens, that was utterly terrifying. The captain felt as though he had danced on the edge of the abyss. Rationality reminded him that should anything happen to the golden scale, his fate would be sealed. A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily summoned his subordinates to the golden scale, guarding it with unwavering vigilance, not daring to blink, lest the ship vanish before his very eyes. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Liufeng and his company, had already arrived at the entrance of the Shachi bar. Are they inside? The arrow indicating the check-in point in Jiang Liufeng's mind pointed directly to the bar. Without hesitation, Jiang Liufeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a tastefully simple and elegant layout. The number of patrons was sparse, with only a few scattered tables. The check-in point was situated in the center of the bar, at the main seating area. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance before striding forward. From the moment Sabaody entered with Li Yinlin and his entourage, her gaze remained fixed upon them. As a seasoned intelligence operative, Sabaody was undoubtedly aware of the newly established Dawn pirate crew. However, she remained oblivious to the significance of the name Dawn. Upon noticing Jiang Liufeng approaching, she donned an enchanting smile and softly remarked, "Isn't this the illustrious flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng? Truly, the reality surpasses the reputation. You are indeed as dashing as the legends suggest." "Miss Xia, you flatter me," Jiang Liufeng replied with a calm demeanor. Jiang Liufeng, remarkably youthful. Is he truly as formidable as the rumors claim? Upon hearing Sabaody utter Jiang Liufeng's name, several nearby pirate tables cast their scrutinizing gazes upon him, their expressions grave. Sabaody's bar boasted exorbitant prices, making it an unlikely haunt for the average person. Those who frequented it were typically individuals of discernment or fellow pirates. The bounty on Jiang Liufeng and his companions is astonishingly high. Setting aside Jiang Liufeng himself, the likes of Warlord and Crocodile are already formidable enough. Although Crocodile's bounty is merely 81 million, it was established long ago, and since he became a warlord of the sea, it has remained unchanged. Those in the know understand that Crocodile's strength far exceeds his listed bounty. As for Warlord, there is no need for elaboration. He is a genuine powerhouse with a bounty of 500 million, and his exploits are well known throughout the New World, devoid of any embellishment. Turning our gaze back to Jiang Liufeng, his prowess is self-evident. The fact that strong figures like Warlord and Crocodile are willing to submit to him speaks volumes about his extraordinary capabilities. As the crowd's thoughts drifted, Jiang Liufeng experienced a similar moment of reflection. No sooner had he settled down and replied to Sabaody than a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Sabaody Archipelago, and as a reward, the ability panel for Enel's fruit has been granted. The next check-in location is Dressrosa." My goodness! Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Despite his prior preparations, he was astonished by the reward. How could this system be so excessive? Is there no consideration for fairness? A moment of reflection led him to realize, however, that this would render him utterly powerless. The elation he had just experienced faded instantly, replaced by a furrowed brow as he pondered whether to merge or not. Naturally, he yearned for this ability. For possessing the lightning attribute, the power of the thunder fruit would undoubtedly represent a qualitative enhancement. Not to mention, it would grant him a plethora of new skills. No longer would he need to rely solely on his signature strongest spear. This technique, combined with his armed Haki, had become his ultimate move. Frequently employing it could lead to his strategies being deciphered, which was far from ideal. By merging with the Thunderfruit's capabilities, he would not only transform into a flowing spring of energy, but would also possess an inexhaustible reservoir of lightning chakra. Moreover, he would be able to unleash numerous additional techniques, allowing him to reserve the strongest spear for critical moments. However, this merger meant that everyone on his ship, except for Carmen, would need to become a power user. Should even one person fall into the sea, it would spell disaster. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, the system's voice echoed once more. Would the host like to merge? System, will I become powerless after the merger? Ding. The host's fusion with any panel within the system will result in an optimized, perfect ability. All side effects will be eradicated, and the use of skills will no longer be subject to restrictions. What? Jiang Liufeng, unable to contain his excitement, shouted in disbelief. Are you certain, system? Ding. The system is certain. Haha. Marvelous. Initiate the fusion immediately. Ding. The host is merging the new panel. Please hold on. Ding. The fusion of Enel's fruit ability panel was successful. In an instant, as the system's alert resonated, a surge of formidable lightning energy, along with the techniques wielded by Enel, flooded into Jiang Liufeng's mind. Without uttering a word, Jiang Liufeng vanished from sight, leaving behind a crackling trail of thunder in the eyes of the onlookers. Just as the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Jiang Liufeng had already taken a leisurely stroll and returned to his seat. Bewildered, utterly bewildered. The entire bar fell into silence. The group known as Dawn had grown accustomed to Jiang Liufeng's erratic behavior, maintaining their composure. However, the remaining patrons were completely at a loss. Previously, Jiang Liufeng had exhibited behavior akin to that of a normal individual. Yet as soon as he seated himself, his expression shifted erratically, oscillating between joy and sorrow, leaving the onlookers utterly perplexed. What was he doing? Practicing his acting skills? Suddenly, Jiang Liufeng erupted into bizarre cries, startling several tables of guests, one of whom, seated in the corner, sprayed his whiskey across the room. The situation became even more absurd when he unleashed his fruit abilities and vanished in a flash of lightning. This transpired far too swiftly. The onlookers were rendered anxious, hastily brandishing their weapons in front of them, fearing that Jiang Liufeng might resort to violence at any moment. After all, he had dared to confront a Navy admiral and defend the world's most formidable powers. Who could fathom his temperament? Then, after a brief excursion, he returned. Good grief. Was he merely attempting to showcase his prowess and put on a display? You are impressive. You are formidable. Isn't that sufficient? The crowd felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, and upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's return to normalcy, they hurriedly approached to settle their bills and escape. Even Xiachi, a figure who had emerged from tumultuous storms, was left stunned by Jiang Liufeng's antics, unable to comprehend his intentions. Was this a display of dominance? Upon reflecting on this, her expression darkened slightly. Jiang Liufeng, momentarily lost in joy, suddenly became aware of his previous indiscretion. He hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and said, Miss Xiachi, I apologize for my abruptness. Xiachi's demeanor shifted, losing the warmth she had previously exhibited. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed Flying Thunder God? Ah, well, Miss Xiachi, to be forthright, I have come to request a loan from you, as well as to inquire about certain matters. Ah, indeed. You have come seeking trouble. Xiachi's expression darkened instantly. So, you intend to extort me? How audacious to behave so brazenly with a modicum of skill. She straightened her alluring figure that had been elegantly draped over the bar, crossing her arms with a scowl and calling out, Old man, we have an unwelcome guest. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind stirred the curtains of the two doors leading to the back room. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming pressure emanating from an unparalleled master surged forth towards Jiang Liufeng, akin to a tsunami crashing upon the shore. At the very moment Xiachi spoke, Jiang Liufeng sensed that something was amiss. He had long been prepared, fully aware that this woman had the backing of the Pirate King's first mate. Thus, as Rayleigh made his move, Jiang Liufeng unleashed a formidable aura of dominance, clashing with Rayleigh's own. The collision of their energies created a tempest within the confines of the small bar, nearly tearing the roof asunder. However, the two adversaries demonstrated an unspoken understanding, allowing their overwhelming energies to dissipate almost instantaneously. Although their confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment, it provided ample information for those of their caliber. Rayleigh, I harbor no intention of offense. It is merely a misunderstanding on Miss Ya's part. If you wish to engage, we can do so upon the sea. Jiang Liufeng harbored no fear in facing Rayleigh, Yet he valued integrity above all, feeling the need to clarify the misunderstanding. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. A resonant voice echoed from the back hall. As the door curtain was drawn aside and a silver-haired elder stepped forth, it was none other than the Dark King Rayleigh. "Your flattery is too much," Jiang Liufeng replied nonchalantly. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit, young friend?" "To borrow money, acquire a coating, and gather intelligence," Jiang Liufeng stated boldly. Rayleigh's expression shifted slightly. He had overheard the audacious demands in the back hall and was taken aback by the audacity of such extortion in his presence. His demeanor darkened, as he had always been the one to extort others since his retreat to the Sabaody Archipelago. Today, however, he found himself on the receiving end, a truly enlightening experience. The name of the Roger Pirate's first mate shall not be tarnished. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to elaborate, Rayleigh interrupted with a wave of his hand. "It has been ages since I last engaged in a physical bout. Today, I shall spar with you, you audacious youth." "Very well," Jiang Liufeng swallowed his words. His spirit invigorated. "If it is a battle you seek, then let it be so." Without further ado, the group hastily returned to the pier, with Xiaoqi even momentarily closing her establishment, eager to witness the prowess of this arrogant young man rumored to be formidable. Upon reaching the dock, Rayleigh's gaze fell upon the pirates kneeling on the ground, his curiosity piqued. The captain approached him directly, bewildered. "Great One, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing Jiang Liufeng arrive in such haste, he was perplexed. "You performed admirably. You may leave," Jiang Liufeng remarked, barely sparing him a glance. The captain's heart surged with joy. "Thank you, Great One. We're leaving." He hurriedly gathered his crew and dashed away. Observing this, Xiaoqi scoffed. "How impressively pompous. He seems to exert his authority wherever he goes." No sooner had she spoken than Jiang Liufeng appeared before her in a flash. "Do not presume that your gender will exempt you from my hand. Consider this a warning." With a swift motion, he reappeared aboard the Golden Scale, addressing Rayleigh. "Shall we set sail on my ship?" Both Xiaoqi and Rayleigh stood momentarily stunned, their minds racing. The display had genuinely startled Xiaoqi. It had been years since she had encountered someone so formidable. She realized she had indeed lost her composure today. As a professional intelligence officer, she ought to be adept at navigating conversation with both the mundane and the supernatural. Rayleigh, on the other hand, had not faced a worthy opponent in many years. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's prowess ignited the embers of his combat spirit. A true rival, Rayleigh thought, his surprise quickly giving way to a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped aboard the Golden Scale, followed by the rest of the crew, turning their course toward the open sea. What a magnificent vessel! Rayleigh, seasoned as he was, could not help but admire the ship as he surveyed its grandeur. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Liufeng offered a gentle smile, clearly recognizing the worth of the moment. With a commanding gesture, Waldo urged the ship forward with increased speed. After all, he was the first mate of the Pirate King. How could he not be exhilarated by sparring with his captain? This was a spectacle not to be missed. Before long, the group discovered a deserted island. Chapter 40. New Powers. Defeating the Underworld King. The two warriors, employing their observation Haki, confirmed the absence of any onlookers before leaping down onto the island. Standing opposite each other, the remaining crew stayed aboard, observing the unfolding duel. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiang Liufeng faced off against the formidable Rayleigh, the Underworld King. In the realm of skilled combatants, introducing oneself is a gesture of respect towards one's opponent. Shall we begin? Indeed. With that, Rayleigh made the first move, drawing his sword and lunging directly towards Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, urging, "Do not rush, allow me to test your skills first." With a thunderous shout, he transformed his right hand into a bolt of lightning and unleashed a powerful punch. The air was rent with a deafening roar as his arm became elemental, morphing into a column of electric brilliance that surged towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh's pupils constricted as he swiftly altered his trajectory, narrowly evading the formidable strike. The lightning column continued unabated, crashing into the dense forest behind him. The lush greenery was cleaved asunder, revealing a gaping chasm 5 meters wide, extending 100 meters in length. Utterly barren in its wake, where the lightning had traversed, not a blade of grass remained. This devastating blow left not only Rayleigh and Haki gasping in astonishment, but also caused their companions to draw in a sharp breath. They had never witnessed Jiang Liufeng wielding such a cataclysmic attack before. Was this truly the extent of his serious capabilities? Carmen, witnessing Jiang Liufeng's powers for the first time, felt her heart race tumultuously. Was this the strength of her man? No, her captain? It was truly overwhelming. Rayleigh's fighting spirit surged as he erupted into laughter. Such an attack cannot harm me. Haha. Fear not. I shall satisfy you. Very well. Haha. Receive this strike. As he spoke, Rayleigh closed the distance, drawing his sword for a swift and formidable assault. Electrify. The air crackled with energy as he unleashed his own powerful attack. The river of flowing maple was enveloped in a tempest of thunderous light, unleashing a multitude of lightning bolts that surged with a staggering voltage of over 10,000 volts, momentarily halting Rayleigh in his tracks. Should he venture any closer, he would likely be rendered powerless by the electric onslaught. It seems I have underestimated you. However, if you believe this will suffice to impede Rayleigh, you are sorely mistaken. With a mighty roar, he transformed, his form becoming as dark as iron, cloaked in the armor of Haki. After a brief pause of merely half a second, Rayleigh surged forth once more. With his Haki enveloping him, he braved the ferocity of the lightning and charged ahead once again. A worthy challenge indeed. Jiang Liufeng also exuded an overwhelming fighting spirit. Indeed, the vice-captain of the Pirate King is extraordinary. Remarkably, one can approach him like this. A 20,000-volt lightning shield. Jiang Liufeng, combining the thunderous shield of the 3 generations of Raikage with Enel's lightning, unleashed a formidable voltage of 20,000 volts, resulting in an upgraded thunder shield of unparalleled might. The power it wielded was incomparable. Rayleigh unleashed a fierce lightning strike, his blade cutting decisively towards Jiang Liufeng. Boom. Crackle. The clash of sword and shield resonated as the shield, forged from the fusion of lightning elements and chakra, astonishingly withstood Rayleigh's armed Haki. The strike bent the shield, yet it remained unbroken. This left Rayleigh utterly astonished. Since when had the natural type fruit become so formidable? It could even withstand Haki? Even Jiang Liufeng himself was taken aback by this unexpected enhancement from integrating Enel's fruit abilities, realizing it could withstand Rayleigh's Haki. However, his joy was short-lived as an anomaly unfolded. Rayleigh had no intention of dealing a fatal blow to Jiang Liufeng. He merely sought to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Little did he know he nearly tarnished his own reputation. With that, he ceased holding back, escalating his previously restrained power from 70% to its full 100. As a result, that sharp blade ultimately tore a breach in Jiang Liufeng's shield. Jiang Liufeng was not particularly surprised, after all. Withstanding 70% of Rayleigh's formidable strength was already quite an impressive feat. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from its original position just as the blade descended, creating distance between him and Rayleigh. He reappeared where Rayleigh had previously stood. The atmosphere returned to a serene stillness, as if the two had merely exchanged places, and nothing had transpired. Yet, the scorched earth ravaged by ferocious lightning and the path that Jiang Liufeng had obliterated with a single punch served as undeniable evidence that a fierce battle had indeed unfolded here. The crew aboard the ship stood in stunned silence, with only the Red Earl remaining unchanged. The rest were left agape, as though Jiang Liufeng's lightning had struck them directly, each of them suffering from a metaphorical barrage of 1,000 critical hits, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Such terror. Was this the essence of a true master duel? Although the exchange was brief, every strike and maneuver resonated with profound impact. Jiang Liufeng needs no introduction. His techniques are resplendent and dazzling, both cool and formidable. Although Rayleigh's moves may appear unremarkable and lack distinctiveness, the sheer force of his strikes is capable of shattering Jiang Liufeng's impressive techniques, creating an even more striking spectacle. Regardless of strength, the calm demeanor he maintained in the face of overwhelming power, akin to a general undeterred by 1,000 troops, commands the admiration of all. The spectators were thoroughly captivated, and both combatants remained eager for more. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Young friend, you are indeed powerful. Surprise me once more." "As you wish." 20,000 volts. Thunder God. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Liufeng transformed, his entire being enveloped in electric energy, adorned in white silk and battle armor, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. The onlookers were once again left in awe. "Rayleigh, behold my mightiest spear of 20,000 volts." With that declaration, Jiang Liufeng extended 4 fingers as the spearhead and propelled himself towards Rayleigh with lightning speed. The velocity was so swift that it was akin to a clap of thunder. Even the formidable Rayleigh, with his 3-color Haki, struggled to react in time. Boom. In the split second Rayleigh drew his blade to defend, Jiang Liufeng had already reached him. The clash of blade and spear resonated violently. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Jiang Liufeng had already retracted half of his force. Nevertheless, Rayleigh was still jolted, his hands numbed, nearly losing grip on his sword. Ultimately, Jiang Liufeng's merciful strike sent him reeling back several meters before he could stabilize himself. Defeating the Pirate King's first mate in a single move was nothing short of astonishing. Few would believe such a tale if told. Coughing vigorously, Rayleigh finally regained his composure, reflecting that Jiang Liufeng had indeed held back. Were it not for the old man's reluctance to take his life and his need for Jiang Liufeng to coat the golden scale, coupled with the use of armament Haki, Jiang Liufeng would have had the confidence to severely wound Rayleigh in one strike. After a pause, Rayleigh chuckled and sighed, "I am getting old, ha ha ha. Truly. The younger generation surpasses the old. You are impressive, young man. No wonder powerful figures like Crocodile and Valdo choose to follow you. The new world is bound to be thrilling." Rayleigh expressed a multitude of thoughts, seemingly unperturbed by his defeat, instead feeling a sense of profound satisfaction. Jiang Liufeng retracted his abilities, returning to his former demeanor of tranquility and ease. "And what am I request?" Chapter 41 presents a formidable challenge. Rayleigh waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Consider the money lost on my part. The coding shall pose no issue." Jiang Liufeng expressed his disbelief. "I genuinely borrowed the money, and I shall settle the payment for the coding. I do not intend to take advantage of you." "Oh?" Upon seeing Lei's puzzled expression, Jiang Liufeng impatiently remarked, "Miss Ya specializes in intelligence. She ought to be aware that we have just emerged from Impel down and currently possess no funds. Thus, we are merely borrowing temporarily. Once the coding is completed, we will settle the account together." Upon hearing this, Lei and Xiachi exchanged glances, a dawning comprehension lighting their faces. "Ah. So that is the situation. It was merely a misunderstanding. Why did you not clarify this sooner?" Lei shook his head. "Alas, my temper. How many times have I said it was a misunderstanding?" Observing Jiang Liufeng's displeasure, Xiachi quickly interjected, "It is my fault for misunderstanding the Flying Thunder God. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, let us return and discuss this matter properly. Money is trivial. We can cover any amount you require. Isn't it true that you can afford it? A single drink sells for hundreds of thousands of berries. If you cannot afford it, who can?" Jiang Liufeng cast a sidelong glance at Xiachi, who wore an expression of palpable embarrassment, and chose not to delve further into the matter. "We need not much. Merely some everyday necessities and a few ropes. My companions are rather conspicuous. It would be easier to conduct our business with our heads covered," he remarked, gesturing towards the group. As Jiang Liufeng pointed, Rayleigh inadvertently caught sight of them, and the mere glance left him utterly astonished. "The Red Count," Rayleigh exclaimed in disbelief. There was no denying the Red Count's understated demeanor. Standing behind his companions, he indeed did not draw much attention, coupled with preconceived notions stemming from the Navy's reports, which indicated that Jiang Liufeng had merely brought out old Sha and Valdo. No one anticipated that the Red Count himself had also been ensnared in Jiang's web. "Rayleigh, how have you been?" Upon being recognized, the Red Count simply exchanged a brief greeting with Rayleigh, showing no inclination to elaborate further. Rayleigh, well aware of the Red Count's character, engaged in small talk, yet the astonishment evident in their eyes could not be concealed. On the return journey, Rayleigh and Xiachi felt a wave of relief wash over them. Thankfully, they had not engaged in a confrontation. One Jiang Liufeng was already formidable enough, let alone the prospect of contending with the Red Count. Had their adversaries truly resorted to lethal force, their predicament would have been dire indeed. In stark contrast, Jiang Liufeng reveled in a surge of morale following this encounter. Rayleigh was no ordinary opponent. Even an admiral could not be compared to him, despite the equivalence in strength. Rayleigh's reputation loomed large. He was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, a man whose name was synonymous with ancient weaponry. To have such an unparalleled powerhouse defeated by their captain was cause for jubilation. Who wouldn't be elated enough to laugh in their sleep? Even old Sha raised his glass for a few extra sips. Though he maintained his stoic facade, the change in his demeanor was palpable, his breaths more rapid, clearly indicating his excitement. This was indeed a moment of great pride. Regrettably, the only drawback was that Rayleigh, in the twilight of his years, was no longer in his prime. Even if they firmly believed that a youthful Rayleigh would still be no match for Jiang Liufeng, that theory could no longer be substantiated. Carmen, the most exhilarated of the group, was witnessing true strength for the first time and found herself gazing at Jiang Liufeng with newfound admiration. She busily served exquisite dishes before him, her large, sparkling eyes reflecting a sense of enchantment. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that he had indelibly etched his presence in the heart of the young lady. His understanding of romantic relations was somewhat limited, so he chose to let things unfold naturally. The surface of the sea at dusk shimmered as if cloaked in a resplendent golden garment, rendering it particularly enchanting. The group aboard the vessel reveled in the sunset, savoring fine wines and exquisite dishes, ultimately dissolving past grievances and engaging in delightful conversation. Everyone was devoid of pretense, and Leili even conversed with Jiang Liufeng as an equal, creating an atmosphere of joyous camaraderie. Regardless of his prowess or intellect, Jiang Liufeng does not evoke the impression of a mere inexperienced youth in the eyes of Leili and his companion. The presence of the legendary Red Earl further intensifies this sentiment, stirring within them a nostalgic resonance, as though they have been transported back in time to share a table with the formidable rulers of yesteryears. They cannot help but marvel, their thoughts swirling in a multitude of directions. As night falls, the golden scale once again docks. Jiang Liufeng borrows 100,000 berries from Xiaoqi and entrusts the golden scale to Leili, promising to return in 3 days, on the day the coating is completed, to settle the debt. He then leads the group in search of accommodations. Since Leili has numerous workers under his command, all cloaked in gray robes like himself, he generously bestows upon them 4 brand new spare robes from the warehouse. Jiang Liufeng swiftly joined forces with the 4 members of the Red Count, thus sparing the need for a search. He instructed Carmen to lead the way, while the 4 of them assumed the role of bodyguards, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of trouble. Though he was unperturbed by complications, time was of the essence, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglements, intending to address matters only after securing the vampire fruit. Upon finding an inn and settling in for the night, they experienced no disturbances. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Jiang Liufeng exchanged a knowing glance with the others, who understood the unspoken plan and proceeded accordingly. They arrived at the auction house, covertly orchestrated by Doflamingo, and sought refuge in a secluded corner. Waldo, shedding his grand robe, turned to Jiang Liufeng and implored, "Boss, you must come to my rescue." Jiang Liufeng reassured him, "Do not worry. Is there truly a need for such concerns? Do you not trust me?" Waldo, with a hint of melancholy, nodded in affirmation. Jiang Liufeng extended a finger towards Waldo, instantly incapacitating him with a jolt of electricity. As Waldo had relaxed his mind and offered no resistance, the task was accomplished effortlessly. Upon witnessing Waldo collapse to the ground, smoke billowing from his head, the onlookers nearly erupted in laughter. "Enough of the antics. Now it's your turn, Carmen. Fear not. We stand with you." "I know." Carmen nodded, inhaling deeply before stepping forward to address one of the guards. "Who is in charge here? Bring them forth." The guard furrowed his brow. "What is going on? Are you trying to cause trouble? I have a lucrative deal to propose. It's up to you whether you wish to engage." Hearing this, the guards exchanged skeptical glances, but Carmen's unwavering confidence suggested she was not merely bluffing. A signal was exchanged, and one guard hurried inside to report to the person in charge. Shortly thereafter, a rather pompous man emerged. He scrutinized Carmen from head to toe, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "What is this, beautiful lady? Your grand deal isn't about selling yourself, is it?" "Ha ha." This provoked a chorus of laughter from the guards. In the blink of an eye, Carmen unleashed her swordsmanship, aiming directly at the man's nose, halting just shy of contact. The sudden confrontation left him frightened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Whoa, she is not to be trifled with. Chapter 42. A fortuitous encounter with Trella. The guards promptly sheathed their laughter, brandishing their weapons menacingly at Carmen. "You're asking for death. How dare you assault our leader? Seize her. Let her taste some hardship." However, Carmen remained unfazed. "Shut your mouths. One more word, and I will freeze you in your tracks. Will you engage in the transaction or not?" Turning her attention back to the now cowering leader, she inquired, "What exactly are you willing to sell?" The leader, visibly shaken, stammered, "What do you intend to sell?" "A bounty criminal worth 500 million. "What? 500 million? "Yes, 500 million. You may come to identify him. And if you agree, we'll bring him inside." Carmen continued, undeterred by their astonishment. Realizing the potential of such a lucrative deal, the leader quickly agreed. "All right. I'll accompany you to see." He hurried back to the trading post, returning shortly with a stack of bounty notices, flanked by guards who surrounded Carmen. They proceeded to the corner where Waldo lay. Upon seeing him, the leader gasped, hissed, "This is Waldo, the notorious pirate worth 500 million. What is this girl's background to have captured him?" Carmen, growing impatient, urged, "So, what is it going to be? Will you accept him or not?" "Of course we will. How could we refuse?" The leader hastily assented. Carmen smirked, sensing victory. "You can accept, but I want to wait for an auction. I demand 600 million now. Whether you can manage more or less is irrelevant. If you agree, bring the money. The leader hesitated for a mere second before Carmen waved her hand decisively. Let us go. Yes. 3 figures in gray robes lifted Waldo, preparing to depart. Wait, hold on. Let us discuss this. The leader pleaded. Carmen pointed at Waldo and declared, This is Waldo, do you understand? I have no time for your games. If you refuse, I'll simply deliver him to the Navy. It will be a hassle when he awakens, don't you think? The leader, gritting his teeth, finally conceded, deal. 600 million it is. However, I need some time to prepare the funds. After all, 600 million is no small amount. How long do you need? At least a day. The money will be ready by tomorrow morning. Feigning contemplation, Carmen replied, All right. I will wait for 1 day. Ada, show the leader a demonstration. So he knows I mean business. Understood. Ada referred to Jiang Liufeng. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch that collapsed the back hall of the trading post. In an instant, the entire structure crumbled. The leader and his companions stood dumbfounded, nervously swallowing as their previous bravado evaporated. Any thoughts of deception fled their minds. Only when Carmen's voice echoed from a distance did they regain their composure. I'll leave him with you. I'll return tomorrow morning for the payment. If you dare to play tricks, this place will be your fate. With that, the 4 vanished around the corner. Though frightened, the leader felt an overwhelming thrill. Reliable information indicated that a celestial dragon would attend the trading event the day after tomorrow. Waldo might fetch an astronomical price. Carmen strolled along the bustling streets of Island Number 1, beaming with delight, her heart racing with exhilaration. The feeling of having made an impression was simply intoxicating. Though it was her first taste of notoriety and she felt a twinge of nervousness, the backing of 3 formidable allies instilled confidence in her. And she never anticipated experiencing such a powerful moment in her life. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Jiang Liufeng inquired with a slight smile. Carmen was so thrilled she could scarcely find words, merely nodding enthusiastically. Once the business with the Red Count concludes, make sure to learn from him. You too will have your day to shine through strength. It will definitely happen. Having witnessed the benefits of strength firsthand, Carmen was resolute in her determination to grow stronger. Jiang Liufeng, pleased with the spirited young lady, thought to himself that he was not afraid of her shortcomings, but rather of her lack of heart. With determination, she would carve out a broad path for herself. Now, let us split up. Carmen, you go buy some essentials. Let Lao Sha assist you as a porter. We will explore the lively areas. All right. Upon hearing this, Carmen was elated. Shopping was an innate pleasure for girls, and she had longed to explore the vibrant island, eager to discover goods from distant seas that she had yet to encounter. On the other hand, Lao Sha wore a face of despair. Damn it! When did I become reduced to the role of a porter? Jiang Liufeng patted his shoulder and said, Your abilities are quite convenient. You've worked hard, Lao Sha. This sentiment brought a slight comfort to Lao Sha, who reluctantly followed Carmen. The 4 of them dispersed to pursue their respective tasks. Carmen, humming a cheerful tune, led Lao Sha towards the commercial district, while Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count settled into a more upscale restaurant bustling with patrons. Both possessed remarkable observational prowess, allowing them to absorb the whispers and conversations that filled the air around them. As they leisurely sipped their coffee and absorbed the intriguing tales around them, a young man, wielding a long knife and adorned with a heavy hat, yet dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt, rose from the corner and made his way directly to their table. Jiang Liufeng remarked with amusement, Isn't this Trafalgar, the North Sea? He then inquired with politeness, Gentlemen, may I join you at your table? Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and gestured invitingly. Luo, undeterred, promptly took a seat. Surely, this must be the rising star, the illustrious Fei Laishan Jiang Liufeng. Am I correct? Indeed, that is I. What brings you here, esteemed Luo? What the devil? Is he actually stealing my lines? To be candid, I have been in these islands for some time, closely monitoring the movements of the supernovas. Oh, and what does that have to do with me? Clearing his throat, Luo appeared somewhat embarrassed. Why is this individual so discourteous in his speech? I shall not beat around the bush. Those who have come here are the cream of the crop in this new era of pirates. I believe that among them, you, Jiang, stand out the most. I wish to propose an alliance, to venture together into the new world. Jiang Liufeng smirked. You certainly have a way with words. I suspect you might be seeking my assistance with some flamboyant endeavor, aren't you? Nevertheless, I too am bound for Dressrosa. Let us first see what he has to say. However, I must inquire what advantages an alliance with you would confer upon me. As a captain, our aspirations are undeniably set on the pinnacle of the pirate path. Yet, this journey is fraught with formidable adversaries. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords are truly formidable obstacles. Without forming alliances, I fear our progress in the New World may be severely hindered. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and remarked, that may be so for you, but not necessarily for me. Master Jiang, that's not how the conversation should proceed. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Liufeng impatiently interrupted him. Luo, I am well aware of your thoughts. As for Don Quixote da Flamingo, I could eliminate him, but you must agree to one condition. Chapter 43. The deal. Upon hearing this, Luo's pupils dilated, and he immediately rose to his feet. What do you know? Do not be alarmed. What I know is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we can engage in a fair exchange, Jiang Liufeng stated calmly, observing Luo's grip on his knife handle. What kind of exchange? Luo inquired, his expression now one of heightened vigilance. Quite simple. I can take care of Doflamingo, and I will do so promptly. In return, you will assist me with your medical expertise whenever necessary. It is a fair arrangement, is it not? What kind of assistance do you require? Luo's demeanor grew even more serious upon hearing this, for the fruits of his surgical endeavors concealed a significant secret. He did not believe that the request would merely involve saving an ordinary patient. Jiang Liufeng noticed the beads of sweat forming on his tense forehead and instantly comprehended his thoughts. After all, he possessed an innate talent for foreshadowing. Rest assured, I shall not resort to your concealed abilities, he remarked with an air of nonchalance. Yet within Luo's heart, tumultuous waves of anxiety surged. He truly knows. Who on earth are you? As he uttered these words, a glint of cold light flashed in Luo's eyes, and his long blade was drawn, exuding an aura of impending confrontation. The surrounding patrons, frightened, hastily settled their bills and made their escape. It matters not who I am. We are merely engaged in a transaction. If you are unwilling, you are free to leave. Luo gazed intently at Jiang Liufeng, desperately seeking answers in his eyes, but alas, he was met with disappointment. Jiang Lu's eyes were clear and unwavering, devoid of any hint of evasion or concealment. This reassured Luo significantly. How can I trust you? It's simple. I will take the initiative, and you shall observe the outcome. Once the task is accomplished, I will naturally seek you out. Is that a promise? Indeed, a promise. Then my abilities. They are undoubtedly within your reach. Luo pondered for a long time, wrestling with his thoughts, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Very well, I shall accept your proposal. May our collaboration be fruitful. Jiang Liufeng extended his hand before Luo, smiling as he spoke. Luo met Jiang Liufeng's gaze, scrutinizing him for a considerable time, before finally reaching out to clasp Jiang Liufeng's hand. I wish the Jiang family swift success. Thus, the two concluded this extraordinary transaction. Why extraordinary? Though their words seemed casual, the task at hand involved none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. The opponent not only held the esteemed title of a warlord of the sea, shielded by the world government, but also had Kaido, a formidable emperor, as his backing. In the present context, he was indeed a figure capable of manipulating both the light and the dark realms. For such a statement to be uttered so nonchalantly by this violet-haired youth was nothing short of astonishing. If anyone else were to overhear it, they would likely burst into laughter, perhaps even exclaiming, "Isn't that an overestimation of one's abilities?" Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Luo's intuition suggested that this seemingly harmless young man might indeed possess the capability to accomplish it. The mystery surrounding this individual was profound. He seemed to know Luo's secrets with alarming clarity, something unprecedented. Furthermore, judging by his recent exploits, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Although Luo had never witnessed his prowess firsthand and relied solely on hearsay, the initial bounty placed on him by the Navy indicated his exceptional status, regardless of the circumstances. This venture posed no detriment to himself, so why not embrace it? As for Luo's contemplations, Jiang Liufeng had little time to entertain them. His objectives were straightforward. Firstly, he intended to visit Dressrosa, merely as a means of passing through. Secondly, the likelihood of the vampire fruit being in Doflamingo's possession was high, and this journey might lead to confrontation. Eliminating him would be a mere afterthought. And thirdly, Jiang Liufeng had long harbored the desire to recruit a partner, Shiki the Golden Lion. He held Shiki's abilities in high regard. If the flying dragon could soar through the skies, coupled with Waldo's acceleration and the omniscient recorder, it would be truly formidable. The thought was both thrilling and daunting. However, subduing Shiki would not be a simple endeavor. While overpowering him might be feasible, convincing this obstinate individual to join his ranks would require considerable effort. Clearly, Aiding him in a rebirth after a broken leg would serve as a compelling temptation. By first subduing him and then extending an olive branch, a combination of benevolence and authority would yield remarkable results. Thus, an idea struck Jiang Liufeng. Trading with Luo, who possessed the ability to facilitate his rebirth, would be rather uncomplicated. He had the strength but disdained the notion of resorting to oppressive tactics. The troubles of others were mere trifles for him, so why not seize the opportunity? This would also allow him to cultivate a positive reputation. What a splendid outcome. Once this matter was settled, and after exchanging a few more words with Luo, Jiang Liufeng rose to take his leave, accompanied by the Red Count. Today had proven to be quite fruitful for him. The financial issue was resolved, and Luo's involvement was an unexpected boon. He felt a surge of joy. Since acquiring the system, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation, and it seemed his misfortunes had finally come to an end. What awaited him was a dazzling path to success. How could one not be elated? Captain, the two gray-robed individuals have emerged. I am nearly certain one of them is the infamous Jiang Liufeng. At that moment, a group of individuals lay in wait in a dim alley, covertly observing Jiang Liufeng and his companion as they departed. Excellent. Follow them closely. Seize the opportunity to strike. We shall strike it rich, spoke a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, brimming with confidence. But Captain, is the opponent truly as weak as you claim? He is a 500 million bounty pirate. One concerned companion questioned. Rest assured, my information is reliable. I have connections within the Navy. Are you unaware? Moreover, with these two exquisite firearms in my possession, we need not fear. As he spoke, the bearded leader fondled the finely crafted guns with delight, exuding an air of disdain for Jiang Liufeng and his companion. This group was comprised of bounty hunters operating in Sabaody Archipelago, preying on young pirates attempting to reach the New World, profiting from their bounties. Why did he exhibit such fearlessness toward the 500 million bounty on Jiang Liufeng? It was indeed a gross misunderstanding. His father had once been an exceptional marksman in the Navy, and upon retiring, not only had he passed down his skills, but also gifted him two remarkably sharp pistols. However, he found the Navy's work perilous and poorly compensated, leading him to pursue a career as a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters typically engaged in organized, premeditated ambushes against pirates, which were significantly less dangerous and far more lucrative. Additionally, his father's former subordinates had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral within the current Navy. He was well informed about the inner workings of the Navy, fully aware of which pirates were dangerous and which were not. Recently, he had learned from that Rear Admiral that Jiang Liufeng was merely a lowly figure. Encountering him in the Sabaody Archipelago, how could he resist seizing such an opportunity? However, he was oblivious to the significant misunderstanding that lay ahead. Chapter 44. A turn of events in the gutter following the analysis meeting at the Navy headquarters regarding Jiang Liufeng's escapades on Judicial Island. Vice Admiral Dauberman, one of the 7 disgraced admirals, returned to his quarters, boiling with unspent anger, when he suddenly received a call from the scruffy man. The inquiry concerned the whereabouts of Jiang Liufeng, the escapee from Impel down. Vice Admiral, what is the status of that escapee Jiang Liufeng? What is his bounty? I heard he caused quite a ruckus at Impel down. He must be quite formidable, right? Upon hearing this, Dauberman's temper flared. Formidable? What a joke. To me, he is merely a lowly pawn. One day, I shall personally capture him. After uttering this, he abruptly hung up the phone. The scruffy man, upon hearing this, rejoiced. If you consider him a lowly pawn, then my marksmanship is exceptional. This means another target for me, regardless of the bounty. The following day, Jiang Liufeng's bounty was announced, and upon seeing it, the scruffy man nearly lost his mind with excitement. 500 million and 10,000. Was this not a windfall from the heavens? Upon his first glimpse of Jiang Liufeng in the Sabaody Archipelago, he was struck dumb. He believed this to be a divine favor. It was a golden opportunity for him to amass wealth. He had become blinded by greed. As the saying goes, blinded by profit. He was incapable of making an accurate judgment regarding Jiang Liufeng. He viewed him merely as a walking treasure chest. Thus, he ended up trailing the two unsuspecting souls. Captain, it seems there are some unsavory characters lurking over there, the Red Count remarked, particularly sensitive to such malicious gazes, having already detected the group in the alley. Jiang Liufeng was reveling in his own delight when he heard the words of the Red Count, prompting him to extend his perception of the surrounding atmosphere. Indeed, there were some foolish individuals fixating on them. A grin spread across his face as he dismissively remarked that someone was merely delivering money, nothing of great concern. Upon hearing this, The Red Count shared a knowing smile. The two of them, in silent agreement, turned towards a less populated area. Captain, they have headed towards the seaside. Is that so? What a splendid opportunity. We must hasten to follow them, seize the moment, and strike. Haha, fortune truly cannot be obstructed. In that case, I shall graciously accept your bounty. In a matter of minutes, Jiang Liufeng and his companion arrived at the periphery of the small island, standing by the seaside, seemingly awaiting someone. Yet also appearing to be sightseers, their intention shrouded in ambiguity. What purpose did they have in this place? One of the hunters, sensing something amiss, inquired inexplicably. Meanwhile, the man with stubble, his mind clouded by greed, exclaimed excitedly, "What does it matter? This is an excellent spot. You all encircle them slowly. When the distance is right, I will fire first, aiming to cripple their limbs, and then you shall strike." The others readily acquiesced, moving stealthily into action. Evidently seasoned, they had likely engaged in such endeavors before, skillfully concealing their figures. Before long, they had positioned themselves within the underbrush surrounding the two. Sensing the opportune moment, the stubbled man, without a second thought, raised his hand and, believing himself to be quite the marksman, discharged 4 shots, aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's limbs. The river flowed quietly, and Jiang Liufeng remained motionless, allowing the 4 bullets to pierce his body. Thud, 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 thud. A successful strike. Witnessing their leader's success, the remaining hunters swiftly emerged, encircling the two. But in the next moment, they were left bewildered. The bullet holes in Jiang Liufeng's body did not bleed. Instead, they radiated a bright light, accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning and a crackling sound. What was happening? How could this person be unharmed? As they observed Jiang Liufeng examining them with a smile, a chill ran down their spines. Something was amiss. He was an ability user. The quickest reacting hunter gasped in horror, urgently alerting his comrades. Now that you realize it? Too late, Jiang Liufeng remarked, his foot already in motion. Whoosh crackle. In an instant, they perceived a flash. As a bolt of lightning, swift as the wind, zipped past them, spinning them around and singeing their clothes. When they regained their senses, Jiang Liufeng stood before them, gripping the stubbled man's neck. Goodness! The hunter's pupils dilated, instinctively retreating a few steps. The sight of Jiang Liufeng struck them as though they had encountered a specter, filled with regret. How could he, a formidable pirate worth 500 million, be so reckless? It seemed they were now destined to meet their downfall. With a thud, Jiang Liufeng tossed the nearly lifeless, stubbled man onto the ground. He coughed repeatedly, gasping for the fresh air he had long missed. Speak up. What are your intentions in following me? Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the group. Under that penetrating stare, the hunters shivered, feeling the temperature around them drop several degrees. Their eyes fell upon the stubbled man, who, terrified, dared not exhale, stuttering for ages before finally relaying the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, this was nothing short of a death wish. Nevertheless, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Count, it is your turn. Seeing that the stubbled man was still unwilling to concede, he steeled himself and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Jiang Liufeng. Yet, it proved futile. The bullets continued to traverse his body, the smoking holes quickly sealing themselves amidst a surge of electricity. Witnessing this up close was far more shocking than from a distance. The hunters were struck by the reality that the bullets passed right through him, and Jiang Liufeng remained unscathed. Had it not been for the bullet holes still healing, they would have found it hard to accept this truth. They preferred to believe their leader had merely missed his target. A thought surged through the group, a natural type ability user. The very notion was terrifying. For hunters of their caliber, encountering a natural type ability user was the gravest of fears. Looking at Jiang Liufeng now, their eyes were filled with despair. It was indeed a case of being bewitched. Others had even referred to him as the Thunder God. And recalling the lightning that danced about him, could he not be the wielder of the Thunder Fruit? Their leader had unwittingly led them into peril. They glared resentfully at the dazed stubbled man, who was equally horrified. Was he promised the favor of the goddess of fate? Why had it come to this? Sensing the Red Count approaching him with a knife in hand, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him, causing him to tremble violently. He fell to his knees, a foul odor rising from between his legs, clearly terrified to the point of losing control. Please don't kill me. I made a mistake. Wait. I possess a treasure map from a certain island in the New World. I'll give it to you. Just spare my life. I beg you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up, gesturing for the Red Count to halt. Oh, let me see it. Chapter 45. The auction begins. The stubbled man felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was a chance. Without further ado, he produced a scroll from his belongings and respectfully handed it to Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng opened it to find a collection of landscapes and geographical features, among which was a prominent red cross. However, the exact location remained indiscernible. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, pondering whether this could possibly be a fabrication. The scruffy man, upon hearing this, grew anxious and hastily exclaimed, "It is absolutely true. This information was provided by a naval admiral, discovered by a young talent, and is to be submitted to the Navy. It cannot be false." Jiang Liufeng perceived that the individual before him had lost the audacity to deceive him. He nodded slightly, casting a fleeting glance, and remarked that the firearms were commendable. The bearded man, possessing a keen sense of propriety, promptly presented his two exquisite sidearms to Jiang Liufeng upon hearing this. "If it pleases you, take them," he acquiesced. Though a pang of regret pierced his heart. Yet, what could he do? Even heirlooms paled in comparison to the value of life itself. Jiang Liufeng, satisfied, tucked away the two handguns with a faint smile. They were indeed valuable items. He planned to gift them to Waldo upon his return as a token of reward. This fellow had a penchant for throwing stones, akin to a child playing house, which was quite unbecoming. With these respectable weapons, his stature would surely be elevated. With a wave of his hand, he addressed the trembling subordinates, instructing them to leave. They, feeling as if granted amnesty, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Liufeng before hastily disappearing from sight. The bearded man was bewildered. What about me? It seemed Jiang Liufeng discerned his thoughts. His gaze shifted coldly as he remarked, "These items may buy life for your subordinates, but for you, anyone who dares to strike against me will face but one fate." With that, a glint of cold light flashed by. The thunderstorm returned to its sheath, and Jiang Liufeng vanished into the coastline with his companion, leaving behind the bearded man. Cleaved in two, his expression one of profound resentment. Stowing away the treasure map and handguns, Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count remained unfazed, continuing their exploration across various islands, indulging in the diverse array of goods, and savoring the local customs of the Chambord Islands. This leisurely existence persisted for 2 more days. By dawn on the 3rd day, after witnessing the sunrise with Carmen, the four reunited, ready for an exhilarating day ahead. The plan was straightforward: collect the money, rob the celestial dragons, rescue Waldo, repay the debt, commandeer a ship, and make a swift exit. They aimed to depart the Chambord Islands before the Navy could arrive to render assistance. With the process confirmed, the quartet positioned themselves in a formation of 1 in front and 3 behind as they approached the back door of the auction house to meet with the overseer. "How about it? Is my money ready?" Carmen inquired, her demeanor markedly more at ease. It was evident that the overseer still harbored thoughts of treachery. Yet he lacked the courage to act. The mere presence of Carmen's 3 formidable companions instilled fear within him. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. The individual who had already demonstrated such extraordinary strength left him wondering about the capabilities of the 2 who had yet to engage. These were the very individuals who had managed to capture Waldo. Despite having the protection of the 7 warlords, he knew that help would come too late, likely leaving him as nothing more than a corpse. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded at Carmen, saying, all right, bring out the boxes." With a creak, the door, previously obliterated by Jiang Liufeng, swung open once more. A dozen burly men emerged, laboriously carrying 6 large crates. Their grim expressions and beads of sweat indicated the considerable weight of the boxes. They set the crates before Carmen and retreated. Carmen opened the boxes one by one. The dazzling golden light emanating from within nearly blinded her. So much wealth. Carmen's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such an enormous sum before. It was utterly irresistible. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to leap into Jiang Liufeng's embrace, shrieking with excitement. After a prolonged moment, she forced herself to regain composure. Adopting an air of superiority as she declared, "Well, you certainly know your place. Ada, Air, Asan, let us make our exit." "Yes," replied the 3 behind her in unison. They stepped forward, each effortlessly lifting 2 boxes and departing with an air of nonchalance. The overseer was left utterly astonished. How could they lift such heavy crates with such ease? It took 3 of his strongest men working together to manage a single box. Watching them leave with such effortless grace nearly made his eyes pop out. If he hadn't been the one to provide the goods, he might have believed the boxes were empty. What an extraordinary display. Jiang Liufeng and his companions returned to their lodgings, gazing at the boxes of gold coins with uncontainable joy, while Carmen was nearly beside herself with excitement. She came perilously close to planting an exuberant kiss on Jiang Liufeng's cheek. They urged Lao Sha and Carmen to swiftly transport Bailey and the vast array of supplies they had acquired back to Island Number 13. To settle their debts and prepare the ship, Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count remained behind, preparing to rescue Waldo and plunder the celestial dragons. After a hearty lunch, the four of them dispersed to pursue their respective missions. At 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the bustling auction house, managing to squeeze inside with great difficulty. The venue was already teeming with people, filled to capacity. They were too indifferent to search for a prime spot, opting instead to stand casually in a corner. As Jiang Liufeng pulled out the outline of the auction items distributed at the entrance, he glanced through it aimlessly. Nothing piqued their interest, save for the last item, Waldo. Given the throngs of attendees, it was likely that most had come specifically to bid on Waldo. These so-called luminaries and affluent individuals frequently participated in such morally bankrupt auctions. To them, the treasures that might captivate ordinary folk had long lost their novelty. Only rare commodities like Waldo could incite their enthusiasm. Indeed. Murmurs of conversation wafted through the crowd, predominantly revolving around Waldo. Look, they are actually selling that notorious pirate. Yes, thankfully I received a last-minute notice, otherwise I would have missed out. What does it matter that you got notified? Can you match my wealth? That notion is quite erroneous. Oh, you two should save your breath. I am determined to acquire him. Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open with a resounding thud. 2 grotesque men, clad in outfits reminiscent of astronauts, strode in. The older and the younger appeared to be father and son. A mere glance at the venue silenced the crowd significantly. Celestial dragons! Good heavens! This is disastrous. How did the celestial dragons arrive so unexpectedly? It seems that the capture of this pirate is now beyond reach. The 2 men swaggered down the aisle, claiming a prominent position at the center, wearing expressions as if everyone owed them countless billions, a sight that was truly nauseating. Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The celestial dragons, with their haughty demeanor, were indeed as grotesque as rumored, a true testament to their infamous reputation. Just a fleeting glance was nearly enough to provoke him into expelling his last meal. Chapter 46. Who truly is the ant? Suppressing the tumultuous urge to vomit, Jiang Liufeng hastily turned his gaze away, fearing that another second would break his resolve. The arrival of the celestial dragons cast a palpable tension over the gathering. The assembled elite and wealthy patrons held their breaths, anxious not to offend these 2 figures of disdain. Only when the auction commenced and the items were called did the atmosphere gradually return to normalcy. The preceding items were merely beautiful men and women, along with famous swords and pirates, nothing particularly remarkable. Yet, the so-called affluent nobles exhibited an insatiable interest in these enslaved beauties, bidding enthusiastically in a frenzied display of wealth. Jiang Liufeng found this spectacle deeply unsettling. Is it truly permissible for the wealthy to act with such impunity? Can they degrade others simply because of their riches? He vowed that, should the opportunity arise, he would ensure that these arrogant individuals, who believed their money and power granted them the right to trample on the dignity of others, would face dire consequences. As the auction neared its conclusion, the final item, Waldo, was brought forth, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon the sight of the genuine Waldo. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the room. Here was a pirate worth 500 million. Merely catching a glimpse of him was a rarity, let alone the chance to claim him as one's own. Before the auctioneer could utter a word, the crowd commenced bidding, each voice rising in fervor, faces flushed with excitement. The price surged to 1 billion berries, showing no signs of abating. Finally, one prominent figure bid 12 billion, and silence enveloped the room. Is 12 billion the highest bid? Is there no one willing to bid higher? This is Waldo, the notorious pirate known worldwide. Surely, others wish to take him home. The auctioneer was beside himself with excitement. This was the most expensive item he had ever auctioned. It was unlikely he would encounter such an opportunity again in his lifetime, and he was determined to seize it. 12 billion, once. 12 billion, twice. 12 billion, thrice. Sold. Just as the deal was about to be finalized, the silent celestial dragon finally raised his paddle. With a single bid, he added a staggering 8 billion, a clear display of his immense wealth. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that their efforts had not been in vain, as they had secured a staggering profit of 2 billion. The decision not to directly abduct the celestial dragons stemmed from information gleaned from Xiachi, indicating that the celestial dragons would venture out without any money. Furthermore, the notion of kidnapping for ransom was utterly impractical. Seizing a celestial dragon would undoubtedly provoke an all-out assault from the Navy, leaving no hope of financial gain. Consequently, the group convened anew, devising a different strategy. Rather than extortion, they opted for outright robbery. The extent of their haul would depend on how much Valdo could sell. As it stands, prospects appeared promising. 2 billion would sustain them for a considerable time. Once the celestial dragons placed their bids, no one dared to counter. And the auctioneer decisively brought down the gavel. Jiang Liufeng disdainfully curled his lip, observing these cowardly individuals who had just been so arrogant. Did they turn meek upon encountering the celestial dragons? What a disgraceful display. Ultimately, Walder was successfully bid upon by the celestial dragons for a staggering 2 billion. One of the celestial dragons produced a transponder snail and promptly ordered the delivery of the funds. The auction concluded on a dismal note, with numerous dignitaries and wealthy individuals shaking their heads in disappointment, realizing that had they known the celestial dragons would attend, their efforts would not have been in vain. In the vast auction hall, apart from the celestial dragons and their obsequious attendants, only Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count remained in a corner. It was a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow finch lay in wait. The self-important celestial dragons, so accustomed to their arrogance, could hardly fathom that someone would dare to obstruct them. At this moment, on the auction stage, the exuberant celestial dragons reveled in the humiliation of Walder, who was handcuffed with sea prism stone, awaiting the arrival of the guards with the money. Ha ha ha, you filthy pirate! How dare you challenge the righteous authority of the world? How does it feel to be a prisoner? Walder, trampled underfoot, felt a deep sense of humiliation and remained silent. His thoughts consumed with the desire to one day make them pay for their insolence and teach them the meaning of respect for the elderly and love for the young. The actions of the celestial dragons were unbearable for Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. Yet, with the money yet to be secured, they clenched their fists, suppressing their fury. Fortunately, they had provided Walder with 2 respectable weapons. Otherwise, they would have felt remiss in their duty. As time ticked by, the celestial dragons continued their torment with relish, while Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count struggled to contain their anger. Finally, the guard squad arrived with the money. Sir, the funds have, before the guard could finish. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count could no longer contain their rage. Whoosh! 2 piercing sounds cut through the air. One shot directly towards Walder on the auction stage with the force of a thunderbolt, while the other, imbued with murderous intent, lunged towards the guards. Walder, you've worked hard, Jiang Liufeng bellowed, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Walder. Boss, you finally came. The sudden turn of events unfolded too rapidly for the auction personnel and the ineffectual celestial dragons to respond. Their gaze shifted from the guards to the trading platform in an instant. With a clang, the sea prism stone handcuffs binding Walder fell to the ground. Turning around, the celestial dragon's eyes met Jiang Liufeng's, filled with a terrifying bloodshot glare. A shiver coursed through him, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. The older celestial dragon reacted quickly, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily grabbed the transponder snail and dialed. Naval Headquarters? I am at the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago, and we are being robbed by pirates. Send a vice admiral immediately. Upon hearing that a celestial dragon was on the line, the Navy, fearing to delay, rushed to report the matter. Meanwhile, the Red Count quickly cleared the area and called out to Jiang Liufeng, Captain, we've succeeded. Shall we retreat? But Jiang Liufeng remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his words. His gaze fixed on the young celestial dragon tormenting Walder. Having spent ample time with Jiang Liufeng, both the Red Count and Walder understood the significance of that stare. Walder, alarmed, seized Jiang Liufeng's arm, saying, Boss, let it go, I'm fine. We can't act against the celestial dragons. At this, the previously trembling young celestial dragon regained his confidence. Huh, that's right. Do you dare to lay a hand on the celestial dragons? Don't pretend to be angry before me, you insignificant creature. Another celestial dragon, having finished his call, stood with his hands behind his back, equally disdainful. The 2 celestial dragons, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted with fury. You audacious commoner, the young celestial dragon shouted in exasperation. Indeed, how dare you compare yourself to us, the noble? You lowly beings are meant to be slaves, mere playthings. Do you understand? The older celestial dragon echoed his sentiment indignantly. At this, Jiang Liufeng shook his head, and the pent-up rage within him gradually subsided. It dawned on him that these celestial dragons were not merely pretentious, they were genuinely foolish. There was no merit in becoming angry with the foolish, for only the foolish would engage in such trivial disputes. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate. Seeing Jiang Liufeng regain his composure, The expressions of those present improved considerably. The celestial dragons, mistaking his calmness for fear, revealed contemptuous smiles. Humph. So, the lowly race has indeed become abashed before the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Walder breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's a relief that the boss remains rational. If he had struck a celestial dragon, that would have been a grave predicament. You insignificant creature, do you recognize your mistake? It's too late now. Kneel and lick the floor clean beneath my shoes. If I am pleased, perhaps I might allow you to retain your life. Jiang Liufeng chuckled mockingly. Oh? So? Are you implying that you wish to kill me? Is that even a question? The only fate that befalls those who offend me is death. What is there to inquire about? The young celestial dragon retorted impatiently. Nothing much, merely seeking confirmation, Jiang Liufeng replied, as a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. When he turned his gaze back to the celestial dragon, it resembled that of one gazing upon a corpse. Yet, the celestial dragon remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Haha, you insignificant insect, a creature akin to a dog. What can you possibly do? The celestial dragon closed his eyes and laughed towards the heavens. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Liufeng had grasped his throat and lifted him effortlessly. The celestial dragon writhed in agony, desperately attempting to pry apart the iron-like grip around his neck. The suffocating sensation was unbearable, transforming his face into a deep shade of purple, rendering his already grotesque features even more hideous. He could never have fathomed that Jiang Liufeng would dare to take action. Even his father had not anticipated such a ludicrous turn of events. How could someone dare to defy the might of the celestial dragons? To openly stand against the very will of the world? At that moment, disbelief washed over him, his mind blank, petrified in place. Even forgetting the dire situation of his son on the brink of death, Jiang Liufeng had never felt such fury before. Even during times when he had been unfortunate and bullied, he had never experienced such uncontainable rage, such inhumanity, such utter depravity, such wretchedness. What harm would it cause to eradicate such beings? Since no one has ever dared to strike down the celestial dragons, let it be I, Jiang Liufeng, who shatters this precedent. What of the celestial dragons? What of the world government? The navy is inconsequential. I, Jiang Liufeng, fear nothing. With clarity in my heart, I act without hesitation. Amidst the astonished expressions of my companions, Jiang Liufeng raised his vacant hand, extending his little finger gently towards his heart. A 36-volt current surged violently into the body of his adversary, wreaking havoc without restraint. The celestial dragon, convulsing under the electric shock, remained lucid, acutely aware that death was gradually encroaching upon him. Educated through compulsory schooling, Jiang Liufeng understood that a mere 36 volts could prove fatal. Hence, he exerted only that much energy. This was not an act of torment, but rather, in the realm of skilled combat, the necessity of employing lethal techniques out of respect for one's opponent. However, when faced with such a despicable being, whose worth was akin to that of swine, the means to extinguish his life would be as contemptible as the creature itself. This epitomized Jiang Liufeng's stance. In his eyes, the celestial dragon was but a pile of filth. As he felt his bodily functions waning, the young celestial dragon was engulfed by fear, a sensation he had never encountered since birth. This realization amplified his dread of death 100-fold compared to others. Driven by the instinct for survival, he summoned all his strength, struggling to utter, "Father, save me." The elder celestial dragon trembled, snapping back to reality. "My son, you wretch, release my son. Where is the Marine Admiral? Why has he not arrived?" His voice, piercing the air, was meant to conceal his inner trepidation. He shouted incessantly, yet lacked the courage to intervene, his tone thick with despair. Thus, the so-called Supreme Celestial Dragon, as perceived by the masses, stood helplessly watching his son close his eyes at Jiang Liufeng's hands. Moments later, his neck slackened, and silence enveloped him. "What a disgrace!" Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, discarding the lifeless body to the ground, his expression one of utter disdain as he regarded the elder Celestial Dragon, watching his own son perish. The father dared not even summon a flicker of the valor expected from a parent. How could he still claim to be of noble birth? He was nothing short of filth. Even beasts protect their young, for heaven's sake. Gazing at the detestable celestial dragon, Jiang Liufeng found no desire to continue the slaughter. He turned to pat Valdo on the shoulder, declaring, "Those who bully my comrades shall face the wrath of even the emperor." Valdo, deeply moved, felt his worries dissipate with those words. What did it matter to offend a celestial dragon? A woman beautifies herself for her beloved, and a man lays down his life for a true friend. With such a loyal captain, what was there to fear in joining him in madness? Valdo's eyes sparkled with determination as he proclaimed, "Boss, I need not say more. I, Valdo, am willing to follow you until the seas dry up and the stones decay, through all eternity." Jiang Liufeng's lips quivered slightly as he abruptly interrupted, "Enough. If you have nothing intelligent to say, kindly remain silent. What pretense of scholarly demeanor is this?" Waldo, scratching his head, awkwardly chuckled. "All right, let us depart. The navy is nearly upon us. Indeed, let us go." With that, the three of them strode confidently out of the auction house's grand entrance. Meanwhile, the elderly celestial dragon observed the unfolding scene in utter trepidation, not daring to make a sound for fear that any movement might invite fatal retribution. Jiang Liufeng found the sight of such a cowardly yet audacious individual, who aspired to be both a bandit and a figure of authority, utterly distasteful. Upon emerging, Jiang Liufeng's gaze fell upon the pile of guards dealt with by the Red Count, alongside the 20 or so large chests. Their spirits soared. This amounted to a staggering 2 billion berries. Having associated with Jiang Liufeng for only a few days, it felt as though they had amassed a fortune sufficient for a lifetime. However, the dilemma of how to transport such wealth loomed large. Waldo and the Red Count furrowed their brows, clearly at a loss. Yet, to Jiang Liufeng, this was hardly a concern. With his system backpack, transporting a mere 20 chests of money was hardly a challenge. Chapter 48. Listen well, I speak of all the navy. The only issue was his reluctance to let others witness his extraordinary ability to conjure items from thin air. After all, it was prudent to keep his secrets hidden. He promptly commanded Waldo and the Red Count to disperse the gathering crowd. Though puzzled, the two obeyed his orders without question, employing a mix of intimidation and force to drive the onlookers away. Initially, the spectators were indignant. "Is this your property? By what right do you order us to leave?" remarked an arrogant, portly middle-aged man clad in finery. The surrounding audience echoed his sentiments, displaying expressions that suggested they had no intention of departing. Waldo, visibly displeased, contemplated the situation but refrained from engaging with the common folk. He found himself momentarily vexed. The Red Count, however, was less conflicted. His expression remained impassive as he drew his sword, Thunderstorm, and casually swung it toward the ground. With a sharp slicing sound, the earth before him was cleaved open, revealing a gaping chasm that seemed to plunge into the abyss. Those who ventured to the Chambord Islands were typically fledgling pirates. The citizens had never witnessed someone as formidable as the Red Count. They gazed at him in astonishment, as though he were a celestial being. As the dust settled, the expansive auction square was devoid of any remaining spectators. Even the nearby shops shuttered their doors in panic. Some shopkeepers, overwhelmed by fear, slammed their doors so forcefully that the glass shattered. Waldo stared in slight disbelief. Goodness, why does it seem that these people fled faster than our leader? He extended a thumb in admiration of the Red Count, acknowledging his ruthless efficiency. Once the task was accomplished, the two turned back, only to be struck dumb. "Where's the money?" Waldo wiped his eyes and looked again at the spot where the 20 chests had once stood, now utterly barren. He was bewildered. In just a few seconds, how could it have vanished? "Hey, where's my money? This was my hard-earned bounty." Why does that sound so awkward? "Boss, where's the money?" As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he remarked, "Let us go. It's all settled. Not a single coin will be lost, so rest assured." Valdo, filled with confusion, could not fathom how Jiang Liufeng managed to make such a heavy load of over 20 chests vanish. The Red Count, evidently far more astute, surely realized that his captain was shrouded in mysteries. Yet, he feigned ignorance about others' secrets, for it posed no detriment to them. Once the two had walked away, Valdo snapped back to reality and hurried after them, exclaiming, "Hey, boss, Count, wait for me." In truth, the moment chaos erupted in the crowd. Jiang Liufeng had employed his system backpack to swiftly stow away all the chests filled with money. This secret was one he wished to keep even from his own crew, opting for discretion wherever possible. The trio continued their walk down the street, seemingly unaffected by the events that had transpired at the auction house, striding purposefully towards Island No. 13. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters was in turmoil. "What? One of them? A celestial dragon has been killed?" Sengoku shouted incredulously at the phone worm before him. The numerous bulging veins on his neck and forehead indicated his mounting rage. "Is it Jiang Liufeng again? What on earth does that scoundrel intend to do? An affront to the celestial dragons? Summon every naval force. I mean all of them, to the Sabaody Archipelago. We must capture that little rascal." Yes. The sentry at the entrance, utterly terrified, stumbled and fell twice in his haste to relay the message. Sengoku slumped helplessly onto the couch, massaging his throbbing temples. This time, he had truly stirred up a monumental disaster. Why target a celestial dragon of all people? If things went awry, he might even lose his rank as admiral. What is the status of the global conscription? He muttered, eyes shut and voice weary. Reporting, Admiral. The global conscription. Another sentry at the entrance was timidly responding when he was abruptly startled by a thunderous shout. Didn't I say to send all naval forces? What are you still doing here? The sentry, frightened to the point of losing his footing, scrambled to his feet and dashed outside. Yes, I'm sorry, Admiral. I'm on it. Sengoku's face was a mask of frustration as he suppressed his anger. No need. Return and continue your report. The sentry, having run a few meters, halted in his tracks, anxiously returning to Sengoku's side. Wiping the large beads of sweat from his forehead, he stammered, Admiral, the global conscription. Upon receiving Sengoku's command, the entire naval headquarters mobilized, with the exception of Kizaru, who had already set sail. A formidable fleet of warships surged toward the Sabaody Archipelago. The sight was akin to a world war, with an ominous array of warships darkening the sea, a sight not even witnessed during the time of Roger. Major, what on earth has happened? Why such a grand mobilization? A young man with pink hair inquired aboard one of the naval ships, conversing with an imposing white-haired elder, none other than Garp and Kobe. Is there truly someone bold enough to kill a celestial dragon? Kobe gasped, his mouth forming annoyed disbelief. Garp, with a deep gaze and arms crossed, stared into the distance. His face twisted with righteous fury as he gritted his teeth. That arrogant brat, I must capture him with my own hands. Kobe, alarmed, asked, Is it that escaped flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng? Perhaps overwhelmed by rage, Garp trembled slightly, choosing not to respond. From his expression, Kobe discerned the truth, letting out a sigh. I never expected this flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng, to be so audacious. It appears the path to becoming a strong warrior remains long and arduous. The Navy surged forth, brimming with fervor, racing across the ocean. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng and his companions had already returned to island number 13, appearing ready to embark. Is everything prepared? Jiang Liufeng inquired as he boarded the golden scale. All is ready. We can set sail at any moment, came the youthful voice of the golden scale. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Liufeng led his group to the ship's edge, gesturing to Rayleigh and Shaki. Thank you for your assistance. May our paths cross again. The two smiled in response, bidding him farewell, safe travels. We will be watching your thrilling exploits. Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly, turning to survey the crowd before proclaiming, Dawn Pirate Crew, set sail. At this pivotal moment, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the air. Oh, how lively it is here. Chapter 49, I left the soup boiling at home. Upon hearing these words, everyone's gaze shifted towards the source of the voice. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the resplendent Kizaru. Damn, arrived so swiftly. Valdo muttered in frustration. Jiang Liufeng merely regarded Huang Yuan with a faint glance, his expression betraying little. It seemed the appearance of Huang Yuan was entirely anticipated. General Huang, it is a pleasure to see you again. Have you come to bid farewell? Huang Yuan's countenance appeared somewhat grim as he addressed Jiang Liufeng, cautioning that the arrogance of youth could lead to perilous consequences. Oh, does General Huang possess the capability to detain us? Jiang Liufeng replied, an amused smile gracing his lips. Huang Yuan, taken aback by the response, glanced at the others present, feeling a twinge of envy. It seemed he truly could not impede their passage. After much internal deliberation, he resolved that there was no need for a direct confrontation. Instead, he could create disturbances to prevent their departure and await reinforcements. With this decision solidified, his demeanor improved significantly. Ah, indeed, I can obstruct your departure. Once our main forces arrive, your favorable day shall come to an end. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that Kizaru had merely come with the advanced team, leveraging his exceptional abilities. Having already slain a celestial dragon, how could the Navy allow him to escape so easily? It was highly likely that they would mobilize a substantial force to suppress him. Kizaru's words were not mere threats. The situation was dire. If surrounded by a large army, even if Jiang Liufeng could maneuver with unmatched agility, his companions would likely suffer. As he swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, Rayleigh stepped forward. Kizaru, long time no see, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Kizaru turned slightly, recognizing Rayleigh on the shore, startled. Oh my, the Dark King. Rayleigh, this is quite alarming. The Pirate King's first mate appears here. Rayleigh wore a confident smile as he spoke. I've been in seclusion on this island for many years. Who would have thought I would run into an admiral today? How about a friendly spar? Kazara found himself in a quandary. Behind his brown-tinted glasses, his small eyes whirled in contemplation, his expression slightly bittersweet. Goodness, is this fellow trying to get me killed? One flying thunder god and one red count are already troublesome enough, and now this dark king has emerged from who knows where. Are we to witness the Navy's top admirals capturing a fugitive, or the three great pirates confronting an admiral? Thoughts raced through his mind, but he maintained a facade of composure. After all, the dignity of an admiral must not be tarnished. Unexpectedly, it seemed like a buy one, get one free situation today. Very well, let us exchange a few moves. The two locked eyes, an apparent calmness masking the brewing storm beneath. Their gazes sparked with intensity, embodying the essence of martial prowess, an unyielding standoff. They stared at each other for several minutes without any indication of attack. Carmen watched in awe. Is this the legendary clash of masters? The atmosphere is palpable. Could it be a contest of inner power? Jiang Liufeng nearly stumbled at the absurdity of it all. What contest of masters? What inner power? These two are merely stalling for time. Just as he prepared to intervene, they finally seemed ready to act. However, just as Rayleigh raised his hand, Jiang Liufeng swiftly positioned himself in front of them, blocking his path. Rayleigh, this is our matter to resolve. You should focus on how to escape. Rayleigh was perplexed. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Am I too old for this? I'm as vigorous as ever. Jiang Liufeng, you seem to underestimate me. By the way, didn't you leave the soup boiling at home? Let's hurry back and turn off the stove. The onlookers, save for the Red Count and Kizaru, were utterly bewildered. What is happening? The Pirate King's first mate, known as the Dark King, is backing down? Even Haki, who was being ushered away by Rayleigh, was equally confused. They observed the two hastily departing and turned their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Liufeng, who appeared somewhat grave, staring into the distance, seemingly engrossed in something unseen. As if influenced by his serious demeanor, several others followed his gaze, curious about what had captured the usually unflappable captain's attention. Upon looking, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. In the distance, a vast fleet of warships surged toward them, moving at full speed. It was an overwhelming sight. So much so that one could hardly see the ocean beneath the ships. My goodness, this is beyond exaggerated. Walder exclaimed, astonished. Even he, once a formidable figure, had never witnessed such a display. Tell me they're just passing by and not specifically here to capture us. Carmen whimpered, his legs trembling as he slumped onto the deck. What have you all done? Crocodile mused, realizing that such a show of force could only be the result of some mischief from his companions. Suddenly, Old Sand's eyes widened in realization, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist inside. He turned to Jiang Liufeng, asking, You didn't actually attack a celestial dragon, did you? Before Jiang Liufeng could respond, Walder waved dismissively. No way. We wouldn't stoop to such a lowly act. Phew. Old Sand sighed in relief. That's a relief. But then Walder, suppressing a grin, added, Just killed a few, that's all. Huh? Killed. Even Old Sand, with his expansive mental defenses, nearly collapsed at Walder's words. You killed a celestial dragon? What on earth are you all thinking? Are you a bunch of fools invited by a monkey? He exclaimed, glaring at Jiang Liufeng, demanding a clear answer. In response, Jiang Liufeng merely waved his hand, nonchalantly stating, Just a fool, nothing more. We killed him, so what? What? Old Sand was utterly speechless, nearly fainting from disbelief. Well, the deed is done. There's no point in dwelling on it. Once we reach the New World, we will soar freely. The Navy will have no power over us. Killing a celestial dragon is no big deal. Jiang Liufeng observed the imminent arrival of naval reinforcements. Growing increasingly impatient as time slipped away, Lao Sha cast a disdainful glance, retorting with frustration, It's easy for you to speak so eloquently. But in a situation like this, who could possibly escape? Chapter 50, A Fated Encounter. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance at him, unperturbed, and smiled as he spoke. No one can detain me, nor can anyone keep my companions. You must promptly activate the submerged coating. The golden scale will uncover the path to Fishman Island. I shall remain here to engage with them, providing you with cover for your escape. Captain, leader. The sight of several individuals not wishing to abandon him filled Jiang Liufeng with gratitude, even prompting Lao Sha to speak up. He nodded reassuringly, I understand your concerns. I shall be fine and will swiftly catch up with you. Now, we must execute the captain's orders immediately. Golden scale, let's move. Understood. Golden scale. devoid of any complex emotions, was entirely committed to executing Jiang Liufeng's commands without hesitation. He promptly set to work. Thinking of escaping? I won't allow it. Upon seeing his reinforcements arrive, Kazara felt emboldened and, without a moment's pause, advanced to obstruct their progress. 8-foot mirror, with a resplendent aura surrounding him. He positioned his hands in front of his chest, palms raised, and unleashed a beam of light directed straight at the golden scale. Just as he was about to traverse the path he had opened, Jiang Liufeng has arrived. The signature sound of thunder roared suddenly, and in an instant, Jiang Liufeng had flashed to the golden pathway created by Kizaru, his right arm infused with the power of Haki crashing down with great force. The moment Kizaru was about to complete his flash, he was abruptly interrupted. Oh, such astonishing speed. Kizaru, slightly taken aback, returned to his original position. A note of bewilderment escaping his lips. He had not anticipated Jiang Liufeng's swiftness, finding it nearly on par with his own. It was understandable, as during their previous encounters, Jiang Liufeng had yet to merge with Enel's fruit abilities. Although his speed was impressive, it paled in comparison to that of the Pika Pika Nomi. However, Kazara had previously regarded this group with disdain, paying little attention to them aside from the red count, which led to his nonchalant demeanor. But now, things had changed. Jiang Liufeng had essentially solidified his possession of the revered lightning fruit, hailed as the most formidable in the world of pirates. In a contest of speed, the outcome was now uncertain. Consequently, Kizaru adopted a serious demeanor, no longer underestimating Jiang Liufeng. In the brief exchange between the two, the gilded coating of the golden scale had nearly been completed, while the naval forces were closing in swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. From a distance, the Navy's cannons had begun to fire. A barrage of cannonballs soared towards the golden scale, not necessarily aiming to obliterate the crew, but rather to sink the vessel. Explosions erupted around the ship, churning the ocean's surface and causing the vessel to sway violently. However, the three formidable experts aboard were not to be trifled with. They neutralized any cannonball that threatened their ship, ensuring their safety for the moment. Captain, hurry up, the Red Count barked with a stern expression. Boss, quickly, it will be too late if you delay, Valdo urged anxiously. At that moment, Carmen clung to the railing, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Jiang Liufeng. Whether out of fear or concern for his safety, her tender expression tugged at Jiang Liufeng's heartstrings. Captain, please come quickly, she implored, extending her arm with a delicate plea. With a confident smile and a subtle curve of his lips, Jiang Liufeng reassured, Don't worry. I will be fine. Shall we meet later? Carmen, struggling to hold back her tears, bit her lip and nodded obediently, momentarily rendered speechless by her emotions. Golden scale. Set sail. All right, let us depart. Such cheerful exclamations could only emanate from the golden scale in this poignant moment. In the eyes of the onlookers, however, it seemed that Jiang Liufeng was likely to face grave peril. It was not merely a question of whether he could withstand the onslaught of the Navy's full force. The ship itself was sinking, and how could a lone ability user pursue them? The golden scale gradually descended into the depths. Red Count and his companions were valiantly warding off the barrage of cannon fire, utterly preoccupied and powerless to prevent the unfolding calamity. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Liufeng engaged in battle with the Yellow Ape. Jiang Liufeng forcefully repelled Huang Yuan with a single punch, then turned to glance at the nearly secure golden scale ship, feeling a quiet sense of relief. Just as the golden scale was on the verge of sinking, Carmen shouted loudly, I await your return to find me. Huh. Jiang Liufeng could not hear clearly, only vaguely perceiving half of the lip movements. Are you waiting for me to come back and marry you? Surely not. Is it true that girls these days are so bold? Shaking his head slightly to dismiss the thought, a smirk crept onto his lips. Now, at last, the hindrances had all departed, allowing him to showcase his prowess. If those words were to reach their ears, they would surely be enraged to the point of expelling several liters of blood. How infuriating. After all that emotional appeal. It turns out Jiang Liufeng regarded them as burdens. Had he known earlier, he would have chosen to abandon the shadows and join the Navy, confronting the situation head-on. Yet, it would be unfair to label them as burdens. Jiang Liufeng was merely concerned that in the heat of battle, he would neglect the Jinyan ship, which had yet to set sail despite its exquisite craftsmanship. The thought of its sinking would leave him utterly despondent. Moreover, with Valdo and Old Shah as capable fighters, and Carmen being rather fragile, if the ship were to sink and a couple of others fell overboard, it would indeed spell trouble. Even if he and the Red Count were formidable, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, unable to attend to both ends. Now, however, all troubles had dissipated. He could strike when he pleased and flee at will, indulging in whatever delighted him. How exhilarating! The yellow ape watched helplessly as a ship full of people departed. With his prowess rooted in speed, he found his advantage nearly non-existent, unable to intercept them. This feeling of powerlessness stirred a rare agitation in the usually easygoing admiral. He could only resort to unleashing another fateful move, the Ice Age. The Hachikyu Jewel. Ah, how small this world can be, how coincidental events can unfold. On a warship near the coast, Admiral Akiji witnessed the successful escape of the Jinyan ship. Without a second thought, he unleashed his full power, executing the magnificent Ice Age, sending the message forth. Yet, at that very moment, the yellow ape, engaged in combat with Jiang Liufeng, remained oblivious. The two grand moves from the two admirals seemed destined to intertwine once again. Huh? Akiji was momentarily stunned. The yellow ape was equally bewildered. They exchanged glances filled with unspoken drama. You rascal monkey, you did this on purpose. Akiji's eyes conveyed. By heaven's virtue, I truly had no knowledge of it. The yellow ape's eyes responded. Thus, at this critical juncture, the encroaching blocks of ice surrounding the Jinyan ship were shattered by the Hachikyu Jewel. Aside from Jiang Liufeng, all members of the Dawn team successfully escaped. Chapter 51. The overwhelming presence of Jiang Liufeng. Consequently, the Navy's expression turned grim. Despite their full mobilization, they allowed the enemy to slip away. If word got out, it would severely tarnish their reputation. Everyone, rally your spirits. Those cowardly rats who fled will eventually be captured. Today, we shall bring this heinous villain to justice. A commanding voice resounded. Jiang Liufeng looked up to see at the forefront of the fleet a military vessel prominently displaying a figure clad in a red suit, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice, exuding an air of solemn authority. Wherever he stood, he commanded respect, radiating an imposing presence. None other than Admiral Akainu. This is quite intriguing, Jiang Liufeng mused. Not only was he facing the full might of the Navy alone, but even the three great admirals of the Navy had appeared simultaneously. As Jiang Liufeng took the rare moment to be earnest, he understood that despite his formidable strength, confronting the highest combat power of the Navy was no trivial endeavor. Although fleeing was a trifling matter for him, he had no intention of resorting to such an option, even in the event of retreat. He aimed to first establish an unparalleled kingly presence in the minds of the naval forces. With a swift motion, he ascended into the air, crossing his arms before his chest. Though he uttered no words, the overwhelming aura he exuded surged toward the Navy, instilling a sense of trepidation in over 60% of the less capable sailors, causing their hearts to race and their legs to tremble, as they found it difficult to meet the gaze of this individual who, merely through his presence, rendered them momentarily breathless. The Conqueror's Haki. As Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming power radiated, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once clear and sunny sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. The formidable power of lightning radiated from Jiang Liufeng, entwining him in a tempest of electric energy, resonating with the thunder of the heavens above. At a glance, it appeared as though a storm of luminous flashes and booming thunderclouds had been summoned by his very presence, akin to celestial warriors answering a divine call. In that moment, the might of a single individual stood in stark opposition to the collective force of the entire Navy, creating an intangible tension that seemed to balance precariously on the edge of confrontation. What an extraordinary sight it was! Was this truly the legendary Flying Thunder God? The aura he exuded was undeniably intimidating. What manner of being was this? Indeed, he was a dire threat to our Navy, a formidable adversary that must be eliminated lest he become a grave concern. Akainu, overhearing his soldiers bolster the enemy's resolve while undermining their own, wore a grim expression. The Conqueror's Haki was a troublesome ability. Despite the apparent numerical superiority of his forces, it was of little consequence against such an unparalleled master. Experience from years of warfare quickly crystallized his thoughts. All Navy personnel, heed my command. Officers of the rank of Major and below, disembark and evacuate the nearby civilians to ensure their safety. Yes. With the Admiral's decisive order, the Navy sprang into action. Jiang Liufeng cast a fleeting glance without intervening, dismissing the group of young men with disdain as he allowed them to depart. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief, for his decision held threefold significance. Firstly, he wished to prevent the unnecessary sacrifice of naval soldiers lacking in combat prowess. Secondly, should hostilities erupt, the clash between figures of their caliber would inevitably endanger the lives of innocent civilians, thus it was prudent to evacuate them promptly. Thirdly, Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength posed a significant challenge. Capturing him would likely result in casualties, and he did not wish for the populace to witness such a scene, which could erode their faith in the Navy. In light of these considerations, Akainu made a sagacious choice, ordering the majority of the less capable naval personnel and civilians to retreat. Before long, Island number 13 stood deserted, transformed into an empty isle. Upon receiving the notification, Akainu could no longer remain idle. He commanded his senior officers to ascend with haste and encircle Jiang Liufeng, sparking an imminent clash. Confronted by the Navy's blockade, Jiang Liufeng remained unfazed, maintaining a demeanor of serene composure as he remarked, "Akainu, you may appear astute, yet in truth, you exhibit considerable folly." Taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's derision, Akainu seethed with anger, responding, "Pray tell, how am I foolish?" Jiang Liufeng raised his hand and gestured around. "You ought to send these feeble beings away. You, my friend, are exceedingly arrogant." "Humph. It is nothing short of reckless folly. Such audacious bravado. Young man, are you truly oblivious to your predicament?" Before Akainu could utter a word, the high-ranking officers who had been pointed at by Jiang Liufeng immediately erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of invective. With a disdainful smile, Jiang Liufeng remarked, "It's not too late to scram now. This is your final opportunity. Such arrogance is unparalleled. Allow me to confront you." A senior colonel stepped forward, fully unleashing the prowess of the Navy's sixth style, advancing menacingly towards Jiang Liufeng. "Return." The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was taken aback, witnessing the reckless actions of his subordinate. Jiang Liufeng shook his head and remarked, "It appears that your naval superiors have withheld my true capabilities from you. Very well, today I shall unveil the stark reality." With that, he launched his attack. His arm transformed, and he unleashed a powerful strike, Thunderbolt. A deafening roar resonated as an immense surge of lightning energy erupted forth. The colonel's figure momentarily faltered, his countenance filled with astonishment as the terrifying beam of thunder approached with astonishing speed. By the time he processed the impending danger, it was already too late. With an instinctive desire to evade, he found himself unable to react in time. He could only brace himself, activating his armament Haki in a futile attempt to withstand the blow. Yet, his inadequate mastery of armament Haki was no match for the formidable strike unleashed by Jiang Liufeng. With a crackling sound, the thunderbolt engulfed him entirely, piercing through his defenses. The colonel could only endure for a few seconds before his Haki shattered. The overwhelming voltage assaulted every cell within his body, plunging him into excruciating agony, his expression twisting into a grotesque mask of torment. His mind blanked, his eyes rolled back, and he crumpled, plummeting toward the sea below. Following the lethal strike, the thunderbolt continued its relentless trajectory, aimed directly at those behind him. Guizhou, witnessing the fierce assault heading his way, inwardly cursed his luck. He swiftly scattered to avoid it. The group of naval officers, initially rendered speechless, quickly regained their composure, springing into action as they hastily dodged to the sides. No one dared to confront Jiang Liufeng's onslaught. After all, the power of the Rumble fruit was renowned as the most formidable of all devil fruits. Few were unafraid of lightning. Regrettably, despite their attempts to evade, several less capable majors were struck directly, left dazed and tumbling into the sea. Jiang Liufeng struck with remarkable ease, swiftly dispatching several skilled opponents, which instantly elevated the level of concern among the naval officers. Chapter 52. Shall we confront him together? All the prominent figures in the Navy share a common trait. They prefer to report only good news while concealing the bad. The senior officials at naval headquarters have indeed downplayed Jiang Liufeng's formidable prowess. Consequently, although many officers are aware of his existence, they possess little understanding of the true extent of his strength. Some overly confident officers initially dismissed Jiang Liufeng, but this perception swiftly changed. "Let us all attack together. Do not allow him too many opportunities to strike. We are numerous, and even the strongest among us cannot withstand the might of many. Yes, let us unite and deny him any chance. Charge." Jiang Liufeng cracked a smile, saying, "All right, let us do this." With arms folded, he stood upright, seemingly devoid of any intention to strike. The group of officers advancing towards him became emboldened. "Aha, look, that kid is petrified," they exclaimed. "Indeed, he probably has no idea how to respond. Let us take him down in one swift blow." Razor, Gale Kick. Observing Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, the generals were acutely aware that there must be a hidden scheme at play. Akiji furrowed his brow and shouted a warning not to underestimate him. This young man was far from ordinary. As anticipated, just as the officers' attacks were about to land on Jiang Liufeng, His eyes widened in alarm, and he bellowed, "Thunder Shield." A crackling sound filled the air. The fusion of Jiang Liufeng's lightning shield, combined with the electrical discharges from Impel, gave rise to a new protective barrier in an instant. Hiss. Countless serpentine bolts of lightning surged forth from his body, the staggering voltage incapacitating the surrounding officers in an instant. This level of voltage was incomparably superior to that of Inazuma, causing the officers to emit muffled groans as they were rendered incapacitated, unable to utter even a single word. Witnessing his elite subordinates transformed into a pitiful state, their faces marred and smoke billowing from their heads, they fell one after another into the sea. The vice-admirals finally felt a sense of urgency. Akainu, too, began to comprehend the meaning behind Jiang Liufeng's words. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, these elite officers were no different from the Navy soldiers who had retreated earlier. They were equally vulnerable, with even the ranks of rear admirals and commanders proving to be inadequate. The officers in the inner circle had already suffered defeat and lost their combat effectiveness, while those in the outer circle managed to hold on for a while longer, buoyed by their domineering presence, though they too were facing imminent collapse. The quickest to react was Vice Admiral Garp, who turned his hands, transforming his massive fist into iron-black appendages. With a thunderous roar, he charged directly towards Jiang Liufeng. Sensing Garp's advance, Jiang Liufeng did not dare to be negligent, his keen eyes fixating intently on him. As Garp entered the range of the shield's electrical discharge, he appeared unfazed, even displaying greater ease than Rayleigh. Jiang Liufeng realized his initial assessment was indeed correct. This old man possesses remarkable capabilities. In the original narrative, Garp was renowned, yet seldom revealed his full strength, leaving the extent of his power shrouded in mystery. However, at this moment, through comparison with Rayleigh, Jiang Liufeng recognized Garp's true might. Garp advanced effortlessly to the front of Jiang Liufeng's shield, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming voltage. "Boy, taste my fist." Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows, fully aware that this punch could not be warded off merely by a shield. A strand of black silk coiled around his left arm, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful fist. The two fists, as dark as iron, collided with a thunderous impact, causing the very heavens to tremble. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, forcing the onlookers to stagger back in retreat. However, those officers at the periphery, ensnared by the lightning, seized the opportunity provided by this shockwave to miraculously escape Jiang Liufeng's expansive reach. Grateful to have snatched back a sliver of life, this group felt an immense relief. For the terrifying lightning energy was truly chilling. Even though they had narrowly evaded it, a lingering dread still haunted them. The clash between Jiang Liufeng and Garp is nearing its conclusion. The sheer force of their confrontation caused both to stagger back 3 steps, with no clear victor emerging. What remarkable strength! Since Jiang Liufeng acquired Roger's 3-color Haki, he has seldom encountered rivals in this domain, consistently overpowering his opponents with an overwhelming presence. Even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh pales in comparison. Yet, facing Garp, he found an equally matched adversary, which both surprised and yet seemed entirely reasonable to Jiang. After all, Garp is the man who once drove Roger to the brink of despair. He is indeed extraordinary. Finally, someone capable of withstanding his punch. The solitude of seeking defeat at the pinnacle is profound. In stark contrast, the observing Navy personnel were nearly rendered unconscious by the spectacle. Garp's might is well known and feared. With his iron fists, he traverses the seas, instilling dread even among the renowned powers of the New World. The terrifying weight of his punch is not lost on these elite Navy officers. They understand all too well the magnitude of this encounter. To withstand a direct confrontation with Garp and remain unvanquished speaks to the terrifying nature of such a creature. Step by step, the naval officers found themselves instinctively retreating, finally recognizing that this purple-haired youth, not yet 20, was indeed a figure to be revered. Had they foolishly approached him, it would have been akin to lighting a candle in a restroom, searching for trouble. "You all should step back," Akainu declared with a grim expression. At this moment, the collective emotions of the crowd settled, their initial ire dissipated. Initially, they viewed the youth as an arrogant brat, relying on his abilities to stir chaos and trouble for the Navy, which incensed them to the point of wishing him harm. However, the situation had changed. He genuinely possessed the capability to alter the tides. No longer motivated by impulsive emotions, they complied with the Admiral's directive, retreating 100 meters away. The 3 admirals exchanged glances, synchronizing their movements as they encircled Garp, each taking a position in the cardinal directions. 4 of the world's mightiest warriors, united in purpose, prepared to join forces to subdue him. Jiang Liufeng smiled gently, contemplating whether to engage all four at once. How intriguing. A surge of fierce combat spirit welled up within him, igniting a fervor that coursed through his veins. Unbeknownst to him, bolstered by the system's rewards, he had ascended to a level where the Navy would deploy its utmost strength to contend against him. With such formidable power at his disposal, who could remain composed? If battle was to ensue, let it be so. What was there to fear? Previously somewhat passive, Jiang Liufeng suddenly took the initiative, adopting an offensive stance as he unleashed a lethal strike directed at Kizaru. 3,000 volts. Thunder Beast. In an instant, a wolf-like Thunder Beast erupted forth, charging wildly towards Kizaru. Why am I being targeted first? Kizaru exclaimed, his expression darkening. Gripping the Tenkai Yunjian, he swiftly executed 2 slicing strikes, cleaving the Thunder Wolf into 4 pieces with brutal precision. As the scene unfolded, in that very moment Jiang Liufeng made his move. Both Akiji and Akainu sprang into action. Chapter 53, The Ever-Changing Battlefield Ice Sphere. K9-Tooth Red Lotus. With a merciless onslaught of ice and fire converging upon Jiang Liufeng, any strike landed would be far from trivial. Jiang Liufeng did not boast. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, only to reappear over 10 meters away. The clash of ice and molten elements ensued, yet ultimately, it resulted in a futile attempt. The moment Jiang Liufeng made his appearance, an overwhelming sense of peril surged from behind, none other than Carp, who had inexplicably followed him. To his astonishment, his observation Haki detected a speed that rivaled that of lightning itself. Jiang Liufeng turned to face the iron fist that was almost within reach, his pupils constricting as he exerted all his strength to pivot his body and deliver a kick in response. His stance resembled a graceful acrobat performing an inverted hook, and with a resounding bang, his fist and foot met, resulting in a stalemate. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. The speed of this young man was astonishing. It seemed that not only did he possess formidable fruit abilities, but his mastery of armament Haki, conqueror's Haki, and even observation Haki was extraordinary. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, Carp unleashed a barrage of close-range attacks, employing the Marine 6 styles with relentless ferocity. Finger pistol, shave, gale foot, iron block, his techniques flowed seamlessly, the speed of his punches and kicks beyond description. Engaging in close combat? Jiang Liufeng relished it. A spark ignited in his eyes as he advanced rather than retreating, meeting the onslaught with his own fists and feet. The two exchanged dozens of blows in the sky, their movements so swift that it was impossible to discern who held the upper hand. The visual impact of their combat left the spectators spellbound, their mouths agape, too afraid to blink lest they miss a moment of the exhilarating spectacle. How terrifying it was for Jiang Liufeng to stand toe-to-toe with Vice Admiral Carp. Such a sight had not graced the world since the death of Roger. Demesheng marveled at the scene, exclaiming to Ghost Spider, "This kid not only possesses incredible abilities, but his Haki is equally fierce. Where did this prodigy come from?" Ghost Spider shook his head in disbelief. Though I resent admitting it, he truly possesses strength that rivals even the Admirals and the 4 Emperors. Doberman clenched his fists so tightly that blood nearly oozed from his palms, gritting his teeth in frustration, feeling both unwilling and powerless. Such astonishment and chatter could only emanate from the Vice Admirals. The elite officers had long since begun to tremble in fear. To face off against 3 Admirals and Carp single-handedly, such a monster was unheard of. Even if someone possessed such strength, who would dare to act so boldly? It was a feat that could shake the very foundations of the world. This was not a sparring match. The remaining 3 Admirals would certainly not allow a duel between the two. They unleashed a full-scale assault on Jiang Liufeng. Leading the charge was the Yellow Monkey, whose radiant sword, the Amatsuket, flashed as he launched a light-speed slash, aiming to catch Jiang Liufeng off guard while sparing Carp from harm. The precision of his swordsmanship and his vast experience were evident. However, it seemed Jiang Liufeng had yet to exert his full power. His movements quickened further, effortlessly handling the close-quarters combat against 2 opponents. This was indeed impressive. The onlookers fell silent, having removed themselves from the fray, now mere spectators of an epic battle. The clash of these 5 warriors had transcended their understanding, rendering them powerless to intervene. As Jiang Liufeng held his ground against 2 foes, his composure remained unshaken, causing hearts to race and cheers to bubble forth, barely contained. Akiji wielded his ice blade, while Akainu joined the fray with his magma-infused fists, merging 2 elemental powers in combat. Facing 4 adversaries, Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki proved crucial, allowing him to perceive and analyze the attacks from all 4 combatants, even predicting imminent crises. The full utilization of his observation Haki culminated in a legendary moment where he remained undefeated against 4 unparalleled masters. However, after exchanging blows with them for what felt like an eternity, fatigue began to creep in. Defeating the 4 formidable pillars of the Navy was no trivial task. Yet, this battle had granted him a clear understanding of his standing in the hierarchy of power. If these 4 were to realize that he was merely using them as test subjects, one could only imagine their reactions. The strongest spear. A single finger penetrates. Feeling it was time, Jiang Liufeng unleashed his ultimate technique, charging directly at the formidable carp. Carp's keen eyes quickly discerned the extraordinary nature of the attack. Though it was only a finger, the murderous intent emanating from it demanded his utmost caution. Carp crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself against the trajectory aimed at his heart, reaching his limits. The suddenness and swiftness of the strike were akin to a flash of lightning. Few could react with such speed to block an attack of this caliber. The 3 admirals sensed the impending danger, fearing for the safety of the legendary hero. If Carp were to fall, the ramifications would be dire, a burden none could bear. Yet, even as they moved to intervene, Jiang Liufeng's lethal strike was already upon them. Divine Judgment. Just before he struck, a bolt of lightning shot skyward, an unforeseen precursor to his assault. As his voice echoed, 3 thunderous columns of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the 3 admirals, caught off guard and with their attention diverted to Carp. The elemental forms of the 3 were hit hard, leaving them in a state of disarray. Subsequently, the most powerful spear landed squarely upon Carp. The sheer potency of the Haki combined with the penetrating force of the lightning chakra was terrifyingly formidable. Even Carp, renowned for his unparalleled armament Haki, felt the sting of this blow. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he was hurled backward, moving so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as if he had vanished into thin air, had he not crashed into the sea. Sending waves crashing high into the air, the onlookers might have believed Jiang Liufeng had merely struck at the empty air. Carp was sent crashing into the ocean, a bloody hole appearing on his left arm. The legendary hero's armament Haki had been breached, though it could be deemed a mere flesh wound. This strike shattered not only Carp's defenses, but also the psychological fortitude of the Navy. This was an act that defied the heavens. How could the youth of today disregard the principles of martial honor? Just moments ago, the battle had seemed evenly matched. How had everything changed so drastically in the blink of an eye? The battlefield was indeed a realm of ever-shifting dynamics. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Thunder's Embrace. 2-pronged spear. Hellhound. Nevertheless, the stalwart defenders remained resolute. Jiang Liufeng's divine judgment, though unexpectedly landing a blow on the 3 admirals, only served to rattle them. They were not without their resilience. Just as Jiang Liufeng's strength began to wane, the 2 remaining killing moves were unleashed simultaneously, their speed equally astonishing. Jiang Liufeng found himself unable to evade the impending strike. He could only reveal his fully unleashed armed color, bracing himself to endure 2 devastating blows. Bang! Bang! With his back resiliently absorbing the force of the 2 attacks, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows slightly. However, before he could react, Kizaru arrived. A kick at the speed of light. In an instant, the same technique as that of the Red Count was unleashed again. A downward kick, aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's head, descended with relentless precision. Jiang Liufeng's countenance darkened as he crossed his arms atop his head, successfully blocking the forceful kick aimed at him. However, akin to the Red Count, the inertia generated by the speed of light was formidable, and even though he managed to deflect the blow, he could not withstand the impact and was sent hurtling towards the sea. Just as he neared the surface, a colossal whirlpool erupted from the depths, heralding the furious return of Carp. With a swing of his iron fist, he aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's spine, intent on delivering a crippling blow. Yet, Jiang Liufeng, who had yet to unleash his lightning elemental transformation, seized a moment to breathe. Although this transformation appeared to be effortless, only those truly possessing natural abilities understood that even the swiftest transformations required a fleeting moment of preparation. The 3 admirals sought to exploit this brief window to defeat Jiang Liufeng in an instant. However, they ultimately underestimated both his resilience and reaction speed. With a swish, Carp's attack missed its mark, and Jiang Liufeng deftly vanished into the sky. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, the legendary hero Carp, indeed lived up to his reputation. Today was exhilarating. Alas, time was of the essence, and Jiang would take his leave. "Humph, do you think you can escape?" Akina growled, his frustration evident at having missed such a rare opportunity. "I intend to leave, and you cannot hinder me," Jiang Liufeng replied with a nonchalant smile. "Boy, even if I die today, I will not allow you to escape. Carp declared, equally incensed. Old man, perhaps you should seek medical attention first? Jiang Liufeng chuckled. At his words, the onlookers turned their gazes back to Carp, only to discover blood gushing from his arm, eliciting gasps of shock. Gasp. Carp has been injured. That young man actually broke through Carp's Haki. How could such a thing happen? I refuse to believe it. Someone slapped me to wake me up. Smack. Pfft. It is real. Initially, the crowd thought Carp had merely been knocked back, never anticipating that he had sustained an injury. Though it seemed merely a minor wound, the implications were profound. At the very least, it indicated that Jiang Liufeng's mastery of armament Haki surpassed that of Carp. In an instant, the elite Navy's worldview shattered, sweat pouring down their brows, some even faltering in their footing and plunging into the sea. The three admirals could never have anticipated the immense negative impact this battle would have on the upper echelons of the Navy's combat capabilities. They were consumed with rage, gnashing their teeth in fury. If Jiang Liufeng were not captured today, the repercussions for the Navy would be indelible. He must die here. All fiery wrath. Akainu could no longer contain his fury and unleashed his ultimate move at Jiang Liufeng. Exploding mouth cone. Akiji also targeted Jiang Liufeng with a lethal strike from above. Shut up, Akiji. A colossal, magma-like arm, accompanied by a frost phoenix the size of a warship, shot towards Jiang Liufeng with lethal intent. Fueled by anger or perhaps the awakening of their latent potential in the presence of a formidable opponent, the two admirals' signature techniques had grown exponentially in both size and power. Regrettably, Jiang Liufeng was well prepared. Did you think I engaged in conversation merely for idle chatter? He said, a confident smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with unwavering self-assurance. The sea breeze whipped through the air, causing the spectators' garments to flutter. The dense clouds overhead had begun to dissipate with the wind. My goodness. What is that? The Navy personnel below, from the admirals downwards, gazed with wide eyes and agape mouths, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Everyone was astounded. Just as the two powerful attacks were unleashed, their attention was drawn to the massive red and white assaults. They had witnessed admirals in action before, but this time, the same techniques radiated a different kind of power. Some were in awe, some in disbelief, while others displayed expressions of imminent victory. Yet, in the next moment, they were rendered speechless by the sight that hung in the sky after the clouds dispersed. A lightning sphere, rivaling the size of an island, had inexplicably appeared above. For a brief instant, it seemed as though a colossal beast loomed in the sky, its gaping maw casting a daunting gaze upon the earth, instilling terror in all who beheld it. A profound sense of helplessness washed over them, plunging them into despair. How could they possibly contend with this? Given the sphere's vast coverage, even if they had several extra legs, escape was futile. All they could do was await their demise. They saw no other means of resistance. The lightning sphere descended slowly, appearing languid but astonishingly swift, enveloping Jiang Liufeng completely in an instant. The so-called giant magma arm and the warship-sized frost phoenix became nothing more than fleeting jokes, disintegrating upon contact with the lightning sphere. Jiang Liufeng found himself amidst a colossal thunderball, radiating brilliance and exuding an invincible aura, as if a celestial deity had descended, embodying an unparalleled dominance. Even the inhabitants of the other islands in the archipelago of Xiangbedi beheld this gigantic phenomenon. What could it be? Oh heavens! Is this the apocalypse? Such a massive thunderball. Is it about to descend? It's over. No. I am yet to marry, to experience the joys of love. I do not wish to perish. Miss, you are not yet married? What a coincidence. I, with the grace of a willow and the charm surpassing that of Pan am but. Depart. Oh, very well. Jiang Liufeng, you are committing a grave sin. Young man, this is a matter between pirates and the Navy. Your actions will harm countless innocent lives. Can your conscience bear this? Cast down your blade and attain enlightenment. What nonsense is this? Carp and the three admirals were in a state of distress, should it fall. They had confidence in their own escape, but the fate of their soldiers and the civilians behind them was uncertain. Chapter 55, a sudden turn to their surprise. You genuinely care for the well-being of the populace, Jiang Liufeng remarked with a hint of amusement. My thunderous greeting shall descend in 15 minutes. I trust you gentlemen will devise a solution, provided you do not impede my departure. If you exert your utmost, there should still be time, correct? I am filled with rage. Upon hearing this, Akainu was both furious and humiliated. It seemed capturing Jiang Liufeng today was an impossibility. The entire Navy fell into silence, realizing the only course of action was to heed Jiang Liufeng's words. allowing him to leave while they focused all efforts on the Thunderball to seek a glimmer of hope. If this rogue were dissatisfied, he might unleash the Thunderball upon them, and that would spell their doom. How are your considerations progressing? 14 minutes remain, Jiang Liufeng said nonchalantly. The three admirals exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that their sole choice was to let him go, yet no one wished to bear the blame. Each hoped the others would take the initiative. As time slipped away, the Navy found itself in disarray, utterly at a loss. Just as Jiang Liufeng announced that 10 minutes remained, Karp stepped forward. Depart, he bellowed, pouring all his pent-up fury into that single word. It was a disgrace, a profound humiliation. Following his thunderous cry, Karp turned to the Navy and commanded, "Everyone, exert your full strength and intercept that Thunderball." Yes. The officers felt as if a great weight had been lifted. At last, someone had stepped forward to shoulder the responsibility. And they quickly mobilized their efforts to confront the Thunderball. Jiang Liufeng shared a meaningful smile before departing. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving only a remark behind. Once outside the range of the opponent's observation Haki, he plunged into the sea, darting toward the depths. Damn it, I've truly hit rock bottom. Karp watched Jiang Liufeng disappear. Feeling helpless, once again, they had suffered a significant loss. If this continued, the Navy's reputation would be tarnished. With a sigh, Karp turned to the three admirals, whose faces reflected their dismay. Enough of this lamentation. Let us deal with this thunder. What is going on? Just as Jiang Liufeng dove into the ocean searching for his comrades, the Thunderball had been dispelled, gradually dissipating into thin air. Jiang Liufeng reveled in the successful deception, nearly bursting into laughter, only to choke on some fresh seawater. Karp and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. They remained oblivious to the fact that they had been outsmarted by the purple-haired youth. What the hell? Akainu, known for his unwavering nature, could hardly endure this psychological blow. He coughed up blood, nearly choking on it. The once spirited officers now found themselves dejected. The sensation of being defeated both physically and mentally was unbearable. A mixture of emotions overwhelmed them, leaving everyone frozen in place, uncertain of their next move. The Navy had mobilized in full force, only to face such an outcome. If word of this spread, the atmosphere grew heavy with gloom, and even the experts with formidable observation Haki failed to notice a bird in the distance above Sabaody Archipelago, circling with a cunning grin. Karp sighed again, his brow furrowed, appearing aged by several years. He surveyed the scene and finally shook his head in resignation, declaring, "Let us regroup and prepare for the consequences." Upon hearing this, the officers lowered their once proud heads, gathering their troops to return to the ship, leaving in a state of disgrace. Thus, the entirety of the Dawn crew successfully escaped from the forces that had surged forth from the Navy headquarters during the incident at Sabaody Archipelago. Jiang Liufeng killed a celestial dragon and triumphed over Rayleigh, defeating 8 naval officers and injuring 32. He engaged in combat with the Navy's highest combat representatives, the hero Karp and the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, managing to inflict minor injuries on all 4 before making a legendary escape. The Red Count strangled 50 members of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. The Dawn crew amassed a staggering 26 billion berries, once again achieving an unforgettable feat count. "What are we going to do? Is the captain all right?" Valdo asked, his face etched with worry. Yet, the Red Count lounged leisurely in a deck chair, calmly polishing his weapon, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Liufeng's predicament. Old Sand, similarly unconcerned, leaned against the railing, enjoying a long-awaited cigar while marveling at the wondrous sights beneath the sea. This nonchalance drove Valdo and Carmen into a frenzy. "Count, aren't you worried at all? I'm about to lose my mind. If something happens to the captain, I don't want to live anymore," Carmen lamented, shaking his arm in desperation when the Red Count remained silent. With a faint smile, the Red Count replied, "Carmen, the captain will be fine. Let us await his return. A cup of red tea, please." Carmen, still skeptical, looked at him and asked, "Really?" "Indeed," the Count assured him. Reluctantly, Carmen turned and headed to the kitchen, glancing back at the vibrant sea overhead. "Count, this is..." Carmen, though naive, sensed the gravity of the situation. Valdo, however, was acutely aware of the implications of the Navy's fleet in the presence of the 3 admirals. His expression darkened. "Count, tell me honestly, are you considering abandoning the captain for the sake of the fruit?" His fierce gaze fixed on the Red Count, as if ready to strike at the slightest hint of betrayal. The Red Count narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing Valdo's tense posture, yet remained unmoved. "You must trust in our captain's strength." "But..." Old Sand interjected, puffing out smoke rings. Valdo, your loyalty is commendable, but intellect is also valuable. You should utilize it wisely. What do you mean, Crocodile? Valdo shot back, already disinclined towards Old Sand due to his attitude towards Jiang Liufeng. Valdo glared, but Old Sand remained unfazed. Sipping the coffee Carmen had just handed him with a look of approval. In all this time, have you ever seen the captain suffer a setback? Valdo pondered for a moment before answering. No. Old Sand nodded and asked, do you think the captain is a fool? No. Valdo replied emphatically. Do you believe he is someone who would be easily taken advantage of? Absolutely not. Those who offend the captain seldom have a favorable outcome. Old Sand affirmed. Do you understand now? Chapter 56. Worthless mockery. Valdo suddenly grasped the situation, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he laughed heartily. Carmen, please prepare a steak dinner for me, and a bottle of fine wine. Carmen, bewildered, furrowed her brow as she wondered how Valdo had transformed so dramatically in the span of just 2 drinks. Yet, seeing that the three were no longer worried about Jiang Liufeng, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Though still concerned, her enthusiasm was reignited, and she turned to prepare the meal. Just as she did, a strange sight caught her eye. Not far ahead, a magnificent current appeared, flowing in a direction contrary to the ordinary tides. It was a downward current. The waters beneath the Sabaody Archipelago led directly to Fishman Island, comprising 2 layers, the surface and the depths. To reach Fishman Island and navigate through the red line to the New World, one must descend through this current from the surface to the depths. In essence, this downward flow served as a crucial gateway to the New World. Wow, what is that waterfall-like phenomenon? Carmen exclaimed, bewildered by the sight. At her words, everyone turned to gaze, captivated by this natural marvel. Nature is truly wondrous. Carmen's companion, Jean Lin, cheerfully explained, Sister Carmen, this is the essential route to Fishman Island, the downward current. Wow, the ocean is incredible. At this moment, Carmen felt immense gratitude for agreeing to board Jiang Liufeng's ship. Without this opportunity, when would she ever witness such a breathtaking spectacle? Fellow companions, the Golden Scale is about to enter the downward current leading to the ocean's depths. Please be cautious. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Simply passing through the downward current would signify their true entry into the New World, stirring excitement in both seasoned travelers and newcomers alike. As the Golden Scale gently traversed the downward current, its course suddenly shifted. What was once a forward trajectory transformed into a steep plunge. Carmen, caught in awe, lost her balance and tumbled. Ouch, that hurts. She quickly recovered, curiosity compelling her to peer down and glimpse the destination. However, her heart sank as she beheld nothing but boundless darkness below, as if they were about to plummet into an abyss from which there was no return. Before she could regain her composure, Jean Lin's cheerful voice rang out. Hold on tight, everyone. The journey will be bumpy, so secure yourselves. Otherwise, Jean Lin won't be responsible for anyone flying off the ship. With that, the Golden Scale descended rapidly, hurtling toward the ocean's depths. The sudden motion caused everyone to lose their balance, akin to riding a freefall ride. Some relished the thrill, while others felt as though they were staring death in the face. Carmen screamed in terror, clutching the railing for dear life, her heart racing with fervent prayers. The other 3, seasoned in such escapades, remained unfazed by the intensity of the experience. They even smiled into the rushing sea breeze, relishing the excitement. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Jean Lin has detected numerous oceanic giants resembling small mountains in the depths ahead, and some are even substantially larger. Carmen's vision darkened, and panic set in as she realized the current had already terrified her, and now there were giants and monsters. Her heart could barely withstand the thought. Jean Lin, please don't frighten me. What are those creatures? Jean Lin smiled. They are already appearing. You can see for yourself. Carmen shuddered, goosebumps rising on her skin. In a hazy moment, she felt an intensely terrifying gaze scrutinizing her from behind. With great effort, she turned her head, and upon seeing the monstrous creature before her eyes rolled back in shock, and she fainted. The blood-red body, with its robust tentacles, was undeniably a colossal squid, at least 10 times larger than the Golden Scale. Was this not the legendary North Sea behemoth? Carmen's limp form was caught and protected by Lao Sha using his powers. Exchanging a glance with Valdo, they resumed their respective tasks. In this vast ocean, their capabilities were limited, and any trouble would need to be dealt with by the Count. The Red Count understood this well. He slowly rose, sheathed his sword, and approached the bow of the ship, gazing at the so-called North Sea behemoth. He calmly remarked that it was merely a beast, unworthy of his disdain. The North Sea behemoth seemed to comprehend the Count's words, becoming enraged. Its enormous tentacles thrashed violently, creating a terrifying spectacle, as if it could obliterate the world. Just as the golden scale ventured within its range of attack, one tentacle swung toward them. The North Sea behemoth smiled, anthropomorphically mocking these foolish beings who dared to challenge it. This seemingly casual strike was executed with astonishing speed and tremendous force, causing turbulent currents and terrifying whirlpools in its wake. A single hit could spell disaster for the ship and its crew. But the Count was swifter. At some point, he had vanished from the bow, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. With a swift motion, he had already left the golden scale, positioning himself in the path of the tentacle's onslaught. The thunderous blade was drawn, meeting the tentacle head-on. In an instant, a chilling gleam flickered in the deep sea, and the massive tentacle, once menacing, was cleaved into dozens of pieces by the Count's precise strike. With a flourish of his blade, he sent the severed appendages back toward the golden scale, a testament to his unparalleled swordsmanship. The Count is indeed meticulous. Such delectable tentacles must be a delight. Carmen, prepare to feast, Valdo exclaimed, licking his lips in anticipation. This only served to further incite the North Sea behemoth, which, feeling the sting of pain and hearing Valdo's outrageous words, could hardly contain its fury. How could it tolerate such blatant mockery, spoken so brazenly in its presence? With a monstrous roar, all its tentacles launched an assault, coiling like fists ready to strike, descending upon the golden scale in an overwhelming barrage. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all this spectacle was mere illusion. Chapter 57, a taste test. The Red Count had no intention of engaging in prolonged combat. His sole desire was to slice off a piece of meat for a taste. Against such a trivial foe, a mere glance would suffice to eliminate it. Sheathing his sword, he returned to the ship, locking his gaze on the furious North Sea behemoth, his pupils narrowing. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth. In the air, the previously formless Haki now manifested in the ocean, creating visible shockwaves that radiated toward the North Sea behemoth. In just a moment, the creature's movements froze. Its expression twisted in rage, its eyes blinking rapidly, as though attempting to resist this domineering presence. But ultimately, it was futile. It succumbed to unconsciousness. For an expert, size is not a measure of strength. Mere ants remain ants. Valdo gave a thumbs up, remarking that the Count was indeed in peak form, suggesting they eliminate the beast to prevent further chaos. The Count gestured toward the deck where the massive tentacle pieces lay and casually stated, "No rush. Let us first sample the meat. If it's good, we might return for more." Valdo paused, then burst into laughter. "Indeed. You are a man of few words, but fierce intent." A drop of sweat, comparable in size to the golden scale, fell from the forehead of the unconscious North Sea behemoth. What kind of lunatics are these? Can they truly conceive such ideas? Dear heavens, save me. They intend to raise me like a pig. No one cared about the psychological trauma of the North Sea behemoth as the golden scale continued its journey. Passing through a descending current, the ship entered a pitch-black underwater realm, where visibility was non-existent, instilling a sense of dread among the crew. "Golden scale, turn on the lights," Carmen exclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Carmen, the golden scale has detected that the current terrain is unsuitable for illumination." "What? Why not? I'm so scared. Please," Carmen pleaded, her eyes welling with tears. "Very well, then." Before the Red Count could intervene, it was too late. Under Carmen's insistence, the golden scale activated its powerful lights. Instantly, the previously dark surroundings were illuminated. The crew squinted, shielding their eyes from the blinding light, and when they opened them again, they were once more astounded. "Goodness." Valdo stared blankly at the colossal creatures drawn by the light, his mind racing. The Red Count, feeling exasperated, massaged his temples, with the captain absent. He had to shoulder the burdens of this group of clumsy companions. All he could utter was, "This is truly challenging." Lao Sha seemed to anticipate this outcome and remained relatively composed, though as a fruit user, he felt a mounting headache. The crucial point was that he couldn't exert his strength. A single encounter could spell disaster for him. Carmen finally understood the golden scale's earlier warning. These deep-sea creatures, long deprived of light, would naturally swarm toward any sudden illumination. "Run, golden scale, run." She choked out, the words barely escaping her lips, revealing her deep despair. "Understood." With a swift response, the intelligent golden scale unleashed its full power, darting away. Initially, the massive beings were merely curious, gathering around to investigate. However, once movement commenced, they revealed their menacing fangs, pursuing the golden scale with a fervor akin to that of predators encountering a sumptuous feast. Despite the golden scale's navigation skills, akin to a computer's calculations, it dodged countless attempts to be swallowed whole. Yet, as the saying goes, even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The relentless pursuit continued, and although the Red Countess Conqueror's Haki had repelled several waves of attackers, more and more colossal beasts joined the chase. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and escape seemed imminent. The Red Count's mind raced as he pondered how to solve this daunting dilemma. After all, the Conqueror's Haki was not a skill that could be wielded without limit. Everything had its constraints, and once those were reached, all would be lost. Given his prowess, he had no fear of the monstrous sea creatures, yet their relentless pursuit made it exceedingly difficult to find an advantageous angle for a strike. A careless move could easily rupture the protective bubble, rendering inaction far worse than engaging in battle. As he observed a massive, patterned sea eel, stretching 100 feet in length, lunging towards the golden scale with its gaping maw after a narrow escape, the ship was forced into a corner. It appeared that this time, there would be no escape. Faced with the looming, merciless jaws, Carmen clasped her head, closed her eyes, and screamed, "Ah, help me." How she wished for a gallant prince to rescue her from this perilous predicament. The image of a powerful, towering figure flashed in her mind, and she involuntarily called out, "Captain, where are you? Carmen needs you." Hearing Carmen's distressed voice, the Red Count gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else, and prepared to act. Just then, in the depths of the inky sea, a sudden flash of white light pierced through the darkness. Zing! Jiang Liufeng had finally arrived, racing towards them like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he had appeared before them, leaving a trail of electric light that toppled the enormous creatures surrounding the golden scale. He landed on the deck, shaking his purple hair, a radiant smile gracing his lips, exuding the aura of a returning king. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crew as beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. The heavy weight on their hearts finally lifted. Gazing at the belly-up sea monsters, they were still shaken, realizing that had Jiang Liufeng returned even a second later, the Red Count would have been forced to take drastic measures. Slowly retracting the inch of his drawn thunderstorm sword, the Red Count was nearly in tears from the strain. Finally, their steadfast backbone had returned. "What is this? Who dares to bully our dear Carmen?" Jiang Liufeng inquired with a gentle smile. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Carmen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the suddenly reappeared Jiang Liufeng. She pinched her cheek, exclaiming, "Ouch! This isn't a dream." Overjoyed, she rushed into Jiang Liufeng's embrace, and as she sank into the warmth of his arms, her pent-up grievances erupted, her tears flowing like rain, evoking sympathy. It was as if she had been battered by hundreds of giants, but you understand the sentiment. Chapter 58. What now? Is it my turn? Woo-woo, Captain. I'm so glad you're safe. Carmen was terrified. The sea is just too frightening. As Jiang Liufeng listened to Carmen's sorrowful lamentations, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. He tenderly embraced her shoulders, drawing her into his warm embrace, and gently caressed her cascading hair that had fallen loosely about her. There, the captain has returned. You need not fear anything. I shall take care of it all right? Though she continued to sob softly, it was evident that Carmen's heart had begun to find solace. Jiang Liufeng lifted his head, casting a slightly reproachful glance at the three, causing their expressions to turn quite awkward. Lao Sha quickly turned away, taking a couple of puffs from his cigar, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, Waldo scratched his head and remarked, "Boss, we are truly at a loss here. In this vast ocean, both Lao Sha and I find ourselves unable to exert our skills. It falls upon the Count to shoulder the burden alone. And with the dual responsibilities of safeguarding the vessel and engaging in confrontation, he is left constrained and unable to fully showcase his abilities." Jiang Liufeng understood that there was no way around it. After all, he was surrounded by a group of capable individuals aboard the ship. If the Count were to consume a fruit as well, the situation would become even more precarious. It seemed imperative to find a companion who could navigate the seas with ease. After comforting Carmen for a considerable time, the young girl gradually calmed down. However, she was utterly unwilling to leave his embrace, eventually succumbing to slumber in his arms. Jiang Liufeng felt quite helpless in this regard. What could he do when his abilities and charm were so profound? Sighing, he carried Carmen back to her room and settled her in before stepping out to assess their gains. To avert any unnecessary complications, Jiang Liufeng enveloped the exterior of the bubble with a layer of electricity, which deterred the perceptive deep-sea creatures from approaching the Golden Scale ship, despite encountering various troubles. The trip to the Sabaody Archipelago yielded considerable rewards. Jiang Liufeng poured out over 2 billion berries from the ship's treasury, and upon witnessing the mountain of glimmering gold, the earlier negative emotions of the crew evaporated, replaced by sheer delight. It must be said that money is indeed a marvelous thing. Who could resist its allure? After a thorough admiration of the treasure, they finally locked the vault and asked Valdo to discuss the status of the ship's supplies. Thanks to the initial funds borrowed from Rayleigh, they had procured an abundance of provisions. The golden scale was now well stocked with various necessities, ingredients, supplies, equipment, facilities. The red wine cherished by the Red Count, and the cigars adored by Old Shah. Essentially everything was accounted for. This strategic move proved wise. Had they not borrowed from Rayleigh, there would have been no time for resupply after dealing with the celestial dragons. Old Shah entered the warehouse and retrieved the items Jiang Liufeng had instructed them to gather. Jiang Liufeng took a look and felt immensely satisfied. Before him lay 5 black robes, crafted in the style of the Akatsuki's fiery cloud robe, which he had cherished before his transcendence, with the fiery cloud pattern merely replaced by a purple thunder motif. Each robe was distributed among the group, and everyone eagerly exchanged the gray cloaks gifted by Rayleigh. Indeed, the adage that clothes make the man held true, clad in the uniform lightning robes. The group appeared significantly more spirited. They finally resembled a cohesive unit, exhibiting greater solidarity and discipline. The most striking among them was the Red Count. Upon donning the robe, he embodied the essence of a vampire count from a western castle, creating a captivating visual. Pairing it with the phantom beast vampire fruit would render the look utterly flawless. Carmen, ever considerate, had not only procured the robes, but also purchased several new outfits for everyone, particularly for Valdo, who had been sporting a rather shabby hat that was quite unbecoming. Carmen replaced it with a new hat and a set of fresh armor, causing Waldo's eyes to light up as he embraced them with delight. Jiang Liufeng, the Red Count, and Old Shah were adorned in new suits, crafted from fine fabric that was not only stylish but also resilient, providing comfort without hindering their performance. The group hurriedly changed, racing to the dressing room to admire their reflections, each one more vain than the last. Valdo, with no sense of shame, began flexing his muscles before the mirror, only to be met with a swift kick from Jiang Liufeng that sent him tumbling. Indeed, the young lady had an excellent eye. The Count, having been confined for an extended period, had become estranged from society and was taken aback by the contemporary styles, secretly praising their aesthetic appeal. Not bad at all. Jiang Liufeng nodded in agreement, feeling even more handsome in his new attire. Boss, I must say, do refrain from being so vain. You look so delicate and soft. Akin to a young lady, devoid of any masculine vigor, Valdo chuckled, observing Jiang Liufeng monopolizing the mirror for an extended time. Suddenly, Jiang Liufeng unleashed his conqueror's Haki, his starry eyes glaring at Valdo, who staggered and fell to the ground, swallowing hard. I was wrong, boss. Your masculinity is overwhelming. Do tone it down, please. Seeing Waldo's flustered demeanor, Jiang Liufeng chuckled playfully. Well, I had intended to reward you for your struggles as a captive, but it seems I might be reconsidering that now. What shall I do? As he spoke, he theatrically reached into his robe and retrieved 2 handguns crafted from pure gold from his system space, twirling them thoughtfully in his hands. The appearance of the handguns captivated Waldo's attention instantly. They were stunning. As a powerful seafaring misfit, Valdo had spent years tossing stones, and now he finally had the opportunity to wield something far more formidable. He was undeniably thrilled. Hey, Captain, could I take a look at your treasures? Valdo inquired eagerly. Why don't you seek your own, given your newfound masculinity? Jiang Liufeng retorted. Jiang Liufeng, unconvinced, retorted, I was wrong. The boss is young and accomplished, surrounded by wives and concubines, already blessed with children, living a life as long as the southern mountains. Valdo, in his exuberance, recited every idiom he could muster. Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched in irritation. Enough. If you can't articulate properly, then refrain from speaking. This is utterly nonsensical. With an eye roll, he tossed the dual pistols towards Valdo. Consider it a reward. Do your best from now on. Valdo, overwhelmed with joy, caught the exquisite dual pistols and began to admire them. He felt a sense of satisfaction. The Red Count was matched with a thunderstorm, and he with the dual pistols, complementing each other splendidly. Gradually, everyone was assembling their own gear. Yet, he lamented the absence of a suitable weapon for himself, wondering if the system would kindly provide one. Turning to Lao Sha, he remarked, now that the Count and Valdo are equipped, what about you? Upon hearing this, Lao Sha's eyes glimmered with excitement. What about me? Is it my turn? Chapter 59. Indeed. Good brothers. Surprisingly, Lao Sha agreed and approached. Captain, I don't need much. My natural fruit is quite sufficient. However, before he could complete his thought, Jiang Liufeng nodded and interjected, as long as you are aware of that, it's fine. I haven't prepared anything for you anyway. Lao Sha's expression darkened instantly. So, you've been toying with me all this time? Just when I started to harbor a hint of goodwill towards you, it vanishes. With a huff, he turned away, seeking a quiet corner to smoke in frustration. Jiang Liufeng, bewildered, wondered what was amiss with Lao Sha. Dismissing it, he resolved to check on the unconscious girl, lest she awaken in a frightful state, which would surely complicate matters. As he pondered, he realized the necessity of having a ship's doctor, otherwise, dealing with ailments like dizziness or insomnia could become quite troublesome. It appeared that embarking on a maritime journey was far more challenging than it seemed in anime. The reality was a stark contrast. Upon reaching Carmen's room, he found the young girl still in slumber, her delicate cheeks flushed. He approached and gently touched her forehead to assess her condition. Suddenly, he heard Carmen murmuring in her dreams, occasionally frowning or twitching her nose, which was rather endearing. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to discern her words. The moment he did, his eyes widened in shock. What kind of dream was this girl having? Embarrassment washed over him, and he hastily attempted to withdraw. But Carmen unexpectedly clung tightly to his neck. Help me. Captain brother, save me. The sudden embrace caught Jiang Liufeng off guard. As Carmen pulled him down into her embrace, he felt an unexpected softness against his cheek, causing his face to flush with warmth. A rush of blood surged to his head, overwhelming him. In her slumber, Carmen sensed the anomaly, her brows furrowing cutely as she gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng buried in her chest, her eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed, "Pervert." Just then, 3 figures arrived promptly at Carmen's door. "Miss Carmen, what has happened? Fear not, we shall protect you. Your safety is my responsibility." Jiang Liufeng was rendered speechless. How ironic it was for them to speak with such righteous indignation. Just look at that lecherous expression. They were merely here to watch a spectacle. Leave. Bang. Valdo replied hastily as he closed the door. Outside, a meaningful voice drifted in. "Boss, remember to close the door next time. I've told you countless times, honestly. It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding, all right. Why would I close it for you?" Carmen pushed Jiang Liufeng aside, shyly clutching the blanket. "Captain, why do you always act this way?" Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted between shades of green and white, clearly indicating his agitation. "It was you who teased me, wasn't it?" Women truly are the masters of distorting truth and reality. He cleared his throat, striving to regain his composure. "I merely came to check on your well-being, concerned that you might be frightened into a state of distress." Carmen rolled her eyes, evidently oblivious to the implications of her recent actions. "Then what are you doing lying here? Listening to my heartbeat, perhaps?" Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched slightly. It seemed he really had to endure this vexation himself. He touched his nose and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, you should rest more. I won't disturb you any longer." He promptly turned to leave this place of gossip. "I don't care. You'd better take responsibility," Carmen exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as Jiang Liufeng turned to depart. Startled by her words, he stumbled and nearly bumped into the doorframe. With a swift motion, he closed the door behind him and vanished without a trace. What a scoundrel, always taking advantage of others and refusing to acknowledge it. "Humph," Carmen muttered, lying back down. Her previously furious expression gradually transforming into one of delight as she blissfully drifted into slumber. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng emerge from the cabin with a grim expression, the Red Count settled beside Jean Lin and resumed observing the little yellow dot on the recorder. Valdo, too, was quite alert, busily organizing a myriad of miscellaneous items. Meanwhile, Old Shah lounged by the railing, puffing on a cigar and sipping a drink, exuding an air of idleness. As Jiang Liufeng strode purposefully towards him, Valdo and the Red Count struggled to suppress their laughter, continuing with their tasks while stealing glances, as if anticipating a delightful spectacle. "You seem rather unoccupied," came Jiang Liufeng's chilling voice, startling Old Shah, who jumped up as if a cat had stepped on its tail. Noticing the 2 men nearly in tears from stifled laughter, he realized he had unwittingly invited misfortune upon himself. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Liufeng, Old Shah silently lamented, sensing that today would bring him calamity. Have you mastered the art of intimidation?" Jiang Liufeng remarked lightly. "Not yet." Bang. Before Old Shah could finish his sentence, Jiang Liufeng kicked him, saying, with all that time spent smoking and disrupting others' good fortune. Wait a minute. What do you mean by disrupting good fortune? There was never any good fortune to begin with. Bah. If you have the time to smoke and drink, then surely you have time to practice your intimidation skills, right? Come, this afternoon, I shall be your sparring partner, and we shall practice until mealtime. Ha ha ha. Serves you right for pretending to be deep while smoking. Valdo could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as Jiang Liufeng announced his verdict. Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy. Is it truly amusing? He remarked. Come here and join in. Haha. Indeed, you are a good brother, laughed the other, unable to contain his mirth. This time, even Lao Sha could not help but chuckle. The previously overwhelming gloom lifted significantly as an unexpected fool arrived to offer himself up. One cannot help but find it humorous, can they? Thus, the two of them endured a thorough drubbing at the hands of Jiang Liufeng for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, the Golden Scale ship was sturdy enough, otherwise. With the ruckus they caused, it would have likely shattered to pieces. Beneath the maple trees, Jiang Liufeng's strikes were ruthless, leaving both men with bruised faces. They hardly perceived this as practice, but rather as a life-threatening ordeal. Chapter 60. The Navy headquarters is in turmoil, driven by the instinct for survival. The two men unleashed their hidden potential, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. Lao Sha had improved significantly since their initial encounters, managing to evade at least 2 out of 10 strikes. Though battered and bruised, Lao Sha was a proud individual. The overwhelming frustration he felt compelled him to endure, fortifying his resolve to grow stronger. Hours passed, and Carmen, already awake, had nearly prepared dinner when suddenly Lao Sha's furious roar erupted. Enough. The sound of metal clashing resonated. At last, Lao Sha had brushed against the threshold of armed color Haki. Although it was fleeting, vanishing upon contact with Jiang Liufeng, the others erupted in jubilant cheers. What a feat! With keen perceptiveness, Carmen emerged carrying a tray of beverages and 3 towels. You've all worked hard. Take a moment to wipe off and rest. Refresh yourselves, as dinner will be ready shortly. Congratulations, Lao Sha. As she handed him the drink, she cheekily winked at him, offering her congratulations. This made Lao Sha's cheeks flush with embarrassment. All right, everyone, let's tidy up. Dinner will be served soon. Jiang Liufeng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, lifted his drink, and downed it in one swift motion. Savoring the lingering taste, he approached Lao Sha and sat beside him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Lao Sha, he remarked, it is only when one's life is in peril that one can unlock greater potential and harness more formidable strength. You don't hold a grudge against me for giving you a good thrashing, do you? Lao Sha nodded, realizing that awakening the Conqueror's Haki had significantly augmented his prowess. His spirits soared, a broad smile spreading across his face, dispelling any lingering resentment towards Jiang Liufeng. Not at all. I am grateful for your guidance, Captain. Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, excellent. If anyone harbors discontent, please voice it. Do not keep it to yourselves. Together, we shall find a resolution. Dong dong. Yes? Feeling a gentle tap on his shoulder, Jiang Liufeng frowned and turned to inquire. What is it? Do you need something? Hey, Xiaomi. I just wanted to ask why I ended up like this. With a hearty laugh, the sight of Walder's swollen face, resembling a head that had ventured into a hornet's nest and endured untold trials, elicited uncontrollable laughter from everyone present. Haha, Walder, you increasingly resemble a wild boar. You could practically be tossed into a pot, Carmen said, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, struggling to contain her laughter. You deserve to be mocked. Serves you right. Old Sha chimed in merrily. This tale serves as a reminder not to be overly smug. In this world, debts must eventually be repaid. Come on, boss. If I could hold my own against you, I would have already kicked you. Walder lamented with a long face. Ha! Turns out you're not a pig, but a stubborn mule. With that, another wave of laughter erupted. After dinner, Carmen attended to Walder's wounds while old Sha found a secluded spot to tirelessly practice his mastery of the armed Haki technique. Jiang Liufeng and the Count settled beside Jinlin to engage in discussion. How long until we reach Dressrosa? Asked the Count. With Valdo's assistance and without any stops. We shall arrive in 2 days. Jinlin replied. Excellent. Rest assured, Count. Your wish is about to be fulfilled. The Count clenched his fists tightly, his blood surging with excitement. His nervousness and exhilaration unmistakable. Jinlin pressed forward with full force, making no stops at any islands. Very well. And off they went. With a command from Jiang Liufeng, the golden scales soared forth, racing towards Dressrosa at full speed. As they passed the enchanting Fishman Island, The young girl Carmen was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery, pouting her lips and insisting on disembarking to explore. Jiang Liufeng, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to her request, promising that once matters here were resolved, he would take her to explore Fishman Island. After a considerable time, he finally managed to placate her. As they traversed Fishman Island and crossed the Red Soul continent, their journey was smooth and unimpeded. The moment the golden scale emerged from the depths, a refreshing breeze from the new world enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. At long last, they had arrived in the new world. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he surveyed this simultaneously familiar and foreign place. The New World seas are renowned for their capricious climate, where one might encounter an array of weather conditions at any moment. This unpredictability is both the allure and peril of the New World. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Golden Scales navigation system, which autonomously selects the most optimal route, many troubles have been alleviated. However, despite the fine weather, complications are inevitable. Shortly after their arrival in the New World, a new wave of troubles presented itself. Captain, the Golden Scales has detected a military vessel approaching head-on. HM? Jiang Liufeng pondered, calculating the time. Ace's incident was imminent. Surely the Navy headquarters was fervently preparing for this significant event. Why then would they have the leisure to dispatch a warship into the New World? Reclining on a beach chair, Jiang Liufeng sat up at the news, joining the crew at the ship's bow to discern which naval force was wandering the New World. At the same moment, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. How could they have let them escape? You lazy fools. This was the full might of the Navy headquarters on the offensive. What on earth went wrong? It was evident that Sengoku was furious. Shedding his usual strategic demeanor and transforming into a commoner, unleashing a tirade upon the high-ranking Navy officials present. Not a single admiral or vice admiral dared to utter a word. They lacked the face to speak. This battle was indeed a disgrace. A source of embarrassment too great to articulate. Ultimately, it was Vice Admiral Garp who took the initiative to report the events leading up to this debacle. As Sengoku listened to Garp's account and observed his injuries, he regained some composure. The revelation that Jiang Liufeng had not only contended with the three admirals, but had also managed to injure the fully armed Garp astonished him. The tale seemed almost implausible. Had Garp not relayed it personally, he would never have believed someone could possess such formidable strength. Upon hearing that Jiang Liufeng had brandished the Thunder's Call as a threat, endangering numerous civilians, Sengoku felt a semblance of relief. The Navy's plight was indeed profound. They did not fear death in battle, willing to die wrapped in their own skins. Yet when the safety of the innocent was at stake, everything changed. Self-identified as the embodiment of justice, they inevitably found themselves shackled by their bonds with the populace. For what purpose did they exist, if not to protect the innocent? Just as the officials were grappling with the ramifications of Jiang Liufeng's actions, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the conference room. A naval colonel burst through the door, approaching Sengoku with urgency. Marshal, we have a grave situation. Calm yourself. Speak properly. Sengoku admonished, taken aback by the colonel's disarray. The colonel, visibly flustered, opened and closed his mouth several times, struggling to articulate his thoughts before finally thrusting a newspaper towards Sengoku, saying, "Please, take a look." Sengoku shot him an exasperated glare, snatching the newspaper. A mere glance ignited his fury. He erupted. "Ah, that damn Morgans." Utterly infuriating, he slammed the paper onto the table with such force that it shattered the conference table into splinters, startling everyone present. Never before had they witnessed Sengoku in such a state of rage. The room fell silent, each person frozen in disbelief. As Sengoku clenched his jaw, visibly distressed, the attendees exchanged uncertain glances, uncertain of how to respond, standing like statues, motionless and breathless. Only Garp, emboldened, stepped forward, picking up the newspaper for a closer look. His eyes widened in realization, and he too was consumed by fury, striking the wall with such force that it nearly collapsed the landmark building. The room erupted in chaos as everyone rushed to restrain Garp, fearing further destruction. Even Sengoku, momentarily forgetting his own anger, rushed to prevent Garp from escalating the situation further. "Calm down, my old friend. You know your loyalty to the Navy is unquestionable, but such a report cannot be tolerated. If your temper flares, who knows what chaos may ensue?" Sengoku sighed, exasperated. "Damn it, I'm the one who is furious, and I'm the one who has to console you." The gathered officials finally discerned the content of the newspaper, their expressions darkening as they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Now the entire world was aware of the Navy's most humiliating defeat. The front-page article was a blatant account of the battle at Sabaody Archipelago, detailing how a formidable pirate was poised to upend the status quo. It recounted the heinous acts of murder against the celestial dragons, the theft of billions in berries, and the audacious lone confrontation with the Navy's mightiest forces, emerging unscathed. The article ended with a striking image of Jiang Liufeng wielding Thunder's Call, standing defiantly against the heavens, subtly alluding to events concerning Impel Down and Eni's Lobby, though it refrained from detailing the Navy's losses or their full mobilization. The sheer audacity of Jiang Liufeng in slaying a celestial dragon, coupled with his ruthless tactics against civilians and his ability to withstand the might of the Navy, was enough to incite a monumental stir across the globe. Damn it, this is outrageous. That damned bird dares to publish anything. Akina seethed, gritting his teeth. The situation was no longer tenable. They could no longer conceal the truth. While Akiji remained stoic, a weight of unspoken concern lingered in his expression. Fortunately, they have ventured into the new world. Those monstrous beings will not ignore this. They will undoubtedly take action to eliminate those who rival them before they gain momentum. We can merely observe from a distance for now. Yellow Monkey, you coward. What do you mean by that? Do you imply that the Navy lacks the strength to subdue them? Akina thundered, pointing an accusatory finger at Akiji. Akiji, maintaining his composure, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. No, that is not my intention. The Navy headquarters must prioritize the impending crisis. You should understand that we cannot spare sufficient forces to engage with these audacious individuals at this time. Humph. Akina undoubtedly understood his intent, letting out a disdainful grunt before turning away, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted, each individual hanging their head in despair, their spirits utterly deflated, as if they would require several crates of beer to regain their vigor. The Navy had indeed suffered humiliation on a global scale. Sengoku's eyes were tightly shut, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as he struggled to suppress his rising ire. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he endeavored to soften his tone. All right. Everyone has done their utmost. We are here to ensure the safety of the citizens, and this was a course we were forced to take. There is no need for excessive self-reproach or despondency. We still have hard battles ahead. As leaders, you must maintain a balanced mindset. Failure is not catastrophic. Everyone experiences setbacks. However, if you allow negative emotions to infiltrate the ranks, it would indeed be a grave transgression. Do you understand my meaning? Yes. The attendees, seasoned individuals who had weathered numerous storms, comprehended what needed to be done. Yet, the shadow cast by Jiang Liufeng in this conflict was profoundly daunting, and mere platitudes would hardly suffice to alleviate their collective anxiety. Ultimately, Sengoku ordered the room to be tidied up and a new set of tables and chairs to be arranged, continuing to devise several targeted strategies regarding Jiang Liufeng and his crew. They proceeded to formulate plans for the impending major event, concluding with a brief report and discussion on the upcoming global conscription. After nearly a day of deliberation, they successfully addressed three crucial matters during the meeting. Among these, a new bounty was established for the members of the Dawn crew, led by Captain Jiang Liufeng, whose bounty surged from 510 million to a staggering 1 billion. Following Morgan's meddling, Jiang Liufeng's prowess could no longer remain concealed, especially as they ventured into the latter half of the Grand Line, warranting a significant increase. The bounty for Waldo, a member of the Dawn crew, rose from 500 million to 750 million. Crocodile's bounty elevated from 80 million to 200 million. The newly inducted member, Carmen, received a bounty of 1 million. Sengoku further resolved to keep the red count under wraps for the time being, for the situation was already sufficiently precarious. Revealing the red count could escalate matters into genuine turmoil. With a grand event looming, providing the pirates with excessive encouragement could lead to exceptionally troublesome consequences. The meeting adjourned, and the weary naval commanders departed, their spirits battered and heavy. The once majestic image of the Navy was poised to become a subject of ridicule in many circles, transforming into a topic of jest during casual conversations. Chapter 62, Zephyr New World, Cake Island. A massive figure, clad in ample flesh, occupied the head of the dining table. It was Big Mom. She perused the freshly printed newspaper with great interest. Addressing her gathered children, she exclaimed, "Incredible! A new monster is set to emerge in the new world. TSK, TSK, TSK. While this is quite amusing, it pales in comparison to the delightful taste of cake. Ha ha ha. Fear not, Mama, he is but a clown. We shall seize the opportunity to deal with him," one of her children chimed in. "Indeed. There is no need for you to intervene, Mama. My siblings and I can handle it. Haha, quite right. Enough chit-chat. Let us eat. In Wano country. Within an architecturally striking Eastern-style building, a group of muscular men had gathered. This fellow is intriguing. I am eager for a one-on-one duel, declared Kaido, the beast. Does the boss truly require your assistance? Jack, can take care of him, Jack replied confidently. Jack, do not underestimate this. How prepared are we for the mission to Dressrosa? Kaido inquired. Rest assured, boss. Everything is in place. We shall depart shortly. And I hope to encounter that fellow to teach him a lesson about the dangers of wandering aimlessly outside Impel down. On board the Moby Dick, Marco approached Whitebeard, cradling a newspaper. Old man, look here. Another formidable player has entered the new world. Whitebeard merely cast a cursory glance, his mind burdened with thoughts. Ever since his discussion with Shanks, an unsettling feeling had plagued him. Marco, attend to the matters in Dressrosa promptly to avoid further complications. Understood, old man. In Dressrosa. Within the palace, Doflamingo, adorned in a pink feathered cloak and striking Hawaiian sunglasses, grinned as he perused the newspaper. How fascinating. The new world continues to produce powerful individuals. It is utterly captivating, provided it does not interfere with my business. Is that so, boss? I hear this fellow nearly wrecked your human trafficking operation at Sabaody Archipelago. Haha. It is merely a small establishment. If it is destroyed, so be it. I shall reclaim that expense from him eventually. At this moment, the spirited Doflamingo remained blissfully unaware that the individual he spoke of was already en route to confront him. Report. Sir, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. It appears to have just crossed from the other side of the red line. Upon hearing this, a distinguished purple-haired elder, exuding an aura of heroism, rose from his seat. His square face bore the marks of time, yet his countenance radiated an intimidating presence. The mechanical arm, replaced by a crushing device, revealed none other than Zephyr. The messenger was none other than his prized pupil, Ein. Upon hearing Ein's words, Zephyr smiled broadly. At last, they have arrived. The vessel in question was part of the pirate hunting team Zephyr had established after adopting the crushing device, dedicated to hunting pirates across the seas. Upon receiving news of the Dawn crew's imminent arrival through the Red Line to the New World, he had swiftly led his team to this area. Indeed, the heavens had favored the diligent. After calculating a safe route to evade the maritime anomalies, he positioned his team at this critical juncture, where they fortuitously encountered their quarry. Full speed ahead. Charge. Let us return these wretched escapees to Impel down. Zephyr bellowed. Kill. Kill. As Jiang Liufeng struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, causing him to furrow his brow. The intensity of the sound suggested that the naval forces aboard the ships possessed formidable combat capabilities. Who could they be? Regardless, combat was inevitable, and he felt no inclination to activate his observation Haki. The truth would reveal itself in due course. Before long, the two vessels entered range of one another. Zifa, without hesitation, commanded his crew to open fire. The cannons roared mercilessly around the golden scale, while Valdo and his comrades fought desperately to withstand the assault. Captain, the Navy has struck first. What should we do? Counterattack. Understood, Captain. Valdo positioned himself at the bow, gripping the ship's main cannon with palpable excitement. Although he was the ship's gunner, this was his inaugural experience operating a cannon. After a brief period of fumbling, he found his rhythm. Just watch, Captain. I will obliterate them. He meticulously calibrated the angle, loaded the cannon, and fired in a seamless motion. With a thunderous boom, the first cannonball, enhanced to 20 times its original speed by Valdo, hurtled towards its target, the observer on Zifa's ship. Upon witnessing such a terrifying rate of fire through his telescope, nearly lost his grip and tumbled from the mast. This is bad. The enemy's cannon fire is unusual. It's too fast. As the observer's warning echoed, the cannonball struck their vessel, causing the naval crew to stagger in shock. What is happening? Zifa, furrowing his brow, rose to the bow to exchange glances with Jiang Liufeng. Report. The enemy's cannon fire is exceedingly strange. Its speed is unbelievable. Zifa, noting the marks left by the cannonball on the ship, felt a chill of apprehension. We must not underestimate them. A fierce battle is imminent. All hands on deck. Remain vigilant. We cannot afford to be careless. That is Valdo's Momo fruitability. Aye, sir. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, so it is Zifa. No wonder. Jiang Liufeng murmured to himself. Thus commenced an exchange of distant cannon fire. However, for skilled combatants, such artillery was largely inconsequential. as both sides adeptly mitigated the onslaught. Even with the cannonballs accelerated by 20-fold, Zifa's crew felt little pressure, as the Golden Scale had but a single cannon, allowing ample time for preparation between shots. Valdo, unleash a powerful strike, Jiang Liufeng remarked with his signature playful smile. Valdo, understanding the command, replied, "Of course, Captain." With the next cannon shot, he infused it with armament Haki. Bang! The cannonball, propelled with both 20-fold acceleration and armament Haki, surged towards Zifa. Sensing the unusual threat, Zifa swiftly cautioned the receiving Navy soldier to take cover, preparing to intercept the attack himself. Indeed, you think you can outsmart me, little brat? He raised his massive fist, delivering a powerful blow into the air. Boom! The Haki-infused cannonball was sent flying. Observing this, Jiang Liufeng nodded in approval. Zifa was indeed formidable. The two sides continued their fierce exchange as the warships gradually drew closer. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Liufeng addressed the Count. "Valdo, let us ascend his vessel and engage. Do not wait for them to approach us. Lao Sha, guard the home front and ensure the safety of Sister Carmen." Understood. Chapter 63. It turned out to be an old man as the battle loomed. These comrades proved to be remarkably dependable, executing the captain's orders without hesitation. Before departing, Jiang Liufeng approached Carmen, gently stroking her hair as he reassured her, "Do not fear. Be courageous. Should the heavens fall, we shall bear the weight. Do you understand?" "Yes. I will await your return." Carmen's sensitive heart found solace. Her resolve strengthened as she nodded firmly, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. Jiang Liufeng turned around with a smile, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Let us depart." Wush's Jiang Liufeng swiftly seized one, in a flash of lightning. He transported himself in the Red Count onto Zephyr's warship. With a crackling sound, the three found themselves standing at the bow of the vessel. The sea breeze gently caressed them, causing the purple thunder robes they wore to billow gracefully, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. This sudden turn of events startled the naval personnel, yet how many among those who followed Zephyr to the New World to hunt pirates were mere trifles. After a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure, drawing their blades and glaring fiercely at the trio. This was a far cry from the drunken imbeciles of the Sabaody Archipelago. Zephyr, unfazed by the dramatic entrance of the three, mockingly remarked, "So, have you come to the realization that surrendering to me is indeed the best course of action?" Jiang Liufeng let out a derisive laugh. "So you are resolute in your intent to capture me, are you? Are you not afraid that the haunting past may repeat itself?" Zephyr's gaze turned icy. "What do your words imply?" "Nothing of consequence," Jiang replied. "I merely wish to caution you. It would be prudent not to provoke me, lest you bear the consequences." "Arrogant! A mere pirate dares to speak so boldly before teacher Zephyr. Upon encountering us, you shall meet your demise. At such a tender age, you remain blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world." The surrounding naval officers, upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's words, could no longer contain their indignation and erupted into furious exclamations. How outrageous! Jiang Liufeng was particularly vexed by these audacious and ignorant younglings who incessantly chattered away, igniting his ire with their mere presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his fury upon them in the form of a devastating area of effect attack. His arm transformed with elemental energy, delivering a thunderous punch that morphed into a wide thunderbolt, sweeping towards the group of minions with formidable force. Experiencing Jiang Liufeng's technique up close was nothing short of breathtaking, as the sheer power of lightning evoked a primal fear. This band of Navy personnel, seasoned in the New World, had only heard through the grapevine of the newly arisen Dawn Crew's capabilities. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed a revelation. When confronted with the might of thunder, people often succumb to a natural dread, leaving them momentarily paralyzed and unsure of how to respond. Seeing his underlings dazed and rooted to the spot, Zifa was filled with urgency and bellowed for them to take cover. He swiftly moved to shield them, positioning himself just in time to block the violent strike with a crushing machine forged from sea stone, absorbing the brunt of the attack. As Jiang Liufeng had initiated the assault, Zifa found himself at a disadvantage, having to defend in haste. Though he successfully halted the blow and bought his subordinates precious moments to evade, he was forced back, colliding with the cabin door and being propelled inside. Teacher Zifa, boss. The Navy personnel, now grasping the gravity of the situation, felt a wave of shame wash over them. Had they not been so stunned, Zifa would not have had to endure the brunt of the strike for their sake, and they turned their furious gazes towards Jiang Liufeng, wishing to rend him limb from limb. The battle had commenced, and Jiang Liufeng swiftly instructed the two. "Zifa is mine. The female navy named Ein belongs to the Count. Do not hasten to defeat her. You shall find her abilities to your liking. As for the remaining Valdo, deal with him. Curious about the deeper meaning behind Jiang Liufeng's words, the Count pondered their implications but chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. With the strategy established, they proceeded to act separately. Zzz. As Jiang Liufeng's silhouette flickered, he charged into the cabin in pursuit of ZFA. The naval officers, witnessing this, hurriedly moved to intercept him, only to be met with the formidable presence of Valdo, who brandished dual pistols, effectively halting them in their tracks. Your adversary is me, Valdo declared, his years of experience in stone-throwing translating seamlessly into unmatched marksmanship. In an instant, the naval personnel found themselves overwhelmed, retreating in disarray. Seeing this, Ein, anxious to intervene, was abruptly halted by the enigmatic figure of the Scarlet Count, cloaked in the purple lightning robe. Who are you? Ein demanded, her brow furrowing as she unleashed a swift kick. The Scarlet Count effortlessly dodged her attack, offering no reply, and instead engaged her in a fierce exchange of martial prowess. Jiang Liufeng's arrangements are generally purposeful, and at this moment, he is particularly intrigued by the unique abilities of the girl before him. As Ein attacks, she inquires. Yet her opponent remains resolutely silent, igniting her frustration. Observing the precarious situation of her subordinates, who are being utterly dominated by Valdo, she feels an urgent need to swiftly deal with this troublesome foe. When she sees the Red Count launching a fierce punch, Ein's pupils constrict. A splendid opportunity. She reaches out, grasping the oncoming fist of the Red Count, and shouts, "Retreat." With a surge of her power, the Red Count is suddenly rejuvenated by 12 years. This bewilderment leaves him astonished. Goodness! Feeling the subtle transformation of his body, he is filled with a blend of surprise and delight. He has indeed grown younger. The vibrant sensation is exhilarating. Although he is still an old man in his 70s, the feeling of youth rekindles his spirit. It is akin to experiencing a diluted version of the vampire fruit. In an instant, his longing to reclaim his former glory intensifies. Is this the captain's intention? This gift is truly delightful. However, Ivy displays a look of confusion. Huh? Why does it seem that this person hasn't changed at all? Even more perplexing is the fact that her opponent appears rather pleased. A student emerging from Zephyr's tutelage is undoubtedly an elite. Her keen instincts quickly detect the anomaly. Her intuition informs her that her abilities have no effect, and instead, they have benefited her adversary. Without hesitation, she dispels the retrogressive effect on the Red Count. The Red Count, still savoring the sensation of youth, suddenly finds his ability revoked, returning to his former self, a slight sense of loss washing over him. Yet, this feeling is fleeting. The storms of over 70 years have forged within him a heart that remains unperturbed, though the contrast between joy and loss stirs within him. His ability to adjust his mindset is swift, and he quickly regains his composure. Thank you, young lady, for allowing me to experience youth once more. Upon hearing the Red Count's words, Ein finally realizes, no wonder it had no effect. It turns out he is an old man. Chapter 64. Equally matched, Ein's expression darkens as she senses her abilities are countered by fate itself. Wait, did he say experience early? A sudden realization dawns upon her. But she is given little time to ponder, for the Red Count has already drawn his sword. With a series of terrifying slashes, she is compelled to cast aside her distractions and concentrate fully on the impending assault. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng slips into the cabin, directly confronting the recently risen Zephyr. Although Jiang's earlier strike sent Zephyr flying, it inflicted minimal damage. Not only does the Sea Prism Stone negate some of Jiang's lightning abilities, but Zephyr's formidable Haki also withstands Jiang's prowess. In his prime, Zephyr was renowned for his unparalleled mastery of Haki, a reputation earned through genuine feats rather than mere boasting. Coupled with decades of combat experience, Zephyr's skills are astutely honed. As Jiang Liufeng charges fiercely, Zephyr stands his ground, launching another punch to meet him head-on. The collision produces a thunderous sound. In this exchange, Zephyr is only pushed back a few steps, regaining his footing and finally turning the tide of the battle. Jiang Liufeng brushed his violet hair from his forehead and couldn't help but regard his opponent with newfound respect. This legendary Blackwrist Zifa was indeed extraordinary. While onlookers might merely perceive Zifa as stubbornly unwilling to concede, Jiang Liufeng, possessing the profound experience of 3 generations of Raikage, discerned the underlying strategy. Zifa's refusal to evade and his counterattack were, in fact, a masterstroke. In the realm of combat, numerous philosophies abound, such as the notion that the early bird catches the worm or that striking first grants one the initiative. These concepts underscore the paramount importance of seizing the initiative. The side that strikes first commands the battlefield, maintaining relentless pressure on their opponent, compelling them to scramble defensively, revealing vulnerabilities that can ultimately lead to their defeat. However, Zifa's seemingly reckless assault disrupted Jiang Liufeng's rhythm, effectively halting his momentum. Consequently, the advantage Jiang Liufeng once held in initiating the confrontation dissipated, returning both combatants to a level playing field. Youngster, you are indeed formidable. Now, I am ready to engage you in earnest, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed. Ah, spare me the pleasantries. Bring it on. Jiang Liufeng curled his finger in a provocative gesture. Zifa's expression darkened. He raised the machine gun and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Jiang Liufeng. The bullets whizzed through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar, descending upon Jiang Liufeng like a torrential storm. Jiang Liufeng's expression subtly shifted. See Tower Stone bullet. His smile remained, yet he did not dare to be complacent. He unleashed his full speed, exhibiting a dazzling agility that allowed him to evade the entire barrage of bullets. Heh, if you think such tricks can harm me, you have truly overestimated your abilities, Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly. Zifa gazed at the wall behind Jiang Liufeng, riddled with holes, and was momentarily taken aback. Not a single shot hit? This young man's speed is indeed terrifying. However, like the Crimson Count, after decades of battling through storms, Zifa had long been inured to the extraordinary, rendering any shocking display before him little more than a ripple. Without further ado, he unleashed the full might of the Navy's sixth style. Life and death were trivial. If one refused to yield, then one must engage. With long-range attacks proving ineffective, they turned to close-quarters combat. Instantly, the two launched into an exhilarating brawl, each punch landing with palpable force. The intensity of the match escalated to a fever pitch. Although Jiang Liufeng appeared youthful, his adversary was unaware that he had inherited a lifetime of combat experience from 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. In terms of technique and angles of attack, he was an unparalleled force. What seemed like brutish melee concealed peril. A myriad of cunning and lethal strikes assailed the opponent from unforeseen angles, with a moment's lapse in vigilance potentially leading to irrevocable consequences. As their clash intensified, both fighters grew more exhilarated and astounded. Zifa, in particular, could scarcely fathom how a youth of barely 20 could possess such seasoned combat skills. Not only could he thwart Zifa's various underhanded tactics, but some of his own attacks caught Zifa off guard as well, leading to several close calls. The two battled fiercely, their combat transitioning from the ship's cabin to the deck, yet still craving more. Ultimately, they ascended into the sky, as if the boundless expanse above were the only fitting stage for their martial prowess. The duel between masters was nothing short of spectacular, leaving the onlookers aboard the ship wide-eyed and frozen in their tracks, utterly captivated by the spectacle. How is this possible? That young man is incredibly strong. His power is almost on par with the teacher. What manner of monster is he? It was akin to a celestial battle. The allure of combat was fully displayed, and the crew ceased all activity to become mere spectators. With a powerful roundhouse kick, Zifa's crusher was struck with a resounding metallic clang. The two momentarily separated, only to re-engage with fervor, their exchanges becoming an intricate dance of combat. Yet, time was unrelenting. Even Zifa, a steel man who had never once slackened his training, could not escape the merciless grasp of time. After a series of intense exchanges, he finally began to show signs of fatigue, albeit barely perceptible. In a duel between experts, even the slightest hint of weariness could prove fatal. Jiang Liufeng noticed this shift. Following a forceful clash, he remarked with a light chuckle, "Heh, General Zifa, feeling tired?" Zifa gritted his teeth, roaring in defiance. "Nonsense. I could fight for 3 days and nights without a hitch." His words were not mere bravado against an ordinary opponent. Enduring such a marathon would be as easy as eating or drinking. Yet, he was faced with Jiang Liufeng, whose strength and speed posed an overwhelming burden for Zifa. His stamina was gradually waning. "Stubborn," Jiang Liufeng remarked softly, unwilling to prolong the struggle. In his eyes, the outcome was already determined, for Zifa, who was beginning to tire. Continuing the fight would only lead to a slow demise, devoid of significance. With a left hook and a sweeping kick, Jiang Liufeng launched his assault. His physical coordination almost exaggerated. Zifa raised his hand to guard his jaw and lifted his knee to block the sweep. But the opening in his defense was seized upon by the crusher, which swiftly lunged toward Jiang Liufeng. This crusher technique, which Jiang Liufeng had witnessed in the theatrical adaptation, was formidable, regarded as Zifa's ultimate killing move. First, the crusher would ensnare its target, then unleash its hidden explosive power to obliterate them utterly. Its ferocity was undeniable. As the moment Zifa made his move, Jiang Liufeng had already altered his strategy, pivoting his body at an astonishing angle. He retracted his sweeping right leg and instead launched a swift upward kick with his left foot aimed directly at Zifa's vulnerable region. Such ferocity! Zifa, taken aback, reacted with remarkable speed, hastily abandoning his short-range attack and lowering his crushing machine to shield himself from the opening left by the knee guard. Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a smirk. Heh, I've taken the bait. Who would have imagined that this cunning strike was merely a ruse? The true lethal blow had long since coalesced in his oft-ignored right hand. The mightiest spear, a four-fingered thrust. In the blink of an eye, his right arm, enveloped in a tempest of thunder and majesty, surged toward Zifa's wide-open center, unstoppable in its trajectory. Zifa's pupils constricted as he sought to salvage his fate. But it was too late. The assault was too swift, and his body could not keep pace with the speed of his reactions. It was a case of intent to kill, yet powerless to turn the tide. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the strike connected solidly with Zifa's iron-like chest. Although he had formidable domineering energy to shield himself, it was not enough to prevent penetration. Yet, Jiang Liufeng's strength was genuinely terrifying, directly sending Zifa's internal organs into turmoil. And a mouthful of reverse blood spewed forth, indicating significant internal injury. As Zifa was hurled backward, the faith of the sailors aboard the ship crumbled alongside his silhouette. Hiss my heavens! He has defeated Teacher Zifa. How could this be possible? This is inconceivable. We are doomed to face such a monstrosity. The crowd gazed at Jiang Liufeng with eyes wide in horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. In that moment, Jiang Liufeng loomed above them, casting a regal gaze. As if he were a sovereign surveying his realm, extinguishing any flicker of resistance in their hearts, rendering them as insignificant as ants. The shattering of belief was a terrifying ordeal. To slay the spirit is far more devastating than to vanquish the flesh. For the fracturing of the soul is often more fearsome than physical defeat. Witnessing their utter desolation, Zifa was taken aback. In warfare, momentum is of paramount importance. Once the spirit is broken, defeat is nigh. Ayn, tears brimming in her eyes, staggered to Zifa's side, supporting him with heartfelt concern. Yet, as she beheld the slowly advancing Jiang Liufeng, fear rendered her body trembling. Nevertheless, she proved a resilient young lady, despite her terror toward Jiang Liufeng. Her enchanting eyes still bore a defiant glint. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will fight back. Zifa sprang to his feet, positioning himself protectively behind Ayn, shouting, Jiang Liufeng, do not be arrogant. I have not yet been defeated. Jiang Liufeng shook his head, remarking on the stubbornness of the old man. His gaze then shifted to Ayn, who stood behind him. It must be said that Ayn was indeed a striking beauty, possessing the same violet hair as his own. Her eyes glistened with tears, exuding an enchanting charm, and her skin was flawless and pale, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near. Ah, Captain, save me. Just as Jiang Liufeng was meticulously observing Ayn, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the distance, Carmen's panicked cries for help suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Liufeng swiftly turned his gaze and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, dozens of naval officers had appeared aboard the Golden Scales, encircling both Lao Sha and Carmen. Carmen, utterly defenseless, desperately clung to the power of his symbolic sword, struggling to hold his ground as capture seemed imminent. Lao Sha found himself besieged by a multitude of naval forces, with none other than Zephyr's other prized pupil, Binzi, leading the charge. As Jiang Liufeng suddenly realized why he had not seen the other person, it dawned upon him that they had stealthily boarded the Golden Scale. A cold light flickered in his eyes. In that moment of distraction, Carmen had already been captured. Upon witnessing Carmen's apprehension, Lao Sha lost his composure and was relentlessly assaulted by Binzi several times. A sea tower stone handcuff was swiftly secured around his neck, leading to his own capture as well. How careless! Jiang Liufeng's face turned an alarming shade of black. He never anticipated that the Navy would still possess such an ace up their sleeve. Having been successfully ambushed by the Navy, he, as the captain, must bear the weight of this responsibility. Both the Red Count and Waldo were equally astonished, immediately turning to Li Yinlin and inquiring, Boss, how do we handle this? Jiang Liufeng remained silent, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Binzi, akin to the relentless stare of the Grim Reaper upon a doomed soul. The chilling aura emanating from Jiang Liufeng enveloped those around him, plunging them into a state of icy trepidation. Jiang Liufeng, one of your subordinates is now in my grasp. If you possess any sense of prudence, surrender yourself willingly. Otherwise, Do not blame me for my merciless actions. On board the Golden Scale, Binzi tightened his grip around Carmen's neck and shouted towards the warship. You court death. As the tempest of thunder surged around Jiang Liufeng, he became infused with elemental energy, swiftly darting towards Binzi, just as he unleashed a punch. Intending to deliver a chilling blow to Binzi, the latter suddenly seized Carmen, positioning her directly in the path of Jiang Liufeng's assault, mockingly declaring, Jiang Liufeng, I am aware of your formidable strength, yet I am confident that before you can strike, I shall use this woman as a shield. Feel free to test my resolve. Humph, you scoundrel. To use a woman as a human shield? Any means necessary to capture, you are justified. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the nearby Carmen, his eyes reflecting a tinge of tenderness and concern. He found himself hesitating. Carmen, gripped by the scruff of her neck, endured considerable pain. Yet, upon perceiving the affection in Jiang Liufeng's gaze, a flicker of joy sparked within her, and with great effort, she managed to force a smile, saying, Captain, there is no need for distress. I trust you. Act decisively. Do not allow this shameless individual to be so brazen. Carmen, the captain has failed to protect you. Jiang Liufeng lamented. Carmen shook her head and replied, It is my weakness. Eliminate him, and then please teach me properly in the future, will you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's expression hardened with resolve. He hesitated no longer and nodded firmly, preparing to strike. Seeing Jiang Liufeng assume a combat stance, Binzi was incredulous, hastily pressing his spear against Carmen's vulnerable back. Jiang Liufeng, do you truly dare to make a move? Are you not afraid of mutual destruction? Humph, the fish may perish, but the net shall remain intact. The moment you harmed my companion, you sealed your own fate. Szzz Jiang Liufeng suddenly vanished from his position, only to reappear with a gun pressed firmly against Binzi's heart. The swiftness of the act was astonishing, leaving the once confident Binzi utterly blindsided. How could he have anticipated that Jiang's speed was so terrifying? It was laughable to realize that he had been as ignorant as a frog in a well, unable to perceive the vastness of the world beyond. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing pain surged through him. He could not suppress a scream of anguish, and when he glanced at his left hand, now grasped tightly by Jiang, it was no longer recognizable. It appeared nearly crushed. Jiang Liufeng's expression was cold and stern as he exerted force once more. The sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. The pain caused Binzi to gasp in shock, his eyes rolling back as he finally relinquished his grip on Carmen's right hand. Chapter 66. A scene too gruesome to bear at this sight. Zfa, rushing in with quick steps, was horrified, hastening his pace in an attempt to rescue the half-conscious Binzi from Jiang Liufeng's grasp. Yet, it proved to be a futile endeavor. The moment Binzi released Carmen, Jiang Liufeng's body surged with electrical energy, unleashing a powerful discharge that concentrated in the hand gripping Binzi. With full force, he elevated the voltage to a staggering 200 million volts, delivering a merciless strike that annihilated Binzi. The unfortunate Binzi could not even emit a cry of anguish, instantly rendered pitch black by the electric assault. The extreme high voltage generated intense heat, causing Binzi's body to gradually disintegrate, ultimately evaporating in Jiang Liufeng's hand, leaving not a trace behind. This visually shocking scene was witnessed in its entirety by the frantic Zfa. With a jolt, Zfa felt as if struck by lightning, consumed by profound sorrow, momentarily paralyzed. Though it may seem lengthy, the events transpired in the blink of an eye, so swift that even Carmen, who turned her head, found the ordeal had concluded. The instant Carmen turned to embrace Jiang Liufeng, she could no longer contain her emotions, weeping with heart-wrenching sorrow. Just moments ago, she had brushed perilously close to death, feeling Binzi's weapon poised against her back, knowing that a mere flick of his strength could have separated her from Jiang Liufeng forever. Jiang Liufeng tenderly caressed her hair and softly reassured her, It's all right. Everything has come to an end. Carmen nodded emphatically, finding solace in Jiang Liufeng's warm embrace, which calmed her frightened heart significantly. Jiang Liufeng exhaled softly, unable to deny that the moment he sensed the menacing gunpoint of Binzi pressed against Carmen's heart, it indeed instilled a measure of trepidation within him. At that very moment, the Red Count and Valdo returned to the ship in succession, prompting Jiang Liufeng to issue a decisive command, Leave no survivors among these oblivious Navy men. Understood. A cold glint flashed in the Red Count's eyes as he unsheathed his thunderstorm, while Valdo raised his twin pistols, unleashing a merciless cacophony of gunfire. The last remaining Navy men, oblivious to their fate, were swiftly cast overboard like chaff in a storm by old Shah. Zifa, caught off guard for just a fleeting moment, could scarcely fathom that history was repeating itself. In a fit of despair, He roared and charged furiously at Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng coldly huffed, "Zifa, do you still wish to make a move?" Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng direct his gaze towards the distant warship, Zifa felt a shiver run down his spine. "What do you intend to do, Jiang Liufeng?" He bellowed, his voice hoarse, as if striving to unleash the pent-up indignation within him. The naval officers aboard the warship, who had witnessed the unfolding chaos, were already paralyzed by terror. A mere glance from Jiang Liufeng rendered them utterly aghast. In an instant, some fainted, collapsing to the ground, while others, overwhelmed with fear, lost all control, creating a scene of utter disarray aboard the vessel. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. With a resounding call, Jiang Liufeng summoned a surge of thunderous energy, unleashing a colossal thunder dragon that surged forth from his chest, hurtling towards the naval warship. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars and crackling electricity. "Help! Save me!" The thunder dragon collided mercilessly with the warship, shattering it into fragments, while the relentless lightning unleashed its wrath upon the naval personnel, drowning the surroundings in a chorus of anguished cries, splashes, and explosions. Zephyr's eyes, bloodshot and brimming with tears, reflected his deep-seated hatred for pirates, yet an even greater value he placed upon his comrades. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Jiang Liufeng, "One day, I, Black Arm Zephyr, shall personally see you brought to justice." With that, he turned resolutely towards the warship, rescuing each soldier who had fallen into the water. "Enough. This matter is settled. Jinlin, let us depart swiftly." "Understood." As Jinlin's melodious voice resonated, the Jinlin swiftly surged forward, disappearing from sight in an instant, with Zephyr's group no longer visible. Jiang Liufeng exhaled a deep breath, relieved. At last it is done. This battle was undeniably perilous. We nearly faced casualties aboard the ship. Jiang Liufeng sat at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the azure sea, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The disparity within their group was stark. The strong were exceedingly formidable, while the weak were lamentably inept. Such a prolonged imbalance could herald dire consequences, especially considering the formidable adversaries they were destined to confront. If the Navy dared to wield threats with the likes of Cayman, what transgressions might the pirates commit? He cast a sweeping glance around, ultimately resting his gaze upon Old Shah. It was imperative to mention Old Shah's combat prowess. Today, it was evident that he had yet to master the nuances of Haki in the New World. Suddenly, a sensation of being scrutinized washed over him, causing Old Shah, who was blissfully enjoying his cigar, to shiver involuntarily. Upon meeting Jiang Liufeng's seemingly familiar gaze, a jolt of apprehension surged within him. "Goodness, the reckoning has come. Count, if you have a moment, might you offer me some guidance?" Old Shah, acutely aware of his own limitations, hastily sought counsel from the Red Count. The Red Count surveyed Old Shah and then glanced at Jiang Liufeng, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. Waldo, reveling in the spectacle, was on the verge of breaking into a wide grin when a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to promptly close his mouth and diligently begin cleaning up the remnants of the recent battle left aboard the vessel. Jiang Liufeng shook his head with a faint smile, rising to make his way to his room, intending to rest for a while. Zephyr, gravely injured, had managed to rescue several hundred Navy personnel, sacrificing nearly half of his own life in the process. Overcome with grief and indignation, he had not anticipated that today's hunt would end in failure, with Ben's also lost, truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. "Quickly, lend a hand to return to Navy headquarters. We must tend to the wounded warriors." "Yes." Thus, a group of them clung to a battered wooden plank, struggling to float upon the sea, those unable to move lying still while the others paddled around. While it was exceedingly difficult for pirates to traverse the Red Line, the Navy had a different advantage. They could swiftly return to headquarters through the Justice Gate from the New World. Fortunately, this sea area was not far from the Justice Gate. By afternoon, Zephyr and his group had arrived at the Justice Gate on the New World side, requesting entry. "What? Zephyr severely injured in the New World? The warship destroyed? Returning on a wooden plank? Open the gates at once." Sengoku roared into the transponder snail. Recently, he had lost count of how many times he had reacted this way to news concerning the Dawn Brigade. Each time he heard of them, it was always dire news, never trivial matters. The soldiers guarding the gate reported that Zephyr was gravely wounded in the New World and sought to return to headquarters for treatment, needing passage through the Justice Gate. The sight of the group in such a woeful state was truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 67. Arrival at Dressrosa. Sighing deeply, Sengoku sat at his desk, his head bowed. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside. With a bang, Zephyr, accompanied by Ein, burst through the door. "Marshal, I have urgent news to report." Upon seeing the weary and wounded Zephyr, Sengoku cast aside all formalities, exclaiming, "Speak quickly. What has happened?" "It is as follows. We received intelligence that the Dawn Brigade planned to traverse the Red Line to reach the New World, so I led my men to intercept them. Ultimately, we encountered them, our warship was destroyed, and even Ben's." At this point, he lowered his head, gripping his fist so tightly that it bled. "I am aware of that. What follows?" Ein, having gathered crucial intelligence through the skirmish, was urged by Zephyr to speak. Sengoku, eager for information, prompted, "Go on." Ein pursed her lips and said, "Marshal, there is an elder among the Dawn Brigade. After I used my reverse fruit ability to regress his age by 12 years. He expressed gratitude for allowing him to experience youth once more. Based on this, combined with our intelligence, it is highly likely that the Dawn Brigade's destination is Dressrosa, with the objective of acquiring the mythical Zoan vampire fruit." "What?" Sengoku was taken aback once more. For Zephyr and Ein, the implications of this statement were not entirely clear. They merely believed that Ein had uncovered the Dawn Brigade's operational route. Since Zephyr had not returned for a meeting, and the headquarters had not disseminated information externally, they were unaware that the elder Ein referred to was none other than the Red Count. Sengoku, however, understood all too well. He could imagine the ramifications of the Red Count obtaining the vampire fruit's powers. A frail old man was already a formidable adversary. If he were to regain his former glory, the consequences would be unfathomable. Fortunately, there were already measures in place at Dressrosa, albeit with an added variable. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said, "I understand. You both should seek treatment immediately. I will handle the remaining matters." "Yes." Zephyr and Ein stepped back, while Sengoku gazed upward, his eyes devoid of focus as he sighed deeply. The Dawn Brigade was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. He could hardly fathom how much more troublesome things would become in the future. After a moment's pause, he reached for a special transponder snail in his drawer and dialed. "Hello, what is it?" A voice responded from the other end. "According to reliable intelligence, the Dawn Brigade is en route to Dressrosa. The mythical Zoan fruit must not fall into their hands. Coordinate with the newly recruited Admiral candidates to apprehend them." With a decisive click, Sengoku ended the call. Dealing with pirates was an unfortunate necessity, truthfully. He had no desire to hear another word from them. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, within the royal palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail, intrigued as he addressed his subordinates. "The Dawn Brigade is becoming increasingly interesting. Have you gathered intelligence on the factions participating in this competition?" With a sharp voice, Pika replied, "Based on current intelligence, all the Yonko, except for red-haired Shanks, will send representatives, and it seems that the Golden Lion is also interested. Other minor factions have not been accounted for." "Excellent. Relay the message that this competition will take place in the forest. The entire event will be broadcast live via transponder snail, and no audience will be allowed on site. Let us indulge in this visual feast." Doflamingo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Yes." As Doflamingo stowed away his smile, he turned to the shadowy figure seated in the corner. "You have work to do as well. Is it the Dawn Brigade?" "Indeed. Sengoku has instructed us to take them down together." The figure slowly rose from the corner. With the sheathed sword serving as a makeshift cane, he stepped forward, inching toward the window. The setting sun illuminated his face, revealing two menacing scars that cruelly bisected his eyes. As he approached, the gentle sunlight gradually enveloped him, signaling his departure from darkness into light, though blinded. "With the physique of a bear. Who else but Fujitora?" he remarked, lifting his gaze to meet the setting sun, finally speaking after a long pause. "I fear this matter will not be so easily resolved." A day passed in silence. The following morning, Jiang Liufeng stretched languidly as he stepped out of the cabin, only to find that apart from Carmen, who was busily occupied in the kitchen, the others were gathered around the recorder. Curiosity piqued, he strolled over to inquire about their activities. "What is everyone up to?" The captain finally made an appearance. One of them exclaimed, "We've been summoned by the Count since early morning to keep an eye on the little yellowed. I'm nearly bored to tears." "Really? That seems a bit excessive," Jiang Liufeng replied with a hint of amusement. "Count, the fruits of your labor will inevitably be yours. There is no need for such urgency." "You may not understand, Captain," the Count interjected. "Ever since our encounter with that female Navy officer yesterday, her abilities have awakened a youthful thrill within me. I can hardly contain myself. I long for another round." Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched in irritation. Goodness, this old man's words were far more astonishing than his silence. The way he spoke of pleasure as if it were an everyday occurrence was utterly bewildering. "Have you had breakfast?" A melodious voice floated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Carmen gracefully emerging from the kitchen, bearing a sumptuous dinner. The events of the previous day had deepened Carmen's admiration and reliance on Jiang Liufeng considerably. Her gaze upon him had transformed. She had never imagined encountering such a formidable team and such an impeccable captain. Under Carmen's intense scrutiny, Jiang Liufeng felt a slight discomfort and quickly exclaimed, "I'll go serve the dishes." Carmen pouted, softly humming, "I'm sticking with you. You can dodge the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Jiang Liufeng stumbled, nearly losing his balance, which elicited a burst of laughter from Carmen. Valdo and the others, observing the scene, chose to remain silent, silently offering their blessings to Jiang Liufeng and his companion in their hearts. Jiang Liufeng was taken aback, muttering about the absurdity of such blessings. After a hearty breakfast, he, along with Valdo and Lao Sha, engaged in rigorous preparations, leaving the two men in a state of despair. However, following their previous day's battle, everyone had adopted a more serious attitude, realizing that the new world was unlike any they had encountered before, where strength was of utmost importance. Thus, they persevered with gritted teeth, striving for progress. The day passed in a fulfilling manner. As twilight approached, they were nearing their destination, Dressrosa. "Captain, everyone, we are about to reach our destination." With Jinlin's cheerful call, the crew paused their tasks and gathered at the bow of the ship, standing side by side, gazing towards the horizon where the outline of an island began to take shape. This island held profound significance for them, for they all understood that the Red Earl's acquisition of the vampire fruit signified a monumental enhancement in power. As night fell, the Jinlin slowly docked, finally arriving at the island known as Dressrosa. Jiang Liufeng took the lead, eagerly guiding the group off the ship. Chapter 68. The Hammer of Thor. The five of them arrived at a bustling street, seeking out a more upscale restaurant, intending to enjoy dinner before proceeding. "Boss, why is this place so peculiar? The toys are actually alive." Jiang Liufeng spoke little, merely suggesting that perhaps this was the unique charm of the place. Valdo nodded in a semblance of understanding. As the group settled in, the nearby diners were engrossed in discussions about the unfolding events. "Have you heard? It seems the arena will be held beyond the forest this time." "I had heard whispers of it. The rewards are said to be extraordinary, an essence of a mythical beast, drawing many prominent figures to vie for it. Indeed, our esteemed king must be concerned about the intensity of competition, which is why the stage has been relocated to the forest." "Ah, our king is truly thoughtful. Haha, let us eagerly await the spectacle tomorrow. Though it may only be a projection, witnessing the clash of titans is a rare opportunity, and simply being able to observe it is a privilege." From this light-hearted banter, Jiang Liufeng and his companions gleaned the essence of the matter. The vampire fruit was the ultimate prize of the upcoming arena contest, meaning that all competitors would need to be defeated. For their group, this posed little challenge. Even if the four emperors themselves were to descend, they would likely find no advantage against Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. Based on the chatter, Jiang Liufeng reassured the Count, "There's no need for concern. The fruit won't be claimed anytime soon. We shall seize it ourselves, leaving their rivalries aside. As long as they don't provoke us, we shall remain undisturbed." The Red Count nodded, unable to contain his excitement. "Now, let us enjoy a leisurely stroll after our meal, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's contest." "Hooray! Shopping awaits," Carmen exclaimed, radiating joy. It was a blissful affair to indulge in complimentary food, drinks, and shopping. Immediately after finishing their meal, she eagerly grabbed old Shah, the dedicated porter, and hurried towards the commercial street. Carmen was indeed quite considerate. During their previous outing, she had treated old Shah to new clothes and fine cigars, transforming his initial reluctance into compliance. This time, he followed her without a hint of protest. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, guided by the checkpoint's directions, brought the remaining two companions to the entrance of the arena, intending to register for the competition. Moreover, his checkpoint was situated right there. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. Standing before the registration podium, the long-awaited voice finally emerged. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Dressrosa. The system rewards you with the Hammer of Thor. The next checkpoint is the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Goodness, this weapon is truly extraordinary." Jiang Liufeng was ecstatic, having long desired a formidable weapon, and the Thunder God's hammer seemed to be his perfect match. He nearly succumbed to the impulse of drawing it out for a closer inspection, yet ultimately restrained himself, deciding to wait until he returned to his quarters. He hurriedly registered at the sign-up desk. Along with Lao Sha, the four of them signed up, planning for Carmen to remain aboard the ship during the perilous battle ahead, as it was too dangerous for the young girl to accompany them. Furthermore, Jiang Liufeng intended to eradicate the Don Quixote family during this expedition, having previously made an arrangement with Law. While registering, he suddenly stumbled upon a name that filled him with even greater delight: Gold Lion. What a fortuitous coincidence. Their journey to Dressrosa promised to be exceptionally fruitful. Capturing both the fruit and the Gold Lion would undoubtedly yield a bountiful harvest. Jiang Liufeng was brimming with confidence regarding his ability to subdue the Gold Lion. Employing threefold threats and temptations, he was certain he would succeed. After completing the registration, he departed with his companions, his thoughts too preoccupied for leisurely exploration, and swiftly sought out a hotel for their stay. Leaving his companions behind, he retreated to his room and meticulously examined the Thunder God's hammer. Description: the Thunder God's hammer can be shrunk down to fit into one's pocket when not in use. This weapon possesses the capability to pierce through any material when thrown. It will unfailingly strike its target and return to the wielder's hand thereafter. The Thunder God's hammer can summon lightning, directing it towards a target, and inflicting a chain lightning effect on those nearby. What a remarkable creation! Jiang Liufeng grasped the weighty Mjolnir in his left hand, while his right hand caressed the ancient, intricate patterns adorning the hammer's surface, utterly captivated by its allure. Both its design and functionality mirrored that of Thor's legendary hammer from the Marvel Universe. The sole distinction lay in the system's enhancements. Jiang Liufeng remained impervious to the curse that typically afflicted its wielders. The rewards bestowed by the system bore no prerequisites or adverse effects on the host. In order to ascertain whether the curse had been entirely nullified or merely rendered ineffective upon himself, he sought to conduct a test. Jiang Liufeng eagerly knocked on the door of the Red Count. Captain, is there something you need? Indeed, there is. Come, let us discuss it inside. The two closed the door and proceeded to the sitting room. Jiang Liufeng placed the hammer of Thor upon the table and addressed the Red Count. Count, why not attempt to lift this weapon? The Red Count, intrigued, scrutinized the hammer of Thor. Although it appeared unremarkable at first glance, he could sense an ancient and formidable power residing within it. Clearly, it was no ordinary item. Recognizing Jiang Liufeng's enigmatic nature, he felt compelled to take the challenge seriously. Extending his arm, the Count enveloped his hand in an aura of armed color, transforming it into a shade as dark as iron. He then reached out to grasp the handle of the hammer, striving with all his might to lift it. However, a most peculiar occurrence ensued. No matter how hard the Red Count exerted himself, the hammer of Thor remained immovable. He endeavored repeatedly, using his left hand, then his right, and even both hands, his entire body straining so intensely that veins bulged prominently. Yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to raise the hammer. This was indeed strange. The Red Count, under Jiang Liufeng's triumphant gaze, retracted his arm and gazed quizzically at the hammer of Thor. Confusion etched across his face. Observing the Red Count's futile attempts to lift the hammer, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of delight within. This was splendid. He relished this scenario. In the midst of the Red Count's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng effortlessly lifted the hammer of Thor, brandishing it with vigor, leaving the Red Count utterly flabbergasted. What sorcery is this? He exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Liufeng certainly would not elaborate on the otherworldly matters to the bewildered Count Hong. After exchanging a casual greeting, he departed leisurely under the Count's astonished gaze. Chapter 69. The first encounter with Ting. Who as Jiang Liufeng sauntered away, brimming with confidence, Count Hong found himself cursing inwardly. So, after all this time in the late hours of the night, it was merely a display of arrogance? How infuriating! As Jiang Liufeng just sheathed his miniature war hammer and exited the room of the Red Count, he spotted Carmen bounding back, exuberantly accompanied by Lao Sha, who was burdened with an assortment of packages resembling a laborer. It is said that one feels invigorated in times of joy. Thus, Jiang Liufeng greeted them with a charming smile. With a gentle flick, he brushed aside Carmen's lustrous hair and bestowed a tender kiss upon her radiant forehead. "You're back? Did you have fun?" he inquired with a handsome grin. This unexpected kiss sent a jolt through Carmen, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What does the captain mean by this? Is he confessing to me? Oh dear. What should I do? Should I accept or decline? Should I return the kiss? Oh my, this is simply too delightful. Jiang Liufeng was entirely unaware of the profound impact his actions had on Carmen's delicate heart. As he grasped Carmen's hand and urged her to accompany him, he cheerfully suggested, "Come on, let's take a stroll to the jewelry store. There is still plenty of time." Huh? Oh, Carmen replied, her thoughts scattered and her mind adrift, allowing Jiang Liufeng to lead her away with his gentle grip. Meanwhile, The bewildered Lao Sha remained behind, akin to a forgotten garment on a rack. Utterly perplexed by the situation, throughout their journey, each harbored their own thoughts and reflections. Jiang Liufeng pondered that since Thor's hammer possessed a shrinking function, it would be rather pedestrian to carry it in his pocket daily. Thus, he resolved to purchase a lovely bracelet to wear when not in use. It could serve as a decorative accessory on his wrist. Meanwhile, Carmen mistakenly believed that Jiang Liufeng intended to buy her jewelry, filling her with excitement along the way. Could it be that the captain planned to present her with a diamond ring as a declaration of love? Oh, how delightful! Should she accept his proposal? If she did, might he consider her insufficiently reserved? Conversely, if she declined, would it break his heart? Oh dear, what a conundrum. Thus, this handsome man and beautiful woman strolled hand in hand down the street, he radiating confidence while she exhibited a hint of shyness. They resembled a pair of newly confirmed lovers, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Before long, drawing upon Carmen's previous shopping experiences, the couple discovered an opulent jewelry store. Jiang Liufeng paused to observe, feeling rather pleased, and then strode confidently inside. Carmen, filled with anticipation, eagerly followed him. However, as soon as they entered the store, her heart sank. She noticed that Jiang Liufeng did not even glance towards the section for female accessories, but instead headed straight for the men's area. It turned out that he merely intended to purchase something for himself. Instantly, her charming face fell, and with a sulky pout, she stood at the entrance, visibly displeased. As Jiang Liufeng ambled along, he noticed that Carmen had fallen behind, causing him to furrow his brow as he glanced back. There, at the entrance, stood the irate young girl, her anger palpable. This time, he was astute. He quickly feigned a casual survey of his surroundings and remarked, "Oh, is this the boys' section? My apologies for the mistake." He promptly retraced his steps and guided Carmen towards the girls' section. At that moment, her mood shifted from gloomy to radiant, and she beamed with delight, skipping joyfully to select beautiful accessories. Jiang Liufeng let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with women was indeed quite troublesome. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly this time. Otherwise, he might have offended Carmen again, and heaven knows whether she would resort to poisoning his food. Ultimately, he accompanied Carmen in selecting a crystal necklace, a platinum bracelet, and a delicate starry sky hairpin, all of which pleased the young lady immensely. Gazing at those three trinkets, which collectively amounted to over 1,000,000 belly, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was astonishing how easily women could be persuaded to part with their money. Nevertheless, such a trifling sum was merely a drop in the ocean for them now. And what truly mattered was Carmen's happiness. Having appeased Carmen, Jiang Liufeng finally made his way to the men's section, approaching the bracelet display for selection. He had to admit that the store was impressively expansive, with a dazzling array of jewelry available, showcasing countless styles that momentarily dazzled his eyes. It was Carmen's keen eye that quickly spotted a particular piece, which she excitedly presented, exclaiming, "Captain, this platinum bracelet is quite beautiful. It seems to match my own as a couple's set. Why not wear this one?" Observing Carmen's seemingly innocent expression and listening to her somewhat inquiring tone, Jiang Liufeng felt an undeniable undercurrent in her words. He looked at Carmen and tentatively began, "I think this one." Before he could finish, he noticed a change in Carmen's demeanor. Just as he suspected. "Very nice. I think it's perfect. Let's go with it." Carmen giggled, feeling a warm sense of happiness at Jiang Liufeng's consideration for her feelings. "I was just teasing you. Choose whatever you like," she said, covering her mouth with a sly smile as she stepped aside. Jiang Liufeng accepted the bracelet handed over by Carmen, examining it meticulously, then glanced at the remaining styles. Turning back, he remarked, "I too find this one quite appealing. I shall take it as is, without any substitutions." Thus, they completed the transaction and left in high spirits. Once outside, as they embarked on their journey home, Carmen noticed that a small hammer-shaped ornament had appeared on the bracelet Jiang Liufeng had just donned. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Oh, Captain, what is this? An accompanying decoration?" Jiang Liufeng glanced around, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, and with a hint of pride in his voice, he replied, "This is my new weapon." Then, with a flicker of thought, he transformed Thor's hammer to its normal size, much to Carmen's astonishment. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, how marvelous! What a beautiful hammer! May I have a closer look?" Jiang Liufeng shook his head mysteriously and said, "This is not feasible. You cannot manage it." "Humph, such stinginess. Who are you trying to deceive? Of course, I can manage it." Carmen pouted, clearly unconvinced. With a playful smile, Jiang Liufeng placed Thor's hammer on the ground, and said, "Go ahead, give it a try." "If you dare, I shall," Carmen responded. To her astonishment, despite exerting immense effort, the hammer remained utterly unmoved, and she gazed at Jiang Liufeng with newfound belief in his words. "Are you convinced now?" Jiang Liufeng affectionately ruffled her hair. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng effortlessly wielding Thor's hammer, Carmen nodded in admiration, acknowledging her defeat. Just as the two were enjoying their light-hearted banter, an untimely voice interrupted. "I, too, wish to test the might of this divine weapon. Am I fortunate enough to do so?" Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow at the sound. Turning towards the source, he beheld a towering figure, leaning on a cane, approaching with measured steps. Upon recognizing the visitor's features, Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. "Tenghu, what brings him here?" As Jiang Liufeng surveyed the scene with an imposing presence, he realized that the surrounding streets had already been cleared. At this moment, the buildings at the corner were teeming with Navy personnel, and the two were completely encircled. Despite the considerable number of enemies, he felt no fear towards mere sailors. "Isn't Fujitora a user of the gravity fruit? Let me demonstrate how I can toy with you." With a subtle shift in stance, he positioned Cayman behind him and calmly suggested, "There is no need to test your abilities. However, I propose a wager." Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from Jiang Liufeng, Fujitora smiled slightly and replied, "What shall we wager? Though I must confess, I never gamble with pirates." Jiang Liufeng chuckled derisively. "Tenghu, do you truly believe you possess the ability to best me?" He gestured expansively around him, raising an eyebrow as he continued. "If a lightning bolt were to descend upon us, your subordinates would indeed be insufficient to contend with it. Shall we put this to the test?" Tenghu paused, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's menacing words. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized the considerable risk at hand, while he himself felt unperturbed. The sheer terror of his naval subordinates was palpable. They would surely falter in such a confrontation. "What are the terms of your wager, my lord?" Tenghu inquired gravely. "Quite simple," Jiang Liufeng replied. "This very hammer shall be the focus of our contest. Should you manage to lift it, I shall bind all members of the Dawn crew, submitting them to your will. Conversely, if you fail, I implore you to swiftly retreat with your underlings to a place far removed from my presence, lest you provoke me further." Tenghu furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping upon him. He could not shake the feeling that there was some hidden trickery afoot. Before he could formulate a response, the concealed naval officers lurking in the alley could no longer contain their laughter. "Is Jiang Liufeng truly so foolish as to challenge our candidate for admiral to a contest of strength?" One scoffed. "This is too amusing. I might just die from laughter. He likely remains blissfully unaware of the true capabilities of our prospective admiral." In response, Jiang Liufeng merely shook his head with a smile. "Isn't it just the gravity fruit? What is there to make a fuss about?" Yet, it was indeed peculiar. Jiang Liufeng seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of him. Not only did he know Tenghu's name, but he was also aware of his abilities. Though the world was mobilizing for recruitment, very few were privy to the identity of this candidate for admiral. This flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng, and his Dawn crew were decidedly not to be underestimated. Their extraordinary prowess was matched only by their sharp intelligence network, compelling Tenghu to approach the situation with utmost caution. "So, Tenghu, what say you? Shall we wager?" Jiang Liufeng urged impatiently, noting Tenghu's prolonged silence. Tenghu's brow was furrowed tightly, his mind in turmoil. He held great confidence in his ability to effortlessly lift any object, yet Jiang Liufeng's tone left him perplexed. Was there some underlying scheme at play? Why was he so self-assured? Jiang Liufeng cast a scornful smile at Fujitora, suggesting that if he was unwilling to gamble, there was no need to force it. "I shall wager with you." After some contemplation, Fujitora surmised that Jiang Liufeng was attempting to deceive him. "Very well, General. Let him witness your prowess." "Indeed. Teach this ignorant lad a lesson." The soldiers of the Navy, who had initially stood at the ready, transformed into mere spectators, leaving Jiang Liufeng utterly speechless. He placed the hammer of Thor back on the ground and gestured invitingly with his hand. Without further ado, Fujitora approached the hammer of Thor and grasped it, attempting to lift it. The moment he grasped it, he realized he had been ensnared. As a user of the gravity fruit, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the weight of objects. Upon touching the hammer, he immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. The inability to lift it was not merely due to its weight. Within the hammer resided a peculiar energy that rendered it immovable to others. Fujitora's expression darkened significantly, revealing his distress. "What is the general doing?" "I have no idea. Why is there no movement? Could it be that he truly cannot lift it?" As if to validate the Navy soldier's remark, Fujitora suddenly released his grip. His initial attempt had failed. What on earth is that thing? It seems the general truly cannot lift it. No way. I distinctly saw Jiang Liufeng handle it effortlessly. He's of such a slight build, yet he managed it. How could our powerful general not lift it? That's difficult to say. After all, it belongs to him. Who knows what secrets it holds? Unwilling to concede, Fujitora exerted the powers of his gravity fruit once more. As he unleashed his abilities, an atmosphere of weightlessness enveloped the surroundings, debris flying wildly in a dramatic display. Look, the general is using his powers. Haha, this should be secure. The general is indeed a wielder of the gravity fruit, capable of lifting mountains. The surrounding Navy soldiers erupted into a frenzy, as though victory was already assured for Fujitora. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Fujitora's inner turmoil was profound. As he had suspected, even with the use of his powers, he remained unable to lift the hammer of Thor. Eventually, due to excessive strain, his body tilted, cracking the ground beneath him, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. It was at this moment that the surrounding Navy soldiers began to grasp the reality of the situation. No way. Could it be that even with his powers, the general cannot lift it? It appears to be true. What on earth is that hammer made of? How could it possess such terrifying attributes? More alarming still was the fact that Jiang Liufeng could lift it. With this realization, the remaining soldiers looked towards Jiang Liufeng with newfound awe, their gazes akin to that of examining a monster. As Jiang Liufeng beheld the sight of Tinghu's embarrassment, he could scarcely contain his mirth. Approaching him, he gently patted his shoulder and said, "Tinghu, rise now. Do not humiliate yourself further." Upon hearing these words, Tinghu's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson as he rose to his feet, clearing his throat twice, and reluctantly stepped back a couple of paces. Jiang Liufeng raised his hand and effortlessly grasped the hammer of Thor, swirling it before him with an air of confidence, not forgetting to taunt. "So, Fujitora, are you willing to accept defeat?" Upon witnessing this spectacle, Fujitora, with his observation Haki activated, was left utterly astonished, while the surrounding Navy personnel were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. My goodness, this is truly a slap in the face. One must say, is Jiang Liufeng's strength not utterly terrifying? Fujitora felt a burning sensation on his face, his brows furrowing into a deep frown, and ultimately, with a grim countenance, he conceded, "I admit defeat. You may leave." Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, donning a charming smile as he prepared to take his leave with Carmen. Wait, just as he turned to depart, he was suddenly called back by Tinghu, feeling a twinge of impatience. The power of lightning coursed through him, crackling ominously. "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Tinghu, sensing Jiang Liufeng's battle intent, remained unfazed. "I certainly do not waver, but I would advise you to tread carefully and avoid making a spectacle of yourself." Jiang Liufeng turned to Carmen, pulling her along as he spoke. "My adversaries are merely foes you would relish in dealing with. How could that be unappealing? Wouldn't you agree?" With that, he rounded the corner and departed with an air of grace. Chapter 71. A return gesture. Upon hearing this, Fujitora was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression softened, revealing a brilliant smile. "This Jiang Liufeng is quite intriguing. Captain, who is that blind man? He seems to possess an enigmatic depth." Carmen inquired with curiosity. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly and remarked, "It's merely a candidate for the naval admiral. It's nothing of great significance." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Carmen gasped, covering her mouth, and glanced back at the desolate street, a flicker of trepidation stirring within her, as a glistening bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. It seemed that their seemingly casual exchange had concealed a tumultuous undercurrent. "The realm of the skilled is exceedingly enigmatic. I shall remain content as the head chef." Returning to his quarters, he bathed and retired for the night, a night devoid of conversation. At dawn, after breakfast, the group arranged for Old Shah to accompany Carmen back to the ship, along with their newly acquired items. The four reconvened at the entrance of the arena. Upon arriving at the plaza, they were met with a throng of people. After all, the allure of the phantom beast's vampire fruit was irresistibly potent. Those in the know recognized it as akin to the elixir of immortality. Who would not desire such a thing? The formidable sought to claim it, while the less powerful clung to a glimmer of hope to try their luck. Thus, the number of competitors in this tournament was unprecedentedly vast, encompassing individuals from all walks of life. From the moment Jiang Liufeng's party made their appearance, several discerning gazes had already locked onto them. These were figures from formidable factions with highly developed intelligence networks, keenly attuned to the unfolding events in the pirate world. After all, the Dawn crew had only debuted 10 days prior, and the four remained discreetly shrouded in their purple thunder cloaks. Consequently, few could recognize them. Among those who noticed were Pika of the Don Quixote family, Jack the Drought under Kaido, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Smoothie of the Big Mom Pirates, among others. These individuals, casting their scrutinizing gazes, were all detected by Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki, who returned their stares without a hint of avoidance. When meeting Marco's eyes, he was greeted with a warm smile and a nod, filled with friendliness and an unspoken anticipation of rivalry among the strong. Adhering to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, Jiang Liufeng reciprocated with a congenial glance. Marco, it seemed, was quite amiable. Perhaps, through this competition, a fortuitous bond could be forged, and once Whitebeard had his meal, he might even join his ranks. However, the situation was markedly different when he encountered Jack the Drought. The latter's eyes brimmed with hostility, even tinged with murderous intent. Jiang Liufeng, perplexed, questioned why there was an intent to kill upon their first encounter. What could this Jack possibly mean? Jiang Liufeng was unaware that the Navy had assigned the mission to Doflamingo to capture him in Dressrosa at all costs. Naturally, Doflamingo, in collusion with Kaido, had informed Jack of this development. Jiang Liufeng retracted his smile, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. A wave of Conqueror's Haki, directed solely at Jack, surged forth, penetrating the depths of Jack's consciousness. The sudden intimidation sent a shiver down Jack's spine, enveloping him in an icy grip as he sensed the temperature around him plummet. His gaze filled with terror. Just a mere exchange of glances made Jack acutely aware that this purple-haired youth, not yet 20, was no ordinary adversary. Without lingering, Jiang Liufeng turned his attention to Smuggy. However, this time, their interaction sparked no significant tension. They merely exchanged indifferent glances before each averted their eyes. Ultimately, Jiang Liufeng fixed his gaze upon the Golden Lion. The myriad meanings within the Golden Lion's eyes were unmistakable: provocation, admiration, a desire for alliance, and a thirst for battle. Overall, the initial impression was rather positive. There was nothing discomforting in the depths of the Golden Lion's stare. Jiang Liufeng reciprocated with a meaningful glance. Do you wish to recruit me as your subordinate? Am I not in the same position? This intrigued him, and he thought, let us see who can subdue whom today. After their gazes met, Jiang Liufeng led his companions to a discreet corner, quietly awaiting the commencement of the competition. In the midst of the crowd, standing prominently, was the host, Pika, whose fists were clenched tightly, his teeth gritted as he glared at Jiang Liufeng. He was seething with rage. Just moments ago, Jiang Liufeng had exchanged looks with several notable figures, yet had chosen to disregard him completely. What does this mean? Do you look down upon me, the foremost warrior under Don Quixote Doflamingo? Humph. Today, I shall ensure you leave with no chance of return. Unbeknownst to Jiang Liufeng, Pika harbored deep-seated grievances. When the time arrived, he seamlessly flowed with the crowd, following the organizer towards the forest. Upon crossing the familiar suspension bridge, Jiang Liufeng discerned that the so-called forest was, in fact, the site where Doflamingo and Fujitora had previously subdued him. Excellent. Far from the town, once the fighting commenced, innocents would remain unharmed. Although Jiang Liufeng was not a paragon of virtue, he still possessed a semblance of humanity. The thought of jeopardizing the lives of too many innocents unsettled him. Now, he could unleash his full potential without restraint. Upon arrival, the impeccably dressed team leader of the organizers halted and turned to announce the rules of the competition. After much ado, he concluded his lengthy discourse, which Jiang Liufeng succinctly summarized. Unrestricted slaughter would ensue, and after noon, the vampire fruit would manifest in some form. Those who could endure until noon would qualify to contest for ownership of this coveted fruit. This was indeed straightforward. The strongest would prevail, a format the Dawn crew relished. As they made their way, Jiang Liufeng keenly observed that near the suspension bridge, there were numerous camera bugs, effectively capturing every angle of the bridge in a 360-degree panorama. Based on the clues at hand, Jiang Liufeng surmised that the situation was likely a mere ruse. It was probable that the fruit would be tied to the fighting fish in that river when the time came. With this understanding, he felt no urgency to act. Glancing up at the sky, he noted the bright sunshine, indicating it was around 9 a.m., leaving approximately 3 hours to spare. Once the competition commenced, he intended to deal with the Golden Lion first. After lingering a while longer, the organizer seemed to receive some news and hurriedly departed. Shortly after his exit, A multitude of fine threads suddenly ascended around the forest, shooting towards the heavens. Jiang Liufeng smirked. Ah, is this not a birdcage? Indeed. Those slender threads ascended into the sky, ultimately intertwining to create the shape of a birdcage. It was none other than one of Duofulaming's signature moves, the birdcage. At the instant the birdcage formed, an irksome sound reverberated throughout the forest, heralding the commencement of the contest. This cacophony was exceedingly jarring, as if it could hardly contain its eagerness to witness the clash of thousands of individuals, utterly disregarding the sanctity of human life. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately recognized it as belonging to Doflamingo. This avian individual was indeed a nefarious character, and his demise would not be unjust. However, the pressing matter at hand was to secure the fruit and the golden lion first. Chapter 72. It is merely your weakness, Count. Waldo, old Shah, come here. The competition had commenced, and Jiang Liufeng beckoned the three to approach, preparing to relay some instructions. At that moment, a group of ill-mannered individuals approached them. Are you lot, with your faces obscured, particularly unattractive? My friends here find you quite intriguing. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to inform the trio, he turned at the sound and observed a ragtag band of over 10 individuals slowly advancing towards them. The leader, with a rotund face and an oily complexion, was utterly repulsive. The others following were no better. Each bore a bizarre appearance that made Jiang Liufeng feel nauseated, leaving him to ponder how their mothers had brought them into the world. Is this what procreation has come to? Interrupted mid-sentence, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of irritation. However, faced with the grotesque visages of the approaching group, he found it hard to retaliate. They were simply too revolting. Old Shah, it is time to showcase your true skills, he declared. Old Shah, visibly perturbed, glanced at the group with a twitch in his mouth, clearly sharing the sentiment of disgust. He muttered inwardly, why must it be me? The group, taken aback by his words, exchanged puzzled glances. What does this mean? Are they intending to fight? They erupted into laughter. Captain, if I'm not mistaken, these unknown characters wish to engage us. Indeed, I've gathered that much. The portly leader chuckled. They should inquire about us first. I'll inquire about your mother. Old Shah roared, and before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a sandstorm that sent the group flying. This display of power quelled the surrounding ne'er-do-wells who had considered targeting them. Whoa, impressive. We should make ourselves scarce. In an instant, half of the individuals encircling them retreated, leaving only those with a modicum of strength behind. Yet, for the time being, they dared not make a move against the four. Following this brief interlude, Jiang Liufeng beckoned the three individuals to approach, then continued, wait a moment, you four. The expression on Jiang Liufeng's face suddenly turned cold. Who could it be? Being interrupted consecutively had pushed him to his limits. Without hesitation, he elementalized and flashed to stand before the newcomer. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but scoff. What a remarkable twist of fate. The figure before him was strikingly peculiar, with flowing golden locks dancing in the wind. Arms crossed defiantly across his chest, exuding an air of arrogance as he hovered in the air, his lower body replaced by two gleaming steel blades. Who else could it be but the Golden Lion? Upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's swift approach, the Golden Lion momentarily appeared taken aback. Before a glimmer of eagerness for battle sparkled in his eyes. With a grin, he remarked, those detestable fellows were sent by you, weren't they? Jiang Liufeng pondered with a nod. So what if it is us? The Golden Lion arrogantly proclaimed, kneel, apologize, and then become my subordinate. Only then shall this matter be settled. Jiang Liufeng let out a disdainful chuckle, saying, wait a moment. The Golden Lion, perplexed, suddenly wondered what he meant by asking him to wait. Jiang Liufeng disregarded him, turned back and pointed to the Golden Lion, addressing the three, Count. You may take these two to enjoy themselves for a while. I have some matters to discuss with this individual. Let us meet by the suspension bridge before noon. The three understood and hurriedly departed. Jiang Liufeng then turned around and said, all right, now I have the time to have some fun with you, Shiryu. Haha. With your so-called flying thunder god, do you truly believe you are my match? The Golden Lion let out a hearty laugh. One trial will reveal the truth. Jiang Liufeng replied confidently. As the two engaged in their relaxed conversation, they were blissfully unaware of the shockwaves they sent through the surrounding crowd. Good heavens! The Golden Lion? The Flying Thunder God? Before us stand two prodigies. The onlookers realized that they were in the presence of two illustrious figures, one a long-established celebrity and the other a rising star. No ticket was required to witness the clash of these contemporary masters. Indeed, It was a spectacle worth attending. Who cares about the fruits? Hurry and secure a seat to watch the performance. To be frank, with such figures present, the fruits held no significance whatsoever. Many with a sense of self-awareness quickly vacated the space, retreating to a safe distance while vying for a prime position to observe what promised to be an extraordinary battle, forgetting entirely the purpose of their own visit. Young man, do you truly dare to challenge me? The Golden Lion. Noticing Jiang Liufeng's spirited demeanor and complete lack of fear towards his formidable reputation, could not help but ask with curiosity. Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Not only do I dare to challenge you, but I also intend to bring you under my command. Haha, what an audacious young man. Let me see if you possess the skill to back up your words. Prepare yourself. Slash of the waves. With a swift motion, a formidable sword aura erupted from the withered wooden blade beneath him, surging forth like a tempest of blood and fury towards Jiang Liufeng. This sword aura, seemingly a casual flick of a golden lion's paw, was terrifying in its might, stretching over 20 meters in length from above to below. With a single strike, it shattered stones and split the earth, carving an astonishing chasm into the ground. The first move alone had left the surrounding onlookers in shock. Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Is this a scene from a movie? They had long heard of the Golden Lion's exceptional swordsmanship, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed a feast for the eyes. What is that kid doing? Is he frozen in fear? If he doesn't dodge soon, it'll be too late. Observing that Jiang Liufeng showed no intention of evading, the onlookers shook their heads in dismay, as if they could see him being cleaved in two at any moment. The sword aura, swift as the wind, rushed towards Jiang Liufeng, yet he remained unfazed. It was not until the aura made contact with his body that a surge of thunderous energy enveloped him, forming a fortified electric shield. With a resounding thud, the sword aura struck the electric barrier, dissipating instantaneously as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind, and certainly no harm done to Jiang Liufeng. Seeing this, the Golden Lion's smile faded slightly, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Kid, you possess some talent. However, your skills are still lacking. If this is all you've got, there's no need for us to continue. Gulp. Upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's nonchalant words, the onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. They desperately wished to voice their thoughts on his arrogance and overconfidence, but the words stuck in their throats, unable to escape. After all, he truly had the right to be arrogant. Would anyone dare to stand still and take the Golden Lion's slash? The Golden Lion, unable to maintain his composure at being mocked so openly, especially by a young lad who had yet to reach 20 and was just beginning to make a name for himself, was fuming with rage. With his face reddened and a dark aura swirling around him, he grasped the two exquisite swords, Mu Ku and Ing Shi, and bellowed as he charged forward. Kid, prepare yourself. The battle had officially commenced. Chapter 73, Submit to Me. Jiang Liufeng was filled with fervor for battle, unhurried in his quest to subdue the Golden Lion, opting instead for a thrilling confrontation first. With a sweeping motion, he brandished the Thunder God's hammer and charged at the Golden Lion with ferocity. The clash of metal rang out like a symphony as both warriors, masters in their own right, displayed astonishing speed. Within mere moments, they exchanged nearly 100 blows, leaving the onlookers in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Some could hardly perceive the rapid movements of the two, only catching glimpses of their fleeting shadows against the backdrop of the sky. Such prowess. It was utterly extraordinary. The sheer terror of their combat reverberated in the minds of the spectators, their gaze unwavering, fearful of missing a moment of this spectacular duel, a regret they would carry for a lifetime. Both fighters were born for battle, facing formidable foes head-on, and for a time, neither could claim victory over the other. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Jiang Liufeng, wielding his war hammer, smiled with determination. If that was the case, he would exert even greater effort. In an instant, the once stark and formidable Thunder God's hammer greedily absorbed the electrical energy emanating from Jiang Liufeng. Before long, a blinding light enveloped the hammer, infused with the terrifying power of lightning. With each clash, the electric force leapt from the hammer to the Golden Lion. Initially, the lion felt no adverse effects, but over time, he began to sense something amiss. Though his own might could withstand the onslaught of lightning, a minuscule current still managed to penetrate his defenses with every strike. The longer the battle wore on, the more potent this current became, causing a slight tingling sensation throughout his body and slowing his strikes. Though he could maintain his current standing, he knew that if it continued, he would inevitably face defeat. The Golden Lion, quick to react, realized that close-quarter combat with Jiang Liufeng was no longer tenable. With a resounding clang, he summoned all his strength and unleashed 2 swift strikes, using Jiang Liufeng's forceful hammer swings as leverage to retreat rapidly and create distance between them. In their second encounter, Jiang Liufeng remained steadfast, and it was the Golden Lion who, forced to withdraw, found himself at a slight disadvantage. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Was it possible? The Flying Thunder God had managed to outmaneuver the Golden Lion. Indeed, this Flying Thunder God was remarkable, having fought his way here from Impel down in less than 10 days, undefeated. It was no coincidence. Every opponent he faced was formidable. The papers had proclaimed him capable of escaping from the 3 great generals. Was he not a force to be reckoned with? His reputation was well-deserved. The Golden Lion was clearly past his prime. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the Golden Lion's expression darkened. Especially the comment about him being past his prime struck a chord, his heart feeling a pang of regret. Once, he had been the center of attention wherever he went. Glancing down at his dual blades, he pondered, had he not been forced to relinquish his feet, he would not find himself struggling against someone like Jiang Liufeng. He was indeed aging, but would he concede to it? No, he would not. The old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Even in his twilight years, his spirit remained indomitable. The might of the Golden Lion would be defended even unto death. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique. The ground trembled violently as he commanded the very earth to rise and bend to his will. Centered around Jiang Liufeng, the terrain surged upward, forming a dozen majestic earth lions that encircled him. In the next heartbeat, these earth lions sprang to life, lunging at Jiang Liufeng with ferocity. Upon closer inspection, one could see their mouths lined with razor-sharp teeth, wrapped in the aura of armed Haki. A single bite would surely spell disaster. This attack came with tremendous speed and a vast reach. The onlookers, initially reveling in the spectacle, were suddenly caught off guard by the dramatic shift, thrown into disarray. Some, unable to evade in time, were tragically engulfed by the rising earth lions, meeting their demise with unfulfilled grudges. As Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted, he recognized the complexity of this maneuver. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated. However, the earth lions seemed to follow him like shadows. Wherever he sought refuge, they pursued relentlessly. Even if they collided momentarily, they would soon reappear, exhibiting an unwavering determination as if they would not turn back until they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The figure of Jiang Liufeng flickered ceaselessly in the sky, perilously elusive, yet even the lion, fierce and formidable, could not catch up to him, swift as a thunderclap. Jiang Liufeng was incensed. Initially, he had intended to adhere to the principle of recruiting the Golden Lion as a subordinate without causing harm. However, it had become evident that he needed to demonstrate his might. Otherwise, the Golden Lion would remain oblivious to the reasons behind the vibrant hue of the flowers. As he deftly sidestepped, the Thunder God's hammer began to whirl in his grasp. "Do you fancy the art of tracking?" he mused. "Allow me to unveil the true essence of pursuit, the inescapable nature of it." With a glint of determination in his eyes, Jiang Liufeng released the Thunder God's hammer, which surged toward the Golden Lion with unstoppable momentum. Faced with the impending strike, the Golden Lion's expression darkened, and he hastily erected numerous earthen barriers in a futile attempt to thwart Jiang Liufeng's formidable assault. Yet, he remained unaware of the hammer's unique ability to pierce through any obstruction. Thus, with an unstoppable force, the Thunder God's hammer barreled through the walls, advancing toward him as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Left with no choice but to abandon his own attack, the Golden Lion hastily evaded the oncoming strike. However, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. The Thunder God's hammer, seemingly fixated on the Golden Lion, veered in an incredible arc and continued its relentless advance. This maneuver caught the Golden Lion entirely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He could only awkwardly shift his position, and the hammer struck heavily upon his shoulder. The tremendous impact sent the Golden Lion spiraling backward, crashing through several massive trees before he finally came to a halt on the ground. Meanwhile, the hammer, as if possessing its own consciousness, returned to Jiang Liufeng's hand. The onlookers, astonished, exchanged incredulous glances. A sharp pain radiated throughout the Golden Lion's body, and his right arm hung limply, clearly fractured. Clutching his broken limb, he struggled to rise, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gasped for breath, as if he had just emerged from a tumultuous sea. Leaning against a fallen tree, he reflected with a heavy heart. Once he had basked in glory, yet, today, he found himself bested by this brash youth. Truly, The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, and a new generation surpasses the old. As he watched Jiang Liufeng descend, the Golden Lion closed his eyes and sighed. You have triumphed. Do with me as you will. Jiang Liufeng gazed down upon him, declaring, I shall not kill you. Rather, I demand your submission. Chapter 74. Standing tall at the pinnacle, overlooking the lesser peaks, the surrounding onlookers, still trembling from the shocking defeat of the Golden Lion, were momentarily stunned by Jiang Liufeng's astonishing proclamation, collectively inhaling sharply in disbelief. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd, hearts racing as they braced themselves for an extraordinary event. The Golden Lion opened his eyes, his fierce gaze locked onto Jiang Liufeng. After a prolonged moment, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha, cough cough. For decades, I, the Golden Lion, have roamed the seas. While I may not claim to stand at the very peak, I have certainly reveled in my dominance, seldom encountering worthy adversaries. Yet today, a mere child dares to audaciously propose that I become his subordinate. How tragic indeed. Ha ha ha, how utterly tragic. His expression turned cold as he shifted his tone, asserting, Young man, a warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. To think you could entice the free-spirited Golden Lion to serve you, dream on. Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched in disbelief. How dare you claim to be carefree and charming? Have you taken a good look at yourself? What gives you the right to boast of such allure? Is it due to your Mediterranean hairstyle? Jiang Liufeng suppressed the impulse to express his scorn and calmly remarked, They are not my subordinates, but my companions. Follow me. And together we shall embark on the journey you speak of, to reach the pinnacle of greatness. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback, as if ripples of emotion stirred within him. Yet he resolutely shook his head, refusing. I, Golden Lion, shall never bow beneath anyone. Jiang Liufeng shrugged helplessly, aware that taming the Golden Lion would not be an easy task. What else could he do? Serve the dishes, of course. With the appetizers completed, he had prepared 2 main courses and a dessert awaiting the Golden Lion. With a glint in his eye, he proposed, How about this, Shiryu? Though you have been bested by me, I sense your unwillingness to concede. Shall we engage in a wager? Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion inquired with curiosity. What shall we bet on? As Jiang Liufeng smirked, he casually swayed the Magellan in his hand and placed it before him, declaring, I wager that you cannot lift my hammer. Should you succeed, we shall part ways amicably, and I shall not trouble you further. However, if you fail, you will follow me and become my companion. What say you? The Golden Lion furrowed his brow, intrigued by this unexpected proposition. Is this truly the case? A word once spoken is as binding as a team of horses. Without a second thought, the brazen Golden Lion nodded in agreement, unperturbed by the implications. To him, this challenge seemed akin to a weightlifting contest, an obvious opportunity for victory. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he floated gracefully towards the Magellan, a cunning smile adorning his face, and grasped it eagerly. Come on, rise. Huh, lift. What on earth? Lift, lift, lift. He gazed in disbelief at the unmoving Magellan, utterly convinced he was trapped in a dream. I am a man bestowed with the powers of the float fruit. Under its influence, anything should defy the law of gravity. This was truly beyond comprehension. The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, What on earth? Is there truly anything in this world that the Golden Lion cannot lift? The shock brought by Jiang Liufeng was simply overwhelming. In but a fleeting moment, he inflicted hundreds of tons of damage upon their fragile spirits. It was not until the Golden Lion, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground that Jiang Liufeng humorously picked up the Magellan, tossing it playfully in the air, and asked, How about it? Are you convinced? Crack. The surrounding younger disciples were instantly petrified. Without comparison, there could be no harm, witnessing Jiang Liufeng casually tossing the mighty hammer. They found themselves at a loss for words and unable to muster even a flicker of expression. They seemed to transform into statues, standing there in a daze, their minds utterly blank. The Golden Lion's face flushed with embarrassment as he pouted and protested, I refuse to accept this. You use tricks to deceive me. I shall never concede, no matter what. Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, fully aware of the mischievous nature of the old man before him. He knew he would not easily concede. Fortunately, only desserts had been served, leaving the main course untouched. Shaking his head, he strode purposefully towards the Golden Lion. What do you intend to do? Do not approach me. Are you planning to force a confession? The Golden Lion exclaimed. You may claim my body, but my soul shall forever remain beyond your grasp. As Jiang Liufeng approached in silence, The Golden Lion felt an unexpected twinge of fear within him, feigning bravado. Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice, exclaiming in frustration, "Who the hell desires your physical form? If I sought flesh, I would simply pursue the Empress." After rolling his eyes several times, he finally leaned closer to the Golden Lion and whispered, "I possess a method to heal your legs, allowing you to wield a blade once more." Thunderous excitement surged through the air. One could not deny that this temptation was utterly irresistible for the Golden Lion. "Is what you speak of true?" he inquired, his eyes wide with longing and his voice trembling with anticipation. Jiang Liufeng lifted the hood of his purple robe, brushing aside his long purple hair to reveal his striking visage. His handsome face was accentuated by a pair of piercing eyes that fixated intently on the Golden Lion, proclaiming with utmost sincerity, "I speak no falsehood." Whether it was due to overwhelming excitement or the sincerity radiating from Jiang Liufeng, the Golden Lion trembled slightly, taking a considerable moment to gather his resolve. With no trace of insincerity, he addressed Jiang Liufeng. "I, Golden Lion Shiki, swear to the heavens. If you can heal my legs, I shall follow you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng beamed with a brilliant smile, exclaiming, "It's settled." He extended his hand, offering it to the Golden Lion, declaring, "To reach the pinnacle and survey the world." The Golden Lion instinctively grasped his hand, responding with fervor, "To reach the pinnacle and survey the world." Ha! As their hands clasped, the petrified onlookers snapped back to reality. Wow, what have they just witnessed? The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, had been subdued by the dazzling and unparalleled flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng. This was monumental news. Incredible news. Ha ha ha. Surely, I am aware of the magnitude of this news without your prompting. Amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling in the crowd, a figure soared through the sky. It seemed that it would not be long before the news of Golden Lion Shiki joining the Dawn would echo across every corner of the world. This truly was a formidable alliance. It appeared that few could impede the ascent of the Dawn in this new world. Jiang Liufeng assisted Shiryu, who was seated on the ground, gently touching his nose and saying, "Shiryu, your hand." Shiryu, understanding Jiang Liufeng's intent, responded with a hearty laugh, dismissively stating, "It's nothing. I brought this upon myself, so you need not blame yourself. Moreover, if you possess the ability to restore my severed leg, then healing this mere amputated arm should be a trifling matter, correct?" Meeting the profound smile of the Golden Lion, Jiang Liufeng nodded confidently, affirming, "You are absolutely right. Rest assured, I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled." Chapter 75. However, I have arrived. After a mutual confirmation through their gazes, the Golden Lion erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Aha! Excellent. With this matter concluded, all that remains is the contention over the rights to the fruits." Jiang Liufeng stood tall and proud, exuding an aura of authority as he surveyed the surroundings within the confines of the cage. Suddenly, he noticed something, a smile creeping across his lips as he remarked, "Well then, our business here is concluded. Let us proceed in that direction. It appears that something intriguing is unfolding." The Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback, but soon sensed the same, nodding with a beaming smile, "Absolutely. I thrive on excitement." With a clear objective, the Golden Lion followed Jiang Liufeng, and the two of them, amidst the fervent gazes of their eager followers, departed with an air of nonchalance. Where could these two deities be heading? Who knows? Most likely, they are off to challenge other formidable opponents. Quick, we must follow them. If we delay, we shall miss the opportunity to secure a good vantage point. Indeed, let us trail behind the deities. However, a nagging feeling lingered within. What exactly am I doing here? I wonder the same. What is our purpose here? Ah, never mind. As long as we follow the steps of the deities, that is all that matters. Thus, a throng of individuals trailed behind Jiang Liufeng and his companion, marching resolutely from the western edge of the forest towards the east. This spectacle was simultaneously broadcasted by the image phone bugs onto the grand screens of Dressrosa, leaving spectators astounded. They had not anticipated such a captivating display in the arena. As an epic clash unfolded shortly after the commencement of the event, the conclusion was particularly unexpected. In an instant, the entirety of Dressrosa erupted into a frenzy, as tales of Jiang Liufeng subduing the Golden Lion spread through every street and alley. Indeed, it is said that talents emerge in every generation, each commanding attention for centuries. This battle also signified the impending end of an era dominated by the older generation of maritime overlords, heralding the rise of a new cohort of exceptionally powerful pirates. As the western battlefield drew to a close, The image phone bugs intelligently sifted through the intense skirmishes, skipping over several minor altercations before finally focusing on a bald stone mountain in the east. The image revealed several figures. As the camera zoomed in, the silhouettes became clearer. Atop the bald mountain stood a man radiating a blue glow, standing resolutely at the summit. This mountain was not particularly tall, measuring only around 10 meters. Yet the surrounding underbrush and trees were utterly unrecognizable, having been ravaged in a fierce battle not long ago. The man atop the summit fixed his piercing gaze upon the group assaulting him, wiped the blood from his lips, and declared with pride, "The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates are nothing but trifles." This man was none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It turned out that as Jiang Liufeng engaged the Golden Lion, Marco found himself besieged by a coalition formed by the subordinates of the 4 Emperors and the 7 Warlords. Just as the battle reached its peak, 3 unexpected arrivals interrupted their fierce confrontation. It was the trio of Red Count, who had been wandering aimlessly. Sensing their presence, both factions halted their skirmish. The group led by Jack regarded the newcomers with suspicion. One Marco was already a formidable challenge. What was the purpose of the Dawn Crew's arrival? Were they friend or foe? Questions swirled in their minds, compelling them to tread cautiously. The brash Jack, displeased at being interrupted, bellowed, "You lot, lurking in your cloaks, what are you doing here? Begone." Upon hearing this, Smoker frowned slightly. Indeed, the phrase brawn over brains rang true. In such a tense situation, uttering such words only invited trouble. As expected, the moment his words left his lips, Waldo grew irate. He had merely come to observe, yet was met with an onslaught of insults upon arrival. Who were they from the Dawn Crew? Each one was a notable figure, and they had no intention of indulging Jack's obnoxiousness. Without hesitation, he retorted, "Is this road yours? We shall go wherever we please. And who are you to dictate our movements? Waldo, you better recognize your place. In the presence of skilled fighters like us, you are nothing. Kid, when I was in prison, you were still nursing. What do you have to boast about?" Their exchange escalated into a fierce verbal sparring match, trading barbs with abandon. This unexpected turn of events provided Marco with precious moments to regroup. Although his strength surpassed that of his assailants, he was still outnumbered and had sustained some minor injuries during the initial clashes. Unable to endure the escalating tension, Smoker intervened. "Enough, Jack. Let us settle this swiftly before their captain arrives." Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the sky, "But here I am," with a crackling sound. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a graceful figure. Smoker's pupils constricted. It was now their turn to be on the defensive. They were well aware of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength. After all, he was a man capable of confronting 3 admirals directly. "Are you about to lay hands on my people?" Jiang Liufeng tossed his hair back, his expression devoid of emotion. Smoker's words were cut short as Jack, in a fit of rage, brandished his short sword and charged at Jiang Liufeng, exclaiming, "I've long found you to be an eyesore. I will eliminate you first, then take Marco's head." Smoker furrowed his brow, sensing the dire implications of the situation, yet understanding the principle of one must protect their own compelled her to follow suit, leading her 2 sisters into the fray. There is no need to elaborate on Jiang Liufeng. From the moment Jack displayed his murderous intent in the square, Jiang had already placed him on his blacklist. Since the adversary has chosen to court death, he is more than willing to deliver his demise. With a sweeping motion, the hammer of Thor was firmly in hand, and he met Jack with a strike of thunderous might. Clang! The clash of blade and hammer unleashed a violent shockwave, sending debris flying in all directions. In just a single blow, Jack's expression shifted dramatically. This power was overwhelming, withstanding Jiang Liufeng's formidable strike. Even someone as robust as Jack felt his hands tingle. After all, he was a Zoan-type ability user. The strength of his physical form was considerable. Yet he remained unaware that Jiang Liufeng possessed the formidable 3rd-generation Thunder Shadow physique, far surpassing any animal-based strength. Meeting Jack's astonished gaze, Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and smiled, denying him any chance to react, and brought down another hammer strike. This blow was infused with the ferocity of lightning, and with a moment's carelessness, Jack could very well meet his end. Chapter 76. Are they competing in size? As the river flowed, Feng launched a powerful strike. Jack, not daring to be complacent, transformed his arms into those of a mighty elephant and wielded his blade to counter Feng's assault. This transformation barely allowed him to deflect the blow. One must admit that while Jack was somewhat reckless, his unique prowess as one of Kaido's 3 calamities was undeniable. His ability to morph into animal form demonstrated significant mastery over his devil fruit powers. Though his arms had taken on an animalistic appearance, his hands retained their human shape, enabling him to wield weapons while greatly enhancing his strength. With this transformation, Jack could now hold his ground against Feng. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand the onslaught, hoping that Smuggy would swiftly conclude her battle and join him in confronting Feng. Unbeknownst to him, Smuggy was entangled in a fierce struggle of her own against the formidable Red Count. Initially, they believed that aside from Feng, the only significant threat from the Dawn crew was Wald. Characters like Old Sand seemed insignificant in their eyes. However, to their surprise, another formidable figure emerged from the Dawn crew, cloaked in a purple thunder robe, obscuring their features. This individual not only wielded the thunder that rightfully belonged to Shiryu, but also displayed exceptional swordsmanship. Within mere minutes of their encounter, Smuggy found herself reduced to mere defense, unable to retaliate. While astonished by her opponent's formidable strength, she was equally curious about their identity. Despite her taunts, her adversary remained unfazed, their focus unwavering on each strike. This person was terrifying. Ultimately, Smuggy concluded that their strength might rival that of Feng. With a series of swift sword strikes, the Red Count forced Smuggy into a precarious position. Meanwhile, Wald, recognizing the overwhelming strength of his teammates, was left to face a second-rate opponent, Pika. Although Pika was not weak, in the presence of such powerful allies, he was indeed deemed inferior. Nevertheless, Pika's devil fruit abilities were not to be underestimated. Wald, armed with dual pistols, attempted to shoot Pika, but the burrowing foe proved too elusive. Forced to abandon his firearms, Wald engaged in close combat. In this proximity, Pika's frailty became apparent. Despite possessing considerable mastery over Haki, he was no match for the seasoned Wald. The impact of Wald's punches inflicted considerable pain upon Pika, revealing the stark disparity in their levels of Haki. Not to mention, with his devil fruit enhancing his speed, Wald could unleash 3 punches for every one that Pika managed to throw. The exchange left Pika feeling like a mere whack-a-mole, forced to hide underground, only to emerge for a punishing blow. Meanwhile, Old Sand, feeling utterly frustrated, observed the two sisters brought forth by Smuggy, 16-year-old Snamon and 15-year-old Strawn. Both formidable in their own right, were relentless in their pursuit, with the limitations of his natural devil fruit abilities becoming apparent in this fierce battleground. Old Sand was determined not to be outmatched. He raised his head, ready to showcase the results of his recent training. With a powerful shout, dark tendrils entwined around his hands, stabilizing after a brief flicker. His Haki began to manifest, coupled with the agility of his natural abilities. He finally found himself able to hold his ground against the two sisters, tilting the scales of battle in Dawn's favor. Amidst this chaos, Little Horse found himself in a state of bewilderment, perched atop a hill, pondering his situation. Wasn't this supposed to be about him? Why did it suddenly seem he was sidelined? Nonetheless, he couldn't help but admire the strength of the Dawn crew, particularly the enigmatic swordsman. As he observed the unfolding battle, he unwittingly fell into a state of complacency, feeling somewhat at ease. However, disaster loomed. Smuggy's expression turned grave as she shouted for everyone to retreat towards the suspension bridge, citing the unfavorable terrain. Her Juju fruit abilities were rendered ineffective in the arid landscape, making it nearly impossible to extract strength from her overwhelmingly powerful opponents. With a swift mental decision, she resolved to change the battlefield, seeking the water source at the bridge to bolster her strength. Amid the tumultuous skirmish, Jack and the others fought and retreated until they finally reached the bridge's edge. With her teeth clenched, Smuggy unleashed a desperate 3 strikes towards the Red Count, not expecting to inflict significant damage, but merely seeking to buy precious time. As her strikes fell, she swiftly withdrew towards the river beneath the bridge. The Red Count, having only taken a half step back, had already dissipated Smuggy's sword energy and was closing in on her. At that moment, the two sisters, who had been keeping Old Sand at bay, recognized the urgency of Smuggy's actions. The younger sister charged towards the Red Count, engaging him to buy more time for Smuggy. In a frenzy, Smuggy plunged her blade into the water, drawing in its essence. The sword glimmered with an icy radiance, vapor swirling around the blade as she absorbed the river's water into her being. Her form visibly swelled, growing more formidable by the second. Just as the younger sister could no longer withstand the Red Count's relentless assault and fell, leaving behind a gaping scar, Smuggy's suppressed fury erupted. If not now, when? With a fierce roar, Jack and Pika understood her intent and surged forward with wild abandon. With 2 resounding thuds, colossal forms emerged before them, a primordial mammoth and a solid, castle-like giant. Alongside the now towering Smuggy, the trio loomed over their adversaries, surveying Feng and his crew with disdain. The sudden turn of events left Feng's group momentarily stunned. Not out of fear, but simply caught off guard. After enduring relentless pressure, Jack felt a surge of vindication as he gazed down at the Dawn crew. Relishing the feeling of superiority, with a triumphant flourish of his powerful trunk, he taunted Feng, "You were quite the force earlier. Let us see you maintain that bravado now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng no longer felt anxious. He crossed his arms and approached Valdo, Old Shah, and the tardy Golden Lion, exchanging meaningful glances with the group. With a profound smile, he remarked, "Are we about to measure our strengths, my friends? Are you ready?" Roar. Chapter 77, The Navy Scheme. Meanwhile, in the office of the Marshal of the Navy at Marineford, our esteemed Marshal Sengoku was in an uproar. What on earth? Jiang Liufeng has recruited the Golden Lion? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku felt a wave of blood rush to his head, leaving him momentarily dizzy. It was unbearable. Sengoku sensed that if he did not retire soon, he might suffer a stroke. Jiang Liufeng, that fellow, seems to possess an endless reservoir of hope and daily miracles. This is truly enough to leave Sengoku in tears. Gazing into the mirror, he reflects on his vibrant self from merely 10 days ago, brimming with youthful exuberance. As if grasping the golden sun in one hand and the azure sky in the other. Yet now, he finds himself exhausted and troubled by Jiang Liufeng. His once lustrous black hair now a mix of black and white, falling out in clumps. Deep down, he senses that the events in Dressrosa are likely to end in failure. Call all the flower-adorned generals to the conference room. He wearily instructs the guard at the door with a wave of his hand. Seated at the head of the conference table, Sengoku tosses aside the documents in his hand and speaks in a subdued tone. "Look at this." The bewildered naval commanders begin to peruse the papers, and the atmosphere shifts dramatically. When it is Karp's turn to read, he is so astonished that he nearly leaps to the ceiling, almost crashing into it. The content of the document is nothing short of catastrophic for the Navy. The Golden Lion has actually joined Jiang Liufeng. What does this mean? With figures like Red Earl, Waldo, and the Golden Lion, is Jiang Liufeng intent on recruiting all those legendary pirates? What is the point of fighting anymore? If they all come to the Navy headquarters, each one could quench their thirst with a barrel of wine. The naval officers wear grave expressions. They can no longer deny it. The Dawn Brigade possesses an extraordinary power capable of shaking the very foundations of the Navy headquarters. Observing the despondency of his subordinates, Sengoku's anger intensifies. Suddenly, he pounds the table and declares, "Is it useful to wallow in despair here? As the Navy, it is our duty to maintain order at sea. Should we shrink back at the first sign of difficulty?" His brief yet impactful words awaken many who had been mired in gloom. Soon, spirits revive. Indeed, avoidance is futile. Facing challenges with courage is the hallmark of a true hero. As the atmosphere lightens, Sengoku seizes the moment to inquire. What tangible strategies does everyone propose to counter this group? Sengoku poses the question to the assembly, as he is utterly at a loss himself. Unable to concentrate on devising a solution, the typically astute Sengoku finds himself in a tight spot this time. Moreover, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. He believes that together, they might conjure up a viable plan. Silence engulfs the conference room as all ponder deeply. After a prolonged pause, Kizaru finally taps the table and suggests a somewhat daring plan. A smirk plays on the lips of Akiji, seated beside him, clearly unimpressed by Kizaru's idea. Recalling Kizaru's previous reckless encounters with Jiang Liufeng, he still feels a twinge of fear. "You're merely a traitor. What feasible plan do you possess?" Others gaze at Kizaru as if he were a lifeline, desperately hoping for an idea. With someone stepping forward, they are naturally relieved. Sengoku, who had been silent, suddenly brightens and sits up straight, exclaiming, "Speak quickly." Kizaru adjusts his cloak, looks at Akiji with a shrug, and proceeds with his suggestion. Lure Jiang Liufeng to the Navy headquarters and encircle him at Marineford. The room falls into a stunned silence. Are you serious? How could that possibly work? Why would a pirate willingly come to Marineford to be besieged? Sengoku's expression darkens as he questions Kizaru. Surely, you jest? Please remain calm and allow me to elaborate. The upcoming significant event presents us with an opportunity. This time, not only will all our naval forces be present, but our highest-ranking officers will also attend, alongside the newly recruited naval personnel and even the 7 warlords. He pauses to observe the crowd, noting their confusion, then continues. Consider this, with the 7 warlords included, along with the 4 new admiral candidates, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, and Master Zephyr. The Navy headquarters will possess the combat power of 13 high-ranking members, more than sufficient to handle any crisis, even leaving ample forces to deal with Jiang Liufeng. Sengoku nods slightly, acknowledging the strength. But why would Jiang Liufeng come here? That is simple. We shall watch the outcome in Dressrosa. If Doflamingo captures Jiang Liufeng, we need not worry. If Jiang Liufeng overcomes Doflamingo, we will immediately extend an invitation for him to become a 7 warlord, summoning him to the significant event. Akiji slaps his thigh in realization. So we feign allegiance to him as a 7 warlord, while actually luring him into a trap. Brilliant. It's undeniable that this often unreliable colleague has finally earned his keep, and Akiji feels a surge of satisfaction as he casts a commendatory glance at Kizaru. The Naval High Command also begins to wear smiles after a long absence. After suffering numerous defeats at Jiang Liufeng's hands, they finally hear what seems to be a promising plan. Will this not tarnish the Navy's reputation? Might it incite distrust among the other 7 warlords? Zephyr furrows his brow. Akainu abruptly stands, vehemently declaring, does the Navy even have a reputation left? As long as we can eliminate the pirates, who cares about appearances? As for the 7 warlords, the newly appointed admirals have openly expressed a desire to abolish the warlord system. The Navy's collaboration with pirates is inherently shameful. Removing this constraint can only be a good thing. After considering everyone's input, Sengoku concludes that there appears to be no better option. He raises his gaze, adopting a serious demeanor, and poses one final question. How can we ensure that Jiang Liufeng will accept our invitation and come to Marineford? Kizaru wears a knowing smile, suggesting, we shall have to see what kind of envoy we choose to send to this impetuous and fiery young man. The room is momentarily taken aback, but soon everyone comprehends. Exchanging knowing smiles and responding in unison, Boa Hancock. Chapter 78. The war between giants. Sengoku once again pounds the table, but this time, his face radiates enthusiasm. Excellent. It's settled. Immediately inform the Empress to report to Marineford. Kizaru, you shall go personally and expedite this matter. Dismissed. Yes. Upon witnessing the commanding officers emerging from the conference room, each walking with renewed vigor and confidence, the soldiers of the Navy headquarters are left in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Have they been injected with steroids? Don't jump around. The floor has just been cleaned. How infuriating. Once again, the timeline returns to the battlefield of Dressrosa. The previously arrogant and domineering Jack, one of the 3 titans, now wore an expression as grim as if he had consumed something foul. Faced with a group of peculiar adversaries, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to utter a remark about size comparison, Jack sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Sure enough, in the following moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Jiang Liufeng was enveloped in crackling lightning energy, fully unleashing his abilities with a strike of 200 million volts. Thunder God. His entire form transformed into a magnificent lightning giant, clad in armor, wielding a hammer, and casting a fierce gaze that could captivate the heart. His stature elongated, resembling his mammoth form, nearly indistinguishable. Valdo let out a hearty laugh, seizing the opportunity to showcase the second function of his fruit's power. Capable of enlarging himself or objects by a factor of 1 to 100. Without hesitation, he magnified himself 20-fold, standing tall amidst the heavens, brimming with excitement. Having boarded the Dawn's pirate ship, Waldo's brilliance had been overshadowed by Jiang Liufeng and Red Count, leaving him without a worthy opponent to challenge his abilities until now. He was exhilarated, eager to flex his might. Old Sand, wielding his natural fruit prowess, harnessed the advantage of the terrain to conjure a colossal sandstorm, ultimately transforming into a giant form. Yet, compared to the substantial changes of his companions, he appeared somewhat frail. Although the Gold Lion had been trained by Jiang Liufeng, he had evidently recuperated during this period and still possessed considerable strength, once again unleashing the earthquake. 8 majestic lions surged from the ground, swiftly encircling Jack's trio. These earth lions were animated and lifelike, their expressions fierce, poised to pounce and rend the 5 asunder. It was said that while one may not be able to defeat you, fear alone could bring you to your knees. Indeed, Jack's group appeared ashen, despair swelling within them like a tide. Had they not clung desperately to their resolve, they would have likely knelt in surrender in that very moment. Jack's heart was ablaze with fury. He thought of his animal fruit ability. Blessed with a robust physique and the potential to transform into monumental beasts upon awakening, a gift that should have afforded him an edge. Yet, to his dismay, These insufferable natural and superhuman types showed no regard for martial ethics. The natural and superhuman abilities, inherently agile and versatile, overshadowed the animal type in every conceivable aspect. Now, the very advantage he once held had become utterly insignificant before his foes. Looking up, he saw Marco, enveloped in azure spiritual flames, soaring through the skies like an immortal phoenix, and his heart suffered yet another crushing blow. While others of the animal type exuded grandeur, he felt like a rough-skinned, thick-fleshed fool, merely a target for punishment. Unable to endure any longer, Jack's rage ignited, and he charged recklessly toward Jiang Liufeng, disregarding all else in his frantic assault. Transforming into the Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng's visage took on an air of commanding majesty. He grinned widely, stepping forward to intercept Jack, seizing his two formidable tusks with a grip of iron, halting him in his tracks. Jack, taken aback, instinctively raised his massive trunk, fortified by armed color Haki, sweeping it toward Jiang Liufeng with the force of 1,000 troops. The speed of Jiang Liufeng's movements amidst the flashes of lightning is astonishingly swift. In an instant, as the elephant's trunk sweeps towards him, he deftly evades, reappearing in the same spot after the trunk has passed. To the onlookers, it seems as if Jiang Liufeng momentarily vanished, yet he appears as if he had never moved at all, an enigma indeed. Jack, unwilling to concede, swings the elephant's trunk wildly, obliterating everything within reach. In a fleeting moment, the surrounding landscape is reduced to ruins, flowers and trees shattered beyond recognition. The air becomes thick with chaos as dust and debris swirl in a tempest, transforming what was once a serene and vibrant green forest into a desolate wasteland. Barren and lifeless, a stark expanse of yellow earth. The name of the drought proves to be well-deserved. The scene is truly magnificent, the spectacle grand, however. From the perspective of their duel, it seems utterly futile. Regardless of Jack's immense destructive power, he ultimately fails to touch a single hair on Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng effortlessly evaded his attacks time and again, returning to his original position with an air of nonchalance. This was far more despairing than Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua. Jack, pouring every ounce of his strength into his trunk, unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, yet found his body struggling to cope. His eyes rolled slightly, foam escaping his mouth, coupled with his fervent desire for power yielding no results. The intensity he had clung to began to wane, forcing him to retreat. It seemed he could not hold out much longer before facing defeat. While the two fought fiercely, the other side was equally thrilling. Smuggy brandished a colossal sword, astonishingly engaging Valdo from a distance. Her gigantic sword absorbed ample moisture, extending to an impressive 100 meters. The relentless long-range slashes sent Valdo leaping in all directions, creating seismic chaos. The onlookers who had hurried to the battlefield to witness the spectacle barely had time to take in the scene before being knocked off balance by the shockwaves generated by the massive Valdo's evasive maneuvers. Damn it, having just been battered by the Golden Lion, they had barely arrived when chaos erupted anew. Everyone hurried to retreat further. These formidable beings were anything but ordinary. This was nothing less than a clash of giants. It was terrifying. Was this the realm of the Masters? They seemed capable of defying the heavens and the earth. Enough already. Let us get out of here. The tremors were making me nauseous. Valdo's several fierce assaults were thwarted by Smuggy, a testament to her prowess as one of the 3 stellar generals under the Big Mom. Ultimately, she possessed considerable strength. Frustrated by the lack of success in close combat, Valdo, in a fit of rage, jumped back over 100 meters, gasping for breath. Smuggy withdrew her sword, dipping it into the water to replenish its lost moisture, or face a mask of triumph. Valdo, to be honest, your crew relies solely on Jiang Liufeng and that mysterious swordsman to maintain any semblance of control. Your mere 5 billion pirates are nothing before me. Chapter 79. Finally. A role to play in contrast to the temporary ceasefire between Valdo and Smuggy, the Golden Lion was reveling in the chaos. Handing over Pika, such a small fry, was akin to presenting a mouse to a big cat. No, rather, it was more like offering a gopher. 8 formidable ground lions fixated on Pika, mercilessly pinning him down. With no options left, Pika could only burrow into the earth. Now, the Golden Lion commanded his 8 lion subordinates to guard Pika like sentinels. The legendary pirate's observation Haki was far beyond what Pika could hope to match. In the Golden Lion's perception, Pika was utterly exposed, with nowhere to hide. Whenever he dared to surface, those 8 ground lions would pounce with their gaping jaws. In an instant, they obliterated the stone giant Pika had summoned with his powers. Once again, he was forced to retreat underground. There was no other choice. The ground lions, their teeth sharpened like daggers and enhanced with the Golden Lion's Haki, posed a lethal threat. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. The most relaxed among them was the ostentatious Crocodile, standing atop the giant silhouette formed by the sandstorm. He stood alongside Marco, both acting as spectators. Although Crocodile seemed to harbor a disdain for the Whitebeard pirates, he had not shown Marco any hostility. Bored, he found himself engaging in idle conversation with Marco. "Crocodile, your crew is truly something else," Marco remarked, observing the spectacular clashes on either side. "Indeed. Captain and the others are remarkably strong," Crocodile replied with an unassuming tone. Despite his neutrality, Marco could discern genuine admiration for the crew reflected in Crocodile's eyes. He couldn't help but smile, realizing that even Crocodile had found someone worthy of sincere respect. Crocodile paused, realizing that, somehow, he had genuinely integrated into this crew, even addressing Jiang Liufeng as captain without a second thought. He was taken aback for a moment. Had he really allowed Jiang Liufeng to leave such an indelible mark on his heart? In that instant, Crocodile recognized that he had been thoroughly captivated by this young man with purple hair, who was not yet 20, abruptly emerging from his moment of astonishment. Crocodile wore an unusually bright smile, leaving Marco in disbelief. Could he really be witnessing such a smile from Crocodile? "You've changed." "Perhaps so. My curiosity about your captain only deepens." "Just don't let your curiosity run too wild. Otherwise, we might just find ourselves as comrades," Crocodile replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Marco chuckled, non-committal. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield. The previously immovable birdcage began to constrict, sending shockwaves of terror among the pirates near the edges. They desperately attempted to resist the encroaching cage, but for reasons unknown, this seemingly linear entity was incredibly resilient. No matter their efforts, arms to block, legs to fend off, even attempting to move boulders, the cage remained relentless. This sent the onlookers into a frenzy of panic. "Doflamingo, what does this mean? Do you intend to eliminate us all? You monster! You are a devil." Yet, their cries merely served as an outlet for their rage, falling on deaf ears. In Doflamingo's cruel heart, these pirates were nothing more than tools for his amusement, their lives as insignificant as ants. Just as expected. "Damn you, Doflamingo." A glint of cold fury flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes. Possessing an innate sense of foresight, he knew Doflamingo would resort to such tactics. But with great skill came great audacity. He had little regard for this strategy. His true ire lay in Doflamingo's intent to eradicate them. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the sun poised at its zenith. Noon was approaching. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Let us end the charade and resolve this swiftly. Jiang Liufeng declared with a serious countenance. "Don't be in such a rush. Let us enjoy ourselves a little longer." "Ha ha ha." Just then, a displeasing voice interrupted. The crowd turned to see Doflamingo. Accompanying his voice was a sharp sound of slicing air. Whoosh! A slender, iron-black thread shot silently towards Jiang Liufeng's back. But how formidable was Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki? Moreover, the pressure exerted by Jack was negligible. At the very moment the slender thread brushed against Jiang Liufeng's body, he vanished in a flash. Doflamingo's smile abruptly faded. Yet while his smile was restrained, his attack remained unyielding, as the fine line shot straight into Jack's eye. A chilling scream resonated through the heavens and the earth. Jack's eye was obliterated, his breath unstable, and his fruitability faltered. Thus, he reverted to his human form, clutching his left eye in agony as he writhed on the ground. "Ah, my eye. Doflamingo, I will kill you. I will surely kill you." Before the battle had even begun, a general had already fallen, leaving Doflamingo's expression grim. He had never anticipated Jiang Liufeng's reaction would be so swift. A strike he had believed to be 100% certain was evaded. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's ambush, the Red Count, who had just dispatched Big Mom's 15th and 16th daughters, was furious. With his lightning blade unsheathed, he was about to launch an assault on Doflamingo. The ever-chatty also sprang into action, sensing the opportunity had finally arrived. However, they were swift, yet someone was swifter. Bang! Surrounded by blue spiritual flames, Marco, empowered by the Phoenix's wings, moved with unprecedented speed. He surged ahead of the Red Count, and, delivering a devastating kick imbued with armed color Haki that sent Doflamingo flying. "Roar!" Marco bellowed with confidence. Finally, he had a moment to shine. Doflamingo was rendered speechless, never expecting that upon his entrance, intending to stealthily claim a head, so many would line up to confront him. He involuntarily tensed, a wave of dread washing over him. Chapter 80. Thunder returns. Once Marco seized the hard-won opportunity, he cherished it immensely. He offered Doflamingo no respite. Having gathered all his strength, in an instant, he pursued the flying Doflamingo, retracting his wings to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Doflamingo struggled to defend himself, let alone counterattack. After delivering over 100 blows, Marco finally spread his arms, the wings of the immortal phoenix resurfacing as he executed a somersault, bringing a powerful downward kick upon Doflamingo's abdomen. Doflamingo emitted a muffled grunt, his body crashing into the ground as if struck by cannon fire, creating a massive crater that sent rocks flying. The ground bore a gaping hole, leaving onlookers concerned whether Doflamingo could rise again. Gulp! A collective gulp resonated among the onlookers. So powerful, truly worthy of being the captain of the 1st Division under Whitebeard. Valdo watched in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. Now I must conclude my own battle swiftly." Smuggy was evidently stunned by Marco's thunderous prowess, but on the battlefield, distractions were unwelcome. She quickly regained her composure. "Humph. Valdo, you realize you're nearing your limit, don't you?" Valdo shook his head, insisting, "No. I meant I need to finish you off quickly." Smuggy scoffed, "If you have the ability, then come over." As she spoke, she provocatively waved her sword that reached skyward. "Why should I come over?" Valdo chuckled, reaching for 2 gleaming golden pistols. At that moment, the pistols appeared minuscule compared to Valdo's imposing figure. "Buddy, it took me a great deal of effort to wield these without crushing them." His clumsy struggle eliciting laughter from Smuggy. "Ha ha ha, you crack me up, Valdo. Are you out of your mind?" Before she could finish, her eyes widened in horror. "Wait, what?" At this moment, the 2 golden pistols in Valdo's hands were no longer the insignificant size they had once been, staring into the massive dark muzzles mere inches away. A chill coursed through Smuggy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "No, Valdo, you." Valdo interrupted her without a hint of mercy. "Time flies, it's time to say goodbye." Bang, 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 bang. A relentless barrage of gunfire erupted. No, this was no mere gunfire. It was akin to cannon fire. The onlookers were caught off guard, their heads ringing from the deafening sounds, their eardrums nearly bursting. It felt as if they were experiencing a concussion, their nerves on the brink of collapse. "Who am I? Where am I?" Smuggy thought in terror, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force of the firearms. Valdo was a man capable of obliterating entire Mariford. "Do you think this is a joke?" The explosive firepower sent Smuggy soaring, not lethal, but the tremendous force propelled her faster than Jiang Liufeng's lightning strikes. Smuggy's face paled. Yet she defiantly declared, "Valdo, I will kill you. Prepare to face the wrath of the entire Big Mom pirates. Mother and brother will surely tear you to shreds." Valdo blew the smoke from his gun, his figure gradually shrinking. "Perhaps, but you will never see that day. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. The bounty of 500 million was a memory from 30 years ago, so." Valdo chuckled, "Farewell." Upon hearing Valdo's words, an ominous thought surged in Smuggy's mind. What did he mean? In the next instant, Smuggy turned around as if struck by lightning. But it was already too late. Her pupils constricted. No. The moment the word escaped her lips, the fine thread of the birdcage had already brushed against her nose. The armed color Haki she had just summoned failed to envelop her entirely. Thud, the sound of heavy objects plunging into the water echoed in the ears of the crowd. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, with Doflamingo's assistance, one of the 3 commanders under the Yonko Big Mom, the Juice Minister, with a bounty of 932 million berries, Smuggy, fell. Smuggy's defeat struck the spectators with immense shock. Whether engaged in battle or merely spectating, all were utterly astonished. After all, she was a formidable aide to the Yonko. To be considered a quasi-emperor was no exaggeration. And yet, she was sent back home by Valdo. How could that not astonish everyone? Although Valdo's maneuver felt somewhat opportunistic, capturing Smuggy would not have been so effortless otherwise. Yet, in the realm of battle, victors write history, losing means defeat. Today's clash would undoubtedly add a resounding victory to Valdo's record. Jack's pupils dilated, disbelief washing over him as he grappled with the audacity of someone daring to strike at one of the 4 emperors in today's world. Initially, he had thought that defeat would merely lead to seeking revenge from his boss afterward. However, a sense of dread now gripped him. He understood that if he did not find a glimmer of hope soon, he might meet the same fate as Smuggy. Suppressing his pain, he summoned the formidable mammoth form, bracing himself for a desperate fight. Yet, he suddenly realized that Jiang Liufeng, who had been in front of him moments before, had vanished without a trace. His heart raced. Where had he gone? He began to scan the surroundings anxiously. At last, he caught sight of the group of younger onlookers. all with mouths agape and heads raised high, their eyes wide with astonishment as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. A bead of sweat trickled down Jack's forehead. At that moment, he felt enveloped by an ominous aura of death. The animal instinct for danger sent shivers down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Steeling himself, he struggled to shift his gaze upward. A blinding light erupted from a powerful bolt of lightnings, forcing Jack to squint as he could not bear to look directly. Yet, in that fleeting glance, he discerned the scene above. Jiang Liufeng stood aloft, one hand raised high, grinning as he held a colossal sphere of lightning in his palm. The thunderous return. Jack's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. The onlookers were equally stunned by this display. Fortunately, Jiang Liufeng and his band of unscrupulous allies had earlier engaged in a game of one-upmanship that had prompted the younger ones to retreat to a safe distance. Otherwise, if they had remained within the sphere's range, they would have been paralyzed by fear, left with no choice but to await their demise, frozen in shock. It was utterly breathtaking, more so than anything reported in the papers. What on earth was this? It was beyond absurd. Was it a spirit bomb? Ahem, let us not get carried away here. This was clearly a grand lightning-style Rasengan. The younger onlooker caught the banter of those nearby, his mouth twitching in irritation. Damn it. This is a pirate tale. The nonsense you're spouting is for later. Can we stay on topic? Chapter 81. A conspiracy while the group bantered lightly. Jack's heart raced with unease. Humans possess an innate fear of fire and lightning, and the enormous lightning sphere above only amplified that terror. The crackling serpents of electricity and the intense heat generated by the high voltage created an illusion of imminent death. Am I to perish? No, I refuse to die. He bared his teeth and howled to the heavens, igniting every ounce of potential within him. His once steel-like fur hardened even further. His entire back darkened like iron as the armament of Haki enveloped an expansive area. Jiang Liufeng, let me, the Drought Jack, receive your blow. I shall shatter your undefeated myth. Jiang Liufeng gently lowered his raised arm, speaking effortlessly, as you wish. As his arm descended, the terrifying lightning bolt struck directly towards Jack. Goodness, the boss is serious. Retreat. Valdo shrank his neck in fear. Even as a teammate, he was thoroughly intimidated by this overwhelming strike, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. Following suit were Lao Sha, the Red Count, and Golden Lion, all hastily retreating. Jack's pupils constricted repeatedly as he gazed at the approaching lightning, his heart swelling with dread. The massive mammoth body trembled uncontrollably, causing the ground to quake, its jaw clattering incessantly, emitting a series of rattling sounds. Regret washed over him. He lamented his folly in antagonizing such an imposing figure. Why had he not simply knelt and begged for mercy? What use was pride? What need for dignity? Now, his life hung in the balance. As he begrudgingly closed his eyes, the lightning descended in full force. Thunder roared, shaking the very ground of Dressrosa. As the dust settled, the forest appeared as if it had been struck by a meteor, a vast crater forming amidst the trees, which ignited in raging flames. Within the pit lay a figure, unrecognizable and charred black. After a moment of silence, someone finally reacted, swallowing hard and stammering, Jack has been defeated. The sound reverberated like thunder, awakening everyone in Dressrosa. Oh my. In just one morning, the Dawn crew has taken down 4 Emperor Big Mom and 2 of Kaido's commanders. Madness. This world is in chaos. The new world is on the brink of upheaval. How formidable. Who can withstand such a strike from Jiang Liufeng? Amidst the excitement, voices erupted as individuals expressed their overwhelming exhilaration. The strong always evoke deep emotions in others, becoming objects of admiration and the center of the world's attention. Jiang Liufeng has accomplished it. Whether it be the competitors immersed in the competition or the ordinary citizens observing through video calls, at this moment, a singular name resonates within their minds. The river flows with the autumn leaves. Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng. At this moment, one of the 3 calamities under the 4 emperors Kaido, the Droughtbringer Jack, boasts a bounty of 1 billion berries. Incredible. Have you seen this? Truly formidable. In a corner of the competition venue, a contestant excitedly gestured animatedly to his bearded companion. Indeed, such unparalleled charisma is not inferior to that of the 4 emperors. The bearded man's eyes sparkled in response. Why are you touching my backside? Oh, don't push me, that hurts. I didn't do anything. The bearded man replied, bewildered. Both were puzzled and turned to look back. Goodness, the birdcage. They noticed that the cage was still contracting, and it was evident that the 2 had just been so transfixed that they had forgotten about it. Run. the young man cried, fleeing in despair. Above in the sky, Jiang Liufeng slowly descended, having retracted his powers, now appearing as the usual, tranquil purple-haired youth. Few, it seems like things are about to conclude. Surely no one will dare to challenge them again. The first to approach was Brother Pony, who, possessing the phoenix fruit, felt almost no fear of Thunder's arrival. Instead of retreating, he stood close, marveling at the breathtaking scene. "You are truly impressive," he said to Jiang Liufeng. "You are not lacking either," Jiang Liufeng replied. They exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Though few words were spoken, both could see in each other's eyes a mutual desire to compete for supremacy. Just as they shared this unspoken understanding, a fine line in the distance began to twist and weave into a densely packed human figure, ultimately converging into one. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just a clone? No wonder he didn't take him along earlier. Jiang Liufeng mused inwardly. Haha, what a delightful surprise, Jiang Liufeng. I never anticipated you would attain such formidable strength. The informant's avatar, feigning as Ming Gu, remarked with keen interest. Jiang Lu raised his eyebrows with a hint of arrogance. Now that I have triumphed, I assent it time for me to claim the fruit? Ha ha ha. Do you genuinely believe they would hand over the fruit to you? How naive you are. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean? Are you intending to go back on your word? No, you misunderstand. This contest was originally a scheme orchestrated against Marco, and thus, the notion of a reward is entirely unfounded. It is merely a performance that you have inadvertently disrupted. He replied. Marco, visibly displeased, retorted, What do you mean? Don Quixote Doflamingo, do you dare to ensnare me? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates? Haha. Naive Marco, soon enough, your Whitebeard pirates will cease to exist. What have I to fear? Doflamingo scoffed, shaking his head. What did you say? Speak clearly. Jiang Liufeng was equally perplexed, his curiosity piqued. He decided to refrain from immediate action and instead listen to the unfolding situation. It's no trouble to inform you. This time, it's an order from the Navy headquarters. I, along with 2 other emperors of the sea, have been instructed to lure members of the Whitebeard pirates with the promise of devil fruit. Whoever arrives will be ensnared, and to my surprise, it was you, Marco. Initially, I was meant to eliminate you, severing Whitebeard's strength, but fate had other plans, as the Dawn crew intervened. Marco gritted his teeth in indignation. How shameless. The Navy, the 7 warlords, and pirates have conspired together to plot against our Whitebeard pirates. What is your ultimate aim? Must I spell it out? It is quite simple. Before we move to obliterate your crew, we intend to deplete your strength as much as possible. Preposterous. Do you truly believe you can annihilate the Whitebeard pirates? Marco clearly doubted the veracity of his words. Doflamingo chuckled dismissively. You will soon find out. Chapter 82. The final destination. Just as Marco was about to continue his retort, Jiang Liufeng intervened. What he says is true. You must return and prepare promptly. It seems Ace has gone to confront Blackbeard and has been captured by the Navy. Boom. At these words, Marco's heart sank. Could it be that what Shanks said was indeed true? Is Blackbeard truly that formidable? Despite his doubts, Jiang Liufeng's earnest gaze convinced him of the matter's gravity. Filled with urgency, he shot Doflamingo a fierce glare before clasping his fist to Jiang Liufeng. This is of utmost importance. I must hasten back to inform Father. Until our paths cross again. Jiang Liufeng nodded and said, Take care. Farewell. Suddenly, a sharp bird's cry pierced the air, and Marco transformed into a phoenix. Soaring away with the swiftness of the wind, leaving behind a long trail of blue light, a clear indication of his full throttle speed. The so-called birdcage before Marco was nothing but a farce, as he effortlessly burst through it. As he watched Marco depart, Jiang Liufeng redirected his gaze towards Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Upon witnessing Marco's safe escape, the smile on Doflamingo's face vanished, replaced by a sinister expression that seemed to hunger for vengeance. The unexpected emergence of someone like Jiang Liufeng had completely upended their meticulously laid plans, and it appeared that Jiang possessed a wealth of clandestine knowledge. The more Doflamingo pondered, the more infuriated he became, with veins bulging on his forehead. Who exactly are you? How do you know so many secrets? Jiang Liufeng gazed at him faintly and uttered. There is no need for you to know this. Simply remember what I am about to say. Mingu was perplexed. What words? Clean your neck thoroughly. Await the day when I shall reap your head. Upon hearing this, Mingu was engulfed in a tempest of fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet he gradually regained his composure, donning that cautious smile once more. I shall await you. As soon as the words left his lips, His form began to disintegrate and dissolve, ultimately transforming into thin white threads as delicate as hair, carried away by the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of slicing wind resonated as the Red Count and his companions returned to Jiang Liufeng's side. Jiang Liufeng gazed into the distance, casting a profound glance at the palace of Dressrosa before turning back with a smile to the others, saying, "This is our new companion, the Golden Lion. I trust you are all already acquainted?" Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the moment Jiang Liufeng uttered the name of the Golden Lion as a new ally, both Waldo and Old Sand's bodies trembled in disbelief. After all, this was the Golden Lion, a pinnacle figure among legendary pirates. Inexplicably becoming their comrade was quite beyond their imagination. It was truly astonishing. However, upon glancing at the Red Earl, a sense of relief washed over them. If even a proud figure like the Red Earl could be subdued, then perhaps with their captain's extraordinary abilities. Recruiting the Golden Lion was not as insurmountable as they had envisioned. Noticing the three fell into silence, the Golden Lion broke the awkwardness with a hearty laugh, saying, "Ah, you must be Waldo, whom I've heard of long ago, and this must be Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, right? As for the one standing there with the sword, I feel an inexplicable familiarity, yet I cannot place it. Captain, would you be so kind as to introduce him?" When the conversation turned to the Red Earl, the Golden Lion's smile faded, replaced by a more serious expression. "This man is formidable." The Golden Lion prided himself on his mastery of Haki, considering himself among the elite in this era. It was one thing for Jiang Liufeng, a rare prodigy, to surpass him. But now he sensed the presence of another equally audacious individual. Just moments ago, the Golden Lion had felt an oddly familiar aura emanating from the figure shrouded in a cloak of purple lightning, compelling him to unleash his observation Haki to uncover the truth. Yet to his astonishment, the aura of this person unexpectedly thwarted his attempt. This left the Golden Lion momentarily stunned, his curiosity ignited, as he yearned to uncover the identity of this enigmatic individual. As Jiang Liufeng heard the words, he smiled playfully. "Aren't you going to greet your old friend?" No sooner had he spoken than the previously motionless Red Count slowly raised his arm, gently adjusting the hat that had been covering his head. The moment Jiang Liufeng began to speak, the Golden Lion formed a conjecture in his mind, though he dared not believe it. When he finally discerned the appearance of the other party, his eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "You, Raidfield." The Red Count smiled faintly. "It's merely been a few years. Is such astonishment truly warranted? How can one not be surprised upon encountering an old rival like you? The captain is indeed a master. To have even a lone wolf like the Red Count under his command is no small feat." Sensing the underlying tension in the Golden Lion's words, Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and said, "Enough. I understand that you two share a history. But now we are all comrades on the same vessel. I wish to avoid any unpleasantness. Let the past remain in the past. We are on the brink of a new beginning." A fleeting spark of combativeness flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. "While that may be true, I still believe that sparring among companions is quite essential." The Red Count, not one to back down, agreed. "I concur." Jiang Liufeng gazed at the two individuals, who were on the brink of a quarrel, with a sense of helplessness. After all, they were long-standing adversaries, and facilitating a peaceful resolution between them was no trifling matter. Shaking his head, he suggested, "Well then, perhaps you could arrange a duel at another time for us to observe, but for now, let us attend to the pressing matters at hand, shall we?" "Agreed. Agreed," they both replied in unison. Just as the situation seemed to settle, a sudden cacophony of cries for help erupted from behind the 5, prompting them to flee in a state of panic. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the encroaching birdcage was nearing its closure. These frantic individuals were being driven by the very threat of the cage. As Jiang Liufeng and his companions found themselves positioned at its center. "Look, it's the deities of dawn. Salvation is at hand. Please, break the birdcage. We do not wish to perish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng exchanged glances with his companions and nodded affirmatively. He then turned, pointing toward the palace of Dressrosa, his face alight with fervor. "Our ultimate destination is the Dressrosa Palace. Our objective is to vanquish Don Quixote da Flamingo and seize the vampire fruit." With a roar, the 4 of them were ablaze with passion. The Red Count took the lead, drawing his sword, while the Golden Lion followed closely behind, equally resolute. Each wielded their weapons with magnificent slashes, creating a dazzling spectacle in the sky that left onlookers bewildered. The seemingly unassailable birdcage crumbled under their assault, as fragile as parchment, shattered into pieces with an overwhelming force. "Remarkable. The Dawn Brigade truly excels. The great deity is formidable. Charge forth. The exit lies before us. Chapter 83. The final battle commences. The younger members of the group beheld this glimmer of hope, the gateway to renewed life, and they erupted into ecstatic gestures. Overwhelmed with gratitude. The fear instilled by the birdcage had been immense. No towering trees nor colossal mountains could escape the fate of being sliced into fragments, let alone their mortal forms. Even the application of Haki could not halt the encroaching closure of the birdcage. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, two figures emerged, reminiscent of celestial beings, opening the gates for their return from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. How could they not be exhilarated? Like individuals invigorated by a potent elixir, they surged forth, expressing their gratitude before swiftly making their escape from this cursed place. Jiang Liufeng chose to disregard them. Raising his head to address the Golden Lion, Shiryu, how do you fare? Haha, Captain, you underestimate me, the Golden Lion replied with a grin. It is but a mere arm that has been severed. It is of little consequence. At that moment, everyone noticed that one of the Golden Lion's arms hung limply at his side. The one most astonished was none other than the Red Count, who was acutely aware of the Golden Lion's formidable prowess. To think that he had suffered the loss of an arm while engaging with Jiang Liufeng. The Red Count had always believed that his strength was on par with Jiang Liufeng's. But now he realized that Jiang Liufeng was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Yet, there was no time for him to dwell on this revelation. Jiang Liufeng nodded and declared, "Let us depart." Indeed, the quintet made their way directly towards the palace of Dressrosa, accompanied by a familiar figure soaring above them. At the Navy headquarters, within the Marshal's office, the voice of Sengoku resonated. "I am Sengoku. Speak. Marshal, we have received new intelligence from Dressrosa." "Oh, pray tell." "The Dawn Brigade has annihilated the Big Mom pirates and all competitors dispatched by the Kaido pirates on the Forest Suspension Bridge. Among the fallen are Smoker, one of the three sweet commanders under Big Mom, and Jack, one of the three calamities under Kaido. The only survivor is Pika, a high-ranking officer under Don Quixote da Flamingo, who managed to escape underground." Sengoku's brow furrowed slightly, although there were already a series of strategies devised specifically for Jiang Liufeng. Such news still stirred a sense of concern within him. As Jiang Liufeng advanced with resounding vigor, leaving an indelible mark, it was not a favorable development for the Navy. With a deep breath, Sengoku acknowledged the situation. After ending the call, he twirled the pen in his hand, his mind swirling with uncertainty regarding the capture of Jiang Liufeng. In the palace of Dressrosa, a sharp voice echoed with urgency. "Doflamingo, they are approaching. It's terrifying. Can we withstand them? Do not panic. They have yet to find a way to deal with you," Doflamingo reassured confidently. "With Sugar at our side, we shall catch them off guard. It will be effortless." Hearing this, Pika felt a sense of calm wash over him. "Inform everyone to prepare," he commanded. "Understood." Jiang Liufeng and his party of 5 stood beneath the palace, pausing in their tracks. Ahead of them, they were halted by a familiar figure. Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly as he confronted Fujitora. "Are you about to go back on your word?" Fujitora chuckled lightly, replying, "Oh, from where do you draw such conclusions? It is not I who sought trouble with you, but rather you who have come to disturb me." Jiang Liufeng retorted, "How have I troubled you? The palace of Dressrosa is under the protection of the world government. If you attempt to breach its sanctity, it is indeed you who seeks conflict with me." Jiang Liufeng had no desire to become entangled with him for too long. He promptly instructed Shiryu, "You stay back and hold him off. The rest of you need not participate. The remaining individuals must devise their own strategies and swiftly rendezvous with me. I shall set forth first." Upon reaching this juncture, it was not only the Red Count who felt anxious. Jiang Liufeng himself harbored a sense of urgency. Should Doflamingo sense that the tide was turning unfavorably and either flee or allow the fruits to be carelessly consumed, it would spell disaster. Without hesitation, he transformed into an elemental form, surging upwards like a bolt of lightning. "Tiger, I advise you that your foremost task at present is to evacuate the nearby crowd." As Jiang Liufeng's voice echoed, he had already vanished from sight. Taguro's countenance grew grave. The adversaries before him were formidable indeed. He resolutely commanded his lieutenant, "Go. Immediately evacuate the surrounding populace." "Understood." The lieutenant, accompanied by a cadre of Navy personnel, hurriedly departed to organize the evacuation. "Even so, I cannot allow you to breach the palace with ease. It is my duty, and I hope for your understanding." "Ha ha ha, you must possess the capability to do so." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. The Red Count and his companions wasted no time and fled without hesitation. "Stay. Toguro bellowed in anger, drawing his sword to obstruct their escape, only to be interrupted by a swift strike from the Golden Lion. Your opponent is me, whether intentional or not. Toguro chose to disregard the departing figures and charged at the Golden Lion with his blade. Both were renowned sword masters, their abilities and fruit powers counterbalancing each other. The ensuing clash was chaotic, a fierce contest of skill. The Golden Lion, empowered by the float fruit, was unbound by gravity, while Toguro's gravity fruit rendered the Golden Lion's weight manipulation ineffective. Ultimately, they abandoned their powers, relying solely on their haki and swordsmanship in this duel. Logically, given his legendary stature, the Golden Lion should have the upper hand in swordsmanship. However, without his weapon in hand and nursing injuries, his combat prowess diminished. Thus, they found themselves evenly matched, engaging in a spectacular exchange, though determining a victor appeared to be an arduous task. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, with a swift movement, arrived at the palace's main hall in the blink of an eye. Doflamingo, surrender the fruit and step forth to meet your demise, he declared, arms crossed over his chest, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as if claiming Doflamingo's life were as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Bold words. To see Doflamingo, you must first pass through us. Though Doflamingo did not appear, 3 of his subordinates emerged. One, adorned with a fringed hat, sporting 2 facial scars and clad in a red cloak, resembled a figure from a tribal community, spoke up. Diamante. Jiang Liufeng immediately recognized this extraordinary individual. Following him were Galadius and Pick. Jiang Liufeng shook his head lightly and chuckled. With the 3 of you mere lackeys, do you truly believe you can hinder me? Humph. How audacious to act so brazenly on our territory. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Diamante was the first to strike, launching a fierce attack with his bull spear, charging directly at Jiang Liufeng. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes. He has never been lenient towards those who dare to strike against him. He retaliated with a move embodying 30 million volts of lightning beast. Thus, the final battle of Dressrosa was set in motion by their confrontation. As the lightning beast made contact with Diamante's bullfighting spear, a powerful current swiftly coursed through the blade and surged into him. Chapter 84. The roadblock. Diamante's pupils constricted, his instincts warning him that this attack was extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, he fortified himself with armament haki to resist the encroaching electricity that had already begun to invade his arm. In an instant, he unleashed another move, the army flag, causing the ground around him to twist inexplicably. The army flag is Diamante's signature technique, capable of transforming the surrounding terrain into something as light as paper within a certain radius. Utilizing this very characteristic, Diamante skillfully evaded the domineering strike of the lightning beast. Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened. Although Diamante was not particularly strong, his skillful application of techniques and combat experience were indeed noteworthy. Diamante evaded an attack without retreating, instead boldly advancing with a move reminiscent of a bullfighter's cape, charging toward Jiang Liufeng. This seemingly airy cape possessed a hardness akin to steel. Jiang Liufeng, without uttering a word, summoned a formidable electric shield, effectively isolating his cloak from the fray, rendering it utterly unreachable. Diamante gritted his teeth. Having heard tales of Jiang Liufeng's impenetrable electric shield, witnessing it firsthand was indeed astonishing. He immediately beckoned his remaining 2 companions to join forces, intent on shattering the shield. Gladiolus, Pick, let us strike together. The 2, already poised for action, sprang into movement at once. Half Moon Funeral, Explosive Round, Diaper Bomb, Boom. The trio unleashed their attacks simultaneously upon Jiang Liufeng, causing the ground to erupt in clouds of dust. The shockwaves rippled outward, generating fierce winds that sent objects within the grand hall tumbling, creating utter chaos. While the battle raged above, a similar impasse unfolded below. The Red Count and his comrades were intercepted by other members of the Don Quixote family. Their first encounter was with Baby 5 and Buffalo, a duo well-matched. One adept at long-range attacks, and the other providing aerial support, showcasing remarkable mobility alongside heavy weaponry. They ultimately decided to leave Valdo to deal with them. Observing the Red Count and Old Sand barreling ahead, Baby 5 and Buffalo attempted to obstruct their path. However, their strikes failed to even graze the hem of the Red Count's attire, while Old Sand, utilizing his natural fruit abilities, effortlessly evaded their attacks, infuriating them further. Valdo, wielding dual pistols with precision, frequently thwarted their pursuits. Left with no other option, they resolved to eliminate Valdo first. Buffalo, let us take down this brute. Understood, Buffalo. carrying Baby 5, maneuvered through the air, while Baby 5 transformed her feet into dual pistols, engaging Valdo in a fierce firefight. Utilizing their agility against Valdo's keen observation and Haki, they exchanged shots, dodging and countering in a spectacular display of marksmanship. For a time, neither side gained the upper hand. The second obstacle emerged in the forms of Mahabais and Jora, prompting the decision to leave Old Sand behind while the Red Count pressed on, as the fruit was crucial for him to swiftly reunite with Jiang Liufeng. Oh ho ho ho! Do not think you can escape so easily. You too shall become part of my art. With a flourish, Jora unleashed a vibrant mist that enveloped a vast area. Yet, she was ultimately a moment too late, as the perceptive Red Count discerned the flaw and surged forward. However, Old Sand, lacking the same finesse, could not evade the encroaching mist. Oh ho ho ho! Mahabais, I shall handle this one. Pursue the fleeing one. Very well. Thus began the confrontation between Jora and Old Sand, while the Red Count chased after Mahabais. Crocodile, by what right have you earned the title of Warlord? I doubt you could even best me, daring to stand alongside the master? Old Sand flicked the ash from his cigar, his expression darkening. The sting of being belittled was palpable. A man of his pride could hardly accept being relegated to the lowest tier of the Dawn crew. Gazing at the grotesque visage conjured by Jora, he muttered, "You speak too much, ugly creature." Enraged, Jora retorted, "You foul wretch. I shall turn you into mere excrement. Accept the baptism of my life's art and become part of it." Within the colorful mist, Jora morphed into a fearsome demon, extending clawed hands towards Old Sand. Desert Blade. Old Sand, uninterested in idle banter, extended his arm, transforming it into a colossal sand blade that surged towards Jora. Yet, upon contact, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The blade rebounded intact. In an instant, it struck Old Sand, cleaving him in two. At that moment of peril, the Red Count had already dashed into the castle's corridor. Nearing the palace hall, the third wave of adversaries materialized, comprising Pika, Dringe, and Lao Ji. A glint of cold malice flickered in the Red Count's eyes. However, his focus remained on the vampire fruit, prompting him to avoid unnecessary entanglements. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy, forcing the trio to retreat. In a flash, he attempted to slip past them. Unfortunately, Pika melded seamlessly into the wall, causing the pathway ahead to rise and seal the exit completely. The Red Count unleashed a flurry of strikes, demonstrating his remarkable speed honed over decades. Yet, the gains were minimal. The newly created gap was rapidly sealed, presenting an arduous challenge. With a steely gaze, the Red Count addressed his four pursuers, his weapon crackling with energy. Do you seek death? Do you believe that hiding your faces makes you masters? Without Jiang Liufeng, each of you is merely trash. Pika screeched in a shrill voice, "Stop wasting time. Quickly dispatch Jiang Liufeng's subordinates, then we shall swarm him." To dare provoke the Don Quixote family is tantamount to seeking death, with hollow eyes akin to a cadaver. Lao Ji bellowed. Typically reserved and composed, the Red Count could no longer contain his fury. His expression grew sinister, and with a flick of his wrist, he surged forward. "Oh, ignorant souls, is living not preferable?" As his words hung in the air, he closed the distance to Lao Ji in an instant, his rage palpable. The older one grows, the less inclined one is to embrace death. This truth could not be disputed. For a man like the Red Count, who teetered on the edge of the grave, the allure of that fruit was overwhelmingly intoxicating, enough to drive him to madness. Those who dared obstruct his path to the fruit could only anticipate the merciless wrath of the Red Count. Chapter 85. Go to Hell and Repent. The battlefield had been divided into 5 segments, with 5 factions engaged in fierce combat. Yet, who could have anticipated that the swiftest to conclude their skirmish, securing the first point for Dawn, would be none other than Old Sand, who had long awaited his moment, having endured the backlash from the Desert Blade. Old Sand was indeed cleaved in two. However, for one endowed with the powers of the natural fruit, it inflicted no substantial harm. Jora, with a sinister grin, proclaimed, "Oh ho ho ho, Crocodile, it is futile. Within my realm of artistry, no one can harm me." Old Sand, surrounded by the elements, transformed into a cloud of sand, reassembling into his human form. A rebound attack, intriguing, he mused, his eyes widening with a chilling intensity. Jora, instinctively shivering, exclaimed, "No escape. Embrace the baptism of my art." Though her words were sharp and unyielding, an inexplicable chill coursed through her when she met Old Shah's piercing gaze, evoking an indescribable sense of dread. Within her realm of abilities lay a significant flaw. She was immobile. To prevent any prolonged confrontation, she resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Life art. With her large hands, She reached out towards old Sha, but to her astonishment, he did not evade her grasp and allowed himself to be caught. Have you surrendered? Jorah smirked, preparing to transform old Sha into a part of her mural. However, to her shock, her grip merely resulted in him exploding into particles. Startled, she marveled at her own strength. Yet, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, old Sha reconstituted himself, shifting to a new position. Do you not comprehend the significance of dominance in this new world? Old Sha's sinister laugh echoed, his words laden with a sense of triumph after enduring rigorous training. What? That nonsensical statement leaves Jorah bewildered. Ignoring her confusion, old Sha continued, a being devoid of any form of dominance dares to challenge me. You likely do not even know how to write the word death. His gaze sharpened as he taunted Jorah. In the next moment, old Sha struck the ground with his right hand. Corrosive rebirth. This move was uniquely his, a devastating area attack. Upon contact with the earth, he unleashed a parched force that drained the moisture from all nearby living entities and objects, spreading outward with terrifying potency, capable of reducing even stone to sand. The surroundings succumbed to this transformation, the ground resembling a lifeless wasteland. Jorah's pupils constricted as she observed the landscape around her disintegrating at a visible pace into grains of sand. She gasped in horror, realizing that within mere seconds, her artistic realm had been reduced to an endless desert. Without affording her any time to react, old Sha's next move was already in motion. Having transformed the area into his dominion, he unleashed a powerful gust, an enhanced version of windstorm. He conjured a miniature sandstorm in his palm and casually tossed it to the ground. The diminutive whirlwind rapidly expanded, becoming a colossal vortex amidst the sandy terrain. It erupted, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp blades of sand that sliced through the air like 1,000 knives, all propelled by the terrifying winds. Curse it. Jorah was paralyzed with fear, yet within her artistic realm, all assaults could be deflected. Despite the horrific sight before her, she remained confident in her ability to withstand it. Crocodile, do not waste your efforts. In my artistic world, nothing, just as she proclaimed this, an unforeseen event transpired. Old Sha's intention was not to assault her, rather, he manipulated the sandstorm's winds to disperse the colorful mist she had conjured. As the vibrant vapors were scattered by the tempest, Jorah's so-called artistic world crumbled without resistance. At the moment the colorful mist vanished, revealing Jorah, old Sha's cold gaze locked onto her. Desert Diamond Sword. He transformed his hands into 4 formidable sand blades aimed at Jorah, the Desert Diamond Sword proving even sharper than the Desert Sword, capable of cleaving through the thickest rock. It was designed to slice through anything. Jorah gasped, overwhelmed by the ruthless ferocity of old Sha's technique, her heart racing with terror, cold sweat drenching her clothes. As her life hung in the balance, her primal instincts kicked in, propelling her to leap aside just in time to narrowly avoid the lethal blades. She exhaled, having narrowly escaped death, only for old Sha's haunting voice to drift towards her once more. You seem to be sweating profusely. Let me help you dry off. Before her heart could settle, she turned to see old Sha had effortlessly approached her side, his right hand elementalized. The vast expanse of desert had become his playground, and he moved with astonishing speed. Crescent Dune. Jorah's pupils dilated as she witnessed a crescent-shaped sand blade sweeping towards her. This time, she could not evade it. The blade passed through her body, a signature move of old Sha's, where the enlarged arm transformed into a crescent-shaped sand blade that would draw out all moisture upon contact, leaving its victims as mere mummies devoid of water. In that instant, Jorah felt the moisture being siphoned from her body, her once robust form rapidly withering, skin wrinkling as she collapsed to the ground, unable to support herself. You. Jorah gazed at old Sha in terror, unable to fathom how she had been rendered powerless. Words of bravado escaped her lips, replaced by desperate pleas. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Old Sha loomed over her, his expression cold as he slowly raised his arm. Do you now understand why I have become one of the 7 warlords? Yes, I understand. Please, have mercy. Spare me. As old Sha's hand ascended, Jorah sensed the looming specter of death approaching, her hunched figure trembling uncontrollably. Had she not been utterly devoid of moisture, she might have lost control of her bladder from sheer fright. Old Sha's gaze remained icy, his domineering demeanor returning. Descend into hell and repent. Chapter 86. The Blade Drawn. Old Sha clenched his fist, then retrieved a cigar, lighting it with a casual flick. He inhaled deeply before turning to depart with an air of nonchalance. Jorah stood frozen, bewildered. Was he truly sparing her? What did this mean? Just as her confusion lingered, The ground beneath her began to sink, forming a colossal quicksand pit around her. Desert sunflower. As the sand enveloped her, Jorah felt herself gradually being swallowed by the quicksand. No, no, no. I do not wish to die. Help. Nothing was more terrifying than the awareness of impending doom, coupled with the futility of her struggles. Each passing moment felt eternal as she sank deeper into the abyss. The torment of her mind and body overwhelming her with despair. Thus concluded the Battle of Dressrosa, with Jorah of the Don Quixote family meeting her demise. In the remaining quadrilateral battlefield, aside from the Gold Lion and the Vine Tiger engaging in a slow dance of Tai Chi, the other three arenas were swiftly approaching a resolution. The most rapid of these was the encounter involving the Red Count. Eager for victory, the Red Count struck without mercy. Despite facing four opponents, just a few exchanges left them all bearing injuries of varying severity. Panting heavily, the quartet distanced themselves from the Red Count. Oh no. We are all fighters who excel in close combat, and against this knife-wielding adversary, we feel like mere targets, delivered right to him for slaughter, lamented Durlinger, clenching his fists despairingly. There is no other option. We must sacrifice one of us to confront him head-on while the rest of us strike from advantageous angles, replied Lao Ji, his expression grave. The brawny Mojabes, with a simplicity typical of his kind, queried, so who will take the brunt of the attack? In unison. The other three turned to him, a large bead of sweat trickling down Mojabes' forehead. Stop dawdling. It's your turn. Use your ability, shrieked Pika, sending Mojabes' ample form hurtling towards the Red Count with a kick. Terrified yet trapped, Mojabes had no choice but to unleash his most formidable technique, Hellas Might. 10,000 Mojabes. With the power of the tonnage fruit, Mojabes' weight surged to an astonishing 10,000 tons. He soared through the air towards the Red Count. Resembling a steam locomotive, the surrounding air rippling due to the immense friction. The other three leapt into action, each seeking different angles for a coordinated attack, poised to strike with lethal precision the moment the Red Count countered. Yet, to the Red Count, their meticulously crafted plan was riddled with flaws. The disparity in strength was simply too vast, akin to a group of kindergarten children attempting to overpower an adult. No matter how flawless their scheme, it was futile against the overwhelming force, speed, and abilities he wielded. With his blade drawn and eyes narrowed, the Red Count perceived the assailants not as threats but as mere jesters performing trivial tricks. As Mojabes closed in, the Red Count locked onto him. Mojabes felt as if he had been singled out by a primordial beast, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust enveloping him, causing his hair to stand on end and his heart to momentarily halt, rendering him breathless. The Red Count sheathed his sword, grounding himself as a tide of power surged into his blade. This formidable energy, restrained by the sheath, accumulated within the sword itself. Just as Mojabes was about to reach him, Lao Ji and Durlinger struck simultaneously, seizing what they believed to be the perfect opportunity, an instant where the Red Count was vulnerable, his old strength waning, and new power yet to materialize. Their strategy, though astutely calculated, met with an unexpected adversary, the Red Count. His eyes flared wide open, as he had awaited this very moment. Painful waste. Ice type. Horn charge. Mojabes was mere inches away when Durlinger and Lao Ji launched their attacks from either side. In that instant, the Red Count moved with lethal grace, his hand drawing the blade with a swift motion, completing his assault almost effortlessly. The draw cut, a fundamental skill of every swordsman, transformed in his hands into a devastating force far surpassing anything seen before. Though he seemed stationary, the strike enveloped all directions, catching the three assailants off guard. They experienced a whirlwind of confusion, only to be met with darkness as the Red Countess cleaved through them, bisecting their forms and continuing with unyielding momentum into the wall. Outside the palace, a circular beam of light erupted from the building, followed by a thunderous collapse, as the massive structure was cleaved in two by the Red Countess' singular blow. Pika, who had yet to engage, was paralyzed by fear, his fighting spirit extinguished. His legs buckled beneath him, and he crumpled to the ground, utterly defeated. The Red Count, having executed his strike, moved with astonishing swiftness, evading the debris from the three now severed beyond recognition. He approached Pika, each step echoing like the countdown to Pika's impending doom. As he drew closer, Pika's terror deepened, his pale visage reflecting the torment he felt within. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life, he cried. A stark contrast to his earlier bravado, his voice sharp and piercing. With each step, the Red Count passed Pika, his blade, Rainstorm, gleaming spotless as if untouched by the bloodshed mere moments prior. Sheathing his sword with a deliberate slowness, he offered no glance at Pika. Continuing towards the exit he had created. Breathing heavily, Pika felt as if reborn, inhaling the fresh air with relief. I must change my ways. I will commit to good deeds in the future, he declared, a foolish smile creeping across his face. Yet as the Red Count turned the corner, his voice echoed back. Do not deceive yourself. If you wish to be a good person, strive for it in your next life. With that he vanished, leaving Pika in a state of bewilderment. The Red Count's words struck like thunder in his ears, dousing him with cold realization. Suddenly, a searing pain coursed through his body, lowering his gaze in disbelief. He noticed the gaping wound at his waist, blood gushing forth. What he had thought to be mere moisture beneath him was, in fact, the life force that had begun to pool around him. Originally, was I also severed? With a soft thud, as the final words were uttered. The flickering light of Pika exhausted its last vestige of strength, splitting in two and tumbling to the ground. The Red Count, with a single stroke, claimed 4 lives. The death toll was staggering, and the collapse of the building was utterly terrifying. However, there was nothing particularly shocking about it. For this legendary figure, it was merely a customary affair. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family, Pika, Rao Ji, Doflamingo, and Mahabais, for high-ranking officials, met their demise. The battle on Jiang Liufeng's side was nearly simultaneous with that of the Red Count. The 3 adversaries he faced, however, exhibited a remarkable intelligence and coordination amongst themselves. Their recent combined assault, despite its formidable appearance, failed to breach Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. The seemingly devastating attack fizzled against him, akin to a child's play, effortlessly repelled. Following this failed attempt, the trio recalibrated their strategy, opting not to engage Jiang Liufeng in a direct confrontation. Instead, they resolved to employ a cunning tactic of delay, ensuring their own survival as they awaited the arrival of their comrades. Little did they know that their allies had already suffered significant casualties. Their strategy hinged upon the collaboration between Diamante and Gladiolus, with Pick providing support from the sidelines. Gladiolus initiated the plan by burying explosives in the ground, setting traps at the previously touched locations. The moment their opponent made contact, these traps would begin to inflate, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that would inflict devastating damage. Subsequently, Pick, navigating the terrain, would trigger the traps. Finally, Diamante would utilize his abilities to reposition the impending explosions directly in Jiang Liufeng's path, thus orchestrating a series of coordinated strikes. In the midst of relentless and formidable bombardments, Jiang Liufeng's lightning shield showed signs of wavering, reminiscent of a blind fist striking an instructor. Effective. Clearly, his shield was on the verge of collapse. Diamante exclaimed excitedly. Is it that a little sunlight makes you shine? I truly wonder where your confidence comes from. Jiang Liufeng chuckled, shaking his head. He was not inclined to squander any more time on mere insignificant creatures. Spending such time would surely be a source of ridicule. With a retracted smile, he grasped the Thunder God's hammer, infusing it with lightning energy before casually hurling it, intending to eliminate this individual first. As the Thunder God's hammer soared towards him, Diamante shouted, "Do not panic. Continue your actions. I will help you evade it. Do not let him disrupt your rhythm. He is close to breaking." Hearing this, Jiang Liufeng chuckled silently. Close to breaking? How underestimated I am. Before the Thunder God's hammer could strike, he pointed toward the sky, unleashing a bolt of thunder. Divine judgment. The bolt of lightning, arriving ahead of its time, transformed into a colossal pillar of thunder in the sky, heading straight for Peak, who was continuously triggering mechanisms. The others were not well versed in Jiang Liufeng's techniques and paid little heed to his lightning shot into the air, focusing instead on the Thunder God's hammer. It's coming, Gladiolus exclaimed. Diamante understood immediately. He swiftly altered the terrain to assist Gladiolus in dodging the impending, overwhelming strike. Ha! Jiang Liufeng, you are merely boom. Ah! Before he could finish, a dreadful wail erupted from Peak. The divine judgment accurately struck Peak, who was engaged in activating the mechanisms. This awe-inspiring pillar of thunder exploded upon impact, sending Peak reeling, enveloped in smoke, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful state, struggling to breathe. Diamante and Gladiolus were taken aback by the sight. In that moment of distraction, the Thunder God's hammer, having missed its target, swiftly returned, crashing into the unsuspecting Gladiolus's spine with tremendous force. Crack! Ah! The sound of shattering bones accompanied Gladiolus's anguished cry. While Peak lost consciousness almost instantly from the lightning strike, Gladiolus felt every agonizing moment of his shattered spine, amplifying his cries of despair. Diamante could hardly fathom how such a turn of events transpired so suddenly. The once favorable situation had reversed dramatically due to Jiang Liufeng's seemingly casual actions. How could this happen? Impossible. Why are you so strong? Diamante screamed hoarsely. With both of his teammates incapacitated by a single blow, he stood alone. Aware that the tide had turned against him, and that he might soon share their fate, Gladiolus, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise, supporting his aching back. Diamante, run. Go protect the master. I shall perish with him. Hearing this, Diamante trembled, casting a reluctant glance at his fallen comrades. I will not abandon you. Hurry, Gladiolus urged. Even if you stay, it will change nothing. With a bitter smile, Diamante bowed his head, acknowledging that remaining would serve no purpose. Earlier, he had foolishly claimed Jiang Liufeng was on the brink of collapse, only to realize everyone was merely watching him perform. He did not linger. He patted Gladiolus on the shoulder, offering a farewell, take care, before resolutely fleeing toward the back hall. Chapter 88. Vast powers watching Diamante retreat, Gladiolus persevered through the pain. Reaching a corner where he gritted his teeth, feeling his body begin to swell. Jiang Liufeng, possessing foresight, recognized the impending self-destruction of this desperate individual. He could not help but chuckle inwardly at this reckless display of magic, especially in his presence. The strongest spear, formed with his 4 fingers piercing through, was ready. Just as Gladiolus's body expanded significantly, Jiang Liufeng surged forward. With the elemental capabilities granted by the Thunder Fruit, Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear exhibited enhanced damage and speed, surpassing even the 3rd-generation Lightning Shadow. He became enveloped in elemental energy, leaving only an arm as the spear's tip while the rest of his body transformed into crackling lightning. The speed was astonishing, with a slender bolt of lightning trailing behind the powerful spearhead, resembling a legendary lightning spear striking with unparalleled swiftness. Gladiolus's pupils constricted in terror. Jiang Liufeng's speed was overwhelming. In a state of panic, he realized he had not gathered sufficient power for his own attack. It seemed as if his intentions had been discerned. Left with no choice, he braced himself for the explosion, uncertain of how much damage it would inflict. Explode. Whoosh crackle as Gladiolus abandoned his charge and detonated himself. Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear pierced through him without pause, continuing its trajectory toward the back hall. Gladiolus felt a sharp pain in his chest, his gaze fading. In the end, I couldn't keep up. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. Gladiolus's self-detonation clearly possessing great power, obliterating the Grand Hall and, regrettably, taking Peak, who clung to life by a thread, with him. Coincidentally, Gladiolus's explosion synchronized with the Red Count's strike. This timing caused the entire castle to tremble violently as the Red Count began to slice through it. Having pierced Gladiolus, Jiang Liufeng pressed on, directly pursuing the fleeing Diamante. Exiting the Grand Hall, he was met with a vast expanse of sunflower fields. On the other side of the flowers lay the residence of Don Quixote da Flamingo, as Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki detected his presence. As Jiang Liufeng sensed him, Da Flamingo equally became aware of Jiang Liufeng's approach. Previously basking in the sun by the pool, savoring a refreshing drink, Da Flamingo's smile vanished. He sat up abruptly, turning to fix his predatory gaze upon Violet. Did you not assure me that everything was under control? Violet replied calmly. I did witness the Dawn crew being restrained by your arrangements. Each member was thwarted in various positions. Before she could finish, Da Flamingo seized her by the throat, lifting her. Then explain why Jiang Liufeng has appeared here? Upon hearing this, Violetta's anguished expression blossomed into one of relief. It seems you have finally realized it, Da Flamingo. Your end is nigh. After years of usurping our Dressrosa royal family, your reckoning has finally arrived. Enraged by her words, Da Flamingo seethed with fury. That damned woman. You shall pay for this. With that, he hurled Violetta against the wall and hurriedly dashed out, sensing that Diamante was on the verge of crisis. The ever-astute Lao Sha had already united with the Red Count, and together they pursued Jiang Liufeng, soon converging in the sunflower garden. Captain! Captain! The three surrounded the fleeing Diamante, exchanging knowing smiles. Jiang Liufeng smiled and inquired, So, has everything been resolved? Lao Sha was the first to report good news. Evidently pleased that he no longer had to deal with trivial matters, having successfully dealt with the cadre instead. Pika, Durinji, Raoji, and Mahabais have all been taken care of, the Red Count remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lao Sha's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that the Red Count had dispatched 4 adversaries while he had only managed one. causing his countenance to darken considerably. At that moment, Diamante felt more distressed than if he had ingested something foul. The light-hearted banter among the three sounded to him like a series of explosive revelations, striking hard against his already fragile psyche, which had been rendered weak by Jiang Liufeng's intimidation. From their discussions, it became evident that the cadres of their Don Quixote family had suffered significant losses. The names mentioned, Jora, Darinji, Raoji, Mabais, Pika, along with those slain by Jiang Liufeng, namely Pika and Gladiolus, amounted to a grim tally of 7 members who had perished. Remaining were only Buffalo and Baby 5 from the first echelon of the ambush, alongside Torpole and Sugar, who guarded the underground factory, as well as Virgo and Monet, who were engaged in secret missions. Finally, there were Doflamingo, Violet, and himself. In such a brief span of time, nearly half the cadres of their illustrious Don Quixote family, a prominent faction in the New World and under the 7 warlords, had been eradicated. How could this not instill terror in Diamante's heart? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Liufeng's voice resonated once more. Indeed, you both have arrived at the perfect moment. I entrust this live capture to you, Count, while I confront Doflamingo. Very well, Captain, the Red Count replied, hesitating momentarily. He was exceedingly anxious. Although the captain's orders were to be followed, he could hardly contain his own fervent impulses. Jiang Liufeng, with an air of confidence, pointed at Diamante and remarked with a smile, I left one alive solely for the fruit. This individual is a high-ranking officer and should possess some knowledge. Count, your long-concealed abilities could be tested on this fellow. The words startled the Red Count. Their captain seemed to possess remarkable powers, knowing secrets that were beyond comprehension. He had no reason to doubt Jiang Liufeng's intentions, as everyone was diligently working to assist him in obtaining the fruit. The Red Count nodded in agreement, acknowledging his captain with a prompt affirmation. With a slight nod, Jiang Liufeng turned his gaze towards the swiftly approaching figure in the distance. As thunder rumbled, he swiftly moved to meet it. Chapter 89, The False Facade. The exchange between the two piqued old Shah's curiosity. The Red Count was already formidable, yet he had hidden depths. Eagerly, he anticipated witnessing the Count's hidden prowess. Meanwhile, Diamante finally recognized that Don Quixote Doflamingo was en route to provide aid. A surge of encouragement coursing through him. The fleeting thoughts of helplessness vanished, replaced by a resolute determination to fight fiercely. He took the initiative, preparing to strike first. With Jiang Liufeng absent, his hope ignited against the 2 adversaries before him. Snake Sword, he exclaimed, launching a swift strike aimed directly at the Red Count. The Red Count deftly drew his blade to parry, deflecting Diamante's attack with precision. However, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The once formidable sword, which should have been unwavering, suddenly transformed, becoming as agile as a serpent, twisting and turning with incredible finesse. After being deflected by the Red Count's blade, Diamante's sword curved back, evading the storm and lunging at the Count once more. The Red Count's interest was piqued as he prepared himself. With a flurry of graceful strikes, he parried several of Diamante's relentless assaults. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Diamante. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief as he barely managed to evade the lethal blows. Who on earth are you? He inquired gravely. The brief encounter had unveiled the Red Count's extraordinary swordsmanship, making it clear that such skill could only be possessed by renowned masters of the blade. Realizing that this enigmatic figure before him was far from an ordinary combatant, Diamante braced himself for the next onslaught. Yet, the only response he received was the Count's relentless strikes. With a series of devastating cuts aimed at Diamante, the latter struggled to maintain his composure, desperately altering the terrain to evade the assault. Death Star Shards. Diamante, pushed to the brink, unleashed a wide-area attack, attempting to inflict substantial harm on both the Red Count and his companion. He produced several firecrackers, which scattered into the sky, transforming into sharp, thorny iron balls that fell like a torrential downpour. Returning to the main combatants, Old Shah had initially thought his role was insignificant, but unexpectedly found an opportunity to showcase his skills. Raising his right arm skyward, he transformed it into a massive sand umbrella, absorbing Diamante's assault effortlessly. Frustrated and helpless, Diamante could only grit his teeth in rage. Seizing the moment, the Red Count advanced towards Diamante, delivering a rapid series of 8 slashes. Astonishingly, Diamante evaded each strike with an agility that defied belief. His movements became impossibly light, akin to paper, as he dodged the Red Count's overwhelming attacks. The Count's strikes were powerful, yet Diamante's evasive maneuvers were a product of his unique abilities rather than sheer skill. In the midst of his self-satisfaction, Diamante felt a sudden chill at the back of his neck, followed by the powerful grip of a hand. "We're 2 against 1, yet you seem rather pleased with yourself." A chilling voice, laced with the scent of tobacco, echoed. Panic surged through Diamante as he realized he had neglected to account for old Shah, who had been watching the encounter unfold. As he attempted to break free, it was already too late. Old Shah had him firmly in his grasp. "Desert prison," Old Shah roared, executing his signature move. Diamante's body rapidly shriveled before their eyes, transforming into a mere husk within an instant. "You," he croaked, his voice hoarse from dehydration, struggling to utter a single word as pain coursed through him. Helpless, he gazed at Old Shah, completely devoid of strength. Old Shah, reveling in his victory over Diamante, triumphantly tossed him at the feet of the Red Count. "Count, the stage is yours now. I eagerly await your next move," he declared, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. The Red Count, unfazed, strode confidently towards Diamante, causing the latter to stumble back in fear. What do you intend to do?" Diamante stammered, his expression reflecting sheer terror. The unknown was indeed the most frightening aspect, and the fear etched on Diamante's face was a testament to that truth. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters," the Red Count replied nonchalantly. "I will say nothing," Diamante retorted defiantly. But his protest was cut short as the Red Count's hand pressed firmly against his head. In an instant, Diamante's demeanor shifted, his pupils dilated, and his body convulsed involuntarily, succumbing to unconsciousness. This was the Red Count's hidden ability, the power to read memories. It was well known that the development of observation Haki could yield formidable abilities, such as sensing danger or glimpsing fleeting futures. However, the Red Count's extraordinary talent granted him the capability to penetrate hearts and extract memories with ease. Through this power, he effortlessly discerned the location of the vampire fruit, pinpointing it within the grasp of the sugar hand in the underground factory. He was even aware of the passageways leading to the factory. Releasing Diamante, the Red Count's keen insight finally revealed the path. "Let us go. Leave this to the captain. We shall seize the fruit," he declared, sheathing his sword and turning to depart. Old Shah stood, bewildered. "Is that it? What just happened?" He watched intently from the side as the Count of Red merely placed his hand on Diamante's head for a brief moment, without any apparent action. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the Count had already concluded his business. What on earth was that? Where was the grand move that was promised? Old Shah felt utterly perplexed and could only follow the Count away. Of course, before departing, he did not forget to give Diamante a desert sunflower as a parting gift. A sunflower garden, featuring desert sunflowers, was quite fitting, it must be said. Throughout their journey, his curiosity remained insatiable, and he couldn't resist inquiring about the Count's earlier actions. The Count of Red, with a playful smile, replied, "Would you like to know? Just let me place my hand on your head, and you will find out." Old Shah was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, saying it was unnecessary. He would rather not. He was not foolish. This enigmatic old man might conjure some terrifying event. Chapter 90, Valdo's romantic encounter. The two men weaved through a labyrinthine passageway, arriving at an old, decrepit elevator. Old Shah couldn't help but marvel. "How did you know of this route, Count?" He gazed at the Count, who appeared even more ominous in the dimly lit corridor, causing Old Shah to shiver involuntarily. "Oh, Diamante just informed me about it," the Count replied. A thunderclap of realization struck Old Shah's mind. Could it be that just now? They exchanged no further words as they stepped into the elevator and descended. Meanwhile, Valdo's encounter was far more intriguing than that of the others. Gazing at the beautiful woman beside him, who clung to his arm and incessantly called him hubby, he felt utterly speechless. How had he ended up with a wife in the midst of battle? The situation unfolded as follows, in a harmonious collaboration. Buffalo and Valdo found themselves evenly matched in a gunfight, neither side gaining the upper hand. As the stalemate dragged on, both parties began to alter their tactics. Baby 5 transformed into a sharp blade, wielded by Buffalo, who spun her rapidly, charging towards Valdo with ferocity. In close combat, Valdo was undeterred. He extended his arms, which darkened to an iron-like hue, and met the attack with his armament-enhanced limbs. Thus ensued a fierce exchange of blows. However, with Buffalo's assistance, Baby 5's weapon attacks boasted significant enhancements in both speed and power. For a time, the battle was tit for tat, with even Valdo's 20-fold speed only granting him a slight advantage. The two opponents were cunning. Once they sensed danger, they would immediately retreat to the skies, much to Valdo's frustration, as he could not follow them there. This stalemate was untenable, and Valdo, with a flicker of inspiration, resolved to eliminate the troublesome buffalo first, leaving the weapon-wielding woman for later. However, it seemed the two adversaries had anticipated this, opting not to engage in close combat. Baby 5 transformed into a missile, while Buffalo utilized the inertia from his spinning to hurl the projectile towards Valdo. The power of this missile was not to be underestimated, prompting Valdo to dodge repeatedly. A growing sense of frustration welling up within him. You too, can you not come down? Hiding in the sky is hardly a skill. What began as a mere venting of his pent-up frustration unexpectedly yielded results. Baby 5 in the sky suddenly blushed, halting her poised attack, murmuring, "Am I needed? Well, since you require my presence, I shall comply." She abruptly detached from Buffalo's grasp and leapt towards the ground, startling Buffalo. "Come back. He's deceiving you," he called out, hastily pursuing the descending Baby 5. Valdo stood in shock, bewildered. What was happening? She was actually coming down because he asked? With a splash, Baby 5 landed before him, and he remained momentarily dazed. "Do you need me?" she asked shyly. Valdo, taken aback, pondered her intentions, but he had no time to dwell on it. Seeing Buffalo hurriedly descending, he felt a surge of excitement. What a splendid opportunity. He disregarded everything else and directed his fury towards the troublesome foe. With a swift motion, he turned his focus on Buffalo, unleashing a barrage of powerful strikes. After all, Buffalo was not a formidable opponent, relying solely on his abilities to withstand Valdo's onslaught. He was caught off guard in close quarters. The outcome was all but sealed after the first blow landed. In less than a minute, Valdo had ruthlessly unleashed over 100 punches upon Buffalo. The scene was utterly gruesome, so much so that even Buffalo's mother wouldn't recognize him. Baby 5, who had initially appeared shy and demure, was jolted from her stupor by the brutality of Valdo's assault. "Are you deceiving me?" She glared at Valdo, incredulous. Valdo, confused, couldn't comprehend the woman's sudden shift in demeanor, nor did he care to analyze it. With a dismissive wave, he flung the nearly unconscious Buffalo aside. "Ah, the nuisance is finally dealt with. Now, little lady, it's your turn. Come here." Upon hearing this, Baby 5 hesitated. "Do you need me?" Valdo frowned, his patience wearing thin. Yes, whatever you say. Just come here and let us finish this. Don't waste my time." Feeling needed brightened Baby 5's spirits immensely. Responding eagerly, she approached Valdo obediently. Witnessing her compliant demeanor, Valdo was perplexed. Was she conceding defeat, or was there some other scheme at play? He quickly became alert until Baby 5 stood directly in front of him, offering her assistance. "Is there anything else you require of me?" Valdo lowered his guard, recognizing the situation. If she was willing to cooperate, he could save time. "Do you know where the vampire fruit is?" Baby 5 nodded, indicating her knowledge. "Can you lead me there?" Of course. The thrill of being needed had ensnared Baby 5, who, without the guidance of her teammates, was entrapped in her own euphoria. With a cheerful gait, she began to lead Valdo onward. However, to Valdo, her exuberance was suspect. Why is she moving so quickly? Is she trying to escape? Wait, he bellowed, bringing her to a halt. Baby 5 turned around, puzzled. What is it? Valdo gestured for her to come closer. Upon hearing this, Baby 5's face flushed crimson. Her mouth agape as she instinctively covered it, her heart racing uncontrollably. She excitedly asked, "Do you need me to be with you?" Valdo, perplexed, responded, "Of course. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Valdo's expression turned cold. Could it be that this woman had a hidden agenda? Good heavens. Was this a confession? How annoying. To be so needed made it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Unbeknownst to Valdo, Baby 5's heart was already tumultuous. The two were entirely on different wavelengths, each with their own thoughts. And thus, this beautiful misunderstanding unfolded. In the next moment, with a soft thud, Valdo felt something soft envelop him, and by the time he realized, Baby 5 had already thrown herself into his embrace. Chapter 91. A mishap in the gutter. To be needed by someone is indeed a profound happiness. "I am willing to be with you." Baby 5, nestled in Valdo's arms, her face flushed, spoke in a voice as gentle as a bird. This sudden turn of events caught Valdo off guard. As a typically brash and boisterous man, he was utterly unprepared for such a situation. Suddenly embraced by a stunningly beautiful girl, he found himself in utter disarray. To not push her away would be awkward, yet to push her away felt regretful, after all. Which man could remain indifferent to such an alluring embrace? In his fluster, he hastily diverted the conversation. Right, the fruit. Let's go find the fruit." Thus, side by side, Baby 5 wrapped her arm around Valdo's, calling him hubby with every step they took. Baby 5 led Valdo to the underground factory. The Red Count and Old Shah, having arrived earlier, emerged from the elevator into a spacious area resembling a dock, where numerous toy soldiers were diligently engaged in moving boxes, drawing from Diamante's memories. The Red Count pointed towards a building, stating, "It's over there." Without paying heed to the peculiar toy soldiers, they strode directly towards the building where Sugar resided. Soon, they entered a hall-like structure. Upon seeing Sugar seated on the main throne with Toripole standing beside her, the Red Count's pupils constricted and his breath quickened. He pointed at the exquisite box in Sugar's hands, exclaiming, "It's in that box." Without a moment's hesitation, they advanced towards Sugar, harboring no suspicion towards the little girl, but rather fixating on Toripole. It seemed that at the slightest hint of Torpole's movement, they would unleash their wrath upon him. Curiously, neither Sugar nor Toripole showed any intention of attacking. This left the Red Count and Old Shah in a state of bewilderment. "Count, be cautious. There may be a trick." The Red Count, bold and skilled, suggested, "When we approach, let's strike simultaneously to seize the fruit. Even if they try to thwart us, they cannot possibly stop both of us at once." Agreed. The two whispered as they quickly devised their plan and approached Sugar, reaching for the box. At that very moment, as their hands grazed the box, Sugar placed her hands atop theirs. Sensing the surge of power emanating from Sugar, both were taken aback, a wave of crisis washing over them. By the time they attempted to react, it was too late. They had underestimated her. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly harmless little girl was a formidable user of powers, the strongest aid of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and his greatest trump card? In the next instant, poof, a cloud of smoke erupted, and they transformed into a bat and a raccoon-like toy. It was over. They had encountered a setback. Both lamented internally, their illustrious reputations tarnished by a mere little girl. This was utterly unimaginable. If word got out, they would be utterly humiliated, especially the Red Count. Should Sugar realize she had subdued the Red Count, she would surely boast about it for a lifetime. Exchanging a glance, they instinctively sought to retaliate, hoping to revert to their original forms before being discovered in their embarrassing predicament. However, having just transformed into toys, they struggled to adapt to their new bodies, nearly stumbling over themselves due to their excessive force. With a cold chuckle, Sugar willed them to follow her commands, and they found their bodies unresponsive, compelled to march out and carry bricks. What in the world was happening? The saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover," had never felt more apt. Surely, they would not all fall into the hands of this little girl. They could only wallow in their frustration and silently curse, powerless to voice their grievances as they began their labor. Seeing this, Toripole laughed. "Indeed, Sugar is impressive, no matter how strong the opponent. They are but puppets in your hands." Sugar, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Quickly bring me my grapes. Call me when the next batch arrives." "Certainly." Toripole chuckled heartily before turning to fetch grapes for Sugar. Before long, Valdo, guided by Baby 5, arrived at the scene. Toripole and Sugar exchanged glances, aware that Baby 5's peculiar affliction might strike again. However, they were astute enough not to expose her, instead opting to let Valdo walk into the trap. The meticulous Red Count and Old Shah had fallen for it, but how could the oblivious Valdo perceive the danger? He strode forward confidently, noticing their lack of resistance, and grinned. "Thanks." With those two words, he prepared to snatch the box. The outcome was predictable. He too fell prey to Sugar's grasp. Even the most formidable of the Dawn's crew could not foresee their downfall before a mere little girl. 3 out of 6 had been captured, leaving them utterly defeated. Yet, one could hardly blame them. They were not villains of the worst kind, who would unjustly attack an unarmed little girl. In the midst of the cargo transporters, Valdo and the Red Count collided, exchanging glances, their eyes wide in mutual disbelief. Though they could not articulate their frustrations, they shared a bitter smile, placing their hopes on their invincible captain. They were drenched in sweat, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. If even the captain were ensnared, then... Meanwhile, in the Sunflower Garden, the vigilant Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming sense of crisis while battling Doflamingo. Just moments ago, his heart had raced 3 times. Possessing a unique foresight, he was acutely aware of the little girl's abilities within the Don Quixote family. Thus, after the Red Count's departure, he had remained vigilant. To his astonishment, his vigilance proved effective. He had forgotten the identities of his teammates, their appearances, and names, all utterly forgotten. Yet, he remained attentive for every time a teammate fell. There was a fleeting moment of memory loss. Though he could not recall their faces, he was keenly aware of the frequency of that sensation. 3 times. 3 of his comrades had failed and been captured, causing his expression to darken abruptly. He contemplated the situation. In his memory, only a one-handed golden lion remained. Engaged in a struggle with the vine tiger, and a frail Carmen awaited their return aboard the ship. The rest of his companions were a blur in his mind. This meant he was left without allies, and everything now depended solely on him. With a decisive motion, he grasped the hammer of thunder, determined to swiftly conclude the battle. Otherwise, he feared he might forget the very reason for his presence here. Chapter 92. The fruit is within reach. Thunder Beast. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Liufeng unleashed a fierce lightning wolf that charged directly at Don Quixote Doflamingo. A bolt of lightning shot from his fingertip, a divine retribution. He then swung the hammer of thunder to the right, while his figure flickered, launching an assault from the left. It must be said that Jiang Liufeng was poised to deliver a fatal strike to Doflamingo. In a mere second, he unleashed 4 devastating blows, each one a lethal strike. Doflamingo's forehead glistened with sweat, his expression grave enough to seem as if water could drip from it. First, he cast a web-like attack, enhanced by his armament Haki, to block the lightning wolf. Then, with a deft movement, he evaded the divine retribution that nearly grazed his hair. Immediately, he activated his armament Haki to withstand the rapid strike of the hammer of thunder. Despite his preparations, he was still struck with such ferocity that he coughed up blood, his internal organs churning violently. This was a grave miscalculation on his part. He had never anticipated the sheer terror of the hammer of thunder's might. This was not merely Jiang Liufeng's power, but the inherent force of the weapon itself. In a clash of skilled combatants, particularly when the weak combat the strong, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. As the river flows, Jiang Liufeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. What an opportune moment. This arrogant and overconfident individual foolishly believed he could withstand a blow from Thor's hammer, a mere daydream. In this fleeting instant when Doflamingo was momentarily stunned and in pain, Jiang Liufeng seized the chance to unleash his most formidable spear, the strongest spear, piercing through with 4 fingers. With a swift thrust, it effortlessly pierced Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo's gaze gradually dulled, unable to focus any longer, as blood gushed from his mouth. He yearned to utter something, yet found himself unable to speak, ultimately collapsing in a state of unwilling defeat. Jiang Liufeng withdrew his arm and let out a sigh of relief, with the formidable enemy vanquished. The remaining tasks became considerably more manageable. There were only a handful of officers left, easily countable on one hand. The most likely culprits were either in the hands of Sugar or Tor Bowl, and based on the hints provided, they should be situated within this underground factory. Jiang Liufeng contemplated deeply, soon formulating a plan, and without uttering a word, he followed the path to the underground factory from memory. Just as Jiang Liufeng's figure completely vanished, the finger of Don Quixote Doflamingo, pierced by a strike, twitched slightly, as an almost imperceptible fine thread clung to the wound. To his astonishment, the wound began to self-sew, and the heart, which was on the brink of cessation, gradually resumed a vigorous rhythm. He grimaced against the searing pain, meticulously stitching his injured lung. And after a series of deliberate maneuvers, he managed to pull himself back from the brink of death. With a sigh of relief, Doflamingo slowly sat up. His forehead was lined with prominent veins, and his teeth ground together with a crunch. He had not anticipated that the dream empire he had meticulously crafted could have been nearly destroyed by this purple-haired youth, nor that he himself had come so close to perishing at Jiang Liufeng's hands. A tempest of hatred surged within him, and a greater murderous intent brewed. I shall make you taste the despair of awakened powers. After conducting a thorough examination of his injuries and meticulously repairing his body, Doflamingo sprang to his feet, fury coursing through him as he took a step forward. Jiang Liufeng, I will kill you. With a thunderous roar, he exerted force beneath his feet, causing the entire sunflower field to tremble. With a swift whoosh, he darted off in the direction Jiang Liufeng had departed. Oh heavens! Look over there. What on earth is happening at the palace? It's collapsing. My goodness. Our esteemed King Doflamingo cannot be in danger, can he? Who dares wreak havoc in our Dressrosa's palace? Navy, what are you doing? If you won't assist, why are you obstructing us? Cannot you see our royal family is under attack? This day in Dressrosa was destined to be anything but tranquil. The citizens had not yet recovered from the astonishing battles in the arena when they were forcibly evacuated from the city center. As if that were not enough, now even the palace was on the verge of collapse, with their beloved royal family, the Don Quixote clan, and their esteemed King Doflamingo in peril. How could this not incite madness among the populace? Filled with righteous indignation, the citizens armed themselves, determined to breach the Navy's blockade and storm the palace to rescue their king. The upheaval at the Dressrosa Palace and the citizens' revolt quickly reached the ears of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. "I'm Sengoku. What is the situation?" "Admiral, the Dawn crew has breached the Dressrosa Palace. Vice Admiral Fujitora is entangled with the Golden Lion Shiki and cannot respond. According to reliable intelligence, multiple officials of the Don Quixote family have been eliminated, and the entire palace is teetering on the brink of collapse. A large contingent of the Navy is preventing citizens from approaching, while the citizens, in a frenzy to save King Doflamingo, are clashing with the Navy in an attempt to break through the blockade. The situation is dire." Sengoku inhaled deeply and replied, "I understand." With a snap, he hung up the phone, his heart trembling as he pondered the chaos Jiang Liufeng had wrought. Fortunately, they had made ample preparations. However, the situation with the citizens was troubling. With a furrowed brow, he realized there was no choice but to proceed step by step. Notify Hancock to have her contact Fujitora and prepare for action. Yes. Dressrosa. Underground factory. Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to the commotion caused by his companions, which had already stirred a significant uproar. Yet, even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed, possessing an innate ability to foresee outcomes. He understood that the citizens were merely blinded by the Don Quixote family. Clarity would emerge once the matter concerning Sugar was resolved. Standing before the Grand Hall, he fixed his gaze upon Sugar and her companion, who were similarly scrutinizing him. "Sugar, this is the last one. Once dealt with, we can finally conclude our work." "I'm aware, what a nuisance," Sugar remarked with a slight pout as she regarded Jiang Liufeng. "Speaking of which, this adversary is quite striking." Suppressing her inner thoughts, Sugar exclaimed, "The fruit you desire is right here. Come and claim it." In response, Jiang Liufeng shrugged nonchalantly, his hands tucked into his pockets. As he strolled forward with an air of calmness, he was fully aware of their capabilities, and it was clear that Sugar and her companion's calculations had ultimately failed. Jiang Liufeng stood before Shatang, their gazes locking for an extended moment, his hands remaining still. Shatang felt a shiver of unease creep through her. Seemingly incensed by his stare, she averted her eyes and snapped, "What are you staring at? Do you want it or not?" Just as she spoke, she felt a lightness in her hands, as if something had vanished. Glancing down, she was startled to see the box containing the vampire fruit prominently in Jiang Liufeng's grasp. Chapter 93, A Little Sample. "Can I not handle you? You. Both Shatang and her companion gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for Jiang Liufeng's swiftness. In a moment of panic, they were momentarily at a loss. Tori Pole, quickly retrieve the box. There was no need for Shatang to elaborate. Tori Pole had already lunged into action. Sticky chain. Tori Pole unleashed a viscous, tea-colored liquid that he secreted from his body, shooting it out to form a beaded, sticky chain in an attempt to ensnare Jiang Liufeng. Baby 5, who had previously accompanied Waldo, surged forth from the side. Having lost her memory of Waldo, she had returned to her normal state and naturally joined the assault against Jiang Liufeng. "Weapons! Handguns!" she shouted fiercely, transforming her upper body into a firearm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Jiang Liufeng, driven by a fierce rage that left no trace of her previous demure demeanor. Bang! 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 A relentless stream of bullets erupted, yet they halted just 3 feet from Jiang Liufeng, unable to advance any further. She gasped in horror, exclaiming, "How is this possible? What is that?" In fact, Jiang Liufeng had swiftly retreated, summoning an electric shield that was impervious to the feeble attacks of her adversaries. Seeing his assault yield no results, Torpal's thick liquid was evaporated by the intense heat before it could even graze Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. Enraged, he shouted, "Impossible! How can you be so powerful? I refuse to believe it." Sticky cannon. With all his might, he unleashed an array of block-like blobs of sticky liquid, knowing that even a single hit could immobilize his foe. Yet, in the face of the electric shield, his efforts proved futile. Baby 5 fared no better, transforming into a sharp blade, attempting to breach the electric shield. However, as she approached within 5 meters, an overwhelming wave of heat struck her. Her body could hardly withstand such intensity, prompting her to retreat hastily, yet she still bore multiple burns. Even the composed Jiang Liufeng was slightly stirred. As Baby 5 felt the searing gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed, and she exclaimed, "Pervert! If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes." Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly. "Oh, you little rascal, do you think I can't handle you?" He then addressed Baby 5. "I require your assistance in locating the Golden Lion." Upon hearing this, the latter was momentarily taken aback, Am I needed? Indeed. Very well. Jiang Liufeng, weary of engaging in trivial discourse, abruptly interrupted her words. In a surprising turn, the latter wore a blissful smile and scampered away with delight. Toribol, in a state of alarm, called out to Baby 5. Do you still have time to concern yourself with others? Before he could finish his plea, Jiang Liufeng's haunting voice reached his ears, sending a shiver down Torbol's spine. Oh no! Raijin! With a thunderous roar, a colossal bolt of lightning surged toward him at a staggering speed, its vast reach rendering escape impossible. No! The crackling bolt swept through, leaving Toribol in a ghastly state, utterly unrecognizable. Yet, the 30 million volts of Raijin did not claim his life. Jiang Liufeng had unleashed the strike with expedience. Though it was not lethal, it was more than sufficient to incapacitate that repugnant fiend. It was not that Jiang Liufeng had shown mercy. Rather, Torbol's loathsome presence was akin to mucus, repelling him from any desire to draw near. In excruciating pain, Toribol found his body unable to reform due to the lingering heat. He dragged his disfigured form step by step toward Sugar. The sight of his grotesque movement was utterly nauseating. Sugar, run. I will do my utmost to hold him back. You must not come to harm. Meanwhile, Sugar stood frozen in shock. Witnessing Torbol's horrendous plight from a single strike was overwhelmingly terrifying. The sheer might of the lightning was profoundly shocking. Feeling Jiang Liufeng's gaze upon her, she trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes as she stifled her sobs. Jiang Liufeng approached her step by step, causing Shadang to retreat in fright, incessantly shaking her head and pleading, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Although she appeared as a young girl, Jiang Liufeng harbored no compassion in his heart. It was precisely her abilities that had caused countless families in Dressrosa to be torn apart, preventing lovers from ever reuniting in their lifetimes. Despite her innocent facade, her cunning was on par with that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Thus, Jiang Liufeng had no intention of sparing her life. He harbored a grander ambition. His goal was to overthrow the Don Quixote family, liberate Dressrosa, and establish it as a stronghold in the New World, or rather, his base of operations. Therefore, Shadang must perish. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Liufeng gazed coldly at her, devoid of any emotion. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a Thunder Dragon attack, elevating the voltage to an astonishing 100 million volts. Should it strike, there would be no possibility for someone like Shadang, who relied on her powers, to withstand it. At that critical moment, Torpol, with all his strength, threw himself in front of Shadang, intercepting the devastating blow before it could reach her. The anguished cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. His severely injured body, even with the reinforcement of armament Haki, seemed incapable of withstanding the might of Jiang Liufeng's lightning. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. He struggled to hold on, his form nearly dissolving into a puddle, leaving only his head to retain its shape. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, a surge of murderous intent welled up. Since you wish to meet your demise, allow me to fulfill that wish. The Thunder God hammer in his hand surged with a fierce wind, now imbued with the armament Haki, ensuring a fatal strike. Whoosh, the Thunder God hammer was cast forth, aimed directly at Torpol's head. Oh, no. How dare you? 3 cries of alarm erupted simultaneously. Yet, ultimately, they could not prevent the ensuing chaotic scene. Toripol, surrounded by liquid that transformed from transparent to white, was struck by lightning that charred him black, and finally, the gushing blood stained him a deep crimson. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, Don Quixote family cadre Toripol met his end. Ah, you scoundrel, I shall surely avenge you. The late-arriving Don Quixote da Flamingo, unable to halt the tragedy unfolding before him, was consumed by profound sorrow. As he journeyed, he encountered the lifeless bodies of his subordinates strewn about, a pain that transcended understanding for anyone else. Chapter 94. The awakening power of the fruit. Upon seeing Da Flamingo's arrival, Jiang Liufeng was momentarily taken aback. It was his first lethal attack that had faltered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the barely perceptible fine line on Da Flamingo's chest and felt a sense of relief. How could I have forgotten this trick of yours? However, you shall not enjoy such fortune again. Da Flamingo, driven nearly to madness, had completely lost his reason, consumed solely by an insatiable fire of vengeance. I will see you dead. As his anguished roar echoed, the surroundings began to transform, be it the buildings, the cargo, or the very ground beneath them. Everything gradually morphed into mere lines. Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened. Is this the power of awakened fruits? Within the subterranean factory, several individuals transformed into mere playthings had ceased their actions, pausing to observe. At the moment Jiang Liufeng vanquished Toribol, The long-buried hope within them flickered back to life. They yearned desperately for this unknown violet-haired youth to overthrow the very individuals who had stripped them of their freedom. However, witnessing Doflamingo's overwhelming prowess at this moment extinguished the faint ember of hope within their hearts once more. The shadow cast by Doflamingo loomed too large, eclipsing any vision of triumph. Gazing into the stark whiteness surrounding them, a realm born of Doflamingo's awakened abilities, despair enveloped them. Due to Sugar's fright, their emotions destabilized. And these toy-like beings regained their ability to speak. Many implored Jiang Liufeng. Doflamingo, this heartless fiend, is truly formidable and utterly despair-inducing. Indeed, young man, you ought to flee. It is utterly impossible to defeat such a monster. Oh, how long for my child? Young man, your family must be worried about you as well. You must escape before it is too late. As Jiang Liufeng heard this, he chuckled, declaring, I shall resolve this matter swiftly, and you will soon be free. Resolve me? Nonsense. You shall accompany my brothers to the grave. With that, Doflamingo swiftly unleashed his technique, the white line of the wild waves. In an instant, thousands of translucent white threads were aligned horizontally, surging like a furious tide from beneath Jiang Liufeng, forming massive twists of white waves, intent on ensnaring him and crushing him within the strands. However, before Jiang Liufeng, such speed was utterly insufficient. The wild waves of white lines could not even catch a glimpse of his figure. With a few deft movements, Jiang Liufeng appeared before Doflamingo. Delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch, his arms entwined with dual-colored energy, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his teeth grinding in frustration as he faced Jiang Liufeng. The disparity in speed was painfully evident. In a moment of haste, he executed the white line shield, summoning several colossal threads from the ground to defend against Jiang Liufeng's assault. Yet, even this could not withstand the might of Jiang Liufeng's formidable punch. The white line shield shattered under the relentless force, and it seemed he would land a strike upon Doflamingo's face. However, although the shield was breached, it had bought him a sliver of time. Spiderweb wall. With a swift motion, Doflamingo raised his hand, conjuring a web-like wall of lines fortified with his Haki. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the force behind the punch dissipated, allowing Doflamingo's obsidian web to halt Jiang Liufeng's advance. A fine opportunity. Spider's nest. Seizing the chance presented by Jiang Liufeng's proximity, Doflamingo executed another technique. The spider's nest bore similarities to the web wall but was a more advanced form, capable of bending and ensnaring the enemy like a hunting net. It appeared that Jiang Liufeng was on the verge of being captured. Thunder God. Could Jiang Liufeng possibly achieve his desires? Instantly, he transformed, embodying the essence of the Thunder God, augmenting his speed further, and effortlessly darted through the narrowing gap. Curse it! Doflamingo spat in frustration, just a hair's breadth away from seizing Jiang Liufeng. With two nets overlapping, the space diminished, and he was confident that with the enhancement of his Haki, Jiang Liufeng's elemental form would not escape. Yet, it was all in vain, inciting Doflamingo's fury even more. The range of his awakened abilities began to spread, electrifying half of this underground factory. Heavens! This purple-haired youth is incredibly powerful. It seems there truly is a chance, exclaimed a toy with gleaming eyes. Yes, indeed. The others around him chimed in enthusiastically. But do not be solely consumed by joy. Look, Doflamingo has lost his sanity, expanding his range infinitely and intensifying his attack. The very building is on the verge of collapsing. A sharp-eyed toy pointed toward the wall of the battlefield. By heavens, this is disastrous. If it collapses, not only will the palace be destroyed, but countless innocent lives may be crushed. Great One, please resolve this swiftly. The building is about to topple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng realized the gravity of the situation. Now that he had unleashed his strongest form, he was not inclined to delay any further. With a grand gesture, he wielded the hammer of the Thunder God, launching it forth with an imperceptible speed toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo's heart raced. Already straining, he could barely keep pace with Jiang Liufeng's Thunder God state. Driven nearly to madness, he disregarded everything and unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes. Giant Wave White Line. This technique could be considered an enhanced version of the Wild Wave White Line, conjuring countless massive white lines that surged forth like crashing waves, bombarding in all directions. Suddenly, a flicker of lightning emerged at a specific location. Amidst his frenzied assault, he finally pinpointed Jiang Liufeng's position. There. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with determination as he unleashed a devastating move. 16 Holy Death Bullets, Divine Execution. In an instant, 16 strands of densely armed white lines erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Jiang Liufeng with astonishing speed. This was Doflamingo's ultimate technique born of his awakening. Jiang Liufeng's advance was halted by the enrolling student, who exuded an overwhelming aura. Utilizing elemental transformation, Jiang Liufeng found evasion impossible. With no choice but to cease his movements, he revealed his form and wielded Thor's hammer to counter the lethal strike. The clash of two formidable presences ignited waves of purple-black energy in the air, a display of truly terrifying power. The residual force alone shattered the surrounding walls, gradually demolishing the already precarious foundation of the Dressrosa Palace, which could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to collapse at an angle. A group of toy companions was thrown into a frenzy. It was over. The palace had fallen. How terrifying. What kind of monsters were these two? The devastation wrought by their confrontation was overwhelmingly potent. Oh no, my wife and children. Please do not be crushed. Chapter 95, Doflamingo, Downfall. In the blink of an eye, 16 ferocious attacks were effortlessly deflected by Jiang Liufeng, who flashed forward for another thunderous assault. Doflamingo was struck with terror. Was this even human? His most powerful techniques were nullified without a scratch? There was no time for further contemplation. The specter of death loomed heavy over him. Web wall, he screamed, desperately unleashing an array of robust, armored spider webs to encase himself. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. How could he survive? Alas, from the moment Jiang Liufeng summoned Thor's hammer, he had lost all chance. The seemingly impervious spider webs, under the hammer's unparalleled ability to penetrate all, were merely a jest. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Jiang Liufeng unleashed the God of Thunder's hammer, charging forth with an aura reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. His left hand extended. He plunged downwards with unparalleled might. The supreme spear, now in its most potent form, could be deemed Jiang Liufeng's ultimate technique, an existence that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth in an instant. The speed and destructive power of this spear, in contrast to its form under normal circumstances, were of an entirely different magnitude. Coupled with the abilities granted by the Thunder Fruit, Jiang Liufeng could maneuver effortlessly through the air, rendering any attempt at evasion futile, as he pursued his target relentlessly. In that moment, Jiang Liufeng spun at incredible velocity, while the spear's tip darkened ominously, the rest of him transforming into a blinding column of lightning that resembled a legendary weapon descending from the sky. The overwhelming might instilled fear in all who beheld it. The God of Thunder's hammer surged forward with unstoppable force, shattering the webs woven by Don Quixote Doflamingo, who could hardly believe his eyes as it struck him, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, Doflamingo had no time to register the pain or count the bones shattered by the blow. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped him, causing his skin to prickle, akin to a frightened cat with bristling fur. Even the lowly ants cling to life. How could he possibly surrender? He spun around, channeling all his strength into his ultimate move, the divine execution. With a cacophony of shouts, he twisted 16 white waves into a singular force, exponentially amplifying the power of the divine execution. Die, he roared, it is you who shall perish. The supreme spear collided with the divine execution, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that swept through the area, sending distant onlookers flying and causing some to suffer grievous internal injuries, spewing blood. The residual force nearly swept them away entirely. This wave of energy continued unabated, shattering the walls of the underground factory, causing an upheaval throughout Dressrosa as if a cataclysmic earthquake had struck, threatening to sink the island itself. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? What could possibly be going on? Is this the end of the world? The chaos was not confined to the underground. The terrified citizens above found themselves in a state of panic as buildings crumbled around them. The air was filled with sounds of explosions, cries, and pleas for help, plunging all of Dressrosa into turmoil. Having sparred extensively with the Golden Lion, Fujitora sensed the gravity of the situation and swiftly repelled the Golden Lion with a flurry of strikes, abandoning their confrontation. He unleashed his full powers, lifting numerous buildings and the entire royal palace of Dressrosa into the air, thus preventing many citizens from being buried alive. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. You must be the Golden Lion. Jiang Liufeng sent me to guide you to him. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion turned to see Baby 5, whom Jiang Liufeng had earlier persuaded to emerge. With Fujitora no longer engaging him, the Golden Lion, uninterested in prolonging the encounter, readily agreed. Lead the way, little girl. Am I needed again? What a delightful day. Baby Five's unusual circumstances, having lost her entire family yet still radiating happiness, were quite peculiar. Thus, the Golden Lion followed Baby Five to the entrance of the underground factory. However, the fierce battle between the two combatants had utterly destroyed the passage, rendering it impassable. But for the Golden Lion, this was merely a trivial matter. He ascended into the air, wielding his twin swords to carve a circle in the vast expanse below him. Subsequently, he unleashed his full power, lifting the entire ground as if he were peeling back a lid from the earth itself, an awe-inspiring spectacle. As the lid was raised, it coincided perfectly with the climactic clash between Jiang Liufeng and Don Quixote Doflamingo. The Golden Lion's attention was captivated as he fixated on the moment of their ultimate confrontation. The Supreme Spear and the Divine Execution collided with tremendous force, both appearing equally formidable at first glance. Yet, the moment they met, the disparity became apparent. The Divine Execution was swiftly obliterated, unable to muster even a hint of resistance. Jiang Liufeng's momentum remained unyielding as he pierced through Doflamingo, leaving behind a massive wound. The high-pressure lightning, already at extreme temperatures, intensified further due to Jiang Liufeng's rapid rotation, generating immense friction. Doflamingo's Haki defense melted away, becoming utterly ineffective against the onslaught. Even the organs within him were scorched. Doflamingo, his expression one of disbelief, fell backward, memories flashing before his eyes like a montage. He could hardly fathom that, despite his vast power and connections, he would meet such an end. Regret washed over him. He wished he had never provoked such a monstrous figure. If only he could turn back time, he would willingly surrender the vampire fruit the moment Jiang Liufeng arrived to secure his own survival. Alas, there were no second chances. As his thoughts spiraled into chaos, his gaze fell upon the last remaining member of the Don Quixote family in this battle, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his remaining strength, he lifted his arm, slowly reaching out towards Baby Five above, longing to touch the sweet girl once more. Yet, his power was waning. With the last vestiges of his strength, he gasped, "You can still live." But before he could finish, Baby Five suddenly shouted, "You scoundrel. You are finally going to die. You killed so many of my fiancées. Justice has come." With that, Doflamingo coughed up a mouthful of blood, meeting his end with a heart full of resentment. Thus, the battle in Dressrosa concluded, marking the fall of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 96. A happy conclusion. The war in Dressrosa has come to a complete end. In this remarkable battle, the Dawn Brigade vanquished Smuggy, one of the 3 commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, along with the 15th and 16th daughters. They also defeated Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Kaido Pirates, as well as Don Quixote Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, and several of his subordinates, totaling 12 individuals. They captured the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, and acquired the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit. The Dawn Brigade dismantled the underground trading network of the Don Quixote family and overthrew their dark reign over Dressrosa, liberating the long-oppressed toy soldiers. This monumental achievement established a solid foundation for the Dawn Brigade to establish their presence in Dressrosa and confront the New World. This groundbreaking feat would soon echo throughout the world, transmitted by Morgans, who had been vigilantly observing the Dawn Brigade from above. With the nullification of Sugar's powers, the toy soldiers gradually returned to their true forms, and a torrent of lost memories surged into the minds of the citizens of Dressrosa. In an instant, the city was filled with joyous tears as they condemned the Don Quixote family. They offered heartfelt gratitude and blessings to the purple-haired youth, who had descended upon them like a deity, rescuing their nation from despair. Although the city center lay in ruins, and the palace was utterly devastated, the citizens of Dressrosa were not engulfed in sorrow. Instead, laughter and cheer resonated throughout. The joy of family reunions was unparalleled. Orphans and widows welcomed back their husbands and fathers, while elderly parents anxiously awaited the return of their children. The atmosphere in Dressrosa resembled a festive celebration. "I remember now. Oh my husband, you have been by my side all these years, enduring hardships for me and our child. Oh, you finally remember me? This is wonderful. Son, my son, the heavens have shown mercy upon this old man. I never thought I would remember my child before my time ends. Come closer and let me see you. Father, I have returned to honor you. Mother, my wife. Son, my girl." The bewildered Navy soldiers stared at the transformed toy soldiers, struggling to comprehend the sudden change. After some investigation, they grasped the events that had unfolded. They learned of the suffering inflicted upon the citizens of Dressrosa by the Don Quixote family over the years, who had occupied the palace and engaged in nefarious deeds. The Navy, enraged at having supported such scoundrels, felt complicit in their malice. In that moment, the Navy applauded the Dawn Brigade for toppling the Don Quixote family and liberating Dressrosa, abandoning any thoughts of pursuit. Let us go. Together, we shall head to the palace to express our gratitude to the benefactors who have freed us from this wicked rule. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the throngs of people in the streets responded, temporarily setting aside their family reunions to surge toward the city center. The Navy had no justification to intervene, especially since Fujitora had ensured the area was now safe. They could only allow the flow of citizens to continue. Jiang Liufeng emerged from the abyss, his memories fully restored. Lowering his gaze to the three figures huddled in the corner, he couldn't help but chuckle and say, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" The three, the Red Count and his companions, awkwardly leaped forward, their expressions far from pleasant. It was truly embarrassing. Each of them was undoubtedly a formidable expert. Yet it was they who had fallen into the trap. To be honest, while they rationally wished for Jiang Liufeng to break free from the predicament, a flicker of petty jealousy lingered within them, making them secretly desire to witness his own misfortune. This way, their hearts would find some semblance of balance. Little did they know, Jiang Liufeng was far too cunning, offering them no opportunity to exploit. In comparison, their own foolishness became starkly evident. "Boss," Valdo said, casting a sheepish glance at Jiang Liufeng, unsure of what to say. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and said, "We are all seasoned veterans now. One must always remain vigilant. Even with women and children, it is wise to keep one's wits about." The three individuals, chastened, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, while a certain insufferable golden lion nearby watched with a smirk plastered on his face. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Baby 5 shattered the tension. After the young lady regained her memories, she became utterly enamored with Waldo upon seeing him. "Husband, I remember now. You are my husband, aren't you?" This is quite the situation." Her declaration of husband instantaneously ruptured the awkwardness, causing the companions to cast knowing glances at Waldo. His face turned a deep shade of crimson, feeling as though he were ablaze, as he stammered, "Why you? Don't shout that. Can't you see the boss is here?" Baby 5, unfazed, retorted, "I don't care about your boss or anyone else. You are my husband, and I shall follow you." Waldo cast furtive glances at Jiang Liufeng, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, for someone as rough around the edges as Waldo, having such a striking girl declare her intention to follow him was utterly irresistible. However, considering their past as adversaries, he could not be certain of her intentions. Even if he acquiesced, it was uncertain whether his captain and comrades would agree. Could Jiang Liufeng really be oblivious to Waldo's intentions? Moreover, Baby 5 possesses such a personality, naturally exuding an aura of foreshadowing. It is evident that a casual remark from Waldo inadvertently sparked the inception of this connection. Without hesitation, he nodded at Waldo, expressing his affection, and then turned to beckon Count Red to depart. Old Sand and the Golden Lion, displaying their understanding, also withdrew to find a more comfortable spot, leaving the space open for the two. Waldo was utterly elated, never anticipating such a fortuitous encounter. With the approval of his leader, what was there to fear? With a sweeping gesture, he embraced Baby 5. Feeling her delicate and soft form, he immediately raised a toast in salute. Waldo was ecstatic, while Count Red was consumed by fervor. At the moment when Jiang Liufeng called out to him, the Red Count realized that his springtime was finally approaching. Even as Jiang Liufeng extended a beautifully crafted box into his hands, the Red Count found it hard to believe that the day he could reclaim his former glory had truly arrived. Years of tranquil existence had rendered his heart as still as water. Today, however, the Red Count could no longer maintain his composure, cradling the vampire fruit, a mythical beast seed, in his hands, tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to devour the fruit voraciously. Etiquette? Poise? All were cast aside. At that moment, the Red Count lamented only that he lacked 2 more mouths to consume the fruit in a single gulp. Chapter 97. Guardian Deity. The Red Count wolfed down the fruit, but halfway through, his expression shifted dramatically. His cheeks puffed out, and he nearly sprayed Jiang Liufeng with the contents of his mouth. Was this truly the flavor of such a delicacy? Jiang Liufeng hurriedly exclaimed, "Hold on. Please refrain from spitting. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Just pretend you are consuming something unpleasant. Damn it, are you truly attempting to console me? Or are you deliberately provoking me? Eating something distasteful? Why don't you indulge in a massive watermelon instead?" Jiang Liufeng gazed at the disdainful expression of the Red Earl, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. The Red Earl struggled to swallow the cursed fruit, which was far more repugnant than excrement, his complexion paling as if he had endured the passage of centuries before finally managing to ingest it entirely. Once he had finished, a few curious companions gathered around him. "Earl, how do you feel?" Jiang Liufeng inquired with genuine interest. "Nothing particularly special. I suppose I must adapt and develop it to understand its true nature," the Earl replied. "Very well, ponder it at your leisure," Jiang Liufeng said. As the group celebrated the Red Earl's acquisition of his new fruit power, a procession of figures approached in the distance. Leading them was a venerable man with white hair, the long-imprisoned King Liku. Following closely were Violet, Rebecca, Cyrus, and a host of warriors loyal to King Liku, who had also suffered imprisonment. The moment Sugar's power was nullified, Violet and Rebecca had swiftly restored King Liku's memories and mutually agreed to converge at this location. To their astonishment, King Liku and his companions had not perished. They had escaped from their confines and reunited with the three, a truly joyous reunion. Under Violet's narration, the group learned of Jiang Liufeng and his allies' triumph over the Don Quixote family, restoring a sense of order to the entirety of Dressrosa. They had come to express their gratitude to the Don crew. "Surely, you must be the formidable Jiang Liufeng," King Liku remarked, his years of captivity evident in his aged appearance, yet the majesty of a king remained undiminished. He faced these astonishingly powerful individuals with calm composure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is I. I am King Liku. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for your efforts in rescuing Dressrosa from peril." "Your words are too kind, Your Majesty. It was merely a matter of convenience," Jiang Liufeng replied modestly. Jiang Liufeng, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "What a casual act. An entire clan extinguished, and the royal palace thrown into chaos, and you call that casual? You must be quite deranged." The members of the Liku King's entourage felt utterly speechless, unable to express their sentiments. They could only stifle their emotions. Just as they were grappling with their thoughts, a vast throng of citizens arrived. "Look, the great benefactor of Dressrosa is over there. Hail, Lord Flying Thunder. Lord Flying Thunder is our savior," they cried. "Indeed, for so many years, Doflamingo has torn our families apart, and we foolishly recognized him as our ruler. How tragic it is that we were misled, but thankfully, he has been defeated by Lord Flying Thunder." As the crowd drew closer and recognized the figures before them, their astonishment grew. "Heavens, could that be King Liku?" they gasped. "It truly is King Liku." On their way, many had learned the truth about the tragic events from years past through transformed toys who had returned to their human forms. What seemed to be the massacre orchestrated by King Liku and his army was, in reality, a sinister plot devised by Doflamingo. Word spread rapidly, and soon nearly every citizen of Dressrosa was aware of the truth. Upon seeing King Liku again, their excitement was overshadowed by guilt. During his reign, King Liku had been beloved by his people, leading the nation through harmonious times. Now, reflecting on the past, how could King Liku and his army have committed such heinous acts? Coupled with Doflamingo's malfeasance, the populace had long since made their judgments. For years, they had vilified King Liku and mistreated Princess Rebecca. The realization struck them with profound sorrow. Many were moved to tears, lamenting their past misdeeds. "Your Majesty, King Liku, and Princess Violet, Princess Rebecca, we have been misled by treacherous villains, leading us to speak disrespectfully to you. Please forgive us," they pleaded. "Yes, King Liku, we were blinded. Please forgive us. Dressrosa needs a wise ruler like you." With these words, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, echoing their calls for the king to reclaim his throne. The air was filled with fervent pleas. After years of misunderstanding, King Liku and those beside him were deeply touched, especially the two women, their long-held burdens finally lifted. Tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Everyone, please calm down." After a moment of excitement, King Liku spoke. His voice, though not loud, carried immense authority, silencing the cacophony of voices. The crowd gazed at him with eager anticipation. "I am grateful for your support, yet I fear I am unworthy of the throne. As you have seen, my strength is limited. I was powerless to prevent the tragedy of years past, and I cannot bear to witness such calamities again. Therefore, it is best that you choose a more capable leader." His words cast a somber silence over the assembly. Reflecting on the past brought forth shared pain. Under King Liku's peaceful governance, although Dressrosa thrived, it crumbled under external threats. The people ardently wished for his return but found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, A small boy, clutching his father's hand, questioned, "Dad, don't we have a guardian deity in Dressrosa?" His soft voice resonated through the stillness, capturing the attention of many. A flicker of hope ignited in their eyes, but it quickly dimmed. They had suffered too long under the oppression of pirates. While they were grateful to Jiang Liufeng, the thought of him becoming their king filled them with uncertainty. What if history were to repeat itself, transforming him into another Doflamingo? Recognizing the opportune moment, Jiang Liufeng, who had remained silent thus far, stepped forward to stand beside King Liku. His piercing gaze met that of the citizens, and a confident smile graced his handsome features, radiating an undeniable presence. Every movement he made drew attention, as this purple-haired youth exuded both strength and charisma. Chapter 98. I agree. As Jiang Liufeng approached, the hearts of the crowd raced with apprehension. Was he truly considering the role of king? What a predicament! Though he had saved their nation, he was, after all, a pirate. Would history indeed repeat itself? Yet, given his formidable prowess, who could possibly oppose him should he choose to claim the throne? However, what followed from Jiang Liufeng's lips quelled the citizens' anxieties and ignited jubilant cheers. For the first time addressing such a grand assembly, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of emotion. He tossed his flowing hair, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat to present himself with poise and grace before speaking. Listen to my words. I believe that King Liku should rightfully resume the throne. Dressrosa can become my strategic territory, and my crew will defend against any invaders. We shall not interfere with Dressrosa's internal affairs. How does that sound? Wonderful. This way, Lord Flying Thunder will truly become the guardian of Dressrosa. Yes. We no longer need to fear external threats. Flying Thunder, guardian. The entire realm of Dressrosa erupted in jubilant cheers at this harmonious resolution. However, the celebration was short-lived as dissenting voices emerged. No. The kingdom is under the protection of the world government and our navy. It cannot become the domain of a pirate, exclaimed an indignant young naval officer. Others in the crowd echoed his sentiments, protesting that the kingdom could not ally with pirates. This incited public outrage. The navy? What good are they? When Doflamingo cruelly seized Dressrosa, where were you? Indeed, when Lord Flying Thunder arrived, your admirals were merely standing guard at the gates. How dare you claim to protect us? Without our guardian, how many more years would we have remained apart from our loved ones? When King Liku was imprisoned, where was your navy to uphold justice? Now that the dust has settled, you emerge to criticize us. Do you not feel shame? The naval officers, chastised and flushed with embarrassment, lowered their heads in profound shame, feeling utterly humiliated. This brief interlude, however, could not alter the reality that Dressrosa had become the territory of the Dawn Pirates. Following the reprimand, the entire region of Dressrosa fell back into a state of joyous celebration. Despite the numerous wounds and the overwhelming need for reconstruction, the citizens remained steadfast in their belief that under the leadership of King Riku and the protection of Jiang Liufeng, Dressrosa would surely rise again to become a flourishing kingdom. As the dust settled, and under the command of King Riku, the crowd gradually dispersed, their faces aglow with excitement and zeal, ready to reunite with their families and embrace a bright future. After enduring the ravages of war, Dressrosa was once again on the path to recovery, thriving and prospering. The arrival of Jiang Liufeng and his companions was akin to their name itself, Dawn. The darkness receded, and the eternal night was at last dispelled. After bidding farewell to their people, Dawn and King Liku turned their gazes towards the palace floating high in the sky. King Liku could not help but exclaim, "Alas! The palace has been uprooted. Reconstructing it will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge." Jiang Liufeng smiled and said, "What difficulty is there in this?" Lao Sha's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, "Great, it seems I must once again toil at hard labor." Jiang Liufeng rested his shoulder against Lao Sha's, saying, "Let us find a doctor shortly to tend to the Golden Lion's hand. You two should lend a hand in tidying up the palace, for this will soon be our territory." Lao Sha could only nod in resignation. What else could he say? Once all matters were settled, the Liku king and his family temporarily sought a place to revel in their joyous reunion. Meanwhile, the Dawn group approached the inconspicuous Tung Hu, who had been lingering at the periphery, barely making his presence felt. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the silent Fujitora and said softly, "Fujitora, this territory now belongs to me. You and your navy may take your leave." After a moment of silence, Fujitora raised his head and replied, "I apologize, Your Excellency, but Dressrosa still remains the domain of the world." As Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, he questioned, "Do you truly believe you stand a chance in a confrontation?" The other party misunderstood, stating that at the moment of your exposure and defeat of Doflamingo's crimes, the decision had already been made for you to assume the position of Warlord of the Sea. The Dawn crew was left in a state of bewilderment. Warlord of the Sea. The envoy announcing the appointment would arrive shortly. Fujitora remarked with a hint of impatience, seemingly harboring a disdain for the title of Warlord. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of astonishment. When had matters been handled so expeditiously? Was the envoy already on their way? A sense of conspiracy lingered in the air. He couldn't help but chuckle and replied, Fujitora, what makes you think I would accept this? That is beyond my purview, Fujitora retorted. I am merely relaying the message. The rest you may discuss directly with the envoy. Furthermore, since this is your territory, I would appreciate your handling of these matters. Fujitora gestured towards the floating palace and buildings above. Humph, is that a challenge? The Golden Lion scoffed, leaping into the sky to take control of the structures above. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the departing Ting Tiger with a light chuckle, remarking that he should inform Sengoku not to underestimate him, for their schemes and tricks would have no effect on him. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a melodious yet commanding female voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see the source of the sound, and upon catching a glimpse, they could not help but draw in a sharp breath. She was simply breathtaking. Even the Red Count was momentarily captivated by her stunning presence. After a brief pause, the crowd collectively exclaimed, Empress Hankoku. Jiang Liufeng was equally astonished. The Navy headquarters had truly devised an ingenious plan to win over him by dispatching the Empress herself. He stepped forward and smiled, proclaiming, I am he. Upon hearing this, Hankoku scrutinized Jiang Liufeng. She had only heard whispers of the Rising Dawn faction, as her focus was entirely devoted to safeguarding the Amazon kingdom, leaving her indifferent to other matters. Thus, she remained unaware of this group that had only emerged a mere 10 days prior. The first sight of Jiang Liufeng's noble visage stirred something within her, for it is often said that handsome men captivate beautiful women, and vice versa. Encountering Jiang Liufeng's striking appearance, it would be disingenuous to claim her heart remained untouched. She pursed her lips and addressed him. I come as an envoy of the Navy headquarters to extend an invitation for you to become the new Warlord of the Seven Seas. Chapter 99. The Navy holds another meeting I accept. Jiang Liufeng responded with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing this, not only was the Empress taken aback, but even the other members of the Dawn faction were left speechless. What the hell? Wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't accept? What about his pride? Has it all vanished upon encountering a beauty? The Red Count shook his head with a chuckle, remarking, Indeed. It is a challenge for heroes to resist the allure of a beautiful woman. After a moment of surprise, the Empress nodded and said, Very well. It saves me from further persuasion. There is another matter at hand. The warlords of the Seven Seas will soon be heading to Mariehua to participate in a significant event. So be prepared. Jiang Liufeng lowered his head in contemplation, estimating the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, the event was about to commence. Several individuals behind him interrupted his thoughts. Boss, don't go? Isn't your journey to Marin Fanduo akin to walking into a trap? Valdo exclaimed anxiously. Old Sean nodded in agreement, stating, Valdo is right. This could very well be a conspiracy. Jiang Liufeng raised his hand to interrupt their counsel, asserting, I am well aware of my intentions. He then turned to the Empress and stated, There is no issue, but I wish to accompany you on your vessel. Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a tinge of displeasure. Did he intend to harbor designs on her? It was said that the Dawn faction's Golden Scale ship was resplendent and possessed formidable maritime capabilities. Why, then, would he choose to embark on my ship? Jiang Liufeng, with a playful smile, remarked, It is not merely your ship that I board, but rather, I embark alongside you. Otherwise, I would not consent to your invitation. I trust that if I decline, it may pose difficulties for you in your dealings with my faction. Am I correct? The Empress bit her pale lip, seething with indignation. Indeed, as Jiang Liufeng had pointed out, she had never desired to undertake this mission. However, the Navy's stance was exceedingly rigid, even resorting to threats that left her with no choice but to comply. She was acutely aware that the Navy sought to exploit her allure, hoping to distract Jiang Liufeng from his ambitions, compelling him to submit. It was painfully evident that this was their strategy, rendering her feel akin to a courtesan, which was quite distressing. Very well. At last, the Empress could only huff in resignation, conceding to the arrangement. Upon witnessing the Empress's affirmative response, Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He turned to the crowd, lowered his voice to impart some instructions, and then followed the Empress as she departed. Although the Empress possessed an extraordinary beauty that could captivate any heart, Jiang Liufeng remained composed and rational, unaffected by her allure. His actions were motivated by the opportunity to visit the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a realm within the world of pirates that strictly forbids the presence of men. If he were to force his way in, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, it was imperative to seize this fortuitous chance. Along the journey, Jiang Liufeng glanced at the Empress several times, and he couldn't help but acknowledge that she was indeed a formidable woman. Before Jiang Liufeng arrived in the world of pirates, he had long admired the Empress. Now, fate had brought them together in this chaotic era, and Jiang Liufeng wished to seize the opportunity. However, he was acutely aware of the Empress's tragic past. Being overly aggressive would be counterproductive. Thus, he resolved to let fate take its course. If destiny beckoned, he would grasp it firmly. If not, he would not force it. Moreover, Jiang Liufeng was merely intent on visiting. After all, what did it matter if it were a nation solely of women? He truly did not care at all. Soon after, the two departed on the Empress's ship, while the Dawn crew, following Jiang Liufeng's instructions, busied themselves with their respective tasks. The situation in Dressrosa had finally reached a conclusion. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku convened an urgent meeting as soon as he received the latest news from Dressrosa. He gestured for his aide to read aloud the details of the recent events involving Jiang Liufeng and his crew. In the battle at Dressrosa, the Dawn crew had vanquished Smoker, Jack, and 3 other subordinates of the 4 emperors in the arena. In the royal palace, they eliminated 12 members of the Don Quixote family, including Don Quixote Doflamingo and his men, and acquired the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit, which, according to reliable sources, had been consumed by the Red Count. Additionally, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion and Baby 5, a former member of the Don Quixote family, had joined Jiang Liufeng's ranks. Ultimately, Jiang Liufeng was revered as a guardian deity by the citizens of Dressrosa, which had become the territory of the Dawn crew, with the long-imprisoned King Riku reinstated as the new monarch. As the aide concluded the reading, a heavy silence enveloped the conference room. This battle was undoubtedly grim news for the Navy. The Dawn crew had proven to be overwhelmingly powerful. After an intense conflict, they had suffered no losses and even gained 2 formidable allies, one of whom was the fearsome Golden Lion. This alone was alarming. What was even more difficult to accept was that the Red Count had indeed acquired the powers of the vampire fruit, marking a significant enhancement for both him and the Dawn crew. For the Navy, this was akin to a catastrophic blow. Just days after the last jubilant meeting, the atmosphere had turned bleak once more. Sengoku felt a throbbing headache. Was it possible that, following the 4 emperors, a 5th uncontrollable monarch was about to emerge? Akiji lightly tapped the table and stated that the immediate priority was to continue executing their plan. The Dawn crew's quest for a foothold in the New World would not be an easy endeavor, as the primary difference between pirates and the Navy lay in their lack of unity and discipline. The other formidable pirates would not allow anyone to challenge them without consequence. Their mutual checks and balances were undoubtedly beneficial to the Navy. Indeed, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the ringleader. If we can detain Jiang Liufeng, the Dawn crew will pose no threat. We can apprehend the Red Count, Golden Lion, and Waldo again, if necessary. Akainu remarked coldly. However, if Jiang Liufeng brings the Dawn crew to disrupt major events, it will significantly bolster Whitebeard's power, Zephyr interjected. Upon hearing this, Sengoku finally revealed a hint of a smile. That won't happen. As everyone suspects, according to the latest intelligence, Jiang Liufeng is utterly infatuated with the Empress, leaving the Dawn crew behind in Dressrosa while he personally attended to the Empress. What? The senior Navy officials nearly leaped from their seats. The national goddess was thus taken advantage of? Ahem, Sengoku coughed. I misspoke. He boarded the Empress's ship to respond to her summons. Phew. For some reason, many high-ranking officials visibly relaxed, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, as if Hancock were their own wife. Excellent, Garp exclaimed, slapping his hand down and growling. In that case, let us prepare our forces. Kizaru rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager for revenge. Seeing this, Akiji quickly restrained him. The traditional 3 admirals must remain on the front lines. As for Jiang Liufeng, we will let the remaining forces encircle him. It would be foolish to let you, of all people, let him slip away again. Chapter 100. Various attitudes. After hearing this, Sengoku nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, declared that mid-level officers would not fare well against Jiang Liufeng and thus should not be assigned to him. They would all engage on the front lines. I, along with Garp and the 3 admirals, must be present, as this is the Navy's face. Therefore, the remaining forces, Tama, Chav, Green Bull, and Fujitora, under Zephyr's command, will encircle Jiang Liufeng. What does everyone think? After some reflection, the officers replied, "That sounds excellent." The mid-ranking officers breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful they were not tasked with confronting Jiang Liufeng. The god of death was far too intimidating for them. Seeing no dissent, Sengoku firmly stated, "Then it's settled. Zephyr will lead you forward to covertly monitor Jiang Liufeng's movements. Once an opportunity to attack presents itself, you may act without reporting back. Meanwhile, the rest of us will fully engage with the Whitebeard pirates. If Jiang Liufeng remains unresolved afterward, we will provide immediate support." Yes. Meeting adjourned. Thus, yet another meeting concerning Jiang Liufeng came to a close, and the Navy headquarters busied itself in preparation for the impending crisis and Jiang Liufeng's arrival. Bearing an aura of imminent danger, a day after the events in Dressrosa, news had spread across the world. Truly, they were a crew deserving of the publisher's direct attention. Information traveled with remarkable speed. Is the king of Dressrosa changing? The 7 warlords Don Quixote da Flamingo and his crew brutally slain? Shocking conspiracies and dark dealings unveiled? A 10-day journey from Impel down to the ranks of the 7 warlords? The Empress and the newly appointed warlord Jiang Liufeng in league? A series of such explosive headlines inundated the entire pirate world, the news echoing through every street and alley. Jiang Liufeng, Dawn, the enigmatic swordsman, and other such keywords, along with the exploits of Dawn, have undoubtedly captured the attention of the world, becoming a topic of lively discussion over tea and meals. Anyone who has not heard of the legendary tales of Jiang Liufeng and his companions would likely be met with disdain from friends and family. From the 3-year-old child to the 80-year-old grandmother crossing the street, it can be said that they are universally recognized. In a small bar on the Sabaody Archipelago, several newly arrived pirates animatedly discussed their recent findings. Have you heard? Dawn is incredibly powerful. In just 10 days since debuting, they've already reached Dressrosa. It seems that only their captain is particularly formidable, right? Those like Valdo and Crocodile aren't that impressive. What are you talking about? You're clearly out of touch. Every member under the Flying Thunder God is a top-tier expert. Oh, please, do enlighten us, good sir. Certainly, though the newspapers didn't elaborate. I happen to have a senior participating in the arena at Dressrosa. It's said that Waldo single-handedly took on Smuggy, who was worth 932 million berries, and defeated her. So strong? He actually bested Smuggy in a one-on-one duel? Indeed. Crocodile is quite the anomaly too. I've heard he can extract moisture from all objects, even reducing buildings to sand. Listening to these inconsequential pirates exaggerate their tales, a red-haired pirate at a nearby table displayed a look of disdain. Humph. I could do that too. What is so impressive about it? A man next to him, looking as if he were performing magic, interjected, "Kid, don't underestimate them. Their strength is very real." What? Hawkins, are you scared? Kid scoffed. Hawkins was not afraid. He meant that to take down this fiery group, one must plan carefully and not rush in blindly like some. Becky, puffing on his cigar, retorted with sarcasm, "Becky, are you looking for a fight?" Kid replied menacingly, "Enough bickering. If we want to challenge Dawn, we must join forces. This is a prime opportunity for glory." Drake stepped in to mediate. Upon hearing this, the group calmed down. As fellow supernovas, the 7 present were initially reluctant to collaborate, each brimming with youthful arrogance. However, they all understood that defeating Dawn would be impossible without unity. In the new world, where the 4 emperors hold firm, making a name for oneself would undoubtedly hinge on confronting the rising force of Dawn. Thus, a new storm targeting Jiang Liufeng was solidified within the walls of that small tavern. A group of simpletons. At the bar, a graceful purple-haired beauty was unceremoniously devouring delectable food. "Bonnie, what prompts such remarks?" inquired the barmaid, exhaling smoke. Lost in her meal, Bonnie dismissed the inquiry, saying, "Nothing worth mentioning. Just wait for the newspaper." "Heh, you youngsters are quite amusing," chuckled Haki, offering no further comment as she turned to the back room. "Really? The new world is becoming increasingly intriguing. Indeed, it makes me almost wish to re-enter the fray. Please, with those old bones of yours. You wouldn't even be a warm-up for Jiang Liufeng." The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. On Cake Island and in Wano country, similar events transpired. An enraged figure wreaked havoc, smashing everything in sight. "Jiang Liufeng, you must die. For slaying my beloved daughter, you shall pay. Ah, my dear daughters, mother will avenge you." Big Mom, veins bulging and nearly losing her composure, was on the brink of madness, akin to a nun's portrait being torn apart. "Mother, please calm down. Mother, the dead cannot be revived. Do not grieve so. Mother, your health is paramount." The children of Big Mom were terrified. The loss of Smuggy and the other daughters had already taken a toll. If Mother were to rage again, it would be disastrous. "Katakuri, assemble the troops immediately and head to Dressrosa to avenge your sister." Hearing this, Katakuri's expression turned grave. "Mother, our immediate priority is to keep a close watch on Whitebeard's territory. Revenge will come in due time, but if we lose the territory now, it may be divided between Red-Haired and Kaido. Damn it, that detestable Jiang Liufeng. After this major incident, I will make him pay." In Wano, Kaido was similarly eager for retribution against Jiang Liufeng, but his subordinates restrained him. "Boss, we are on the verge of a crucial battle for Whitebeard's territory. Big Mom's side is still quiet. We cannot act hastily, or we risk losing our hold. It's a pity, not only did we lose Jack, but Smuggy as well. It seems Queen has some affection for Smuggy," he fumed. "What does territory matter? We'll seize it. We cannot let vengeance wait even a day." The two argued fiercely until Kaido finally calmed down and declared, "Let us focus on the territory first. Don't worry, Jiang Liufeng won't be dancing around for long." Once the boss spoke, the storm brewing against Jiang Liufeng began to settle. Chapter 101. You two, await your turn. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Liufeng and the Dawn crew had already attracted the attention of numerous factions, each with varying strengths and motives. Yet their goal was remarkably uniform, to bring Dawn to its knees. In addition to notorious pirates, many lesser-known crews, having dealings with Don Quixote da Flamingo, were also fixated on Jiang Liufeng. With the supplier eradicated, this debt would certainly fall upon Jiang Liufeng. However, as the instigator, Jiang Liufeng remained blissfully unaware of the impending troubles. If they sought trouble with him, he would simply send them home. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng reclined leisurely on a beach chair aboard the Empress's ship, eyes closed, savoring a brief respite. "Lord Flying Thunder God, your lunch is ready." Upon hearing the melodious voice, Jiang Liufeng flashed a charming smile and replied, "Thank you." As he opened his eyes, the maid was momentarily spellbound, her cheeks flushed. As she shyly retreated with the tray, the land of women, it truly is something to look forward to. Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly as he gazed at the retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "The Amazon Lily Kingdom harbors a profound animosity towards men, resulting in many of its inhabitants having never encountered one. Only those sailors who frequently accompany the Empress on her voyages have had the opportunity to catch a glimpse. Yet, they had never laid eyes on someone as handsome as Jiang Liufeng. Driven by the innate curiosity of human nature, they found themselves deeply captivated by him throughout the day. Remarkably, a line of valiant warriors formed to serve as Jiang Liufeng's attendants, eager to appreciate his gallant demeanor up close. After all, the Empress had decreed that, apart from those delivering meals, no one was permitted to interact with him. Nevertheless, curiosity proved irresistible, compounded by Jiang Liufeng's youthful charm and amiable disposition. He seemed far from the terrifying figure of legend. Meanwhile, the Empress, within her chamber, had discreetly drawn back a portion of the curtains, fixating on Jiang Liufeng for an extended period. Her two younger sisters exchanged knowing glances and teased, "Sister, have you taken a liking to this man?" The Empress's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "Nonsense. I am merely observing him to prevent any ulterior motives." Mary Galud, affectionately referred to as Mary, jested, "Sister, your vigilance is commendable. You've been watching him all day. Truly, a role model for our kind." Sonia, the other sister, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if it weren't for our sisterly bond, one might think you were infatuated." Enraged by their teasing, the Empress lunged at her sisters, exclaiming, "You two dare mock me? You shall pay for this." The playful banter escalated into a light-hearted scuffle. Outside, Jiang Liufeng could not help but smile broadly, stroking his handsome face as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, being handsome has its advantages. It seems the Empress holds a flicker of curiosity towards me. Jiang Liufeng possesses the observation Haki of Roger. How could the circumstances of the three escape his perception?" Long before the Empress had scrutinized him for an entire night, Jiang Liufeng had already sensed her gaze. However, due to the emotional scars borne by the Empress in the unique traditions of the Amazon Kingdom, he could not approach her directly. Otherwise, he would have already initiated a conversation. The allure of Hancock is irresistible. Who could withstand it? Thus, aboard the vessel, each individual harbored their own thoughts as they quietly traversed 2 days of navigation, finally nearing the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Empress has returned. The Empress has returned. As the Nine-Snake ship drew near, the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom received the news with great urgency. They hastily assembled, displaying an almost ceremonial grandeur to welcome Hancock back. Everyone understood that the Amazon Lily Kingdom's resilience against external threats was solely due to Hancock's strength. Upon hearing the sounds of celebration, Jiang Liufeng opened his eyes, slowly rising to the bow of the ship to observe. What a sight! Before him lay a sea of dark figures, all young women. Such a magnificent scene was truly overwhelming. Any man would find it hard to resist. Fortunately, Jiang Liufeng maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of losing control. As the Empress and her companions emerged from the cabin, they chanced upon Jiang Liufeng, who remained unfazed amidst the throng of beauties. The Empress couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. He seemed, indeed, to possess a certain uniqueness. However, before she could ponder further, a warship approached, obstructing the path of the Nine-Snake ship. The figure aboard was none other than the Vice Admiral, Squirrel, who had come to escort the Empress to Marineford. He looked down from his elevated position and addressed Hancock, urging her to proceed to Marineford immediately. Before Hancock could respond, Jiang Liufeng interjected, fully aware that his presence had altered many developments. Who knew whether the Empress would acquiesce? His own card had yet to be played, so departing at once was out of the question. His expression darkened as he retorted, "Do you regard the esteemed Empress as a mere courtesan?" Squirrel appeared baffled, questioning what he had done to provoke Jiang Liufeng. With a slight change in demeanor, he replied, "That was not my intention. The higher-ups are pressing for a swift departure. I asked that the two warlords expedite their journey." "Wait," Jiang Liufeng replied impatiently. Squirrel's expression soured, yet he dared not offend this formidable individual. Jiang Liufeng turned to Hanku and said, "Do not concern yourself with him. I shall handle whatever arises. Let us proceed." Hanku shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "Just you wait. The Amazon Kingdom does not permit men to enter." At this, Jiang Liufeng appeared utterly bewildered. The Empress paid him no mind as she turned away and disembarked from the ship. However, she glanced back with a radiant smile, clearly reveling in Jiang Liufeng's discomfort, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. Jiang Liufeng was utterly speechless. The check-in point was right before his eyes, yet he could not approach it. Can you imagine the frustration? However, it was impossible to prevent him from checking in. Once the people of the Amazon Kingdom had dispersed, Jiang Liufeng turned to the flying squirrel on the nearby warship and said, "Could you not linger about aimlessly? Why not find a cooler place to stay?" Many soldiers aboard the ship had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's earlier humiliation at the hands of the Empress. Now, seeing his disgruntled demeanor, they struggled to suppress their amusement, though they dared not laugh aloud. Ultimately, fearing that Jiang Liufeng might take out his frustrations on them, they decided it wise to retreat. After all, they were well aware of the wrath of this formidable figure. With a mere command, the warship set sail in search of a more temperate refuge. Yet, despite this, what cool refuge could one find in the windless zones where the Amazon Kingdom was situated? There were indeed many creatures of the sea. Chapter 102. The art of doubling. As the warship moved, several colossal beings emerged from the depths of the ocean, their fierce eyes fixed upon the people aboard the vessel, as if they had just spotted a delectable feast. Jiang Liufeng, troubled by the lack of a suitable outlet for his fury, found the sea kings presenting themselves before him. Without hesitation, he leaped into their midst. His foot poised upon the water's surface and bellowed, "Discharge!" The air crackled with electricity as the vast expanse of ocean transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning, reminiscent of firecrackers bursting in celebration. The colossal creatures scarcely had a moment to react before they were thoroughly cooked by the electric onslaught, while many lurking below the surface turned belly up, floating lifelessly. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Liufeng released his pent-up frustration, allowing a confident smile to return to his handsome visage, and he departed with a sense of satisfaction. The naval crew aboard the ship gazed in astonishment, trembling uncontrollably. Whether they had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's prowess before or not, they now looked as if they had seen a ghost. Was he even human? The sheer terror of it was overwhelming. This was what true annihilation looked like. My heavens, that was a multitude of sea kings. It was utterly monstrous. "Sir, perhaps we should retreat further? If he loses control again, we might just find ourselves cooked as well." After Jiang Liufeng revealed his prowess, he paid no heed to their astonishment and, seizing the opportunity of their bewilderment, swiftly made his way into the Amazon Kingdom. As he strolled along the rustic path, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. After all, It was a realm solely inhabited by women. Even the mere idea of it was enchanting. As if one could close their eyes and inhale the fragrance of youthful maidens wafting through the air. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Liufeng followed the system's guidance and gradually approached a village where the citizens of the Amazon Kingdom resided. In truth, despite being called a kingdom, it housed but a single village that nearly accommodated the entire population. The village exuded a simple charm, devoid of ostentatious decorations. Even the residence of the Empress was rather unadorned. Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but marvel, acknowledging the great effort required for a woman to uphold such a household. Wishing to avoid any misunderstandings, he decided against making a grand entrance. Estimating that the check-in point was likely within the Empress's building, he prepared to elementalize. Summoning a long arc of electricity that soared skyward before executing a sharp 90-degree turn, finally descending gently upon his destination. Upon entering the edifice and traversing the corridor, he found the vast structure surprisingly desolate at that moment. Jiang Liufeng wandered for half a day, encountering not a soul to share a breath with. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him the effort of evasion. Uncertain of the path he had traversed, he ultimately found himself standing before two grand doors. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within Jiang Liufeng, and an uncontrollable smile graced his lips. Each time the moment to check in arrived, despite the anticipation of unforeseen benefits, it was still challenging to quell the fluttering of his heart. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Liufeng pushed open the door, revealing a room enveloped in swirling smoke. The dimly lit space was shrouded in mist, rendering the situation within utterly unclear at that moment. Thud! Jiang Lu's heart raced suddenly. Could it be mere coincidence? No wonder this enormous building appeared devoid of any inhabitants. Could it be that the Empress is taking a bath? What a revelation! Jiang Liufeng felt an inexplicable dryness in his mouth and, as if compelled by an unseen force, closed the door behind him and stepped further inside. Reason could not impede his advance. The closer he approached the pool, the quicker his heart raced, and the calm demeanor he usually maintained slipped away. Just as he passed through the final veil of mist and beheld the entirety of the pool, his heart sank with disappointment. Alas, not a single hair was in sight. He shook his head and offered a sheepish smile, realizing that fortune had not favored him this time. Gazing at the luminous checkpoint across the pool, Jiang Liufeng swiftly adjusted his mindset. Well, even if he could not witness the Empress bathing, checking in would suffice. Thus, he strode confidently towards the designated point. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully checked in at the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Your reward is the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. The next checkpoint is Marine Headquarters at Marineford. What an impressive reward. It must be said that the system's offerings come without restrictions or side effects, which is crucial. Otherwise, Jiang Liufeng would have to contemplate whether this skill, which could lead to weight gain, was worth integrating. However, there was no time for such deliberations now. System. Proceed with the fusion. Ding. The host is currently fusing the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. Please hold on. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. With the final tone of the system's notification, a surge of power and the techniques of the multiplication skill flooded into Jiang Liufeng's body. Jiang Liufeng was overwhelmed with joy. He extended his hands, and with a mere thought, his fists suddenly enlarged, resembling the colossal fists of giants. Fortunately, the bathhouse was spacious enough. Otherwise, it might have collapsed under his might. He meticulously sensed the application of the doubling technique, discovering that under his mental command, it could expand or contract at will, exhibiting a level of control that seemed more refined than that of the Chiodao clan. He could even manipulate the doubled parts to flow across his body like water, showcasing an exquisite degree of precision. Jiang Liufeng was instantly captivated by the wondrous application of this doubling technique, becoming utterly absorbed in his experimentation. He first gently enlarged one of his fingers to the size of an eggplant, then skillfully directed this newfound power throughout his body. The force of amplification coursed through him like a mouse scurrying within, creating a prominent bulge that danced exuberantly across his form. Ultimately, driven by primal instincts, Jiang Liufeng inadvertently guided this power toward his groin. Perhaps it was due to his overwhelming anticipation, or perhaps his focus was too intense, that he failed to notice when the door to the bathhouse swung open. As he fixated on the impressive manifestation before him, an indescribable thrill surged within him. Suddenly, the sound of delicate feet splashing into the water jolted him back to reality. He furrowed his brow, puzzled by the interruption of his vivid daydream. From the swirling mist ahead, a figure emerged, evoking a sense of breathlessness. Hiss! Jiang Liufeng seemed to have recalled something, his heart racing uncontrollably, nearly leaping into his throat. The sound of splashing water, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of his heart, transformed into a splendid symphony, harmonizing in a wild crescendo. At last, amidst the swirling mist, the long-awaited figure emerged. It was none other than the Empress. 103 wishes fulfilled, he beheld the Empress approaching, unadorned and magnificent. Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, it seemed to be the most exquisite instant of his entire existence. The Empress appeared to be lost in her own reverie, contemplating something unknown, as she gracefully approached the center of the pool, equally oblivious to Jiang Liufeng's presence. Observing her enchanting figure, he couldn't help but silently exclaim that it was indeed a divine masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Jiang Liufeng was suddenly drenched in a frigid reality, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, abruptly awakening him to the piercing gaze of the Empress. He felt an acute embarrassment, caught in a dilemma of whether to cancel the amplification technique or to persist with it. Who could have anticipated that two sovereigns possessing the formidable three-color sovereignty would so absurdly fail to recognize one another? As the Empress discerned Jiang Liufeng's visage, she did not exhibit the bashfulness of a young girl, nor did she scream and flee. Her delicate hands hung naturally by her sides, guarding her enigmatic territory. While her eyes brimmed with an ominous intent, her countenance was chillingly frigid. A surge of regal aura erupted, bearing down upon Jiang Liufeng with immense pressure. Having harbored a deep-seated prejudice against men and having only recently developed a fleeting fondness for Jiang Liufeng, that sentiment evaporated in an instant. At this moment, her singular desire was to annihilate him. The Empress coldly declared, "Indeed, all crows in the world are as black as each other. I never imagined that your previous demeanor was merely a faade. You are, after all, just another lecherous wretch." Jiang Liufeng bitterly chuckled, realizing that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. Nevertheless, as a staunch advocate of masculinity, he had no intention of yielding to the Empress. With a powerful tremor, he resisted her imposing presence and promptly retorted, "I entered first, all right? How can I be labeled as a lecher?" The Empress paused to contemplate. And indeed, it appeared he had a point. Momentarily at a loss for words, she was soon consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury. How could it be that he was justified when she had been so brazenly exposed? Without further ado, she immediately assumed a fighting stance and charged at Jiang Liufeng. The fragrant foot. Jiang Liufeng understood that the critical moment had arrived. At this juncture, he could only prove the purity of his heart to the Empress in hopes of finding a way back. He was diligently adjusting his mindset, preparing to embrace the sweet breeze from the Empress. However, to his astonishment, she charged at him without warning. What the hell? This script was not supposed to unfold this way. Although the situation deviated from the expected, Jiang Liufeng had never feared confrontation. Even without the use of lightning powers, out of concern for the Empress's safety, his mastery of armament Haki would suffice. If she wished to fight, then so be it. Just as he was about to respond, the Empress unleashed her fragrant leg, inadvertently exposing her most intimate regions, stunning Jiang Liufeng. He nearly lost his balance, almost plunging into the water. His mind buzzed, nearly short-circuiting from the unexpected encounter. This sensation was truly exquisite. Infuriated and humiliated, the Empress was singularly focused on eliminating Jiang Liufeng, acting without a second thought. It was only then that she realized her most cherished aspects had been fully revealed. Panic set in as she hastily attempted to cover herself. Yet, while withdrawing her attack was simple, diminishing its momentum proved challenging. In the blink of an eye, a delightful misunderstanding transpired once more, leaving the Empress, entirely exposed, to curl into Jiang Liufeng's embrace. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, he graciously accepted this unexpected embrace. With arms wide open, he caught her in a perfectly timed princess carry. Both were momentarily stunned, enveloped in the softness and the intoxicating fragrance that filled the air. Jiang Liufeng found himself utterly unsettled. He had consistently admonished himself to uphold the virtues of a gentleman, resolutely refusing to take advantage of another's misfortune. Yet, in this moment, with beauty cradled in his arms, any man would find it difficult to resist. Moreover, the Empress, nestled within his embrace, resembled a startled kitten. Her delicate face flushed and flustered, at a loss for what to do, presenting an utterly irresistible sight. Alas, it was simply intolerable, regardless of his previous resolutions. Jiang Liufeng could no longer contain himself, just as he was about to reveal his intentions. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded. A disturbance echoed from above, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the cries of someone. Then, With a resounding crash, the roof of the bathhouse was obliterated by an unseen force, descending directly upon the two of them. As the ceiling collapsed, Jiang Liufeng, familiar with the narrative, quickly recalled the unfolding events. He paid little heed to the figure plummeting down but remained fixated on the sky above, where a treacherous visage circled ominously. This was dire. Jiang Liufeng let out a quiet exclamation. After today's misunderstanding, he had irrevocably regarded the Empress as his own. How could he allow that scoundrel Morgan to capture scandalous photographs of the Empress in her vulnerable state? Should he really expose the intimate images of his beloved to the world? The answer is undoubtedly a resounding no. Jiang Liufeng, swift and agile, immediately lifted the purple lightning robe, shielding as much of the Empress's body as possible. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped and delivered a kick, sending the falling Luffy towards Morgan's. Go, Pikachu. No, that was incorrect. Go, the man who aspires to be the Pirate King. Morgan's, frantically pressing the camera shutter, was suddenly startled by a dark figure hurtling towards him, prompting him to dodge hastily. Yet, how could he escape the forceful kick from Jiang Liufeng? Luffy shouted as he swiftly approached Morgan's. Damn it! Morgan spat vehemently, capturing one final shot of Jiang Liufeng, who was cradling the Empress, before he was struck by Luffy. The two collided, bringing them both down. This entire series of events unfolded with such rapidity that the Empress was left entirely unprepared, her delicate arms instinctively wrapping around Jiang Liufeng's neck. Thus, she allowed him to carry her as they jumped up and down for a while, until they both fell back into the water with a splash. The water sprayed across the Empress's enchanting visage, snapping her back to reality. Chapter 104. Luffy's entanglement startled. The Empress quickly struggled free from Jiang Liufeng's embrace, her face darkening as she turned her ire towards him. Meanwhile, the commotion had long since faded, leaving Jiang Liufeng composed and calm. He promptly removed the purple lightning robe and tossed it before the Empress, stating, "Hancock, this is truly a misunderstanding. Please put on the robe." The Empress, undeterred, swiftly donned the purple lightning robe, her anger unabated, refusing to believe Jiang Liufeng's words. Sweet Gale. It was evident that the Empress was not a person to hesitate in her pursuit of power. Without further ado, she formed a heart shape with her hands before her chest and directed her fury at Jiang Liufeng. Here it comes. Now this was more like it. Jiang Liufeng exhaled softly, fully aware that as long as his mind remained resolute and his thoughts pure, he had nothing to fear from the Empress's maneuver. With unwavering determination, he fixed his starry gaze upon her eyes, radiating an extraordinary purity devoid of any convoluted emotions, presenting himself with utter openness. He allowed the Empress's technique to pass through him unimpeded. To his surprise, he did not turn to stone. The Empress was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated that Jiang Liufeng harbored not a trace of illicit thoughts towards her. This revelation brought a measure of calm to her heart. However, she was not inclined to let Jiang Liufeng off so easily. Once again, she removed the purple thunder robe that adorned her form. This time, she even swept aside the two strands of hair that had shielded her chest. A sudden intake of breath ensued. Jiang Liufeng never anticipated that the Empress would resort to such measures. This is dire. Jiang Liufeng was taken aback, hurriedly regulating his breath, his mind replaying the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita more than 100 times. It was only when the Empress unleashed her sweet breeze for the second time that he managed to steady his spirit. With a long sigh, he exhaled. The sweet breeze coursed through him, and he emerged, albeit barely, from the trial unscathed. Now, the Empress was left in perplexity. Could it truly have been a misunderstanding? Is Jiang Liufeng truly pure and untainted, devoid of any sinister thoughts? Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place immediately, swiftly diverting the conversation. To be honest, I merely sought a place to bathe. You must understand, I have been engaged in battles day after day, hardly having the opportunity to freshen up. Upon seeing the steam here, I could not resist entering, only to find that you two were here to wash. What a misunderstanding. Since you wish to bathe, I shall take my leave. Oh, and do remember to repair the roof before you wash. With a composed demeanor, Jiang Liufeng strode out, only to discover that the Empress did not impede his departure. In an instant, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. What a close call. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, realizing this was indeed his most embarrassing moment. Since embarking on his journey, he had always surged forward. Such a situation had never arisen before. He nearly lost his centuries of cultivation in a single day. Left alone, the Empress stood dazed in the pool, caressing the purple thunder robe in her hands, savoring the lingering essence of Jiang Liufeng. She found herself blushing like a young girl. The events had unfolded too suddenly. leaving her utterly unprepared. A fury ignited within her at the thought of being seen so vulnerably, yet concurrently, a thrill surged at the discovery of an extraordinary man. She pondered whether he would disdain her upon learning of her past. At that moment, her heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, rendering her incapable of deciphering her own thoughts. The Empress hastily rinsed herself a couple of times before retreating to her palace, collapsing into sleep. The mental exertion proved more draining than physical fatigue, and she soon succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, the figure of Jiang Liufeng loomed large, and at that moment, he had become an indelible presence in her heart. The enchanting encounter had reached its conclusion. Jiang Liufeng, in a state of panic, fled without a discernible path, ultimately finding refuge in a secluded jungle where he finally halted. The events of the day had been exceedingly exhilarating. It remained unclear whether they were fortuitous or adverse, however. Those destined for greatness often overlook trifles. He dismissed such concerns, resolutely believing that everything would fall into place in due time. His heart was now steadfast in accepting the Empress's affections. All that remained was to seek an opportunity to unlock the depths of her heart. Gradually, he found tranquility within himself. Jiang Liufeng has returned to his true self, embodying a demeanor of serene tranquility. Bored and listless, he meanders around his surroundings. However, it is not long before he detects a familiar figure. It is none other than Luffy. His companion has likely been sent flying by Kuma, which suggests that the time until the summit is drawing near. As Jiang Liufeng notices Luffy, the latter is already sprinting towards him. Morgans has vanished without a trace. One can only hope he hasn't been caught in the crossfire, for Jiang Liufeng would not hesitate to roast him if necessary. Shortly thereafter, Luffy emerges from the thicket, cursing and rubbing his backside. Upon raising his gaze, he spots Jiang Liufeng and, after a moment of scrutiny, finally recognizes him. Aren't you the Flying Thunder God? What brings you here? Jiang Liufeng curled his lip and retorted, why should I care? Luffy, in a hurry to depart, had no intention of lingering with Jiang Liufeng. He promptly exclaimed, it's fortunate that you're here. Could I possibly borrow your ship to make my escape? I am eager to reunite with my companions. Jiang Liufeng, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement with Luffy, declared, if you are not destined to walk this path, seek another. With that, he raised his leg to depart. However, Luffy was unwilling to relent, having been inexplicably thrust into this peculiar place and pursued by a throng of women across numerous hills. He could not simply abandon the opportunity to reunite with an acquaintance. Without a moment's hesitation, he intercepted Jiang Liufeng and proclaimed, let us duel. Should you lose, you shall escort me away. Jiang Liufeng seemed to hear a great jest, breaking into a grin as he remarked, you are truly inexperienced. Perhaps you should return and train for another 2 years. Sensing the disdain from his opponent, Luffy's expression transformed from sunny to stormy, and with a thunderous shout, he launched his attack. It is settled then. If I lose, you shall take me away. Jet pistol. Jiang Liufeng shook his head, realizing that mere words were insufficient. He truly needed rigorous military training. Thus, he remained and engaged in battle with Luffy. However, how could Luffy, who had yet to master Haki, possibly contend with Jiang Liufeng? Despite Luffy's myriad techniques, he could not lay a finger on Jiang Liufeng. In a matter of moments, Jiang Liufeng closed the distance, enveloped in Haki, and delivered a powerful punch that sent Luffy flying over 100 meters, crashing through countless trees before finally halting his descent. Remarkable. Luffy, clutching his abdomen, grimaced as he rose to his feet. That single blow had nearly knocked him unconscious. Nevertheless, he was not one to retreat in the face of adversity. Rising to the challenge was his true nature. Second gear. Jet rocket, he exclaimed. Unleashing a barrage of attacks, Luffy launched himself at Jiang Liufeng with renewed vigor. It must be said that Luffy's speed was significantly enhanced in second gear. However, under Jiang Liufeng's formidable observation Haki, it proved to be of little consequence. A familiar scene unfolded once more as Jiang Liufeng effortlessly evaded Luffy's onslaught, ultimately delivering a swift kick to the same spot he had previously struck with his punch. This time, the force was intensified. Without demonstrating Luffy the true extent of his power, it would be challenging to dissuade him from the fight. Chapter 105. Who to assist remains uncertain. Luffy was propelled hundreds of meters by that powerful kick. His insides churned violently, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. Consumed by rage, he disregarded his body's limits and unleashed his most potent technique. Third gear. Balloon of Resolve. Giant right arm. Elephant gun. A colossal arm surged toward Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng smirked, pleased to have an opportunity to practice his abilities. Partial multiplication technique. Giant right arm. Elephant gun. He countered, matching Luffy's attack with a fist of equal size. Yet the difference in power was stark. Without Haki, Luffy's arm was merely inflated, while Jiang Liufeng's fist was genuinely magnified. When their fists collided, the disparity was evident. Luffy's punch was obliterated, and he was sent flying like a deflated balloon, spiraling through the air several times before crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Luffy appeared like a bewildered child, sitting on the ground with a dazed expression. What had just transpired? How could his opponent wield the same techniques, yet with such superior strength? Why had his arms and legs turned black? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. In that moment, Luffy was genuinely bewildered by Jiang Liufeng's prowess. Neither of them intended for this to be a life-or-death struggle. However, as he watched Jiang Liufeng depart, Luffy realized he could not let this opportunity slip away. For a battle enthusiast like him, the chance to enhance his abilities was paramount. He promptly abandoned thoughts of reuniting with his companions and hastily pursued Jiang Liufeng, eager to resolve the confusion that plagued him. Bored, Jiang Liufeng had little else to occupy his time and began to offer Luffy some guidance. When Luffy noticed Jiang Liufeng's willingness to enlighten him, his spirit soared, and he clung tenaciously to Jiang Liufeng, imploring him to teach him. Jiang Liufeng pondered for a moment. The situation on the Empress's side remained uncertain, and the appointed time had yet to arrive. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he thought it rather delightful to capture this young lad for some amusement. Thus, he consented, adopting Rayleigh's approach to mentor Luffy in the art of Haki. The prospect of being a partial mentor to Luffy felt rather gratifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, the Empress found herself consumed by thoughts of Jiang Liufeng. She was utterly unsettled, yearning to see him. Whether to sever ties or to unite, it mattered not. She simply wished to bring closure to her feelings. Otherwise, an incessant itch gnawed at her heart, an indescribable discomfort. However, despite her earnest desire to seek him out, she dared not make her intentions known. After 3 days of fruitless searching, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of Jiang Liufeng. Ultimately, she succumbed to her bed, her heart seemingly besieged by a multitude of ants scuttling about. The sensation was unbearable. What is wrong with me? The Empress lamented, supporting her weary visage. Observing her, the old woman beside her spoke with a knowing smile, "Snake Princess, are you perhaps longing for a man?" At these words, the Empress reacted as if struck by lightning, her cheeks flushing instantly. "What nonsense! Old hag, do not speak such things." The old woman scoffed at the Empress. "I speak only the truth. Your current demeanor is unmistakably the mark of a woman smitten. Princess Snake, you are the ruler of Snake Island. You must prioritize the greater good and not fall prey to your own emotions," she continued. Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression darkened. "You wretched old woman, I am aware of my duties. If you have nothing of substance to say, kindly take your leave." Shaking her head, the old woman tossed a newspaper before the Empress. "The truth of a significant event has finally been unveiled. I suggest you attend. The Navy is genuinely intent on clashing with Whitebeard, and this is no jest. If you act rashly, you could plunge Snake Island into an irretrievable abyss." The Empress's countenance grew grave as she seized the newspaper and began to read. Upon discerning the contents, she was taken aback. "What? The Navy has captured Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, and plans to publicly execute him in Marineford? No wonder they are rallying so many powerful allies. Marie, Sonia, dispatch someone to summon Jiang Liufeng at once." Seeing their sister's serious expression, the 2 younger sisters did not hesitate, quickly mobilizing their personnel to scour the mountains and fields for Jiang Liufeng. After several efforts and a considerable amount of time, they finally located him deep within the jungle. Joyfully wielding the hammer of Thor to construct a grand edifice atop Luffy's head, Marie rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Lord Thunder God, our Empress seeks you. Please come at once." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he maintained a calm facade. "Are you in a hurry?" he inquired. "Indeed, I am exceedingly anxious." The moment Jiang Liufeng heard this, his heart leaped with joy. With a swift kick, he propelled Luffy into the den of ferocious beasts. "Off you go." With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. This sudden action left 7 or 8 Amazon warriors utterly astonished. "Goodness, that was astonishingly fast. Lord Raijin is so impressive," one remarked. "Is it just me, or is that lightning strike utterly exaggerated?" They soon followed suit, leaving the unfortunate Luffy to face several beasts in relentless pursuit. "Wait for me. Damn it." As the wind swept through, Jiang Liufeng hastily entered the chamber of the Empress. Upon crossing the threshold, he was met with the sight of the Empress lounging on the bed, her attire disheveled and her countenance somewhat haggard. as if she had not rested well for several days. She appeared strikingly delicate, reminiscent of a beauty who could rival Shiryu, evoking a deep sense of compassion within him. Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tightly, murmuring with concern, "My dear, what troubles you?" Alas, such tender sentiments would never manifest in the character of the masculine Jiang Liufeng. Instead, he strode forward with purpose, casually inquiring, "What brings you here?" Upon seeing him again, the Empress felt a twinge of shyness, her cheeks flushing as she deliberately averted her gaze, handing him a newspaper with a soft, "Take a look." "Oh, the audacity of Morgan. Has the scandalous photos surfaced so swiftly?" Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow as he took the newspaper, only to discover that the situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. It was, in fact, the long-awaited announcement regarding Ace. How trivial his concerns had been. Jiang Liufeng concealed his inner thoughts and stated earnestly, "I intend to participate." The Empress, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Do you truly wish to aid the tyrant?" "Oh, the nature of man is indeed a poison, capable of evoking love one moment and hatred the next. Should Jiang Liufeng actually choose to assist the oppressor, the Empress would feel profoundly disheartened." Meeting the Empress's gaze, filled with complexity, Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly. "To assist the tyrant is certain. However, whom I choose to aid remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes gradually brightened, and as their gazes locked, a shared understanding blossomed between them. Chapter 106. Shall we stir up trouble at the city once more? They exchanged a glance, and the Empress, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Do you plan to challenge the Navy?" Jiang Liufeng mused to himself that he was merely checking in. Yet, in a bid to stir the Empress's heart, he resolutely declared, "It's not as if I have never called out before. I have even vanquished celestial dragons. What have I to fear?" Upon hearing the phrase celestial dragons, the Empress's delicate form quivered, and she fell into a momentary daze, as if haunted by some unspeakable memories. The reason her fondness for Jiang Liufeng blossomed so swiftly was that, in the Empress's eyes, anyone bold enough to slay celestial dragons was a true hero, worthy of veneration. And Jiang Liufeng had indeed achieved that very feat eventually. As if summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Liufeng and remarked, "Jiang Liufeng, in truth, I." Jiang Liufeng gently pressed his index finger against her small mouth, smiling and shaking his head, conveying an air of indifference. However, to the Empress, this gesture was misconstrued. Each time the matter was mentioned, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Consequently, her lack of confidence led her to believe that Jiang Liufeng was unwilling to hear about her past. Did he truly harbor disdain for her? Suddenly, the Empress's eyes dimmed, tears welling up uncontrollably in her gaze. Weary, she laid down and uttered, "Let us depart tomorrow. I am exhausted, and you may leave now." What was happening? Jiang Liufeng found himself bewildered by the Empress's abrupt dismissal. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't she be overwhelmed with emotion instead? What was going on? Jiang Liufeng was inexplicably invited out by Mary and Sonia. It wasn't until he stepped out of the village that he began to grasp the situation. Oh no, she must have misunderstood. Having learned a harsh lesson, Jiang Liufeng felt utterly helpless, hoping there might still be a chance for redemption. He understood that this was an everlasting wound in the Empress's heart. If she truly had misinterpreted his intentions, he would undoubtedly be pouring salt into her wounds. As Jiang Liufeng pondered the situation with increasing unease, he realized that the Empress was currently distressed, making it inappropriate for him to return and offer an explanation. Just as he was lost in thought, someone abruptly snatched the newspaper from his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was none other than his younger companion, Luffy, who had been pursuing him. Upon noticing the newspaper in Jiang Liufeng's hand, Luffy's keen eyes quickly identified the likeness of Ace. It soon dawned on him that his brother had been captured by the Navy, prompting an immediate and profound shock as he exclaimed, "Is what this says true?" Jiang Liufeng could only nod in affirmation, acknowledging the grim truth that his elder brother was to be publicly executed by the Navy in Marineford. Luffy clenched his fists with intense determination, crumpling the newspaper in his grasp. He withdrew Ace's life paper from his straw hat and gazed upon it, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. To his horror, he observed that the paper symbolizing Ace's life was gradually engulfed in flames, having already burned away a significant portion. In a state of panic, he grasped Jiang Liufeng's sleeve and implored, "Lend me your ship. I must go rescue Ace." Jiang Liufeng remarked softly, "You are too inexperienced. Going would merely lead to your demise." Luffy tightened his grip on Jiang Liufeng's sleeve, his resolve unwavering as he declared, I will save Ace. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly, fully aware of Luffy's character. His words were merely a means of probing. However, Luffy was far from sharing such a light-hearted disposition. He then asked seriously, "Do you know where Ace is?" Jiang Liufeng gently nodded and said, "In the place I escaped from, there lies Impel down, a nightmare for pirates. I implore you, take me there. I must rescue Ace." Jiang Liufeng remained silent, quietly contemplating within his heart. In truth, he harbored a desire to venture into Impel down, for there awaited an ideal companion, Jinbei. During his previous escape from prison, Jinbei had yet to arrive, rendering the endeavor impossible. However, now that Jinbei was present, their party had gradually expanded along the journey. Yet, a significant dilemma loomed. Nearly everyone aboard was a superhuman, with the exception of himself and Cayman. He had even promised Cayman that he would assist her in finding a suitable devil fruit in the future. This meant that whenever Jiang Liufeng was absent or otherwise occupied, should any crew member fall overboard, it would spell trouble. Thus, Jinbei undoubtedly emerged as a highly valuable ally. Presently, Luffy needed to embark on a journey to Impel down. Perhaps he could take advantage of the situation to stir up some chaos once more? After all, Jiang Liufeng paid little heed to the title of Warlord of the Sea. And with his foresight, he was aware that soon the warlord system would be abolished. Maximizing benefits at this juncture was too tempting to resist. With a swift thought, he turned to Luffy and said, "I can take you there, but you must agree to 2 conditions." Without hesitation, Luffy nodded eagerly. "No problem. Just tell me, and I will comply." Jiang Liufeng nodded and remarked, "Firstly, if there is an opportunity, I would like your ship's skeleton to perform a piece for our esteemed Count, for he greatly enjoys his music. That is certainly feasible. Secondly, if your Robin is able to translate historical texts, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a copy of any that you collect, as I am rather disinclined to seek them out myself. This too poses no issue." Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction, seemingly having extracted all that was necessary. He promptly agreed to take you to advance to Marineford tomorrow. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, Jiang Liufeng awoke, stretched lazily as he stepped out of the Nine Snake, having spent the night stealthily bringing Luffy aboard. Hearing the lively sounds emanating from Nine Snake Island, Jiang Liufeng realized that the Empress was approaching. Thus, he rose to greet the day. Before long, he beheld the Empress gracefully approaching, her alluring figure swaying with elegance, a truly captivating sight. Had it not been for the misunderstanding that transpired the previous day,